was that I forgot my team had canceled out of respect for my mother's passing. My team had canceled our book club meeting on Wednesday nights, and if you know how much I love our book club meetings, you'll know how how that kind of threw me off a little bit, But it's not their fault. They just did what I asked them to do. And also this morning, in Money in the Morning, in our financial consciousness training, our millionaire training camp, I actually went through the process of kind of eulogizing my mother and really talking about some of the ideas and the beliefs that she had and linking them back to finance and economics. So if you'd like to actually see that training I did a full financial training on money and life and success and everything else based on my mother's legacy. You can have that for free. Just pull out your phone and text the word mama to the number 87948. Text the word mama to the number 87948, and I will send it to you because it was something I put together that I said, I really want to remember my mother in a favorable way. And I also want to make sure that the community benefits from her legacy. All the things that she taught me are things that I teach you. I have a whole doctorate in finance. We've reached millions of people. We have almost 1 billion views on YouTube. So my thought was like, let's keep the party going. Just somebody passing away does not mean that it's over. And also, I appreciate your condolences. I see you. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Okay, give me a yes if you can hear me. And I see Tony Brown, Jason Sear, Tony C, Tony Boutte, Maxine Guy. I appreciate your condolences. Thank you so much. I appreciate the condolences 100%. I want to make sure I'm clear about that. But also, as I mentioned earlier, I was saying to you guys that I really don't. After you give me the first condolence, I don't want any more condolences. I'd rather have two things. I'm gonna ask you for two things. Can you give me two things? Two simple things, very easy to do. Don't cost you anything. Can you give me two things? Give me a yes in the chat if you can do this. Number one, the two things I need from you that I would like to request is one, I'd like your attention. You have to pay money to be here. You just have to pay attention. And number two, I would like for you to congratulate me. I want you to congratulate. Give me your congratulations because my mother was such a superstar and I was so lucky to have her. One of the rules that I've always applied, and I actually apply this in things like our Black Keys to Greatness life class that I have in the Black Business School, and it's free, by the way, if you want to join it, blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com. Is basically I just remind myself to always count my blessings before I count my curses. That's it. That's a simple rule. I count my blessings before I count my curses. And then it's not to say you can't acknowledge the things you don't have. It's not like you can't acknowledge the setbacks, you can't acknowledge the issues, but start by counting your blessings first, man. I mean, we live in America. We have so many things to be happy about. Why start the day off being sad? I don't want you sad. I want you happy, and I want you to also look at your opportunities instead of looking at your limitations. Do we agree? Does that make sense? Give me a quick yes. All right, so what I want to talk about really quickly tonight, since we didn't get to do the book club, but I do want to do this, I'm going to discuss the hidden history of Christmas. And a lot of you don't know that in Dr. Claude Anderson's book, which is called the one we're reading is called The Black History Reader. All of his books are at powernomics.com. He actually writes about the hidden history of Christmas. He writes about the things about Christmas that you don't know. The how many of you know? Give me a yes or no. How many of you knew that the slaves celebrated Christmas very different from white people? I mean, you probably guessed that. The slaves did not do what white folks did, but also there was Kwanzaa was not the first alternative that black people had in terms of how they celebrated Christmas. It does nothing against Kwanzaa. I think I think that Karenga, when he created Kwanzaa, did a good thing for the world. I actually spoke at his bookstore twice in South Central Los Angeles, and it was wonderful. It was completely sold out. The room was packed with hundreds of people, and thank you to all of you who showed up. One guy that I met that was really interesting was a guy named Alonzo. And he has a book called NWA, which stands for Not Without Alonzo. And he sent me a copy of his book. And Alonzo is the guy. This is pretty cool Black history. Alonzo's the guy who basically introduced Eazy-E and Dr. Dre and MC Ren and all those guys, right? So his book is called NWA Not Without Alonzo. And shout out to Alonzo. I haven't talked to his brother in many years, but I have a lot of respect for him. So anyway, so let me just kind of now let me write. I'm going to write the URL down in the chat. It's Black Key. Somebody type it down for me too. It's blackkeys2greatness.com. I'm going to put it right there in the chat so you can see it. And if somebody wants to help, just put it in the comments or something so others can see it. I should put it in the show notes or something, but maybe I'm too lazy to do that. But anyway, with that said, let me get into the real history of Christmas for Black people. This is something that may be of interest to you. One thing I want to mention before I even dig into that too is I'm really begging you. I'm absolutely begging you to do actually one more thing I'm going to ask you. This is my Christmas gift. Can you give me a yes in the chat if you're going to buy some stock for your kids? Can you give me a yes in the chat if you're going to buy at least one or two or three or whatever shares number of shares you can afford, buy stock for your kids. I've mentioned to you all before, I'm a finance researcher, I'm a finance professor. As a finance professor, I can confirm to you in the research that it is determined that the number one wealth builder in America is the stock market. The stock market is the place that rich people put their money. And so I want your kids to be rich. I want your kids to be safe. And the reason this is very important is because if you go on TikTok or any other app, you'll see lots of 20 somethings who hate their lives. You'll see 25-year-olds who are stressed out, overworked, underpaid, mistreated, exploited, driven to depression because their economics are not right. If your money ain't right, it's hard for your life to be right sometimes. Give me a yes if you understand what I'm saying there. Money right, like my buddy Ash Cash says, money right, mind right. Well, if your mind ain't right, then your money won't be right. But if your money ain't right, then your mind can't be right sometimes. You understand what I'm saying? They connect, they're interactive. Mind and money are connected. That's why my wife, who's a therapist, she's a really highly super skilled therapist that trains other therapists to become therapists. That's how licensed she is. She's a full professor of social work. Very, very, very few of anybody becomes full professors. And one of the things that we talk about extensively is that there's sort of an interactive, recursive back and forth between mindset and money situation. If your money situation's bad, it's very, very hard to focus and to be productive in other areas. And so what I really want you to do for your kids, and this ain't for me, this is for your children, is I want you to just get in the habit of buying them a few shares of stock. Do you know that if you simply spent $1,000, if y'all, some of y'all got 20 broke 24-year-olds that used to live with you. Some of y'all got these 20 somethings that are struggling right now, and I'm not making fun of it, but it's true. Do you know that if you simply took $1,000 and bought them some Apple stock one time in 2000, that $1,000 would have turned into $365,000? Did y'all know that? You might have heard me say this before. I've said it in class, but I really need you to understand this. So imagine if you bought them $1,000 worth of stock every year, right? $1,000 a year is about $83 a month. $83 a month. So a lot of you have cell phone bills that are bigger than that. A lot of you have car notes that are $500 to $1,000. So what I ask parents, and I don't know if it pisses people off or not, but it's true. I say, well, do you love your damn child as much as you love your car? And I'm not saying actually everybody loves their child, but my deeper question is, do you care about them? Because loving somebody and caring about them are two different things. Loving them means, oh, I love you, I need you. If you go away, I'm going to be sad. I love my mother. My mother died, and I was sad that she was gone. But caring about somebody means that I need you to be okay. I need you to be good. Your well-being matters to me. I need you to be safe. I need you to be happy. I need you to be fulfilled. I need you to live your dream. So do you care about your kids? Because every parent most parents love their kids. But not every parent cares about them. Not every parent has the discipline to say, I'm going to do some stuff, even if it's a little inconvenient, even if it throws me off my game, even if I can't go out and, yeah, and club in or do whatever I'm trying to do. I'm going to sacrifice, or even if it makes you mad at me. That's a big one. A lot of parents want to be their kids' best friends. You know what I'm talking about? My mama was always clear. I don't want to be your friend. I'm not one of your little friends. She would say that I don't care if you hate me. I need you to be ready in case something happens to me. And she used to prepare us for her passing when I was a little kid, and it scared the hell out of me. But believe me, I was ready for the world, and I was lucky enough to have my mother for 71 years. So that was a blessing. So my point is to say, do you care about your kids? If you care about them, buy them some shares of stock. If you don't know how to get started, there is a free training that we have in the Black Business School that everybody can access at blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com. Damn it, I did the wrong URL. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Scratch that. Forget I said that. Forget I said that. The one for the stock market for the $5 day plan is blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's what it is. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's 100% free. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. And also, one thing we're doing on Friday night, if you want to join us, is we're doing a financial slumber party at 11 p.m. I'm going to do a training I have called Stock Market Decoded. And we're going to get together at 11 p.m. on Friday night and on a Zoom in our pajamas with some popcorn, play some music, have some fun. My wife is going to be there, and we're literally going to talk about the stock market. I'm going to take you step by step through how the stock market works. We're going to make sure you know how to buy your first share if you don't know how to do that yet. But on top of that, if you've already bought your first share, I'll talk about stocks that I like and ways we can move forward as investors and all these other things. So So remember, I wrote my whole dissertation on the stock market. It takes a lot of expertise to get to that level. You can't just take a class or two. I took classes for 10 straight years, studied 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, including Christmas. And that's the level of depth that my training was. And that's what I did 20 years ago. That doesn't include everything I've learned since then, which is 5 times more than what I learned up to get my doctorate. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do Stock Market Decoded in our Financial Slumber Party. If you want to join us, you can go to financialslumberparty.com. And also make sure you're on the text list to join our morning class, which is free. Just make sure you text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. So let's go back into Christmas really quickly. Hit the thumbs up button if you haven't done it yet. So with Christmas, Dr. Claude Anderson, in his book, The Black History Reader, talks about Christmas. And he says that he asked a basic question. He says, was Kwanzaa the first alternative to Christmas for Black Americans? So what Dr. Anderson says is this. He says, Kwanzaa, what many people call the Black version of Christmas, has Swahili and Arabic links and is celebrated by many Blacks in America. It was not, however, the first alternative Christian-like celebration that Blacks devised. The Christmas season brought a suspension of field work and a period for slaves to make merry and enjoy themselves. Slaves observed that Christmas season was a joyous occasion for most Americans, but enslavement laws of 1665 imposed Christian humbug on Black people in the American colonies. Christmas, largely a white Victorian invention of European society, excluded slaves, but they still had an emotional need to participate in the festivities, so they created their own Christmas traditions and Santa Claus. Pulling from their African heritage, they organized, this is what the slaves did. They organized a version of Christmas that was called Johnkannas, Johnkannanaus. Has anybody ever heard of Johnkannas? Anybody? Give me a yes. If you want to impress me, put a yes in the chat if you've heard of Johnkannas. I admit I've never heard of it. Dr. Claude Anderson is writing about it in his book, which, by the way, you can get copies of his books at powernomics.com. I've been telling everybody who supports Dr. Anderson, buy a bunch of his books if you have extra money and just give them away to people in the community. But John Connis, has anybody ever heard of John Connis? I've not heard of it. Give me a yes if you have, a no if you have not. So he says here, the celebration around a trope of gaily costumed slaves who on Christmas Day would get slave owners permission to travel to several different plantations, singing and playing on homemade musical instruments. The second tradition they created was Christmas GIF, GIF, like, the GIFs that they have for memes and stuff. Christmas GIF. Slaves carried around small pieces of fruit or candy in their pockets like Halloween treats. Whoever said Christmas GIF first received a present. That's pretty cool. In 1966, Malena Karenga, PhD and author and professor of Africana Studies, created Kwanzaa, which injected African traditions into the Christmas season. Since Kwanzaa has become popular among Blacks, mainstream businesses and advertising agencies have followed the money and begun to recognize Kwanzaa as the Black Christmas. So so what Dr. Anderson seems to be arguing, nothing against Kwanzaa, of course. Love Malena Karenga, nothing against him at all. He's amazing. But he's saying that the commercialization of Kwanzaa is what pushed Kwanzaa to the front of the line. And truth be told, that's kind of a driver of a lot of what you value most as Black people. But when they advertise something on television, it does affect your mind and your perspective. Television is a brainwashing tool. It's a brainwashing mechanism. In fact, it makes me think about the rapper Sexy Red. She actually made a post that was interesting where she said, I feel like some regular girl in the hood that they grabbed and just put on TV. And everyone was like, yes, that's exactly what you are. You are a plant. They just grabbed you, put you on TV, and suddenly you become famous because of that. So to some extent, the same thing happens when we have selectivity in terms of who was picked as our civil rights leaders. There's selectivity in terms of who gets to be the chosen Negro. So effectively, those in control of media, those in control of capitalism, didn't put their money behind certain people, certain horses, certain ideas, and then those ideas become readily adopted. That's why it's extremely important for you not to get caught up in just following what you see on TV. I think you have to be very conscious about the ideas that you accept and the ideas that you reject. And so to some extent, he's arguing that Kwanzaa was something that was sort of selected as something that fit nicely with corporations. I mean, think about it. You got all these different days that you can sell things, and it works. It really works. Billions of dollars are generated in sales due to Christmas, Kwanzaa, things like that. Nothing against Kwanzaa, nothing against Christmas, but I really also encourage you to consider ways that maybe you can keep some money in your pocket instead of allowing people to create artificial holidays in order to get sales from you. They do this all the time. Amazon's notorious for this. They got Prime Day and then they got pre-Prime Day and all these other days that where they say, let's make this a holiday so that people will feel like I have to go spend money. So in 1966, Malena Karenga, okay, let's see, I already mentioned that. Um, Even though there are still different philosophies among blacks about how best to celebrate the holiday season, Kwanzaa is an opportunity for spiritual upliftment, a chance to assemble in a celebratory gathering, and an opportunity to consciously direct commercial dollars into black hands and business coffers. I agree. I think again, like I was saying, I think Kwanzaa is great. I'm not just, so just because I'm pointing out the economic issue, that does not mean I'm anti-Kwanzaa. I am not anti-Kwanzaa. Okay, so I'm curious, give me a yes or no in the chat. How many of you celebrate Kwanzaa? Give me the um let me see how many of you celebrate. Do a lot of you celebrate Kwanzaa or just Christmas? And it's okay to do either one. I'm not, I don't think it's required. Well, let me give you some of the origins of Christmas really quick in case you're interested. First off, is Christmas has origins in ancient pagan festivals such as Saturnalia from Rome, Yule, which is Norse, which celebrated the winter solstice with feasting, gift giving, and merriment. So that sounds very, very white. No disrespect to white people, but it is. Early Christians adopted December 25th to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, aligning with the existing solstice traditions to ease the spread of Christianity. Now, what's interesting is, is that you all know my mother died on Christmas Eve. She graduated. She went to heaven, and me and my sister were just talking about that, and we said, isn't that interesting that as much as she loved her Jesus, my mama loved her some Jesus. That was it. I don't go to church. But Mama was definitely all about her Jesus. And she didn't go to church actually because she felt like churches were problematic, corrupt, that they're not truly connected to God in the way that they claim to be. So anyway, I said, my sister said, isn't it interesting that she died on Jesus, or that she went to heaven on Jesus' birthday? Technically, it was Christmas Eve, but we were like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of poetic, right? So anyway, also there was Roman influence on Christmas. The Emperor Constantine, the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity, declared December 25th to be an official holiday in 336 CE. So a couple thousand years ago, somebody decided December 25th was the day to do it. People have been doing it that way ever since. By the Middle Ages, Christmas had become a mix of religious observations as well during, say, the Middle Ages and the Black Plague in Europe, things like that. They had a lot of rowdy celebrations with traditions like wassailing and feasts becoming widespread. Now, in the 19th century, figures like Charles Dickens and other cultural icons like Santa Claus helped to transform Christmas into a family-centered gift-giving holiday focused on goodwill and cheer. Now, let's talk about Kwanzaa. What's the origin of Kwanzaa? Well, we know Malena Karenga created Kwanzaa about 1966 during the Black Freedom Movement to celebrate African heritage and culture. Good for him. That's an amazing thing. It has a huge Swahili influence. The name Kwanzaa comes from the Swahili phrase Matunda ya Kwanzaa, meaning first fruits inspired by African harvest festivals. Okay, I like that harvest festival. Abundance, fruits, food is good. Right? There are seven principles. The holiday's built around Nguzo Saba. Just don't get mad at me for mispronouncing it. I'm sorry. I know y'all gonna correct me. With seven principles: Umoja, unity, uh, Kuchichala. See, I don't even want to say it because if I say it, I know y'all gonna clown me because I'm saying it wrong. But let me just say self-determination, and the word is spelled Kujichagulia. I'm not gonna say coochie because Kuji Chaguila. Kuji Chaguila. If somebody who knows how to say the word, tell me if I said it right. Kuji Chaguila. See, I'm embarrassed of myself, but I'm gonna keep going because I ain't gonna quit. Ujima, collective work and responsibility. Another great concept. I mean, unity, self-determination. Man, I mean, can you imagine how great our people would be if we had unity? Can you imagine how amazing we'd be if we had self-determination? Just said, we gonna do it. We ain't waiting for white folks. We ain't waiting for nobody. Massa ain't got nothing to do with what we about to do. We about to do this. We about to do it right. Ujima, collective work and responsibility. Responsibility, collective work. That's what made China great. That's how China established so much economic power. They work together and they also are responsible for the fate of their nation. Ujama, cooperative economics. Well, I mean, we talk about that every week. Y'all know that's what we about. That's the Black Business School right there. That's Powernomics right there. That's all of that, right? Collective economics. I've explained to you all that economics is a matter of gang affiliation. Economics is very gang affiliated. Most of the wealthiest people in the world tend to be affiliated with some economic gang. These gangs, you might refer to them as corporations. Apple Computer is a big $3 trillion economic gang. They all have the same code of conduct. They all wear the same little uniform. They got little logos, stuff like that. If you violate, then you get removed from the gang. The Black Business School is an economic gang. Y'all see my Panther right here, and I'm ride or die with the B1 community. We got our gang affiliation, and we're making it happen. We're getting things done. We pump millions of dollars into the Black community. We have pumped at least hundreds of thousands of dollars into Dr. Claude Anderson and the Harvest Institute and the Powernomics Corporation to support him because he's a person that every Black person needs to know about. Right? We've been able to get a billion views on YouTube. We've been able to really help millions of people may buy their first share of stock. So we've actually helped to instigate what I know for a fact will be a multi-trillion-dollar wealth transfer over the next generation and beyond. There is no other finance PhD kind of doing this kind of thing. I hope that there's more eventually. Maybe I can talk them into it, but there's nobody out there that can say, I got a doctorate in this stuff from a legitimate institution, the Ohio State University, and I'm putting Black first, and I'm every single day for thousands of days in a row talking to Black people about how to build wealth. I don't know anyone else. You tell me if you see that guy because I'm looking for him. I want some friends to do this too. But with that being said, at the end of the day, my point is to say, then when you talk about that cooperative economics piece, one of the biggest things to understand is that you don't really need anybody to give you anything else. You have everything that you need in order to do what you want to do. Like there's nobody that is going to come save you. We know this. There's nobody that really needs to come save you. What you have to do is save yourself. Because what happens, unfortunately, is that we are mind screwed. We're kind of cheated into destroying each other and harming ourselves, and then therefore we can't build on that. So we need a community of builders. Building does require skills in areas that go outside of finance, and where people miss it, and where people miss the bigger picture, is they think that it's all about the money. They think that it's all about the economics. It's all about getting a high paying job. It's all about affirmative action or having opportunities or having more NFL and NBA players. We got hundreds, if not thousands, of millionaires that are professional athletes. But if they're not trained to build, if they're not trained in a certain mindset, if they haven't mastered all the tangential aspects of wealth building, then no wealth will be built. If you imagine this, let me give you an example. Imagine two guys, both have $100 million contracts in the NBA or the NFL. Both of them are making over $100 million. One guy doesn't know anything about institution building. He doesn't know anything about job creation. He doesn't know anything about making long-term plans or hiring people, delegation, all the skills required to build an institution. Well, he's going to be one successful guy, and we've had a lot of one successful guy. We've always had that one Negro that's doing well. Like we've always had that one Negro with a good job. That does not scale. That is not contagious. That is contained success. Success that is contained does not affect the whole community. It affects one guy. And then we get to look at that one guy and say, wow, that one guy's doing really well, but I'm not doing well. And then the one guy dies, and then the whole thing's over. So imagine the second guy. The second guy also has a $100 million contract, but he's built to scale. He's been trained to scale. From the time he was a kid, his parents, maybe they put him through the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow curriculum, and he learned things like the STURDY model, which stands for systems technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation. Right? He knows these things. He understands what it means to keep your poise, which we talk to our kids about in the school, which is producer, owner, investor, saver, entrepreneur. He knows these things. So he understands how wealth connects to relationships. He understands how wealth connects to mental health. He understands how wealth connects to physical health. He understands how relationships lead to delegation, which allows you to build teams instead of doing it all by yourself, working like a super slave where you're doing 100 hours a week. He says, no, I don't have to do 100 hours a week. I'm going to do 40 hours a week, spending my time delegating to 20 other people so that instead of working 100 hours a week, I'm now working 20,000 hours a week. Do you understand? Right? He has a certain mind space that's allowing him to take his money and make it contagious, creating a concept that we've talked about exclusively in the Black Business School, which is something called financial fertility. If you read my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk extensively about financial fertility. Your money must give birth to other money. Your money cannot be sterile. Sterile money is dead money. Dead money does not grow. It does not scale. It does not create opportunities. It does not elevate communities. So a lot of these Negroes, they got all these $1 million contracts, are sitting on a bunch of dead money. A dead money is a financial carcass. A carcass is not going to give birth to a child. So your money has to be alive, and that requires the person who controls the money to have a certain understanding of how money works so you can maximize the value of the asset in front of you. Give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying. I know that I'm saying a lot. Give me a quick yes. Let's take a quick breather. I want to make sure you're getting you're digesting this. Because I know when I get excited, I start to go, go, go. And I just want to, I want to try to make sure we all kind of understand this on some level. And if you want tools that can help you with this, we do have a training I did called How to Turn Your Child into a Millionaire. It's very easy for me to turn your kids into millionaires if you do what I say and you start early. And the URL for that is kiddyboss.com, KIDDIE, kiddyboss.com. So you can go to kiddyboss.com if you like, or you can also text the word youth on your phone to 87948. So if you text youth to 87948, I'll send you some information on children's programs we have in the Black Business School, because one of our core values is that we believe Black people should educate our own children. Also, we believe we should create our own jobs. Also, we believe we should support Black-owned businesses. That's what we believe. That's who we are. I'm not apologizing for any of that. So, so anyway, last point. Let's finish up with Kwanzaa here. So Kwanzaa has what are the other principles? We talked about cooperative economics, NEO, which is purpose. Man, I love this. Purpose-driven life. Purpose-driven life, having purpose and like, sort of having intentionality. See, if you've got purpose and passion and intentionality, then basically you've aimed, you've got energy, and you picked your target. Right? You're aiming at the target, so you got your purpose. Then you're giving energy to the target. You're going at it hard. That's intentionality, right? And then at that point, you've got your purpose as well, which comes from just saying, this is what I'm trying to do. Because I've got this purpose, I've got a goal. Now, because I have a goal, I know where to aim my rifle, and I've got I'm putting power in it. I'm putting gunpowder in the weapon. That's where that passion comes in, right? So anybody who has a purpose, who's passionately and intentionally targeted where their energy is going to go, cannot fail. A person like that cannot fail. They're going to just go through life and kick ass and take names, and people are going to get out of their way because most people don't know who they are. They don't know where they're going. Most people are sheep. Sheep just follow other sheep. So the sheep could all be walking into the slaughterhouse, and a sheep will just follow the other sheep right into the slaughterhouse. That's the world. That's life. But if you have that person that has purpose, and then you've got that added with intentionality and passion, you can't be stopped. You can't be stopped. So let's keep going. Last, Kuumba, Kuumba, is creativity. I like that. Creativity is important. Wealth builders typically have to have creativity, but you don't use that just for wealth. You use that for any type of success, survival, whatever it is you're trying to do. And then Imani is faith. Oh, buddy, faith. Lord, faith is big for me because this morning when I was talking about my mother who just passed away on Christmas Eve this year. I literally took the word fear and I talked about how my mother grew up living in fear and then she got out of that and it made her a much stronger human being. And I took the word fear and I said, let's take that word and let's make it mean something. Let's talk about this in terms of the fact that we all need some sort of vaccine against fear. We needed that during the pandemic because fear in the pandemic, fear was the biggest virus in America at that time. It wasn't COVID, it was fear. And I said, okay, so fear, let's make fear an acronym that reflects my mother's legacy. And so the word fear, I said, oh, it stands for faith, education, accountability, and resilience. Faith, education, accountability, and resilience. And that's what my mother represented. So we talked about that this morning. If you didn't get a copy of that, if you'd like to get a copy, just text the word morning to the number 87948 and I can send it to you or something like that, whatever you want to do. But anyway, the F stood for faith. And I think faith is really powerful because faith when it's used in the right way, can really allow you to have a type of resilience and power that you can't have, that may not necessarily be justified based on your current condition, right? See what faith kind of does. Faith is a type of consciousness. See, I want you to pay attention now. Faith is it's where I see the bigger picture. I believe everything's going to work out. Everything is everything. The universe will take care of it. I'm going to be okay. See, what you got to understand, pay attention. Now, listen to this. Faith is a deeply economic concept. It's a spiritual as well, but it's deeply connected to economic spirituality. Did you understand? Do you all understand? I wish I could take a piece of my brain out and hand it to you so you could just consume it. Because what I'm seeing is this. Do you understand How much of our economic system is built on faith? Do you understand that? After Elon Musk, let me see, find a simple example. Elon Musk puts out $250 million and buys the presidency. Maybe it was more than that. I don't remember how much it was. He suddenly is in a position of power, right? He's got the ear of the president. He's got the ability to support his space programs and EV programs. Everything he wants to do now is right at his feet. Well, even though Elon spent either between $250 million and $500 million to win the White House, that was an enormously profitable investment for him. Enormously profitable. Because do you realize that after Elon Musk won the presidency with Trump, Elon's wealth increased by about 70 to 80 billion dollars. Elon Musk at this point is now the richest human being, not just the richest man on earth. He did that a long time ago. He's now the richest human being that has ever lived in dollar adjusted terms. When you adjust for inflation, they believe that Elon Musk is the richest human being to have ever walked the face of this planet. Now, is that dirty, funky capitalism? Absolutely. Is it wrong, corrupt? I agree with you. I concede that point. You're not going to get any disagreement with me. He's a white boy from South Africa who grew up in apartheid. He's probably kind of a prick. So let's get that off the table and stop worrying about how people feel about you. Because if you love you and I love you, then that's all that should matter. If you love me and I love me, then that's all I care about. I'm not looking for Elon Musk to love me. I don't need love that desperately. So I'm not seeking approval from anybody. Can we please get that off the table? Let's talk about the specifics. Let's talk about why this is a great investment and why this links to faith. Well, it's a great investment because so he puts out a quarter of a billion. He's now worth another 80 billion. He went from being tied for the richest man on earth to having more wealth than the number two and the number three guy combined. And and a lot of that was built on faith. How was that built on faith, boys? Well, let me explain. Well, most of his wealth came not from money he actually made. It didn't come from money he generated. It came from what? Answer me in the chat. Answer me in the chat. It came from an increase in what? The stock price. The stock price went up. Well, remember, you're talking to a guy who is an expert on how stock prices are formed and where they come from. And basically, I can tell you, his increase in wealth did not come from additional money he made. It came from the fact that his stock price went up because people had more faith in his ability to lead as an economic entity. People see these equations, and I've gone through a lot of them that explain where stock prices come from. These mathematical equations are very precise ways to say, I'm not really sure. You use really precise numbers, exact interest rates, and exact discount periods, and exact cash flow estimates, all to pretty much say, like, well, this is our best guess. And the thing about it is that if anything happens where the faith in the entity or the individual starts to decline, or the risk level goes up, or people just aren't sure about you anymore, or their fear goes up, which fear is the enemy of faith, right? You cannot have faith and fear in the same room. They don't work together, right? And so when those things creep into the market, stock prices do what? They start to collapse. They start to collapse. Well, why is that? Well, because when people are scared and the economy seems risky, they lose faith. They say, I'm not putting my money out there because I don't know how that's going to work out. See, so when I hear that word faith, I'm like, oh my God, that's amazing. That's an economic statement. And everyone else thinks about going to church and stuff. And faith is important in church for sure. But I think faith can be your friend. And I encourage you to really meditate on faith and what that really means for you, right? Faith might mean an entrepreneur who's going into the abyss where they know they don't have enough money, they don't have enough skill, they can't get a bank loan, ain't nobody helping them, but they keep going anyway, believing to the core of their soul that there is something good at the end of the rainbow. That's faith. Cowards can't do that. Traumatized people have a hard time doing that. So if you claim to be a person of faith, then be a damn person of faith. Faith really means you can go in and say, gosh, I don't know how this is going to work out, but I think it's going to be okay. I live my life on faith, man. I live my life on faith. Do you know when I was the hardest time of my life was this week when my mama dies right on Christmas Eve. That was very difficult for me. The second hardest time in my life was when I was 28 years old and I hit rock bottom. Everything in my life was falling apart. The woman I loved told me she was leaving to be with another guy. My classes weren't going well in school. And my money problems were so bad that I had to move out of my apartment in the middle of the night because I could not pay the rent. And so um, I remember being at rock bottom at that stage. And I remember just crying at my desk because things were so hard and I couldn't figure out how to move forward. I didn't know what to do. And I think at that point, there's something magical about hitting rock bottom where you say, I ain't got nothing else to lose. So I might as well go for broke. I might as well go hard. So going hard for me at that time meant that I said to myself, I'm tired of playing this stupid game. I'm tired of pretending to be a white boy. I'm tired of trying to fit in with people who don't like me very much. So I'm gonna go full Boyce Watkins on them, whatever that means, full Boyce Watkins. So at that moment, I committed to being me. That was literally the moment where the Boyce Watkins that you know, the one where a bunch of people love me and a bunch of people can't stand me, that's when he was born. He was born out of pain. He was born out of misery. He was born out of failure, and he rose out of the ashes. And I committed to this guy. I love this guy. And I said, I love you. I'm going to stick with you no matter what. So faith meant that I said, okay, if I work my ass off and get skilled at what I do, highly, highly skilled at what I do, and I'm a good person, then I have a very high probability of being successful at something. Those are my three rules. Bust your ass, get super skilled, and then just be a good, help people. Be a decent human being and it's gonna work out. Everybody ain't gonna love it. It's not always gonna be easy, but that was the strategy. It was really that basic. And that's what got me through everything. And that was me operating on faith. It's like, well, I know I'm damn good at what I do. I know I bust my ass and I know I'm a good person. So it'll be all right. It'll work out somehow. It'll all come together somehow. So faith is powerful, and I encourage you to really tap into faith when you're talking about making economic moves because you cannot build economics without faith. You cannot do black business without having faith in each other. That's a tough one, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. You cannot build wealth for yourself. You don't want to invest for your children if you don't have faith that what I'm saying to you about the stock market growing over time is not going to work. If you don't have faith in yourself, then you're not going to jump out, start that business, make those investments, all those other things. So faith is, I think, such a powerful principle that all of us should apply in our lives. And the beauty of it is that you ain't even got to go to church. Just go to the church of you, whatever that looks like, right? Whatever that looks like for you. I'm not even here to judge that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and finish this up for today. For those of you that were invited in from the weekly book club, just know what happened was the Zoom got erased by one of our team members. It wasn't her fault. I told her to do it by accident. And so I sent you all a text to let you all know that we were doing our book club meeting tonight. If you want to join the book club, you can go to blackkeystogreatness.com. It gives you free access to my life class, which is really good, and a lot of other resources. So I'm gonna put in the URL. I'm gonna put the URL in the chat, blackkeystogreatness.com. If you're watching the recording, it'll be in the description of this video. And also, I do have a podcast on Spotify, two of them actually. One's called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, where I do stuff like this and I kind of talk about everything, kind of blending wealth with a lot of other topics. But then I have one that's focused specifically on the stock market called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. So whichever one is most interesting to you, you can grab one, subscribe to both. It's totally up to you. And then the last but not least, if you want to join us for the Friday night financial slumber party that we're going to do, we're going to get together at 11 o'clock at night in our pajamas with our popcorn, and we're going to do finance in the middle of the night and just have a blast. It's like a big sleepover. I don't know if anybody remembers having sleepovers when you were little, how much fun they were. Well, I think maturity is overrated. So I said, I'm gonna do something completely immature. So we're going to cover a training idea called Stock Market Decoded. So by the time you're done, you will be transformed into an investor. You will know, and if you're already an investor, you'll be leveled up. We're going to talk about stocks that I love, and why. We're going to talk about rules and principles for picking your favorite stocks. Also, if you're a beginner, we can show you how to get started, all that good stuff. So feel free to join us. The URL is financialslumberparty.com. So I'm going to put that URL in the chat so you guys can take a look and feel free to join us if you'd like to join. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Go watch a movie with my sister now. As a family, as you can imagine, we're getting together to celebrate the life of my mother. And also, if you happen to be watching on YouTube or something, if you could hit that thumbs up button or something, that would really help. I hear that helps in terms of getting more viewers, but the algorithm hates me. I think probably because of the pandemic. I think they were they were throttling all these YouTube channels because 'cause I have over 1 million subscribers, but it's really, really hard to get the algorithm to pick up our stuff because I think that there's something about our content that makes them uncomfortable. I have no idea. I don't care. Doesn't matter. We're still reaching millions of people and we're doing it under our own power, and I'm really proud of that. We're good. We're kicking ass, taking names. They cannot destroy us. They cannot slow us down. They cannot take us off the grid. It's too late. It's already out there. We're killing it. We're on top of the world. Let's keep going. So God bless you. Happy holidays. And I hope you all have a wonderful new year and everything else, but you'll hear from me before then. In fact, tomorrow morning, we're going to meet for Millionaire Training Camp, which we do every single day, 7 days a week. We've done this all year long. If you'd like to join us for that for free, just pull out your phone, text the word morning to the phone number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I'll send you an invitation to join us tomorrow. And I just hope that you'll bring your family too, because I can guarantee you 100%, if you got kids and relatives that are listening to wealth conversations every day, they're gonna be black and proud and rich one day. It's only a matter of time. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye bye. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. So good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it's so great to see everybody today. And sometimes I come in a couple minutes late, but I apologize for that. It's sort of like last minute shenanigans, kind of getting everything ready, everything ready for the big show, the big class, the big gathering, the big everything. Because literally every single day I wake up excited. Today is January 14th, 2025. And we will never have another January 14th, 2025 ever again. Do you ever think about stuff like that? I think about that a lot. I think about things like that all the time. And then you can only imagine, like with my mama passing on Christmas Eve, I've been really deeply thinking about everything. And what it kind of does is it reminds me of the importance of never wasting the moment. I really believe in seizing the moment, you're pursuing your passion and your purpose. I can tell you, I think that you're more alive when you're really doing something that's purposeful and that you're passionate about. That's literally where you have more life inside your body. And I would encourage you, if you're disconnected from your purpose, then spend some time meditating, spend some time learning what your purpose is supposed to be. And I guarantee you, it'll just enhance everything. I promise you. All right. So anyway, all right, so one thing I want to mention is that there is tonight, if you are interested in going on the trip to Ghana this summer, you can meet with Jay Cameron tonight in a Zoom, and he will give you all the details and all the information. Also, we have other trips that we're partnering with Jay Cameron on. So if you want to just see all the trips that are available, you can go to b1voyages.com. That's b1voyages.com, be the number one voyages.com. And you can also text the word travel to the number 87948. If you text travel to 87948, we'll keep you notified whenever we do anything that's travel related. We are going to go to Black Wall Street. We're going to go to Miami. We're going to go to Ghana, and then maybe we'll go other places. I really want to kind of do a little bit of everything. I'm super excited about that. I'm actually going to go to Denmark tomorrow. And so I'll be sort of talking to you guys from Europe. So that's going to be very interesting. All right, so here, what I want to do is explain to you, basically give you three reasons why China is going to dominate the world. Okay, China is, not a perfect country. They make some mistakes. There are policy errors that I think are very costly for them. But Lord Jesus, man, when I tell you, I hope that did that sound that ain't sacrilegious for me to say Lord Jesus, is it? I don't think so. I wasn't saying it like in a bad way or nothing. But anyway, when I tell you that this country, I wrote notes down. I can never find my notes. When I tell you that this country is doing everything right, like they're just literally just being real gangster with the rest of the world. I'm not kidding. They are right now, China has a trade surplus. A trade surplus is the value of everything you export minus everything you import. So they have a trade surplus with the world. And if you want to understand how a trade surplus works, it's kind of like the opposite of what the black community does with white people. Like if you want to know how a trade surplus works, a trade surplus basically says that I'm selling you more stuff than you're selling me. That's it. That's all it says. It says I'm selling you. You're buying my stuff, but I ain't buying your stuff. I don't get high on my own supply, but I'm serving these fiends all day. right? To go street with it. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if you understand that, right? So that's kind of what China does. China is they are the original gangster with the rest of the world when it comes to economics because they understand powernomics probably as well as Dr. Claude Anderson himself. And Dr. Claude Anderson, he's the goatiest of all goats. We know these things. And you know how much I love this man. But I'm gonna just tell you, when you talk about the implementation of a powernomics philosophy, the Chinese have it down. The Chinese are like, I'm the producer, you're the consumer, and that's how it's gonna be. When I get my money, when you get your money, you trick it off. You're supposed to spend it because you're a dumb American. When I get my money, no, we're gonna say we're not buying your stuff. And if we buy some stuff in China, we're not gonna buy the American stuff. We're gonna buy the Chinese stuff. So the same way that we talk about being B1, the Chinese are kind of C1. They're like, no, China first. You want to sell us a car? No, we'll buy we buy Chinese car. You want to sell us an iPhone? No, we make Chinese iPhone. We call it Chai phone. That's what the Chinese do. The Chinese, they're like, no, no, I don't, I know support your family. I support me family. I support my family. That's kind of what they do. And so I mean, I'm not mad at them for it at all. I think it's amazing and it's very powerful. So let me kind of give you some stats to kind of help you understand the severity of the massive economic imbalance that the Chinese are creating. They're what they're doing in a way is they're kind of doing the same things that America used to do. America used to manufacture stuff. Did y'all know that? We used to make things. And we used to make more things than anybody else in the world. That's how we won wars. That's how we won World War II and probably even World War One. Is we just knew how to like we could make like whatever for every one bullet you made, we'd make 100. For every one ship you could make, we'd make 10. For every one airplane you made, we'd make 50. And that was how America won. America was very productive because we knew how to manufacture things, and we lost that. We threw that away. You know, trade agreements, globalism, all that. So now America doesn't make stuff. That's what you go to cities like Gary, Indiana, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Detroit, Michigan. You see depleted manufacturing bases that don't exist as much as they used to because we just decided, oh, we don't need to make stuff. We're gonna let other people make stuff, and then we'll just let them serve it back to us. And so the Chinese said, okay, we're gonna take over manufacturing. We're just gonna be the greatest manufacturer on the planet. So here are three reasons why. Here's what's going on with China. So let me give you some stats here. I pulled some stats. And by the way, I want to mention, I forgot to tell you that if you want to come to the Ghana informational session, I didn't follow through on my thoughts. Sorry about that. ADHD kicking in again. Is if you get on the text list, I will text you a link to join us for the Ghana informational session tonight with Jay Cameron. You can get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. Text the word morning to 87948. Also, for those of you that do stock options with us in the Prime program, I sent you all a video where I was showing you a strategy to adjust to what's going on in the market to generate cash flow. And one of the great students, Errol, another Errol, there's two Errols, both of them are super smart. There's an Errol who has his son. He and his son are learning stock options together. I hope you didn't mind me mentioning that because I think that this is a template for every family. And so Errol asked me to do an example selling puts, and I did and because that's something I'd actually been doing. So I actually sent you all the video link where you can actually apply that strategy, and I did it in my portfolio and generated quite a bit of money that allowed me to deal with the market decline yesterday. So if you want to know more about stock options, and it's a great way to generate income, it's better to me. It's far better than real estate stuff. Like we've talked about this. Feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or you can also text the word options to the number 87948. Text options to 87948. All right, so let me give you some stats on China. So here's the deal with China. Here are five powerful stats for China's economic dominance. Number one, China accounts for 28% of global manufacturing output, making it the world's largest manufacturer by far. The country's manufacturing sector produces a vast array of goods from electronics to textiles. Anything you need, they got it. You know, we got what you need. We serving these fiends. Number two, China is the largest exporter of goods in the world, with its exports valued at $3.5 trillion per year. 3.5 trillion. That's massive. This accounts for 14% of global exports, cementing its position as a key player in global supply chains. If China stopped manufacturing things, everything was shut down. And that's a national security risk for America. And we'll talk about that in a minute. China manufactures over 50%, 50% of the world's electronics, including smartphones, computers, and televisions, which is crazy. Let's see. China has the largest labor force in terms of people that are involved in manufacturing. There are over 100 million people that they have working in the sector. This allows China to maintain its edge in low-cost manufacturing because the cost of labor is not that high, which is a huge advantage. And also, China's industrial output is valued at more than $4 trillion, which is more than any other country, dwarfing other global manufacturing hubs. This includes everything from steel to machinery, placing China at the center of global production networks. Now, let me continue to tell you why I believe the Chinese are going to dominate the world. Um, I saw the head of the FBI, the former FBI director, on his exit interview as he's leaving office. He said that basically the Chinese have an investing strategy that is something Americans really can't match. And the reason I say it's an investing strategy is because we talked about what investing is. Investing is not it's not about the money. Stop thinking about the money. Some people think I'm always talking about the money. I mean, it ain't about no damn money. The money's not the most interesting part. What it is about the Chinese investing strategy is mindset. As Terrence says, they play the long game. They're very patient. They're very patient. And patient people who are committed to delayed gratification will kick you in your ass every time. Like you never want to really get into a war with a really patient person. Like I had a friend the one time that was like kind of a gangster, like she was a drug dealer, and she had a past that we didn't talk much about. And I said, I ain't gonna ask you nothing about nothing that happened in the 90s. But we were talking about her experiences a little bit. She was speaking like hypotheticals, right? So she would be like, well, if I wanted to go and get revenge on somebody, I would not do anything right away because the police are paying attention or whatever. She says, so I would just I would let you think that it was over. I would let you wait 4, 5, 6 years and let your guard down and get into your comfort zone. And then I would go and handle my business. So that's what she did. She said, I would just wait. I would just wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And eventually they just think, oh, it's over. It's all in the past. And then one day, next thing your dog is boiling on the stove or something or whatever, right? So, so basically, so patience is not just powerful in life, but it's powerful in investing, actually, incredibly powerful. Warren Buffett actually says that wealth is nothing but a transfer of money from impatient people to patient people, impatient people to patient people. And so capitalism thrives in America largely because we create a society full of highly impatient people. Tell me if I'm lying. Instant gratification, gotta have it now. Dopamine spike, dopamine hit, dopamine hit, right? And again, like the dope dealers, they're serving them fiends. Like you want some Instagram? Yeah, yeah. You want scroll, right? You want sports betting? Yeah, yeah. Cowboys. I'm betting on the Cowboys. Don't do that because you'll lose your money. But like whatever. Like we have this society that's built on all this instant gratification, and you see it kind of pile up in a lot of areas, like relationships. Oh, if it's the third date and I ain't getting none, then I'm out. I'm out, right? If you can't spend $300 on a first date, I'm gone, right? And so what happens is that there's the short-term benefit, but there's a long-term cost. There's a long-term cost. And what I see in terms of the long-term price people are paying is number one, people are lonelier than ever. A lot of marriages don't last. A lot of people are disconnected from each other. Most young guys in their 20s haven't even slept with a woman in over a year, like 75% or something crazy like that, which is just unbelievable. And then people get older and then they sort of realize like, wait, I didn't invest in people. I thought kids were a burden. I thought a spouse would just hold me back. So now I'm 65 years old and I don't have what I wish I'd had if I'd made different choices when I was younger. There's a retirement crisis. Millions of people are not ready for retirement. A lot of people, because again, instant gratification over delayed gratification. So when I come along and I say, well, if you had just put $1,800 in Apple stock in 1997, you'd have $4 million right now. Well, then next thing you know, people are like, so first off, there's the regret, right? It's like, man, I had $1,800 several times in 1997. I could have done it. I could have bought some stock with that. And then then you get these impossible questions like I retire in 2 years. How do I turn $1,800 into $1 million in 2 years? And I'm like, I don't know how to do that. That's like asking me to make delicious Kool-Aid when you don't give me no sugar and no water. You can't make Kool-Aid without sugar and water. If anybody's ever tried that, you know it does not work. What am I supposed to do? Spit in the bucket? Like it ain't gonna work. You need water to make your damn Kool-Aid. So you need time a lot of times to build your wealth. If you throw away time, then you've kind of thrown away your opportunity. So millions of Americans are in the middle of a retirement crisis. Millions of Americans are lonelier than ever because they didn't invest in relationships. Millions of Americans are in a physical health crisis. I saw a stat the other day that said 48% of all women over 55 are going to get dementia at some point. Also, nearly half of all Americans are going to die from cancer. There are easy, simple studies out there that talk about the link between sugar and cancer, and processed food and cancer, and obesity and cancer, right? But then but then there's a price to be paid if you're getting up and going to the gym, if you're avoiding the sugar and the salt and all these other in the processed food, right? So it's hard to do. It's very hard to do, especially when they're putting it in your face, right? They're putting it in your face because capitalism is it's almost like the original kind of artificial intelligence. Capitalism, when it is at its worst, it's like this really smart demon that literally has pierced your soul. It can read your mind. It knows what you want. It knows how to tempt you. It knows where your greed lies in your darkest spots, and it knows how to say, "Oh, you want more of this, don't you? You want some more? You want here? Take some more ice cream, right? And right here, have some sex. You want some sex, don't you? Right? And that's what happens, right? That's why spirituality and consciousness, I think, is really important because that helps you rise up above all that, right? Because we are, to some extent, we are kind of like slaves to the flesh in a way, like the cravings and desires and all. That's what things like the therapy really matter. Because if you get the therapy, then you get the self-awareness. You can kind of look at yourself and say, this isn't who I want to be. This isn't where I want to be. So now I'm going to take a different process of life optimization. I'm going to invest differently. I'm going to make sure I still enjoy my life, but I'm going to enjoy it in a way where I can enjoy it over a long period of time and not just have a lot of fun right now and pay a big price later on. The Chinese, I think, are dominant economically largely because they incorporate this into their society for children at a very early age. Like their children at an early age. You might have seen those videos on Instagram of like Chinese kindergartners in school and the crazy stuff they're doing. Like they'll be cooking and making like building buildings and like making like sewing sweaters and or they'll play even when they play basketball. They're so much better than like they'll have like 20 kids and they'll all be dribbling a basketball in sync. And like one, you ever see that where they're one like there'll be like a circle of kids. Try to imagine this, right? They'd have a big circle of kids and like maybe 30, and they would have a basketball on each side of each kid. And then they would dribble and then they would move and then take over the dribble for the next ball and then move again and take the dribble for the next ball. And the amount of coordination is very powerful. And when I taught in China, when I taught finance in China back, I think it was about 2006, I noticed that they are in sync unlike anything I've ever seen. You want to talk about unity? We can't come we can't even dream of having that level of unity. I've never seen that level of unity. Like it's almost like they are a cyborg. They are literally they operate like the same person. It is scary and it is amazing. And what I think that they do because they're at war with the United States is they use our impatience, our lack of discipline, and our lack of unity against us. They do. They're like, oh, these people, they believe in stuff like democracy and freedom, which is, I think, actually, I like democracy and freedom. I do. That's a downside of China. They don't let you have that, right? They put the group over the individual. And every strategy has its pros and its cons. So their belief is like, hey, look, the individual is not as important as the collective. And some of you agree with that, but at the same time, when you do want to express individual liberties, there's a limitation on that, right? So every system isn't perfect. It's hard to be all things all the time to everyone, but I can tell you that their unity is something that is, I think, going to make them very dominant. And it's what's allowed them to amass a tremendous amount of power. China's in, I think, they had a 100-year plan for world domination that they started in about the 1970s or 1980s, and they're about year 50 of that plan. So in, 40, 50 years with your grandkids, I would say they should learn Chinese, but they actually don't have to now. You can get AI glasses that'll translate everything for you, but they should probably just get used to the idea of another country being the global economic superpower. So let me continue this. Let me lay out some more ways that China's economic dominance helps them to win. Just a reminder also, don't forget that today at noon, we are meeting for Stock Market Tuesdays. So if you want to come in and ask me questions about the stock market, we'll break down the stocks that I like in terms of good investments right now. We'll also kind of do some lessons on how the market works and just whatever you guys need today. So we're going to do that at noon. So if you want to join us and do a free trial, go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. All right. So here are basically three reasons why China's trade surplus gives it a lot of power. First off, a trade surplus allows China to accumulate a lot of foreign reserves. They can pull in currency from other countries like the U.S. dollar. So this enables China to maintain a strong currency and support domestic policies like infrastructure development, social programs, things like that. So those reserves also give them financial leverage, so they can invest globally and really have a lot of influence in other economies. So if they've got yen and euros and dollars and everything else, they can go to these places and make things happen. They also have a lot of economic influence. So if you run a trade surplus, they can basically shape global trade and investment patterns. So basically, with China's surplus, they become a major player in global markets. They drive demand for their own goods and services, and they gain the ability to set favorable terms. So he who has the gold makes the rules. China has a lot of the gold. Also, debt financing. So basically, what China does is they lend capital to other countries, especially countries like African countries right now. Anybody ever notice how China their influence in Africa has just spiraled out of control? Jamaica. When I was in Jamaica, there was this big highway that went from Kingston all the way up to the north. I don't remember the cities up in the north, but there's this highway, and it was this beautiful, smooth highway. But I noticed there were no cars on the highway, and that was because the Chinese had built this beautiful highway to avoid having to go through the mountains and everything. Going through the mountains and stuff, I think took like 2 or 3 hours, and it was a really scary drive. It was really crazy. So Chinese had built this beautiful highway, but there were no cars on it because the toll was so high. But they had gotten these crazy 99-year leases on all the land going all the way up to the north. And it just really was like, I don't think this was a good deal for Jamaica, but it's a great deal for China. So they use debt financing to gain leverage over other countries, right? So that's no different from you having people in your family where if you have all the money and cousin Pookie comes and says, I want to borrow money, but you want cousin Pookie to start taking care of his kids and stop smoking dope so much. Well, you could, start making rules. You can say, look, if you want my money, you're going to have to change certain things. You're going to have to go to rehab. You're going to have to stop, you have to stop doing X, Y, Z. You're going to have to show up and rake the leaves every day, right? Money talks. Money talks. Period. That's the world we live in. Money talks. So people that are trained on money early, children that are raised in an environment that is economically intelligent and leads to various forms of economic self-sufficiency and the ability to invest for the future and thrive in the future, those individuals tend to have a lot more power than other people. You don't believe me? Just ask the white man. Because a lot of y'all, many of us growing up, pretty much had to do what Massa told us to do every day. If he said get to work by 9 o'clock and be on time, we'd get there at 8:55. If he said work until 5, we'd work until 5:01. If he says don't call your friends while you at work or you're going to get fired, we don't call our friends. Many of us are more loyal to our boss than we are to our own damn spouse, right? And we know what that is. A lot of us have seen this. And where does that come from? Well, it comes from money. If you want to look at the source of black spiritual and political incarceration, it's money. It always comes back to money. And to break out of this horrible rut, it doesn't require you to become a millionaire. You don't have to have $1 million in the bank to be financially free. All you got to do is be able to pay your own bills. That's it. If you can pay your own bills, then it's much harder for people to tell you what to do or where to be or how to do it or anything like that. So to me, if you're raising kids and you're raising black kids and you want them to be free, I mean, you could tell them to go to Al Sharpton marches and pray to white Jesus and everything else, but I'd rather just teach them how to pay their own bills. That's it. If the person who can pay their bills has freedom. Remember when you were little and you say something to your parents, well, so and so said blah blah blah, and they'd be like, well, they don't pay no bills in this house. So you known this your whole life. My mother used to say, my mother was like, they don't pay no bills up in this house. So my thought, honestly, is if we can get to the point where we just say, I want to be in a space where nobody who oppresses me, no one who hates me is going to be paying bills in my house, that will go a long way toward freedom. That, in fact, that would pretty much give you free. I can just tell you, when you have enough money to pay your own bills, you don't have to listen to shit. Like you really don't. I don't have to. I didn't have to ask anybody's permission to come and talk to you today because I paid the cost to be the boss. I would make money and I invested money to do all the things that I do now. And I did all that because I don't want nobody telling me what to do. I don't want to be getting kicked around. I don't want to be disrespected. When I was 18 years old, and my girlfriend was pregnant, and I was on that college campus trying to figure out what my next move was going to be. Had no money in the bank, didn't know how I was going to make it. I knew a couple of things. One, I did not want to go back to work at Taco Bell because I got disrespected a lot. And number two, I didn't want to be punked. I didn't want anybody kicking me around. I didn't, I wanted to be a grown man. I didn't want to be in a space where I was treated like a little boy or just put through misery that I had no say in. So I kind of saw education as a way to invest early in my life at a significant level so that long term I would have some freedom. So freedom is typically not free. Freedom is something that has a price to be paid. And one of the things that I think you have to confront is when you see it is those who claim they want freedom but aren't willing to sacrifice for it. There's no individual, no country, nobody, anybody, no one on earth in the history of this world that's ever had freedom and could not fight to obtain it and could not fight to defend it. If you cannot fight to obtain your freedom and defend your freedom, then you will have no freedom. You will have no freedom. Somebody will come along, beat you up, and take all your stuff. That's what happens in a capitalist society, but that's really what happens in the jungle of humanity. We are animals at the end of the day. I'm not saying that we're 100% animals. Yeah, we're separate. We have the prefrontal cortex. We're a little bit different from the animals, but at the end of the day, go watch some bears or some lions or some cats or some chickens fight over territory and see how the weak chicken does. The little punk ass chicken that's crying and whining every time a chicken beats him up. You think they're gonna feel sorry for him and give him something? No, they're gonna beat him up and take his stuff. They're gonna say, okay, you've identified yourself. You are the weakest link. Mother Nature says you shouldn't even survive. Survival of the fittest. Darwinism says you shouldn't even exist. You certainly should be allowed to reproduce because you got these weak, punk, inferior genes. So we're just gonna beat you up, take all your stuff, make your life miserable, and kill you. Or you look in a prison. You ever see in a prison? Like it's kind of sad, what they do to the weak, to the weakest in the prisons, right? So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I vehemently reject the way black people have been trained to perceive ourselves and perceive each other. I think that we are trained to just feel sorry for ourselves and to be sad and to just politely ask white people to please change your behavior and all this other stuff. And then you see shenanigans. You see a lack of disciplined behavior. Like Dr. Claude Anderson writes about this in Powernomics. He talks about what he calls inappropriate behavior. You out here buffooning, cooning, and twerking and acting a fool, don't want to open a book, but and all these other things, but then you somehow expect the world to respect you. It does not work that way. It does not work that way. To get respect, you got to show up and command respect. If you command no respect, then you will not get it. So anyway, let me keep going because I don't want to offend nobody, but this is the reality. And so I think that the way we're even taught to think about race is completely wrong. It's completely wrong. I think that our children should be taught to compete. That's it. Yeah, they may not like you because you're black, but who cares? Why do you even need somebody else to like you like that? What's wrong with you? Your mother should like you. You should like yourself. The need to be liked is a weak to some extent. That's a weakness, actually. That's something people can exploit. Oh, you need us to like you. Okay, well, do what we say, or we're going to say that we don't like you. We're going to call you ugly. We're going to call you stupid. We're going to take away your Oscar, your Grammy, your Nobel Prize, whatever little stupid awards we've invented to give you your self-esteem. We're going to take those things away. We're going to take away your little fancy job. You won't have the corner office no more. You won't be the chosen Negro anymore because you're not behaving appropriately. So what we do is we learn over time that if you behave, then they're gonna hook you up. So we have a lot of well-behaved Negroes that are in corporate America and other places because we know that if we get out of line, there's going to be an economic consequence. And I don't know, maybe, I mean, I know my whole life I've kind of been the rebellious kid a little bit. When I was in elementary school, I used to stay in detention, and I don't even know what it was. I would try. I'd be like, I'm trying to fit in. I'm trying to. I would just every damn day, and it was like, damn, I'm, I'm suspended again. I gotta stay after school again. I would stay in detention. Like I would just sign myself up for detention at the start of the day because I knew at some point something was gonna pop off. And I guess it must have just been like I don't know, like if something didn't make no sense, I'd be like, well, I'm not doing that, or that doesn't, or if I wanted to just do something, I would just do it. I have no idea. My mother used to say, "Yo, boy, your mouth will either make you great or get you killed. I'm curious to see which one." And when I met Cornell West for the first time, he's such a wonderful human being. And I let me tell you about the time I met Cornell. It was really, really cool. We did something in Brooklyn in 2013 where I had put out this book. It's out there somewhere. You can go find it. It's probably free. It was called Wealth, Education, Family, and Community: A New Paradigm for Black America. And I was kind of doing like a little tour on that book, and Cornell joined me in Brooklyn. And but we met in Manhattan. So I walked in this restaurant in the middle of Manhattan, and it was a fancy restaurant I never heard of, full of white people. And in this restaurant, he let me tell you what he did. This is the kind of guy he is. He gets up in the middle of the restaurant and he walks over and he gets on one knee and he grabs my hand and like bows to me on one knee. And all these white people are like, what's happening right now? Who are these Negroes bowing to? Like, what's going on? And I was like, wow, like he's such a great, humble person. I'm like, stand up, man. Like, this is kind of if I feel like I'm Eddie Murphy and coming to America. But anyway, when I told him what my and then when we sat down and talked, he told me that he literally knew my parents. He said Robin Watkins, blah blah blah, Larry Watkins, blah blah blah. He had read my Wikipedia page, and he knew my father was a police officer. He knew my mother was a social worker. He knew that my parents are a little more on the conservative side. That's their choice. That's who they are. Because cops, my dad's a soldier and a cop. He's black, 100% black, but he's not into the shenanigans. He's not into feeling sorry for yourself. That's kind of how he was built. And it was just really interesting. Like, so just that, if you want to know my bias about Cornel West, that's where it comes from. It's like I said, wow, this guy, and I spent years with him and I watched people very closely. Like I spent hours and hours with Al Sharpton, and I told you, I felt like, okay, there's a game being played here, almost like a mafia type of game. It's about power. And but he also is a genius. He's extremely smart. The man is you cannot tell me that he's stupid. Cornell came off as a genuine soul. I observed him closely as he interacted with every person on the street because people recognize him more than me, and white people don't really know who I am, and I don't, and I like it that way. Whereas with him, lots of people were stopping him, and I just liked the way he treated everybody. It was something that just told me, like, wow, I wish we had more people like this running the country because we'd have a better world. I really believe that. But anyway, I remember I told him, I said, yeah, my mother used to say, boy, your mouth will either make you great or get you killed. I'm curious to see which one. And he said, I think it might be both. He said, I think it's gonna be both, brother. And I said, yeah, you might be right about that, but that's okay. I'm all right. I'm willing to die for what I believe in. So let me finish up with this China thing. Okay, so in terms of China's economic dominance and the fact that they have this massive trade surplus, this is something I think the black community should pay attention to because what happens when you have a trade surplus is that the people that are buying all your stuff, where you're not buying any of their stuff, they're at a natural economic disadvantage. You're at a disadvantage. So for the black community, when you see how little we are actually producing for the world, how little others support black owned businesses, how black owned businesses get boycotted by two groups. They get boycotted by black people and they get boycotted by white people. But we'll go support their businesses in a second. Like we attach purchasing things from them to our self-esteem. Like I feel like I'm a better man because I got this label on my body, this Coach, Gucci, Louis, Prada, whatever. I'm picking up a bottle of the Henny when I go to the club, right? Whatever it is, right? We tend to like it really enjoy these labels because they're attached to our self-esteem. Go watch the video How to Sell to the Negro. So what's happened is that basically they do to us what China does to the world. That's why China is going to dominate. In fact, let me read this here. China has strategic influence or all around the world because of sorry, I lost my screen. Because of the trade surplus, right? So effectively, when they go in and your money talks and the BS walks, China is pretty much able to declare war on you without actually firing a single bullet. Like they don't have to fight you to destroy you. And they don't have to tell you that they're going to destroy you. The Chinese are very polite. I remember when I was in China, I noticed that one thing that someone told me culturally, and I don't want to stereotype, but they were literally saying like Chinese people typically don't say no to anything, right? They won't say no to you. So if you say, "Hey, I need to use $1 million. Can you give me $1 million in 3 hours?" A lot of people they won't say no. Like here, we'll be like, "Hell no! What are you talking about?" They'll be like, uh, I need to think about that. So that's what they kind of do. So they're very polite, extremely polite. And so what they'll kind of do with other countries, I've noticed, is they'll go and you'll do something they don't like, and they'll be very polite. They'll be like, "Oh, it's okay, it's okay." And then next thing you know, your goods are not getting through the port in China, or or they've been done some sort of embargo on you economically that's decimated you financially. So they're very subtle about that. They declare economic warfare, not so much direct warfare. They don't want to go to direct war with the United States, but the FBI director mentioned something really interesting about how the Chinese investment strategy works. Because they don't just invest in things that generate money, they invest in power. And one thing that he said the Chinese have done is he said they have planted a bunch of bugs in a malware viruses, computer viruses, in a lot of essential American infrastructure. They basically said that they're just sitting there. They're waiting. They're just waiting. Like, okay, go ahead and do something. Go ahead and say something. And what they said they can do is they can then at that point activate these Trojan horses to poison our water systems, to mess up our electrical grid, shut down all the cell phones in the United States, whatever, right? And this is what he said he was deeply concerned about. So just keep that in mind. Like if we go to war with China, they know how to fight just in sneaky little ways. Like I think they fight through social media. With all that conversation about Russia and China, getting all these ads on social media to basically kind of pit people against each other. And they're very aware of, for example, the racial divide in America. So there will be, these Chinese bots that pretend to be, strong black women on the internet who have all these opinions, or angry black men or whatever that will just pour fuel on the fire to create civil war. Thank you, Sharon. That's the right word, right? So they know this. They use America's divisions against us. So here is, if you want a couple of lessons that I think we can apply as a black community to learn from China. First off, there's economic independence and wealth building. So as you know, the same way China accumulates the reserves as a source of power, I think that we should build wealth and achieve economic independence as the number one objective for our whole entire community. That has to be near the top of our priority list. So that means owning businesses. We cannot keep producing employees. Stop producing employees. Stop producing people that are consumers and employees and renters and all these other things. You cannot do that. You cannot thrive and grow when you're on the white man's economic nipple. You cannot live like that. I'm not saying you can't work with other people. I'm not saying that you're a sucker for getting a job. I'm not saying that you should get mad because a white man walked in the room. None of that. I'm talking about stop taking pride in being horrifically overly dependent on another community. That is a vulnerability. That's a national security issue. Malcolm X, a great black nationalist that he was, would understand this. He shared this. He mentioned this. He fought for this. So what happens is that it's really weird. I remember when Damon Dash went on to the Breakfast Club and did that epic interview where he was really talking about having your own business and all, and he was doing it in a Dame Dash kind of way, right? It wasn't perfect. Dame, I told you he's not perfect. I spent a lot of time with the guy and I like him, but he's different. But I remember I remember when I got a call from Charlemagne, and he's like, yeah, man, he said, I need you to come and calm down people because I got brothers calling me, they gonna quit, tell me they gonna quit their jobs tomorrow, they gonna quit their job tomorrow, and I said, yeah, I said, well, I can fix it, I can patch it up a little bit, but he's kind of right. These men, some of these men, he was talking a lot to the men, but I'm sure the women got it too, and I think women can relate as well. I said, some of these guys got to grow their balls back, man. They got to get their testicles reattached to their bodies. Like you can't just, he said, well, white people can go and get jobs and also. I said, yeah, but you got to understand, man, you're not white. You're not white. I'm not saying that we can't get jobs and that we don't deserve jobs. I'm not saying that at all. Right? You go to, you get your master's degree from Brown University or something. You should get that job at the investment bank that you apply for. But what if you don't? What if you don't? What if it doesn't work out? What if they treat you like the rest of us? What if you go through what I went through, where I had the highest grade point average of every black student on the entire University of Kentucky campus? I got two bachelor's degrees in 4 years, could have had three if I'd taken one more class, just didn't care. And I applied to 200 Wall Street firms, 250 to be exact. I got rejected by every single one of them. Every one of them, because I didn't have the network. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to get these. I just thought you fill out the application, send in your resume, you have good grades, good things are going to happen. It didn't happen like that. I got 250 rejection letters to my house. What now what? Now what we going to do? What's the plan B, damn it? Am I supposed to sit around, man? These white people, man. I could have been somebody if they wasn't tripping this stuff. They don't be liking black people. They just don't like you cause you black. They like I'm not. Like, what problem is that going to solve? How is that ever going to fix anything? I have to have a plan B. Maybe God is trying. Remember the color purple? God is trying to tell you something, right? So God is trying to tell me something. God was like, number one, these folks don't like you. Number two, their conversations about diversity is bull crap. I'm not gonna say bullshit because I don't want to cuss, but you know what I want to say. And then number three, it means you got to find another way. This system ain't built for you. You're not white, Boyce. Stop thinking that you're white. You're not, your name's not Royce, you're Boyce. And you have to figure out a way you're gonna make this thing work. Where can get in where you fit in, figure it out. So to me, owning businesses and investing is essential for any black person, especially any black person with a strong black identity. Any black person with a strong black identity who wants to reach their fullest potential. Ownership is a must. Any black person with a strong black identity who wants to reach their fullest potential, who also wants to maximize their economic possibilities. Ownership is the key. Any black person who wants to reach their fullest potential with a strong black identity, who wants to maximize their income, who wants to have a little bit of power in this world, ownership is essential. Any black person who wants to reach their fullest potential, who has a strong black identity, who wants to maximize their income, who wants to have power, who wants to have a solid say in the structure of their families and their community, ownership is essential. Ownership is essential. Ownership is essential. You cannot go through life without owning something in this country, or you will be fried and cooked, stomped out, and busted and disgusted. If you don't believe me, just look around. I don't have to talk you into this because you see it everywhere. Nothing but despair and sadness, and then the conversation will turn into a primitive slavery, like old plantation conversation. We need to get jobs for the Negroes. Black folks needs more jobs. I'm not saying jobs are bad. I'm not saying jobs are bad, but y'all know what job stands for. What does it stand for? Just over broke. Just over broke. That job ain't gonna make you wealthy. That job is not gonna give you no real power. That job's gonna give you just enough money so that you don't die of starvation or something, and you have a place to live, and then you can keep showing up to work every day. They give you just enough, like almost like a basketball player where they're like, we're not gonna pay you, but we're gonna buy you some gym shoes and a uniform, just enough for you to show up and play for us every day. We're not really trying to help you thrive. We're not trying to get you into the owner's box. You're not going to be Jerry Jones. You're going to be like an unpaid member of the Dallas Cowboys. That's pretty much all you're going to be. So what I'm saying is at the end of the day, jobs have to be a stepping stone. That's my point. Jobs should be from the time children are babies. We should teach them, yeah, get a job until you can own something. Or if you have a job, make sure you own something. Or if you like your job, keep your job, but make sure you always have options. Options, options, options. Options are freedom. That's what they are. So make sure you have options, make sure you own something, and then if you don't like the job, you should be able to walk away, get a better job, or go and start something on your own. So this is why you build your networks. This is why relationships matter, because if you're an asshole, nobody's going to want to start a business with you. But if you're a good man, then a great woman will want to marry you and be by your side. If you're a good woman, then guess what? You're going to have lots of friends that are going to want to work with you. They're going to share networks with you, and you're going to succeed together. You're going to thrive together. Want an example? Yesterday, Jay Cameron came in, and Jay is a good guy
And by God, my goal when I met him was I said, I'm going to be a good guy too, so we can be two good guys helping each other out. Neither one of us showed up as the alpha asshole who disrespects people because somehow he thinks he's the most important person in the room. I never do that. It's like, oh, you're a great man. You're a great man too. You're a good guy. You're a good guy too. Hey man, how can I help you? I don't know. Let me tell me what I can do for you. That's how we talk to each other. And you know why we do it? Not just because it's the right thing to do, but because we're helping each other succeed and survive. The world does not want a black man to be successful. This country does not want a black man to have power. This country does not want black women or black men to be together. They do not want black people unified. They do not want black people secure and safe and happy and wealthy and having stable families and all that. That's why they promote all this garbage to you in the media. That's why Sexy Red will get more radio play than India Ari, right? India Ari, no, nobody wants to hear that. They want to hear about some lady rapping about her baby daddy and how many STDs she caught last week. That's what they really want. They don't want to hear I'm not your average girl in the video, right? No. What are you talking about? Self-respect. You haven't earned the right to have that. So what I'm saying to you is, at the end of the day, I love what China's doing. Let's circle back to China before I get railroaded in too many other directions. I love what they're doing because they're protecting their economics. China is a powerful country because they are practicing Dr. Claude Anderson principles of powernomics, basic ideas. We sell stuff to y'all, you buy stuff from us. We are the drug pusher, you are the drug addict. The dealer always has more power than the addict. We support our businesses and you support our businesses. But we don't we don't support your businesses. We in China, we don't buy American products. We buy Chinese products. If you go to China, if go to China, I dare you to go to China and I want you to look up Facebook on your phone and see if you can find Facebook on your phone or Instagram, or Google or Uber. I want you to try to catch an Uber in China. You'll be sitting on the corner for the rest of your life because there is no Uber in China. They said, "Oh no, we no need Uber. We make our own Uber." So and that's where they pour their resources. So these are simple ideas. This is going to lead to China and Chinese youth being the most dominant on earth. One other fact about China that's really interesting is they produce more engineers in China every year than India, Japan, and the United States combined, and their engineers are more qualified. They can go on the job, and because they don't spend all their time in college, like going to frat parties and step shows and whatever, they actually learn stuff. So they can actually go on the job on day one, start getting patents, and start actually being productive on day one. American engineers need 2 years of training after college before they can even become an asset to the company. This is just a fact. Look this up. So ultimately, when you talk about power and influence and things like that, when you own assets, you tend to have more power over your life. And then eventually, when you have an agenda or an objective, you're better able to pursue that objective because you're not hamstrung by economic limitations and economic challenges. So this is the mandate for the 21st century and beyond. This is what intelligent black people are doing. This is the plan for our community. This is where we're going to be. And it's going to take time to build all that, but you put a good 20 or 30 years into this, you become incredibly dominant and you have a lot of leverage in the world. The Jewish community did that with Hollywood, by the way. If you ever go watch that book, I've told you all about how the Jews invented an empire of their own, how the Jews invented Hollywood. Fascinating book. It's a great blueprint. I have nothing against that community. I admire their power. I don't like what's going on in the Middle East. So let's be clear about that. I think they're abusing their power. But still, it's their power to abuse. And I don't want you to abuse your power, but I want you to just have some. Black power is something that is earned through economics. And the book, Tanya, is called An Empire of Their Own: How the Jews Invented Hollywood. Very fascinating book. All right. So anyway, let me finish up really quick. Number one, tonight, Jay Cameron is doing the informational for the trip to Ghana. If you want to know about the trips that we're going to take, text the word travel to the phone number 87948. And you can also go to b1voyages.com. So text travel to 87948 or go to b1, the number one voyages.com. And there's other trips on there that you can feel free to go on with us. Also, number two, if you're in Prime, that video I texted out to you guys. If you have an interest in stock options, text the word options to the number 87948. And I sent you a video on how to sell some puts. And I think selling puts, it seems like it's already worked out. Like the stock market's going up today, so if you sold puts, then you actually were able to generate some money from that. Number three, later on today at noon, we're doing our stock market investors club. So if you want to give that a try, you can go to drboycestockmarket.com and do a free trial. Somebody put that in the chat, please. drboycestockmarket.com. And also, you can share your membership with your entire family. And Dorothea says, I did not get the video. Can you resend? Yes, I will resend it. If you ever miss something and don't see it, don't forget we have a great support team. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and Amani is right there, and Chanel, and they'll take good care of you. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, Charlene says, I missed what you said. I'm at work. Okay, well, I'll give you, there's a link actually. Today, this class is recorded on drboycetv.com. So I'll put this link in the chat for anybody that wants to watch the recording or maybe share it with anybody in your family if you think this message was beneficial for you. So here we go. There's the link. All right. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Or if you live in another country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Take care. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our millionaire training camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope everybody's having a good day. I'm about to send you all the link to your text. If you're not on the text list, then make sure you get on there. Text the word morning to the number 87948. And I'm going to send you all a text right now, letting you all know that Money in the Morning is starting now. All right. Okay. So. I hope everybody's doing well. I'm proud to say that I wasn't just in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was actually in the 4:45 a.m. club, which meant that I was pretty dead tired and I had to take a nap, but I just woke up from my nap and I'm ready to start my day. And there's something great about starting the day just early in the morning when you're getting a big jump on everything and it's like 9 o'clock and you've already like done 10 million things. Hey Errol, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, so Errol, hit me up at some point, Errol, because Errol is actually he works with us in our Prime program. He's one of our consultants that we have, and we're actually bringing consultants that can support you in whatever you're doing. If you're looking for one-on-one support, things like that, Errol was actually one of the first people that we talked to about this, and Aisha Verzi and some others that are in here. I'll let you guys know about that, but Errol's super smart, and Errol, I'd love for you. We're gonna do our millionaire training camp in our live millionaire training camp in Miami. That's going to be February 21st. And so, Errol, I'd love to have you down there to if you're available, and Aisha and anybody that wants to come down, as well as everyone in here, you're all invited. You guys are the first ones to know about it, and that's something that we're going to do. And also, we are going to probably in the next 6 weeks, we created something called COIN, which stands for Certified Options Income Network. So many of you have a strong interest in stock options, and I do too. A lot of you noticed, for example, today a lot of those stocks went berserk this morning because of the inflation numbers. That's why your stocks went up today. And so, if you want to learn about stock options from A to Z, it's going to be an intensive 3-month program, once a week, a full training with a certification at the end. And so, COIN, you guys will be the first ones that are invited, and you can take a look. And if it's something that you're interested in, then we can certainly help you. I think stock options should be understood by every black kid in America. I really do. I just really think that it's so powerful, and that economic superpower can protect them from a lot of the stressors that you might run into when you're talking about the struggle. The struggle is very real. A lot of people are having a hard time financially, and it's okay. It's not to be embarrassed about that. But there are ways to fix that, and so I think stock markets and stock options, given that the stock market is the number one wealth creator in America, without a doubt, undisputed heavyweight champion when it comes to finances, then it's important to really understand at least the basics so you can be involved in that thing. And I got you. I wrote my whole dissertation on the stock market. I didn't know I was being blessed at the time. I didn't know. I just picked the field because finance professors made the most money, and I didn't want to be broke anymore. But after I learned everything and understood it really well, I said, "Wow, I think I love the fact that I picked a career that's sort of right in the middle of the thing that matters most for our people." And so, anyway, all right. So I want to talk about. I was watching this documentary, and it's really great. It's on PBS, and it involved a great man out of my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky, called. Guess who it is? Y'all tell me who it is. Y'all know who I'm gonna say. Y'all know who it is, right? One of my greatest heroes of all time, Mr. Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali. Every time I can watch a documentary about Muhammad Ali 50 times in a row and never get tired because I feel like I'm watching my dad. I feel like I'm watching a relative. And I am related to him by marriage. You know, my aunt married his cousin, so that's our claim to fame. But you know, in the same streets that he was running up and down in Louisville, I know those streets. You know, my grandma went to high school with him. My grandma would tell these old Muhammad Ali stories about his daddy and his mama and his family and everything. And to sort of see this guy come out of my little city and just become so phenomenal and so powerful in the world really inspired me. And it's also, you know, I felt excited about sort of roaming the same spaces he was in. You know, like he spent a lot of time in Chicago with the Nation of Islam, and you know what happened with that and everything. And I lived 2 blocks from Farrakhan, and I would go to Farrakhan's house about once a year. But it's not like you could just walk up to his house and just be hanging out, you know. But I did meet the minister several times, and I just love him. I have a lot of respect for him. And you know, going to New York, meeting some of the same people in New York, and it's just really inspired me. And I saw something in his documentary where they went out of their way to talk about his relationship with the one and only and the extraordinary Malcolm X. And we know that there was an unfortunate divide between the Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam. And I got a lot of friends in the nation, and I just have to be honest and say I love them both, and that ain't gonna change, you know. But I'll tell you what, it was really fascinating because it sort of went into why Ali why he embraced the teachings of the Nation of Islam and why he embraced Malcolm as his friend. And I related to that. I said, okay, I get that. You know, you're a black boy from the South. I was a black boy from the South, and you want to be a black man from the South, and they don't really want you to be a man. Really, in America, I don't think they want the black man to be a full-grown man. They want the black man to be a little girl, a little boy, an ignorant fool, or a punk. That's what they want. If you show up as a little boy, a little girl, an ignorant buffoon, or a punk, then America will embrace you. That's why America loves black comedians. They love black athletes. They love black men who are rappers and stuff like that, entertainers, right? They like all that, but they don't really want you. They don't want you showing up like Malcolm X, and they definitely didn't want Malcolm X hanging out with Muhammad Ali. I mean, there's a lot of political and economic gymnastics that took place when Malcolm and Ali became friends, and Ali embraced the Nation of Islam. And they, right before his first heavyweight fight against Sonny Liston, they told him, "You got to disavow the Nation of Islam, or the fight's going to be called off." He said, "I'm not doing that. I'm just not doing that." So they went and they asked Malcolm to leave the city. They said, "Can you leave, please, at least leave the city, until after the fight's over, or until the fight." That's what it was. So Malcolm said, "Okay, I'll leave the city to, out of respect for him, and I don't want to mess up his opportunity because that's how my friends in the nation are. They're just smart and logical and intelligent and strategic. So strategically, Malcolm left the city and he came back for the fight, and the rest was history, black history, extraordinary black history, right? So then he comes out and he's like, 'I'm Muhammad Ali, and this is what I believe,' and he stood by that, and that's what made him great. That's what made him a legend. That's what made him amazing. And I'm gonna just tell you, I just love all of that. Like I embrace all of that. When I see pictures of Malcolm and Muhammad Ali together, I say, "Oh my God!" Like those are my two favorite men on the planet. Now, the living versions of the men that I love at that level, Dr. Claude Anderson, I love Kenny Gamble out of Philadelphia. I love Dr. George C. Frazier. I love those men that are just strong men, race men that understand what men are supposed to do, provide, protect, support, lead, whatever it is, be smart, be your best, stand up, all these things. And so, anyway, with that said, I wanted to sort of use today's class, if you allow me to break down some of the economic theories of Malcolm X, but to break them down in a way that connects to the fact that there are academic research papers written that support many of the economic philosophies of Malcolm X. Now, if you remember, Malcolm's life and what he stood for a lot of the things that we believe in the Black Business School: economic self-reliance. Self-reliance. You have to have something of your own if you're ever going to be strong or successful in America. That's just a fact. If you don't own something, then you're really standing on a slippery slope. You're always on thin ice. That which you claim to possess can be taken away from you at any moment. If I'm renting a house, the landlord can take that house. If I only have jobs and don't own any assets, the landlord of that job can take the job. So even with a job, you are renting your financial security. You're paying for it in sweat, blood, and tears, but there's nothing there really typically that protects you from the fact that they may just decide to downsize and make cuts, and next thing you know, you're gone. He also talked about ownership. Ownership is the new black. Wealth is the new black. Tell me if you agree. Wealth is the new black. Ownership's the new black. Economics is the new black. Can we agree on that? We should put that damn thing on a damn t-shirt. I might get I think I'm gonna get a t-shirt. I'm sure somebody else made a shirt similar to it. We about to do that. I'm gonna text my assistant right now. Or actually, I'm sorry, she's my chief operations officer now. Her name is Teresa. She used to be my assistant, but she's so smart. I said, hey, you should be the chief operations officer because you're smart. She's been with us for 7 years. I'm gonna text her after we're done. We're gonna put that on a damn shirt. That wealth is the new black. Um, I personally think that as black people, just the embracement of some of Malcolm's ideas, and Malcolm kept it plain, he kept it simple. That's why everybody loved him. That's why everybody connected to him. He could talk to anybody, and everybody's like, yeah, that's right. We should have our own stuff. We should have self-reliance. We should own assets. He also believed in the circulation of dollars. You should be sharing your money with your brother or your sister before you start sharing it with strangers who hate your guts. That's called common sense. That's called self-esteem. That's called self-awareness. That's called financial consciousness. So ultimately, with Malcolm, those are kind of three core ideas that Malcolm believed in. Now, what I wanted to do to supplement the great work of the legendary Malcolm X is I want to sort of box it in the context of economic theory for you. Academic research papers have been written on this. This is common sense for Malcolm, and he read books and things, but this idea of self-reliance, ownership, and also circulating your dollars, there are research papers written on this topic. So what I want to do is cover a few of these studies that have been done to really help you understand why this is essential. And it isn't just essential for the whole community. Let me start right there too, to make it more personal, more direct. Sometimes it's hard to connect to a big vision for the whole black community. It's hard to connect to this idea that every black person is going to get on the same page. We're all going to do the same thing. We're all going to agree. We're all going to be aligned. That's just hard. I don't know. Anybody else go through that where you just like, man, ain't no way we can all be in alignment. I'm out of alignment with a whole bunch of black people. I'll be like, man, you're stupid. Like what? Stop stop twerking. Stop twerk. Stop. Don't shoot the black guy. Stop that. Right? Like, don't talk about your mama like that. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not an igger. Stop calling. Don't call yourself. No, stop that. I know white folks giving you money. I know that they paying you good, but that's not good. That's not help. Put down the blunt. But stop. No more Hennessy for you, right? You get frustrated, right? You get so mad when you just see all kinds of shenanigans and chaos. And so I'm not gonna lie. I am not a fan of I've never been a person that can sit in the audience when somebody's like, we just got to get 40 million people to all do the same thing. I'm like, how the hell you gonna do that? You can't do that. That's not gonna work. Only oh, the closest that's ever come, maybe the Democratic Party could do. That might be the only institution that's been able to get nearly all black people to do the same thing. I don't know how they did it. They put something in the Kool-Aid. But here's the thing. Here's what's beautiful about it. To get real economic power, you don't need everybody on the same page. You don't need everybody on the front line. You don't need everybody leading. You don't need everybody absolutely out here killing it. You just need to make sure that your best show up as their best. You don't need everybody. You just need a few good men and a few good women. That's what you need. I heard Farrakhan say that where he said, "Give me 10,000 solid black men and we're ready to go." And I said, "Yeah, that's it. That's good." Because one solid man is worth 100 flimsy men. One solid black woman is worth 100 flimsy black women. So literally, if you just sort of make sure that those who get it, and that you got it and that you run with it and that you stand on it and that you put it down and you push it and you scramble for it and you defend it and you fight for it, then guess what? You have progress because those individuals who become leaders who learn those basics in terms of economics, they learn how to create jobs and build wealth and create financial security, then that becomes very contagious. That becomes very contagious. People start to copy that. They start to emulate that. If you ever know, if you want to know what I'm talking about, a lot of times you try to tell somebody about your plan to be successful and they don't listen. But then as soon as you go out and execute the plan and you become successful, those same people are usually coming up and saying, "Well, how did you do it? How do I do like you? How do I become like you?" Right? And it might be after they ask to borrow $20. So you say, "Look, I'll loan you $20, but after I give you some money, I'm gonna give you some game. Shut up and listen to me now because now I have power because I just gave you $20, which shows I care about you, but I also am going to give you something more valuable than the $20. I'm going to show you how to fish. I'm going to show you how to win." People will respond to that, especially young people. So don't always worry about getting everybody on the same page. Get yourself on the same damn page. Half of y'all, I bet half of us in this room, me myself included, half of us are not even on the same page with ourselves. We're not. We're certainly not on the same page with our purpose. We're certainly not on the same page with God. We're not on the same page with what God intended for us to be. We're living another life. We're living in the closet. We're being something that we were not intended to be. We're distracted. So before you try to get the whole community on the same page, get on the same page with yourself. And I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to myself. Because I have different voices. There's many. I have multiple personalities. I'm probably diagnosable. Um, there's the lazy voice. There's the unfocused voice. There's the voice you might see playing video games on YouTube. Y'all ever see me play video? I play Call of Duty sometimes with my friends because it's fun. Um, there's the voice that has doubts. There's the voice that has fears. There's the voice that don't want to do no work right now. There's the voice that isn't being the best version of himself. There's the fat voice. You saw him years ago. The fat voice, he didn't exercise. He didn't want to eat the right food, right? So there's those versions of voice, but then there's the other voice, right? There's the focused voice. There's the intellectual voice. There's the fearless voice. There is the determined voice. There is the disciplined voice. There's the voice that gets up at 5 a.m. There's the voice that goes hard every day. There's the voice that believes in something and sticks with. So that version of him is the one I need to show up every day. So I got to get on the same page with him. Do you understand? So before you get the world on the same page with you, ain't nothing holy and righteous about any of us. None of us are holier than thou or better than other people. Get on the same page with yourself. Get on the same page with your purpose. Get on the same page with God. I see it that deep. I really see consciousness is getting closer to God. I can explain that to you actually mathematically if you ever want me to break it down. But literally get on the same page with all of that. And then what you'll notice is that when you do that, when you're just living in your purpose and you're making it happen, you're marching forward relentlessly, you'll turn around, there'll be 50 people following you. They'll just be right behind you. There's something magical about you. You've unlocked a superpower that maybe you didn't know that you have. So here's what I'm gonna go through really quickly with Malcolm X, very quickly. And before I do that, I want to mention really fast. Let's see. Last night, Jay Cameron did his thing with the Ghana trip. You guys know we're going to Ghana this summer. Um, I'll try to get that recording out to you. I'll try to make sure I hit Chanel up about the recording and send that to you if you want to watch it. Number two, what was the other thing too? Oh, Constance Carter, one of the faculty members in the Black Business School. Actually, she's going to do a daily class as well. And so this is something we did Money in the Morning, the Millionaire Training Camp this year. It went really well. And I said, you know what? Constance, maybe you should do this too. That way we can be with our people every day and talk to them every day. A lot of you have come in here and seen Constance. You've seen how great she is, how smart she is. So basically, she's going to actually be doing her thing right after I get done. So what I'll do is I will text you all the link so you can go join Constance and hang out with her if you're into this whole Black economics thing and you just want to keep just hang out with us for a big chunk of the day. I know Madam President does some stuff earlier in the morning as well. So these are people that are sort of in our clique. These are people in our group, people that we love. You've seen them at the All Black National Convention, and they have something very positive to say and beneficial. So I'll send you all the links. So if you see Constance's name in a text message, you'll know what that is. So anyway, with that said, let's talk about Malcolm's economic theories and break some of those down. Number one, there is actually an economic field or theory called community wealth building, and I'm going to read some of it here. It emphasizes local ownership of resources, cooperative business models, and the retention of wealth within communities. So basically, the community wealth theory backs up what Malcolm was saying. It basically says that wealth creation should prioritize community benefit over external profit extraction. All that means is that you take care of your own before you start taking care of everybody else. That's really all it's saying. It's saying it's like a type of nationalism. Malcolm was a nationalist, which means that success and prosperity starts at home. It means that if you have a job available, you hire your friend or family member if you can. You go outside of the space if you have to. If you have a dollar to spend, you try to spend it with people that are in your circle. If you can't, then you might go outside of the circle, right? So you do a little bit of both. Also, there are institutions like cooperatives. You probably heard these terms. Give me a guess if you've heard about any of these terms. Has anybody ever heard of a co-op? Co-ops are in this space. Credit unions are built on building community wealth, locally owned businesses, etc. So a lot of times they're used to create economic ecosystems where the money just kind of gets reinvested. And a lot of other communities do this. The Amish do this. The Mormons do this. The Mormons are amazing. The Mormons, they went out to Salt Lake City with what's the guy's name? One day I got to tell y'all the story of Brigham Young University. Didn't they actually they beat didn't they I think they beat Coach Prime's team in their bowl game. They beat them kind of bad too. I think it was Brigham Young. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. There's a bunch of corny white dudes, but they were good. Anyway, so Brigham Young went out to Salt Lake City with a bunch of families, and they said, "Let's build our own." And literally, I think they found out that the Mormons had secretly held like $100 billion in wealth in a vault or something crazy like that. It was in the Wall Street Journal where they were like, they basically were like, the Mormons secretly have $100 billion that they told nobody about. So it's pretty powerful. And what they've done, I think, is that they've actually just taken their faith and tied it into their lifestyle, the way they live and their economics, and I'm not mad at them for it. It provides financial security. Salt Lake City will not go broke anytime in the near future. Number two, there's something called the endogenous growth theory. So this theory supports the idea that investments in local human capital, innovation, and entrepreneurship drive economic growth. Entrepreneurship, innovation, human capital, human capital. Let's translate that. That means that we have all these precious babies. We have $1 trillion worth of babies in our community, $1 trillion worth of kids, and we cannot keep selling our children up the river to the first white man that will hire them for any crappy job that they're willing to do or that will give them just enough money to pay bills. You can't do that. You can't do that. You have to invest in them, and you have to have an entrepreneurial mindset where you can understand human capital. Human capital is the value of a human being. It's the value of a human being's ideas, the value of a human being's labor, the value of a human being's free time, the value of a human being's existence. So you must understand before you start really extracting your worth, you have to be able to see it. Before you start extracting your worth, you have to see it because once you see it, you won't be so quick to give it away. This is consciousness. This is what financial consciousness is. Because before I acquire wealth, I got to know where the wealth is located. Before I own it, I got to be able to visualize it. I have to see something before I grab it. You can't grab something that doesn't exist. A lot of wealth gets passed up. I stand on this point. Most wealth gets passed up because people don't even see it when it walks right by them. Tell me I'm lying. I've run into so many people who passed up $1 million opportunities because they were looking for a paycheck. All their eyes were trained to see was a pay. How much is I gonna get paid? That's all they could see. Now paychecks matter. We know this, right? They're very good, especially if you're trying to pay bills and get by. Nothing wrong with that. But here's the thing. Sometimes it's like dating, right? Sometimes it's really like dating. It's a lot like dating. Some people date with no consciousness. They date the prettiest girl with the biggest booty, and then next thing you know, they're miserable and they don't know why. Or they go after the man who has the most money because he's 6 feet tall, and then they're miserable and they don't know why. Well, the reason they don't know why, the reason that they end up like getting a bunch of stuff they didn't sign up for is because they didn't spend the time to gain consciousness. They don't have a full throttle vision of what they're actually investing in. They'll look at a guy and they'll look for one thing. How much money you got, right? And if he's got no money, they'll say, "Oh, girl, I ain't interested in him." But they're not looking at all these other things this man may have to offer, right? That are seen and unseen. They're not even taking the time to explore any of that, not doing the due diligence on the investment. Next thing you know, you pick the other guy because he's tall and has money, and but he beats you up and and kills your cat, and and now you're mad, right? So really, I think it's the same way when it comes to wealth and investing. When I was in college and I had no financial consciousness, most of us, when we picked our jobs, we simply picked the job that paid the most money. That's what we would do. It wasn't always the case that we would look at 5 or 6 other criteria to say, okay, how's this going to fit in my life when I'm 40? What are the growth opportunities in this organization? How does this fit with my work-life balance? Right? You don't learn these things until you get older and you start saying, yeah, I had a job making a whole lot of money, but it was terrible. Like when I got my dream job, I've told you all the story about my dream job. I got my dream job when I was 19 or 21 maybe. I turned 21 that's no, I turned 20 that summer. I was 19 and I hated that damn job. That job was so terrible. Oh my God. Right. And that was my introduction to wealth consciousness. Like, okay, boys, we can't be going after the most money because sometimes something seems to have the most money but it may not be what's best for you. So the same thing is true when you talk about economic consciousness or you're talking about economic, the endogenous growth theory, that when you're talking about our kids and you're talking about our community and the people that are in it, there's so much value there. And you have to learn how to see that value. So you got that child who's really good with math, who's good with who likes computers or whatever. And you're visualizing, okay, what are they going to do? Well, you can get a great job working for Google or IBM. And that might be true. Of course, Google and IBM would hire that child because, yeah, they love to hire little black geniuses and pay them far beneath what they're actually worth. But maybe what you then say is, maybe if we train this child on some other economic skills, maybe if we show this child how to be an investor, maybe if we build a capital base for that child, maybe if we also teach them how to create a job and create prosperity for others, right? Right. It's one thing if you make yourself successful, that's nice, but it's really cool when you can make 40 other people successful too. That's really powerful. That's when you go from being like a little match to becoming a nuclear bomb of success is when you learn how to scale that success. That is a way of thinking. That is a type of economic consciousness. That is something you can be trained on. That is something you should be learning from the time you're young. So endogenous growth theory, Malcolm was right about the idea of sort of exploring our human capital, investing in innovation, creative ways to use that capital, and also entrepreneurship, black owned business, black owned business, black owned business. We cannot have wealth, we cannot have power if everybody out here is looking for a damn job. That you will never have power that way. All right, what else? Okay, and by the way, that theory came from a guy named Paul Romer, and he talks about things like education, innovation, and skill building as a pathway to long-term economic growth. He don't mention nothing about rapping, playing basketball, or telling jokes for a living. None of that's in the theory. It's all about education, innovation, and skill building. All right, number three, economic empowerment theory. This is another thing that's been written about in thousands of research papers that connects to what Malcolm was discussing. And basically, this theory focuses on increasing the capacity of marginalized groups to control and benefit from their economic resources. So it suggests that marginalized groups achieve empowerment by gaining access to financial resources, education, and ownership structures. So this is why when they really start talking about reparations, and they really show up and they say, well, what do you black people want? If they happen to ask you, if they call you on the phone and say, what do you want? One of the things I think that you might want to consider bringing up is access to capital, access to resources. So basically, if someone gave you a big enough bank loan, that could be better than them giving you a check. I'm not saying that a check is not nice, but if you gave me a choice for the Black Business School and you said, what would you rather have, a $1 million grant or a $30 million loan? I would say, give me the loan. I give me the loan because I get to control $30 million in resources that allows me to further the mission that much more. that much faster. And now, yeah, I got to pay the loan back, sure, but capital is a moneymaker if you know what to do with it. You can take capital and I can instantly deploy it and say, okay, we're making an extra $5 million a year now because we've been able to deploy this capital properly. So access to resources is a really important part of economic growth, according to economic empowerment theory. Also, education and ownership structure. See, notice the theme of education, education, education. Also, education does not mean going to school all the time. Going to school can lead to education, but there's a lot of educated fools. So going to school is not the same as education. Education is not the same as knowledge. And knowledge is not the same as wisdom. Those are different tiers to the process. So if somebody says, well, I want to have wisdom, and you say, well, you got to go to school, there's more to it than that. Being inside a building with a bunch of walls and with ivy coming down the tower and all that, that does not give you education. That does not make you wise. It doesn't give you knowledge. What knowledge do you have that specifically applies to the problems that you're seeking to solve as a black person? That to me, that's what education should do. It should be targeted like a gun. I'm not just spraying bullets everywhere, hoping for the best. I'm gonna look at the target, get the bullseye, pew, hit that bullseye, right? Are you hitting the bullseye with the education for your kids? What are they investing their time and energy into? Time is not something to be wasted. Time is something that is precious and valuable. You will run out of it. Are you spending time doing the right things, learning the right things, getting the skills that will specifically help you solve the problems that you're going to have to solve? So if I'm looking at my child, I'm asking, what are the biggest problems they're going to have to solve when they're a 35-year-old black woman, with two kids and a spouse? What are their biggest problems going to be? And once I figure that out, then I say, okay, that's what we're going to train on. Just like when my Ohio State Buckeyes won the national championship in football, they're studying the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and they are preparing. They're looking to see, okay, what exactly is their biggest strength? What are they going to try to do to beat us? What specific skill set does our team have to have in order for us to win the championship? And that's why you watch the film. So when it comes to life, you got to watch the film. And the film is everywhere. God lays it out for you everywhere. There are examples of misery everywhere. There's examples of failure everywhere. There's examples of stress and struggle everywhere. Economic struggle, it ain't hard to find. So to me, I say to you, if you're talking about trying to understand this game and how to get your kids ready, go watch the film, watch the tape. Pay attention. Somebody dies from a drug overdose. Maybe drugs aren't bad. Somebody dies from diabetes and heart failure. Maybe all that fried chicken ain't so good for us. Somebody else is over here crying and sleeping with a fat, dusty old man to get rent money. Maybe my daughter should have an investment account so she doesn't have to do that, right? Watch the film. You gotta watch the film. If you watch the film, it'll tell you everything you need to know, because life ain't nothing but a big ass classroom. It's a classroom, it's a book. Everything that's in an academic book that you can read on a college campus came from the world. It came from the world. The world is a big university full of lessons everywhere. So the question I ask people, and this goes back to consciousness, is that it's like, okay, God is trying to tell you something. Did you get the message? Right? When DMX and Whitney Houston die, these billion-dollar assets die from drugs. Did you get the message, or are you just spending all your time being sad, waiting for the next tragedy to happen? Right? When you see somebody that got their dream job because they went to Yale and got a master's degree, but they're coming home every day drinking themselves to sleep and angry as hell because of the racism on the job. Did you get the message? Did you sit back and say, let me think about that? Right? Or did you just say, "Oh, white people be mean. They need to stop that. White people need to stop. They need to stop being mean to us. That ain't right. That ain't right. Yeah, it ain't right." But you should learn from people. And in fact, I'll tell you, as much as I love Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali, if I was to really critique them, and again, I think this might be a superpower that you get, because when you get a PhD in the field I was in, you get criticized constantly. You can do the best work on earth. You can literally do work that could lead to a Nobel Prize, and somebody in there is going to be in there hating on your work. Not in a negative way, not in a toxic way, but in a way where they're going to poke holes, right? Iron sharpens iron. So you just get in a space where everything can be critiqued, everything, right? So even if you were to hear me talk about the life of Malcolm X or the life of Muhammad Ali, and I was to talk about it in a deeply critical way where I really have assessed and analyzed and thought about the mistakes they made, you would really think I don't like either one of these men. You would. You would be like, boys be hating on Muhammad Ali. Boys don't like Malcolm. But he hate on Muhammad because he talked about all the women that he was with and how all those women took all his money. No, that's just a lesson I learned. Like Muhammad Ali, very charismatic because he's like, I'm so pretty, and the women thought he was pretty too, so he was sleeping with all of them. And then you saw what happened, right? He lost all that money. And none of those women were sticking by him when that poor man started to degenerate. But he found him a good wife named Lonnie who pulled his wealth back together. That lady saved his legacy, right? And I just love that. I think she was from Louisville too, if I'm not mistaken. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think she might have been from Louisville. I just love that. I'm a Louisville guy, right? So that's a big deal for me. Or if you think about just getting punched in the head till you're 45 years old, maybe that wasn't the best move for him, right? Because I think Ali had another 50 years of amazing work that he would have done, had boxing not taken so much from him. So there's a lesson to learn from that. So I would encourage you to not think of a critique as hating, right? Some people that are simple-minded kind of they think of everything as either I love everything about what you say or I hate everything you say. And I think that that is just the absolute worst way to assess anything. um, Everything is nuanced. So and through the nuance is where you get the lesson. That's where you learn. You're watching the film, you're figuring it out. And when on game day, like my Ohio State Buckeyes, you can actually show up and win. So that's it. That's my thought for today. I ain't got nothing else. So so by the way, Constance Carter is gonna be live in a little bit, maybe 20 minutes after I'm done, and I'll text you all the link. But also, if you want to be notified when she does her daily class, she wants to do this every day. She's a hustler like I am, and so you can text the word Constance to 87948. Text Constance to 87948. Also, you guys know we have Money in the Morning. We also have these bite-sized lessons you can learn different topics, real estate or stock options, called Money in a Minute. And Money in a Minute allows you within the flow of your day to just digest your lesson in less than 3 minutes and to learn this topic. So I have something on stock options called Money in a Minute stock options. Some of you have already done it, but those of you who haven't, I'll send you all a link where you can sign up at a discounted rate. You'll get that later on today. And also, just as an FYI, this week I'm flying to Europe, and which means my time schedule is going to be a little bit off. So I may end up having to miss class a day or so. I hope I don't. But my goal is to basically try to sync it up. But they're 7 hours ahead or something, and I'm going over there to see one of my girls, and I can't wait. And so I'll be broadcasting to you guys from across the sea next time we talk tomorrow. Someone asked, "Can you explain how God and mathematics are related?" Well, I can get to that a little bit later. That's more of a full thorough conversation, but basically it has to do with dimensions, right? When you do mathematics, like particularly starting with one topic called linear algebra or multivariate calculus, you go into higher dimensions, and basically dimensions are structured in a certain way. And basically, long story short, when you get to the sixth dimension, they say that's where God lives. God lives in the sixth dimension, mathematically speaking. But one day we'll talk about that. So that's my connection there. All right. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And don't forget, if you're not on the text list for this class, just text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Oh, and one more thing too. A lot of you have asked to be if you could be affiliates on the Black Wealth Mastery Store, where we sell our financial flashcards for kids, our financial workbooks for kids. Dr. Alicia's books are on there, my books are on there. So we actually set up an affiliate program. I think the original commission was 10%. I'm going to up that to 20%, actually. And so if you are looking to build a business, I'd love to be in business with you. I'd love to, build together. So I will text you all only people in this class, the link where you can sign up and become an affiliate. And yeah, and if you so that means you start a YouTube channel or you see people that love what's going on here and you want to tell them about it, or you want to talk to your church about it or your school about it, whatever, then if they buy something from us, then you will get a commission. And again, we started at 10%. I said, no, I want to go to 20% so that it makes more sense. So you will get the link, Toya. I'm going to text the link out. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. All right. So have a good day, everybody. And by the way, the store, if you want to take a look at it, it's at drboycebooks.com, drboycebooks.com. Okay, you did get it. You did sign up, Crystal. Okay, great. Let me know, and I'm going to ask you all about it because this is an experiment. We've been talking about this for a while. Finally, the team was able to implement it, and finally, I got around to actually, sharing it and implementing it on my end. So now we're going to give it a try, and hopefully it'll go as well as we hope. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you soon. Take care. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Sorry, I'm coughing. I hope everybody's doing well. It's great to see you on a Sunday. Well, it's great to see you any day, actually. Sunday or not, Sunday or not. Today is, as usual, a beautiful day, and it's a great day to talk about our future and plan our black wealth and make ourselves successful. That's what we're trying to do here. That's what we're going to do. We are the chosen people. We're the chosen people. All right. So one thing that's interesting um, I saw something the other day where a woman was basically explaining why your kids should not want to be professional athletes. In fact, in fact, I would say specifically the NFL. She did this great video where she was kind of giving the backdrop of life, as the wife of an NFL athlete, and she was talking about the financial side of it all. And she did a masterful job of laying out this reality that people don't get. A lot of people just don't know these things because you see the big headlines or you see the stars. The stars do really well. They make a lot of money, but you don't see what happens to the the majority of professional athletes. The majority of professional athletes don't really get everything that you might think they get. It's not to say that they're all in this terrible place. I mean, most of them make more money than the average person, but there's a lot of strings attached that come attached with that. And if you are not financially conscious, if you're not able to look at money in a multi-dimensional sort of way, meaning that you can't factor in a multitude of variables in your economic journey, then it's easy for you to be pulled in as a sucker. You'll be an economic sucker because if you're playing checkers, not chess, and you're looking at everything from one dimension, like, well, how much am I going to get paid? And they say, well, you're getting paid lots of money. Don't worry about anything else. And you're like, okay, well, as long as I get my money, well, then that makes you very vulnerable because the money is a deceptor. Money can be, people say, as you know, they like to talk about whether or not money is evil or good. And I told you, money is not evil or good. Money's just powerful. So imagine putting a lot of power in the hands of an evil person. Like, I don't know, let's say like your oppressor, who spent hundreds of years exploiting your community and financially screwing you and manipulating you and harming you in a multitude of ways, some of which were revealed, some of which were not. Um, well, then in that case, money could become evil. Money could become a pathway for not just control, but destruction. Just look at the hip hop music industry. Look at what hip hop did. It was the most beautiful art form I've ever seen, but it was bastardized and turned into this weapon of mass destruction. Mass destruction. In fact, give me a yes if you've noticed that how our people change, how our people have changed over the last 30 years. Give me a yes if you've noticed this. I mean, in a really bad way. Dr. George C. Frazier actually said something really profound at the All Black National Convention. He said that our people changed when our music changed. He said our people changed when our music changed, but our music was about love and being there for each other and unity and building and growing and education and all that. We were one type of people, but then when our music became about twerking booty and killing each other and getting high as much as possible and throwing our money away and is being as ignorant as possible, well then that's going to have an effect. And what's so really interesting to me, which speaks to where consciousness really has to be part of the conversation is I can tell you how many people who think it's all okay just because they're making money, or people who will make excuses for celebrities because they're making money. Anybody ever seen that? Anybody ever notice how if a celebrity is accused of something or something goes wrong or they do something crazy,
there are people that will defend celebrities to the death. It's really fascinating. And I'm like, this person don't care nothing about you. They wouldn't spit on you if you was on the street on fire. Like, what makes you idolize this person so much that you literally will ignore any and everything that you see about this person because they made your favorite song? I find that really strange. I found that really strange. And I think that that does link back to when we were talking about when Constance Carter came in and we were talking about economic self-esteem and just self-esteem in general. If you feel like you're worthy and you are worth something, you're not going to let people just uh, either disrespect you or you're not going to put people on a crazy pedestal. And so we tend to worship those celebrities because they represent something that we don't believe that we ourselves could ever be. And if you notice, most black celebrities, I want you to do a little experiment. I do this experiment in my head every time I turn on the TV. Whenever they show black people that America admires, I do an experiment. I just say this. I say, I wonder what would happen if that person lost all support from white Americans. Like, what would happen if they didn't have a big white corporation with billions of dollars in the bank backing them? If we would still know who that person is or admire that person? Do that experiment. Like your favorite actor. Like, ask yourself, what if Hollywood disavowed that person? Maybe they were too black and said, we're not doing any movies with you. We're not going to finance any of your projects. See, this is all linked back to money. Or look at your favorite singer. What would happen if no record label was willing to put out their album and spend millions of dollars distributing and marketing that album? Would you know who they are? Think about your favorite athlete. You know, they got the Dallas Cowboys logo on their shirt. What would happen if Jerry Jones decided, I'm not going to invest millions of dollars in putting this guy on the field, and the NFL said, we don't want to draft you. We don't even want you here. We're not going to put you on the platform of the Buffalo Bills or the Dallas Cowboys or whatever. I want you to really think about that because when you do that calculus and you take away the what you could call this call this the white man effect. If you take away the white man effect, a lot of your heroes are people that you never even meet. You'll never know who they are. And here's the other thing too. There are plenty of people in the community who didn't play the game, who decided, you know what, I don't want to be a part of that, that you'll never hear about because they did not get the financing to be able to do what they do. For example, if I was even to use myself as an example, I know a lot of you, I've been able to impact a lot of your lives because I specifically aimed for that. My goal was not just to talk and get in front of you. I don't care about being famous. My goal was to actually get a result. I'm a mathematician. When I taught math at Kentucky, one of the things that we learned a long time ago is that if you do a math problem, you got to have a solution. You can't just wave your arms and scream and holler and give a great speech and get everybody singing hallelujah and think that that's the answer. That, hallelujah is not the answer to your problems. Right? I'm not saying hallelujah is not important in your life. Sure, go to church, accept the good Lord. Do what you're supposed to do. But this idea that somehow we think that having a feel good moment and a rah-rah speech is the same as actually solving a problem. That's just not the case. That is not a solution. What that is the injection of dopamine into your brain to help you feel good, and it numbs you from your pain. See, what you got to understand is that there's a lot of drug dealers out here that don't sell drugs. There are a lot of drug dealers out here who don't sell drugs. For some of y'all, your biggest dope dealer is your pastor. Drug dealers who don't sell drugs, but instead of selling drugs, they sell you dope. Look it up. Dopamine. Dopamine is the feel-good chemical in your brain that you get when a comedian tells you a joke. Oh, they dealing dope. I'm laughing because it helps me get over my pain and my undiagnosed, untreated trauma. When I go to church and the pastor's like, when the good Lord tells you, you got to do it. When the good Lord says it, you got to mean it. When the good Lord steps up and he says to Jacob that you got to climb the mountain. You might not want to climb the mountain, but you got to climb it anyway. And then when you climb the mountain, you got to keep climbing because you're going to get tired. And when you get tired, you can't take a breath. You got to keep going, right? So when the pastor's doing all that and you're like, yes, Lord, hallelujah, hallelujah. And then you realize after 2 hours, he ain't really said nothing. He's repeated himself over and over and over again. But you loved it because he spoke at the same cadence and it got you all riled up and he tapped into your emotion, but not so much your intellect, right? You're feeling good. But the problem with inspiration and motivation is that that's very temporary. So you ran out of church doing cartwheels and jumping jacks and you sprinting and you did right and you just you feeling it. No disrespect. Some of y'all going to church today. Go do that. Go do that.
Go do that. But then I want you to just notice you can't stay hyped up like that forever. Your cortisol levels will be through the freaking roof, first of all. Like, you can't live like that all the time. It helps. It's a spark. It's a spark. But that does not sustain you. That is not what's going to keep you going on the mornings when there is no spark. And you got to get up and you got to stick to that diet. You got to go to the gym. You got to work on that business. You got to go back to class. You got to teach your kids. You got to do all the things that you were hyped up to do. But now you're tired. So again, dope dealers. You got a lot of dope dealers who don't sit. You get a lot of, sorry, drug dealers who are actually dope dealers because they're not dealing you drugs, they're dealing you dopamine. That's what a comedian does. They make you laugh. That's what a pastor does. They get you all pumped up and feeling good about your horrible life, and then you go home and you think that because you feel good that you've actually made your life better when really you actually haven't. But there is a value to feeling good. I mean, I'm not saying that pastors can't serve a valuable purpose, though. I think spirituality is a really important part of our ability to make it through the storm. I think that if you can tap into that when necessary, it will help you get through the dark times 100%. But you also got to have a plan. Do you understand? You got the motivation to get through the dark tunnel, but you probably need a map. You probably need some type of consciousness to sit back and say, okay, what am I doing here? What's the next move? How do we get to where we want to get to? So anyway, let me get back into one of the topics I wanted to cover today. I'm gonna play this video, and it's from this wife of an NFL player who, where she's basically kind of given the reality of what it's like to be married to an NFL player. I don't know if her man was a star, but I know that he was drafted, I think in the fourth round, and he played for the Jets or something. And she's kind of like, yo, look, it ain't what you think it is. And I appreciated her video, so I just thought that I would bring it into class today. And also, I wanted to mention to everybody, by the way, make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you all a schedule of all the activities we have going on in the Black Business School this week. That way, if you want to participate, you can take a look. I am going to meet with the stock options group a little bit later. I did something yesterday, a little YouTube video yesterday was I was explaining all the little things you need to know about real estate. Um, that people don't know. A lot of people talk about real estate online, and they get, it sounds exciting and it's really cool. And I'm not saying don't do it, but a lot of people don't know a lot of the details of it that can make you absolutely hate it. So there was a really smart Black woman who did a great video where she was talking about her real estate journey. And she literally said everything that I always said in class about cash flow and headaches and everything else. So if you want to see that video, I'll text it out to you guys a little bit later. I think I might have, if I text it twice by accident, please forgive me. It's just me making sure you guys see it, because I think it's something that you want to think about as you sort of decide what your next move is going to be. Because I know a lot of your family investment clubs are doing real estate projects, and I really think it's important that you know what you're getting into. All right, so let me jump in and share my screen. All right, so uh, here is actually, let me fix this. Hold on, so I don't do it all wrong. All right. All right, so this is a lady. I have no idea who this lady is. We'll call her random white lady. And she is, I know that's so petty, boy. Stop doing that. Okay, I won't do it no more. All right, and what I'm gonna do is share my sound and let me know if you can hear the video. And I'm gonna play this video. It's on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So here is the video. We're playing it right now. And it has no sound. See, that's where I'm messing up. There we go.
My husband is now retired from the NFL, but he was a free agent a lot of the time, but he was on 8 different NFL teams. That means 8 different contracts are being signed and broken. So of course, I don't even have to say this, when you're on a team, it is good money. No matter what, practice squad, active roster, it is all good money, of course. But since these contracts aren't guaranteed, like my husband, he signed a contract and then a couple months later, you get nothing, especially if you sign at the beginning of off season and then you're cut during off season. You're not seeing any of that money because you haven't played again in a game. You haven't gone to practice. You haven't really worked out with the team, even though you signed a contract with the team as a futures contract. And us personally, because we were on 8 different NFL teams, that means 8 different states. We're moving that many times. I moved personally with him to 6 different states. And at one point in time when he was released in 2018, 4 different times we moved to 4 different states. And we were actually at one time paying for 3 different rents. It was a little bit of ignorance on our part, but also like we couldn't really prepare for that situation. So he had just signed, renewed his lease for his place in New Jersey and then was released with New Jersey after being drafted the year before. This comment. So my husband is now retired from the NFL, but he was a free agent a lot of the time, but he
Okay, so let's stop there. How about y'all give me a yes if you caught that part about paying three different rents. Let's just start there. I thought that was really interesting. Paying rent at three different places. Um, okay. That's tough. And so so that right there would be enough for me to be like, whoa, wait a minute, how did that happen? So ultimately, here's the deal with the NFL in particular. A lot of us. One time I spoke at a school with black boys, and they had it was a school with all where all the teachers were white, and 80% of the kids were black or Latino. And I went into the class for the kids that were labeled as emotional or psychologically or ADHD, psychologically slow or mentally whatever. And of course, it was full of black boys. That's what they do. They this is how the school system screws your sons and destroys your wealth. Because your son's supposed to be an asset to the family, but it's hard for him to be an asset if he has no skill. And in many of these cases, they don't educate them. We know these things. So I'm in this class with all these boys who are supposed to be intellectually deficient, and they seem fine to me. They reminded me of my little cousins. And I was talking to the boys, and I said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And about 70% of them said they want to be an athlete. 70% of them said they want to be like a NFL or NBA player. I think most of them were not even on a sports team. They weren't even playing sports. And a bunch of them are short, and I'm sitting there thinking, wow, you're going to be in the NBA, but the most you're going to grow to is about 5'8". This kind of ridiculousness is obviously something that just sort of has to be confronted, right? We kind of have to really talk more about this, and because what all is also true is that even if you're in that that 1% of 1% of 1% that does get to make it to the league, uh, it's your life isn't what you think it's going to be. Most of the people I know who became professional athletes did not make very much money for very long. I knew one guy, he was All-American at Syracuse. He played defensive end. He was extremely good, and he was in the NFL for about 2 years. He was on the backup roster or something, right? Like the thing about the NFL is that you have to be an unbelievable talent just to be on the bench, just to be a backup to the backup, just to be third string. I had another friend I saw at my mother's funeral who's an incredible athlete who ran the 40-yard dash in 4.3 seconds, which is very fast, by the way. And he said, I said, yeah. So did you keep playing football? He said, yeah, I tried out for the Seahawks. And I said, what was that like? I said, how did it go? He said, oh man, you have no idea. It was unbelievable. Because the talent was just through the roof. And so this guy that from Syracuse, he was 6'7", 270 pounds. So that right there is just, I mean, how many people do you know that are 6'7", 270 pounds? Anybody? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you know like three people that are 6'7", 270. Most of us don't, unless you played in the NFL, right? And anyway, he was in the NFL for about 2 years, and he tore his body up. Because the thing is, when you're leaving the league and you're being pushed out, unfortunately, you're losing more than just a job. You're losing more than just a paycheck. You're losing part of your identity. Like your whole life. If you're 6'7", 280 pounds, I would be willing to bet you that most of your life, your consciousness was manipulated. You were groomed as a child, groomed like they're grooming you for the ultimate Diddy party of economics, where they're going to screw you for life. And he was groomed to see himself as pretty much an athlete. Right. So when you're groomed that way, almost like they're molesting your consciousness, right? They're pulling you away from your community. In his mind, all he saw himself as was an athlete. That's all he could see. That's all he didn't see. Okay, I could be a father. He didn't see, oh, I could be a great husband to somebody. He didn't see, oh, I could be a great entrepreneur. He didn't see, oh yeah, I could be a great intellect. He didn't see the things like people like Dr. Myron Roll, who's another friend of mine who has a very successful NFL journey. He didn't see all the other things he could have done, and I always talk about Myron Roll because I just admire the guy so much. Every now and then, like a famous person will reach out to me on social media, and I'll be like, wow, this is so cool. Like I have so much respect for you. Oh, you respect me too. That's nice. We just gonna sit here respecting each other. How about that? And he was one of those people. He had sent me a nice little note. He sent me a copy of his book, and I said, man, you have no idea. I've been talking about you for years. because Dr. Roll is now a Harvard-educated neurosurgeon, if I'm not mistaken, and he had a really hard time with the NFL because they assumed that because he was a black man that didn't just see himself as an athlete, that he was going to be a problem. They labeled him almost like he was a troublemaker. Boy, what's wrong with you? Like you should be happy that we're going to let you go out here and get your head busted and play football for a couple of years for us. We're all you got. We're your only option. We're your best solution. We clearly must be the best place you could be because there's nowhere else for a black man to go other than the football field or the basketball court or whatever. Like if we don't want you, nobody will. Like an abusive relationship, you know how the abuser will be like, "Girl, if I don't want you, nobody will because you're ugly and you're fat and you stink," right? But you know, so that's kind of what they do to us, right? So with Dr. Roll, he said, "No, I'm not worthless without you. I'm okay without you. You're not the prize." He said, "I'm the prize. I'm the prize because not only am I one of the most talented players to ever play at Florida State, the second greatest defensive back at Florida State, other than the absolute GOAT, which was Deion Sanders. But on top of that, I'm actually smarter than you too." And so Dr. Roll literally left the NFL. He didn't take I think he didn't go right into the league. He finished college, almost won the Heisman or something. He was like way up there, like candidate for defensive player of the year, that kind of stuff. And he's like, "No, I want to just go be a Rhodes Scholar because I'm smart and I have options." And I think that was the most brilliant thing in the world. Whoever raised him right. Because I've told you all that the most valuable thing that a black man or black woman can have in America is options. If you want to bless your children infinitely, teach them how to have options. Options, options, options. If you have options, then you will have freedom because options and freedom are like cousins. They're connected. You can't have one without the other. It's hard to say I'm free when you ain't got no options. Am I right or am I right? Am I right? And what is an option? An option, a stock option, the definition of a stock option is the right but not the obligation to buy a certain asset at a certain price on or before a certain date. But that first part is where it all kind of captures the idea. The right but not the obligation. That means you can do whatever you want. You have rights. I know my rights. We're always talking about civil rights. I know my rights. So you have the right, but not the obligation. Ain't nobody gonna make you do nothing. But I have the right to do lots of things. So if you want to understand one of the keys to consciousness and the ability to see the whole playing field, so to speak, and to succeed in this place called America, learn what it means to have options. I have the right to do this, the right to do that, the right to do that, but I'm not obligated to do nothing. I'm the prize. I'm the prize. Y'all competing for my attention. I'm not competing for yours. So yeah, I'll go to the combine, and I'm sure Dr. Roll had to do all that, right? I'll sprint and show you how fast I am. I'll bench press and show you how strong I am. I'll catch some balls and show you how what kind of dexterity I have, and then I'm gonna let you sit back and try to convince me to come play with you because I got other things I could be doing other than being here. Options. Everything is about options. So you think about this, right? You ask a black man in America, like you say, "Hey man, it's 9:30 in the morning. What you gonna do today?" And he says, "I'm going to work." You say, "Well, why are you going to work? Why don't you go and why don't we go to the movies or something?" And he's like, "Well, man, I can't." Well, because you have to go to work. Why don't you have any? Well, because in that moment you don't have any options. And I'm not making fun of you. I'm saying this is the way this is the way society is designed. Welcome to capitalism. That's what capitalism, see, capitalism is this thing where it's a little bit of a Ponzi scheme in a way. You could define it like that. Or like Hunger Games, Squid Games type scenario where the people at the top want to have plenty of options, but they don't want you to have no options. That's why wealthy people worked so hard in the 1970s to dismantle labor unions because they want to have options. They want to be able to pick this employee or that employee or that employee. What they don't want is for the employees to either have options in terms of places they can go or some sort of structure where they're unified and the employer has no option other than to negotiate with them. They want to lock them in where they're like, we don't want you to have options. So that's the power game. That's how the power game kind of gets played. One of the problems that a lot of wealthy people had during the pandemic is that suddenly people had a lot of options. Why? Well, the government was writing checks, so people had stimulus money, and they were staying at home, and they started to think about their lives and all the things that they wanted to do. They started to gain consciousness, which really is the enemy of oppression. The oppressor does not want the oppressed to have consciousness. So they started to have consciousness, which is sometimes can just come from sitting around and thinking. You ever see a guy that goes to jail and he loses his freedom and he's just sitting there thinking for like 5 years and thinking about his life? And sometimes they come out super wise. You ever talk to like a smart guy that went to jail for 3 or 4 years and notice that when he comes out, in many cases, if he used his time wisely, he's smarter than most people? Right? Anybody ever know Malcolm X is one great example. Thank you, Calvin. See, Calvin always does that. You need to stop that. He's always coming with the right words at the right time. I swear he's got a gift. But literally, so they come out and they have a consciousness that exceeds most people. They're like, oh, well, did you know that the Dalai Lama once said that the key to quantum mechanics is, well, like, and you're like, wait a minute, Wall Street Trapper, Big Trap, that's my buddy. I love Trap, right? So there's so many people that will use that time to gain their consciousness, and then they elevate, and then they're suddenly able to see the world a certain way. So a lot of times when you're conscious, you're in a cage. I think a person that's conscious and they live in a cage it can become dangerous, because then they start to understand the cage. They start to see the cage, and they start to see all the places they could be other than the cage. And then at that point, once they have freedom, and a free person that has consciousness is very, very hard to oppress. They're very, very hard to contain and control. Like if you think about, pimps, and the way pimps will control a prostitute. They don't want her to be conscious. They don't want her to have high self-esteem and education and knowledge of all the places she could be. They want her limited in her options, and then maybe they'll give her drugs, because a person who's high, they're not very conscious at all, right? So unconscious people are manipulated. That's why Diddy kept the baby oil that was laced with the whatever it was, that drug that makes everybody go to sleep, so they'll be unconscious, so that then bad things happen, right? So anyway, with that being said, let me finish up this point on the NFL stuff, with a few stats that might be interesting to you. Second thing I want to mention really quick, later on this week, I'm going to send you guys a list of of some good stocks that you might want to buy your kids if you want your kids to be introduced to wealth. So look out for that. If you're not on the text list, get on the text list. You can get on there by texting the word morning to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Or also you can go to drboyceelevate.com. I know some of you live in other countries. So if you live in another country, you can and you can't do the text, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. Also, later on this week, Jay Cameron, who runs a great travel company, the name of it's not in my head right now, but he'll tell you, he's going to come in on Monday and he's going to talk about our trip to Ghana. And we're also going to have an informational session if you want to go to Ghana in the summer. We're doing a few different trips. In February, we're going to do the Millionaire Training Camp. Probably, I think Miami is actually the place that the team chose. We were going to do LA, but no disrespect to LA, but my gosh, my heart goes out. I mean, LA is just, so bad things are happening there. And so the team decided to kind of move it out east. And then also we're going to do a trip to Tulsa. We're going to do a tour of Black Wall Street. That's going to happen, I believe, in May. I think May is the date that they picked for that. And I think that that's everything. And of course, there's the All Black National Convention, which is the weekend of August 24th. That is a big year. It's our 10th year anniversary. We have funded this ourselves for 10 straight years. No corporate sponsorship, no government money, no Democrat, Republican money, none of that. We've done this. It has cost millions of dollars to do this. So clap for yourselves, clap for each other, clap for this, because this is independent, black owned, and you saw that, and it was tested during the pandemic. You got penalized for even having conversations that did not agree with whatever Dr. Fauci was saying, right? And we allowed all conversations. At that convention in 2021, we were in Orlando, Florida, and we brought in Riza Islam, who was literally on the disinformation dozen list. If you remember Riza, who is a buddy of mine, who's been my friend for a long time, he was on this list of people that the government had pointed out, like as being like almost like terrorists, like because they're telling people that they don't have to actually get the shot. Now Riza's being proven correct. In case you don't know, a lot of as the information's pouring out, Riza's sitting there like, see, I told y'all, I told you, I told you. And I stood by that guy the entire time. I said, man, he came on my YouTube channel. I said, bro, you're gonna get my YouTube channel banned, but I guess this is where your character gets tested. I said, I'm not gonna leave your side. So let's do this. So Riza came in, but here's the thing though. We didn't pick a side. We didn't pick a side. My belief is that you can respect all points of view. So we had doctors there that did think that the shot was something that you're supposed to get. And they gave their point of view. And I was like, look, I don't care what people decide to do. I just want people to have options, right? And we were the only black conference, that major black conference I can think of that did that. I don't think you're going to get that at the NAACP conference because we know who they're in bed with. We know who pays the bills there. No disrespect, but we know who pays those bills. Corporate America and the government, and particularly the Democrat or Republican Party. Usually it's the Democrat. Urban League. They can't have that conversation. We had it and we did it. We did panels on it and everybody walked away with information and that's what it was. So anyway, the convention's going to be August 24th. It's not only the 10th year anniversary, but we're partnering with the Black Business League run by Dr. Ken Harris. Again, one of the best leaders in America. Dr. Ken Harris, last year at his Black Business League conference, they had thousands of people there. They had entire delegations from African countries. I think he might have like 5 or 6 African leaders that are going to speak there. And what he's doing is he's connecting African Americans in Africa with black businesses that want to do business in Africa and just doing it on an epic scale. So this year we're doing a joint conference basically. So when you come to the All Black National Convention, you will have access to our convention and you'll also have access to the Black Business League's convention. This happens, so our 10th anniversary happens to be the same year as their 125th anniversary. They were started by Booker T. Washington. Sorry, I almost said W.B. Du Bois. Booker T. Washington. It's going to be in Atlanta at the Hilton, and it's going to be this massive conference with thousands of black people that all have the right ideas. So it's absolutely 100% epic. And one other thing I'll say about Dr. Harris, he has a PhD in economics from Michigan State University. One of the things I admire about Dr. Harris is that he doesn't really get involved in the shenanigans. He doesn't get involved in this Democrat Republican stuff. He does what Booker T did, which was he talks to both parties. He'll talk to the president of the United States if they're a Democrat. He'll talk to the president of the United States if they're a Republican. And he says, "Look, I'm not picking a side. Don't use me for a photo op. I'm not here to be a mascot for you, right?" And he said, "I'm here for the black people." And you don't get that from a lot of your black leadership. A lot of your so-called black leadership has been bought, paid for, sold out, picking a side, all the pre-committing, which is absolutely the worst negotiating strategy ever, where you commit your loyalty before you even begin the negotiation. That's a sucker's move. Only idiots do that. Any book on negotiation will tell you that you don't pre-commit. You don't show up and say, "Okay, I'm on your side, boss. What you need me to do, boss?" You don't do that. You say, "I could be on your side, but maybe I won't be. I don't know. It all depends." I don't know what you got for me, right? What you got for us? What do you have for us, right? And that's what negotiation is supposed to be. This whole idea of like I'm pledging my loyalty in advance before you even offer me anything, you can't negotiate properly if you're desperate. Like that's just weird. That's just sad. It's pathetic. And I'm gonna tell you, as a black man, that offends me. That gets on my damn nerves. Like, don't be out here acting like that. You're supposed to be a man. You're supposed to be defending, protecting a community, but yet you're out here negotiating like a little punk. You don't do that. Stop trying to make friends and start trying to make progress. How about that? Stop making friends and start making progress, and then we'll be okay. So anyway, so to some extent, if you want to know my position on black leadership, I think you are the black leader of your household. Forget these people on TV. They're not going to help you. Anyway, let me go through some quick stats. And here's some quick stats to tell you why I don't think you want your kids to go to the NFL. Maybe if they're extremely talented and they're lucky enough to do it, then it might be a pathway or a springboard to something better. I think that that's absolutely appropriate, absolutely fine. I'm from Ohio State. We got some of the best football players on earth right now. We're about right then to win that championship. I don't know if you're a sports fan, but you saw my Buckeyes kick butt, and I was really proud of that. And there's been some great athletes at Ohio State. There's one guy named Robert Smith. And Robert Smith was this amazing running back. He was built like a freaking Adonis. He was a track star and he was a football star. And because a lot of people don't know, I think he won, I think they won the national championship in the 4x400 meter relay that year because a friend of mine was on that team. And, but Robert Smith played maybe about 7 years and he left the NFL early. And I think that he left because he was like, I don't want to keep on playing and get hit in the head like that because that's not good for you. And the CTE is 100% real. Just speaking on other NFL stories, there was a guy I met named what was his name? Antoine Randall L. And Antoine Randall L played at another alma mater of mine, Indiana University. I was at Indiana. That's where I met my wife. And Antoine, I knew about him because he was a great quarterback. He was All-American. He played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He won a Super Bowl, and I think he won the NFL Man of the Year award, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but he was a great athlete. And so he and I were about to go on a panel, and the panel was hosted by Etan Thomas, who played in the NBA, another really smart guy. A lot of athletes are very smart people, so I don't want to when I critique what's going on, I don't want you to think that I think all athletes are dumb or all rappers are dumb. I have a lot of friends that are rappers and athletes, and a lot of them are good people. Some of them are just dummies, but a lot of them are just good people, smart people, making great moves. So anyway, I'm sitting there talking to Antoine, and we're standing outside of the in the hallway getting ready to go up on the panel. And my first thought is, because I used to be an athlete, right? So I'm looking at him, looking him up and down, and I'm like thinking, dude, we're the same height. You play in the NFL. I could have played in the NFL. Like you're no bigger than me. Like what? I'm pretty. I got some muscles, and I'm like, I could have done this. Oh my god. So, but I didn't say all that. And Antoine, if you're watching, just no offense. Like but I'm bigger than you. I thought in my mind, I was like, I could probably beat him up. But anyway, so so we're talking, right? And we had a friendly, great conversation, and we were talking. I said, hey man, so that CTE stuff, which happened to be discovered in Pittsburgh. The black doctor that discovered CTE, the brain damage thing that athletes get, he was in Pittsburgh, and Antoine it played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And and I said, "Is that real? Like, are athletes really getting that?" And he said, "Yeah, man." He said, "A lot of my friends." I said, "Really? Like what?" And he said, like you might see your boy that you used to play with, and he'll be like, "Hey, man, what's going on? How you doing?" And he said, and then the same guy 2 or 3 minutes later will see you again and be like, "Hey, man, how you been? I ain't seen you for a long time." It like he literally forgot that he just talked to you 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. Now, this isn't happening to everybody, right? But that was I think he was talking about a specific example of what he's seen, or like people, a guy going to pick up his daughter from school and then forgetting how to get back into his house, or, or just having trouble. He said, "Yeah, sometimes I have trouble walking down the steps. I'll just lose my balance." And what I did not know at the time, and maybe I've shared this story before, but it really impacted me, and I really was impressed with him. He's a really nice guy, very smart guy. And after we were done, I didn't want to fight. I wasn't comparing to him no more. I mean, come on, man, that's so petty, boys, to be trying to compare yourself to a great athlete like that. But anyway, I remember that after we got done, I did not know that he himself had been an extreme victim of the CTE thing. And a year after our conversation, I saw this headline in USA Today where it says Antoine Randall L. says, "I wish I had never played football." That was heavy. That was really heavy. And I thought back to our conversation, and I had no idea that he wasn't describing other people. He might have been describing himself. This poor guy was ground zero of what is one of the biggest cover-ups in sports history. It's one of these unspoken things. The NFL does not talk about it because there's too much money at stake. Professional football makes a ridiculous and insane amount of money. And it's going to grow because now private equity firms are being allowed to purchase percentages of NFL teams. That's going to inflate the valuations. Like right now, the Cowboys are worth 10 or 11 billion. I bet you in a decade, they're going to be worth 25 billion. Okay. Because when that money starts flowing in, those valuations start going up. It's standard inflation, basically asset inflation. That's the specific term for it. It's called asset inflation. Um, so they don't want to mess around with their money. But what's really happening beneath the surface that nobody's really talking about is a lot of these poor guys are they're basically disabled at the age of 34, 35 years old. And so you live that dream of playing professional sports, and maybe sometimes you find out that the dream isn't what you thought it was going to be. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to quit sports. I'm not, I know a lot of you are in here are football coaches and stuff and or football fans. I'm a football fan. I told you that. I'd go Buckeyes, right? But I kind of think at the very least, you should know what you're getting into. I think that's really the requirement. It's like investing. When we talk about investing and someone will say, "Should I buy this stock or not buy it?" I say, "Well, I can't tell you if you should buy it or not buy it because either way, I'm going to be wrong. Because if I say don't buy it, you shouldn't buy it, Well, there's millions of people that disagree with me because there's millions of people that already own that stock. Do you understand? If I say you should buy it, well, that's wrong because even more people disagree with me. They didn't buy the stock. It's really a matter of knowing what you're getting into. If you know what you're getting into and you've assessed the risk and you're okay with that, then I support you 100%. But if you're doing it either because A, you don't know, then I'm concerned for you, or B, you feel like you don't have any options. We talked about that word earlier. Like you don't feel like you have any options, like I can't do nothing else but play football, then I beg to differ because you're a big, strong, smart black man. You're 6'5", 240 pounds. You've already won the genetic lottery, and there's a good chance you may even have a brain that is just as powerful as your body. In fact, you probably do because if anybody's ever seen the complexities of the offensive and defensive schemes of professional football, you'll know it's like studying for a master's degree. It's crazy. Like the way the quarterbacks have to remember all these different patterns and setups. And okay, if the cornerback is over here, then that means the linebacker is going to move here, and then the team goes in motion. Then you got to do this with the running back and go into the flat. Like there's a lot of thinking required in these sports, right? So to me, I'm sitting there thinking, I don't know if you realize how special you are. Like I don't know if you realize that those same skills that you have, they come from sports. You know, hard work, determination, consistency, right? Courage, right? Discipline, intellect, planning, strategy, skill. I don't know if you understand that's exactly what we do in business and everything else. That's exactly what you have to have those skills to be a surgeon. You use those skills to be, to be an accountant, to be an entrepreneur, to be an investor. Like all these things come into play. In fact, the reason I was the number one student at the University of Kentucky, I had the highest grade point average of all the black students, and I had a triple major. And I got two bachelor's degrees in 4 years. It was all very easy. It was really easy for me, and people didn't understand why it was so easy for me. They thought I was just some genius, and maybe my IQ was kind of high. I'm not going to deny that, but a lot of it really actually came from sports. Like I just learned from playing sports that if you want to be a champion, you got to bust your ass. That's it. And and no excuses. You work hard every day. Think about this. This is no different from what you do in football practice. You do 2-a-day workouts and you get hit in the head. You got to get up and don't let them see your weakness and you get ready for the next play and you got to run every play with precision and where the coach will penalize you and it's hard and you're tired, but you fight through the pain. Imagine if you just apply that to every single thing that we do. Like, imagine if that was just the cultural code. Imagine if that was what black people were known for. We just don't give up. We fight to the end. We do that in sports already. I think that if we did that in the game of life and understand that life is nothing but a sport, it's just your football team is playing against team white supremacy, and they're pretty good. They've got the best athletes and the most money and the biggest stadium and lots of fans cheering for them. So you're gonna have to come in with a battle plan. You're gonna come in ready to play. But if you come in there ready to play, you can actually win. I really think that we already have everything we need. I just think we have to understand that these skills can be applied in everything that we do. Everything we do. So academically, my child goes into class, they understand that they're in a competition. They're going to compete with the best students, not just from America, but from India and Finland and China and Nigeria and everywhere else on the planet because they're supposed to be the best because that's what African Americans do. I don't understand why that can't be just a simple core value. And if it's not a core value for a community, I think it could be a core value for your family. I think that we have those core values when it comes to like entertainment. Like if you are a singer, you got to be the best. If you're a singer and you're black, you go to the Apollo, they're going to boo you if you're not really talented. They booed major celebrities at the Apollo, right? If you're a basketball player, then you play in Wicker Park where they got that guy, that annoying guy with the big microphone. It's like, yeah, he's about to dunk on him. Look out, y'all. What? Right? And all that, but you still got to show up and really play and be excellent and extraordinary. And you're playing against guys who are going to be draft picks. And yet you still rise above all that. To me, that's like a type of excellence that we display when it comes to sports. That's why everyone admires us for the way we perform. They also admire us for the way we play a damn sport. So I'm simply saying that we have to have a battle plan, not for the black men in America who are not 6'8", 240 pounds. What are you going to do with the other 99.9%? I don't want the other 99.9% wasting their time trying to get just 5 or 6 spots in a professional sports team. That don't even make no sense. That's not even logical. That's crazy. The only way to think that way is if you have no options and you've been plagued and diseased. Your mind has been literally injected with the virus of significant misinformation, where somehow you think that because you're all city, that your little 5'8" butt is going to be playing next to LeBron. That's not going to happen. So to me, I'm like, well, let's just take what we do in sports and let's just spread it out. Let's just approach everything like we do a national championship game. Let's approach everything with the same excellence that Whitney Houston had when she was singing in the church. Right? I think that if we did that in business, we did that in education, and we did that in in family, in terms of like what type of family structure we want to have. If we did that in raising kids, if we did that with our mental and physical health, right? I want to have excellent health. I want to have excellent physical health, mental health. I want to have strong relationships. I want to know how to build wealth. I want to understand cash flow and financial security at the highest level. If we had that same level of excellence in everything, I don't think we could be stopped by anybody. Racism becomes a footnote in the story of Black success. I don't think racism is something that can stop you. I've never met a white man who told me I could not read a book. I've never met a white man who told me I couldn't start a business. I've never met a white man who told me I could not take care of my kids. So this default bullshit about sort of looking at racism and thinking that racism is the reason that everything's going wrong in my life is absolutely something I reject completely, and it's something that doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, I really don't think white folks are really thinking about you like that. I really don't. I think that you're thinking about them. I think that we know that they don't admire us very much, except for when we're playing sports or entertaining them, right? But I don't think that they're really thinking about us. I think that we think about them. I think we admire them. We're like, oh, what that white man thinking about me? Oh, he looked at me funny. He must not like black people. Man, who cares? Who cares? I have a neighbor like that. I have a neighbor who is he is like he's a cop, and he's like a big card carrying big Trump supporter, big American flag, like what's it Blue Lives Matter kind of dude, right? Now, I think that because I'm black, and also because maybe he's Googled me. I have neighbors that Google me and stuff, and I'm sure they whisper about me and stuff. I think that he thinks that I'm offended by him, right? He thinks that I look at him and I get mad, or I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no idea, but I know that when I've tried to like go up and say, "Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you," blah, 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 it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like at one point, I swear to God, I said to the guy, um, I said, okay, I'm sorry that my package got delivered to your house by accident. I said, but here, how about I give you my phone number and you can call me and let me know and I'll come over and get it. And you know what he said? Normally, most people were like, okay, sure, let me get your number. He goes, I know where you live. I was like, okay, peace out. I'm gone. Yeah, I get it, right? Like just real, like, and he's kind of interesting, right? Like I'm kind of like, okay, are you like, do you have like little dead puppies in your basement or something? Like, am I gonna find out one day that you just got something going on that you don't want nobody to even ask questions? He's a real interesting neighbor, and the interesting crazy part is I don't know if he thinks that because he's a cop and the Black Lives Matter whole movement was like kind of anti-police. He doesn't know I that my father was a cop for 25 years, and I don't get offended by cops unless they're bad cops. I think good cops are needed. I think that the fact that we all call the police when something goes wrong means that we should show appreciation to the officers that put their lives on the line to protect perfect strangers. I'm not doing that. Most of y'all ain't doing that. So I admire cops and soldiers. I'm sorry. If you're good at what you do and you're not hurting nobody, you get all my respect. I think you should make $200,000 a year because ain't nobody else out here gonna put their life on the line. That's my practice. That's how I approach things. But this guy, I think that there's something there, right? But I don't care. I don't care what he thinks about me. It's like I got my family, you got yours. Good luck. I don't care. So I think that generally I don't understand. I think as I get older, I have a harder time understanding why we are so obsessed with what others think about us. I think we should be more obsessed with what we think about ourselves. I think that actually is the solution because my belief is that if you think highly enough about yourself, you don't really need external validation. You don't need other people to tell you you're pretty if you already know that you're gorgeous, right? You don't need other people to tell you you're smart if you know that you're smart. Like Magic Johnson, when Magic Johnson got rejected from the Olympic team, remember first when he first became HIV positive, he was like, I don't really need the Olympic committee to tell me that I'm a great basketball player. I don't need that. I don't need that. Just like I don't need someone to tell me that I know finance. I have 30 years of experience in this field. That's enough. That tells me what I need to know. I appreciate you telling me, good or bad, whatever you think. I appreciate your opinion, but that you 30 years late to the party, man. It starts internally. Think about that internal compass. Now, a couple more things. One, those of you that I invited a lot of you into the Fly Newbie Money Club, where Constance Carter did her whole 6 and 7 figure blueprint. There's a lot of other good stuff in there. So if you guys want to join the Fly Newbie Money Club, it's all the teachers are women. So every 2 weeks they bring in an expert in some area and they do a club meeting around some topic that expert can deliver. So Constance did her thing on Saturday. A lot of you were there. A few hundred of you were there. If you want to see the recording of that, as well as all the other trainings that they've done, just go to flynubianmoneyclub.com and I'll send you guys the link. I'll text it out to you. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. Somebody said it was fire. Okay, good. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, yeah. Constance is great. Constance teaches with us in the Black Business School, and I have a lot of respect for her. So anyway, we'll text that out to you. So make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. And also the Queens go live every day at 1 o'clock. And I really I keep reiterating, like, I hope that you we support our women. We got to support our Black women that are doing amazing things. I feel like as a man, I feel like we can do better. And I feel like, and as women, a lot of you women support us, and I want to say thank you for that. And if you're not supporting us, I hope that you'll reconsider that. But anyway, they go live every day at 1 o'clock. So if you text the word Queens to the number 87948, they can actually let you know when they go live. So text Queens to 87948 on your phone. All right, so a couple stats I want to read to you about NFL athletes, just because I kept referencing this list and I wanted to make sure I share this. Number one, most athletes have a very short career span. The NFL does not stand for National Football League. It actually stands for not for long, because the average career span of an NFL player is about 2.3 years. And after retirement, most of them cannot replace the income that they had before. So not only is the income short term, but it's also very risky in the sense that sometimes your career is even shorter than you think. Like you're thinking, oh, I've only got 10 years to play. No, you might only have 2 years to play. Or you get out there, injuries are pretty frequent. So you get injured one time, you kind of fall off. I knew a lady who, and this is a funny thing too. I noticed this when I wrote my book, Financial Lovemaking, that there were a lot of women that married athletes when they were younger and they thought that they were getting this sort of dream fantasy life because they meet the guy in college and and all these other girls are competing for this guy and he picks you, so you feel like you won the lottery, when really in economics there's a term for that. In economics they call that the winner's curse. That's when you think you won but really you lost. Like you think you won this amazing life, this fairy tale princess life with all this money and status, but really you might have actually lost. Maybe because remember, unfortunately, with being an athlete and having lots of options when it comes to women and fame and power can spoil people. If a person is not grounded and they're not conscious, it can spoil people and cause them to make a lot of bad decisions. So, like when I used to work at University of Kentucky, I used to work in the basketball dorm when I was in college. And I would sit in this dorm and I sign people in and out. So the person who's sitting there silently, like running the front desk, knows everything. Like you're literally, remember the spook that sat by the door? That's kind of what I was. I don't call myself a spook though, but yeah, that's what I was. I was the Boyce that sat by the door, and I saw everything that was happening in this dorm, and I would see people signing in and signing out, and it was crazy. I would see a girl sign in to see some dude at 7 o'clock, and then she signs out at 8 o'clock, and then another girl signs in at 8:30 to see the same guy. She signs out at 9:30, and then another girl signs in at 10:30, and she signs out at 11:30. I'm like, wow. Now remember, I was a regular guy. I'm not even 6 feet tall. So ladies, y'all would have passed me up in college, I'm sure. And but I was trying to build, trying to be somebody, right? I was like studying and stuff. But back then, when you're 21, you look like a nerd. When you get older, you look like a millionaire. So that changes it. I grew about 7 inches when I got money. But anyway, I was sitting, so I was sitting there, I was like, God, like all these girls are so pretty. Some of them would just be white girls, and no disrespect if you're white. It's like dating an alien, or I did that. Just I would say like dating a dog, but I wouldn't want to compare anybody to a dog because that's a mean way. That's a mean analogy. So no, but like white girls never did anything for me. The black girls though would just be gorgeous, right? There'd be like all these pretty girls, and I'd be thinking, God, I can't. I'm working hard to get one girlfriend, right? Like, and this dude has three girls coming in the same night, And I'm like, I wonder what they're expecting from this relationship. Like, I wonder if they know about each other. I wonder if they understand, like, this guy is not the best decision maker and he's sleeping with all these women without a condom. That's another thing, right? There's STDs. That's a real thing. Um, and I'm like, I wonder, like, what, I was trying to understand the dynamics. That's it, right? Like, because I was like, if they're all thinking that they're gonna be with him and marry him, he can only pick one. So maybe they'd be better off picking like some guy, maybe like me. I don't know. Like I'll be with you, and I'll be just with you. I'm not gonna have 10 girls like coming in like that. And so anyway, there would be one, and then he would pick that one girl. Maybe they get married or something. They go to, to the NFL, NBA, whatever. And then sometimes in some cases, you're dealing with a lot of extra stuff, like a lot of shenanigans, right? Like this constant competition from like thousands of other women who are trying to get your man's attention. You're dealing with drugs, right? A lot of NFL athletes have to take drugs and painkillers, especially in order to keep playing. Maybe you're just dealing with like kind of crazy culture, crazy spending, maybe some arrogance, right? Okay, why would I work hard on this relationship with you when I've got five other women that are telling me how much better they would be for me than you are, right? So a person who doesn't have consciousness or good values, like they're not firmly rooted in terms of knowing, like, okay, this too shall pass. Remember, consciousness is time and space, where they can see the bigger picture, right? They're thinking, okay, this is my wife, and I want my wife and I to have a good family. So I'm not going to get caught up in the temporary shenanigans because I want to focus on having a wife and a family. And sometimes you'll see that if you watch some of the NFL series like Quarterback, it seems like they would show like Patrick Mahomes, who has a $500 million contract, and he could be running to the stripper club, throwing money in the air, living his best life. But he seems like a guy that's like, no, I got my wife and my daughter and my football, and that's it. And I'm not interested in all the extra stuff. But maybe that's just front. You don't know. And so anyway, yeah. So I knew a lady who married a guy who played for Penn State, who ended up getting drafted in his junior year, and he played for the Seahawks, and he thought he was going to have a long career. Because why wouldn't he? I mean, he was All American, and they ended up cutting him like halfway through the season because he got injured, and he was waiting to come back from the injury, and he was waiting to get a phone call from the team. The call never came. So, but because he's this athlete, he didn't think of himself as a person that had options. He was a person that thought of himself as only an athlete, and so he just waited. He didn't do anything in the meantime. He didn't try to build anything. Didn't start a business. Didn't go to school. Didn't do anything. So he'd be sitting at home waiting for the team to call. Now, here's what happens, right? So the mental health starts to decline. The mental health starts to dip. Why? Well, because you're waiting for the call because it's impossible that your dream is going to die. You're only 22 years old. Why? It can't die this young, and because you're too good, you're too talented. All you need is that one shot and you're going to come back, whatever. Well, the team never called. So then you're sad and depressed. So maybe you're taking those painkillers still because they feel good, or you're drinking liquor, right? The idle mind becomes a devil's workshop. If you ever want to know the most dangerous type of man in the world, it's a man who has no purpose. A man who has no purpose, unfortunately, can be a person that that's when you dabble into the drugs, the alcohol, the porn, the whatever, right? Because you're the dope. You're getting into the dope, the dopamine. Everything's about the dopamine injection, right? The pleasure-seeking behavior. So you're dealing with five or six women because you ain't got nothing else to do. So you got a bunch of women, the weed over here, the liquor over here. A lot of y'all know men like this. Give me a yes if you've seen that. And it's sad. It's sad. It's like that that Jamie Foxx movie Soul. Remember that Jamie Foxx movie Soul, where they showed people in the real in the soul in the soul space. I guess that's what they would call it, or like the spiritual world, where they would just be sitting there just drifting along, because they don't have anything that's giving them passion, nothing that's giving them purpose. You have to have a purpose. Right? I think that's really important. And that your purpose has to come from you. It can't come from the world. It can't come from other people. If you have your purpose, then you're truly alive. You're truly living. If you're living your purpose, you feel good. If you're not living your purpose, it's easy to become stuck in a rut where you become this sort of soulless, empty vessel that's just sort of navigating through life. And a lot of our people, unfortunately, get trapped in that space where there's a lot of people that have almost like walking depression, like a spiritual version of walking pneumonia, where they're able to go through the motions and do what they have to do, but deep down they're really, really depressed. They're really, really unhappy. A lady wrote a book like that. I forgot it. I think it's still called Black Pain. Terry Williams. I met Terry a long time ago. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but she wrote a great book called Black Pain, and she talked about millions of black women in particular that have depression And depression and anxiety, they tend to go together, but it's undiagnosed, untreated because, well, why would you treat it? Why would you even talk about it? You're a strong black woman, and so you should be able to just function and do everything for everybody all the time, everywhere. And but yet deep down, maybe you're dying on the inside. Your mental and physical health is just kind of deteriorating because you're trying to be this rock for everyone. So I think it's important to kind of do that work. But anyway, like yeah, so when I wrote Financial Lovemaking, I saw a lot of couples like that. If you want to know how that story ended with the woman that married the Seahawks guy, she got to the point where she said, I was surprised. I thought that I would have an easier life as a professional, as a wife of an athlete. But she said, actually, it was harder because I had to get two jobs to pay all the bills because he refused to get a job because he only saw himself as an athlete. Right. So he would sit at home and she would be out working all day. And then after eventually he became abusive, right? The drugs and the alcohol and all that does mess with your head. An unhappy man who gets liquored up or whatever, then you have a risk of violence in many cases. And he started beating her up, and then eventually that's when she got the divorce. So everything that she thought would be a dream turned into a nightmare, and that is an example of the winner's curse. So when I wrote Financial Lovemaking, which by the way, you can have a copy of the book for free, an e-copy, just go to boyceandalicia.com, boyceandalicia.com. And anyway, there were several women who had that winner's curse. Several women I saw, because again, lack of financial consciousness means you're looking at what someone is right now, you're looking at where things are right now, and you can't see what's this going to look like 10 years from now. Where's this person going to be 15 years from now? Consciousness is like Wayne Gretzky, the hockey player, used to say, I don't look at where the puck is located, I look at where the puck is going. So in your life and in the lives of others, I think that one good way to be able to see good investment opportunities when you're talking about investing in people, the biggest investments you make are in people. They're not in stocks and bonds and real estate. It's people. When you marry someone, you're investing in them. Do you understand? Do you agree with this? Do you get what I'm saying? You're investing something that's more valuable than money. Money is like this. Your life is like this. So you're investing like years of your life. You'll never be a cute 22-year-old ever again. You might be a cute 32-year-old, but you won't be a cute 22-year-old. Those comes with different types of benefits, right? So when you choose that man or you choose that woman, you are making an investment. So a big part of investing in financial theory, I could show you 1,000 research papers that break this down, is knowing where the puck is going. You don't look at what a company is right now. Do you understand this? This is how the whole stock market is valued, by the way. The whole stock market, it's not valued based on what companies are actually worth. The stock market is not valued based on what companies actually have or how much money companies are actually making. You do understand companies are valued based on where the puck is going, what they think they're going to be worth, how much money they're expected to make. Do you understand? So the stock market is what they call a forward-looking vessel. And I think it's quite logical, but sometimes you can be wrong, right? If you're not conscious and not intelligent about it, then you'll buy that stock that's shooting up in value because everybody loves it right now, but you're not thinking about where the puck is going. So generally speaking, in your life, I encourage you to always remember that everything you see, most things you see that are in motion, whether you're talking about people or opportunities or investments, what they are and where they are is not nearly as important as where they're going to be. If I'm in a car and I'm going 60 miles an hour down the road, don't judge me from where I am. Think about where I'm going to be in 5 hours. If I tell you I'm in Connecticut and you think that I'm going to be in Connecticut for the rest of my life, but I'm going 60 miles an hour and I'm headed west, then you're wrong. I'm going to be in Connecticut for a little while, but eventually I'm going to be somewhere else, maybe New Jersey or something. So that really, to me, I think is a great principle to apply when you're talking about what moves you're going to make. I also think, just circling back, I think that black families should be fully aware of the limitations of professional sports. So you'd stop sending your sons off to go become slave masters or become slaves for slave masters like Jerry Jones and stuff like that. I think that that's fine. It's okay if your son can play for the Cowboys, great, but he should always know he has options, and you should also understand those risks. They are destroying the brains of these poor young guys. These guys are getting out of the NFL, and they're never going to tell you because they're very strong, hard, type guys. But a lot of them are living in a quiet hell, and I just don't want that to happen to anybody. In fact, I have another NFL story I could tell you, but I'm not going to tell it because I've been telling too many stories. But it involved Dave Durrison. I knew a lady who dated Dave Durrison, who played for the Chicago Bears. He was NFL Man of the Year, just like Antoine Randall L. And he played on that '86 Bears team that was really good. They won the Super Bowl, and it was probably arguably the greatest team in NFL history. A lot of people think that they are. And Dave, was a smart guy. He went to Notre Dame. He was All-American, a straight A student, that kind of thing. And a great businessman, got an MBA, just a really great all-around citizen for the most part. But he had brain damage. And Dave eventually, I remember my friend who was dating him at the time. I think that I don't think he was dating only her though. I think it was he kind of was a Rolling Stone a little bit. And I remember her calling me because she would call me and complain about Dave all the time and stuff he was doing and other women and whatever. But then one day she didn't call me and tell me this. I did talk to her 2 days earlier though, and I saw on TV, I was in Chicago, and on the news they said Dave Durison killed himself, and he shot himself in the chest because he wanted to preserve his brain, and he asked them to investigate his brain to figure out what's going on with his mind. And when they did, from what I understand, I think they found the CTE. I'm not sure. I got to double check the story, but I believe he was actually featured in that Will Smith movie all about the CTE. So this is real. I encourage you to think about this. If you have athletic sons, black boys are the best athletes on the freaking planet. African American boys in particular, when it comes to football, basketball, track and field, we just are head and shoulders above everybody else. I honestly think it might have to do with slave breeding. I really do. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I think that they did something to us genetically that made us just on another planet. Like there is no white version of a Shaquille O'Neal. There is no white version of a Michael Jordan. There is no white version of an Usain Bolt, right? So again, we could talk about that later, but I think ultimately we have this asset called our athleticism that everybody wants, right? The colonizers, they want to come in and get a piece of that. And I kind of think that we should understand either, first of all, we should be the ones who benefit first before anybody else does. That requires development of systems that allow you to keep that wealth as opposed to giving it away. Number two, we got to think about what the consequences are, right? You're literally running our boys through this factory, this cultural factory that spits out all this toxic waste, where you when he's high flying and he's making lots of money and he's on top of the world, then you want him, you want every piece of him, you want to represent him, you want to marry him, you want to keep him with you. But then when he's like this sort of like shadow of himself and he's no longer good for your purposes anymore, you dump him off back in the hood. And we got some guy that's an alcoholic and a drug addict who's sitting around talking about what kind of player he used to be and all this other stuff. And that's kind of the way things work, and that's actually something that offends me. I'm not happy about that. And so the other things too about being a professional athlete that should be considered is that they've spent a lot of money on agents and management fees. A lot of that money gets eaten up. Also, there's a lifestyle expectation. A lot of NBA players went broke trying to gamble with Michael Jordan. Like Antoine Walker talks about how he would gamble with Michael Jordan all night, and Michael had a gambling addiction. And so he would just gamble like 24 straight hours, and they would be betting like $100,000, $50,000 a hand, stuff like that. Most guys could not afford that, but there is a lifestyle pressure that comes with making more money. A lot of you felt that actually when you maybe finished college. Maybe you got your MBA from Harvard, and everybody thought that because you got the MBA from Harvard and you got this fancy job making $250,000 a year, that you're just made of money. So when you have that expectation placed on you, because you've let everyone know how much money you have, or somehow they can maybe guess because they came to your house and saw your car, well, then now sometimes there's pressure to fulfill that expectation. Let me know if you've gone through that. Anybody go through that where you go to dinner with relatives and they don't even look at the bill, they don't even look at the tab when they eat with you because they know that you're going to cover it because you're the one who has money. I'm ground zero for that. Whenever I go eat anywhere, people pass me the bill. And truth be told, usually I can take the bill and it's not a big deal. But before I go in, I have a consciousness of what restaurant we're eating at and how comfortable I am with paying the bill for this many people. So if it's like 12 or 13 people, I'll say in advance, I'm not paying for everybody. And not in this restaurant, but we can get a pizza. Right. Well, how about this? Because I want to be generous, I'll buy 4 Domino's pizzas and everybody can eat. But no, we ain't all going to Ruth Chris with 14 people. Hell no. I'm not paying a $1,400 bill. To hell with that. I can afford to pay, but I'm not doing that. There's nothing that makes me want to do this right now, right? So maybe consciousness in terms of setting expectations in advance goes a long way. And because when you have more wealth, you're going to have more responsibility. You're going to have to protect that wealth and be a steward of that. But at the same time, I don't believe you should have to be a miser either. I think that part of the joy of financial success is the ability to bless other people and to be there for other people and to support other people and help other people. And so I don't think it's healthy to go to the other extreme either, where you're so obsessed with money that you become just really greedy and mean and evil, and you're watching every nickel. Why are you watching a nickel, man? You got $10 million in the bank, dude. It's a nickel, right? So I kind of think that there has to be a balance there, but how you structure that balance depends on you and what's going to actually help you feel good navigating the world, and that's what I encourage you to consider. But so I can't even answer that for you. That's something you have to answer for yourself. Okay. All right, so let's get out of here. Let's see a couple more things. Pretty soon I'm going to reach out to you guys to do stock options class. If you guys want to meet for that, text the word options to 87948 if you want to get notified when we do stuff related to stock options. And it's really good stuff. So we're going to do some stuff this week. So text options to 87948. And also, we have a social media platform you guys are welcome to join. It's B1 Nation, and you can actually find people that live in your area. There are groups on there, stuff like that. So feel free to go to b1nation.us, the number one nation.us. And Amani, by the way, I saw Amani, who's on our customer success team in the Black Business School. She's in the chat. So I want to say thank you, Amani, for hanging out this morning. I didn't expect to see her today, but I'm glad she's here. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Be good. Peace. Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to the Black Financial Channel. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and also, just in case you don't know, I do have a podcast called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, which is on Spotify. If you guys want to go check that out. Now, I want to talk to you guys about real estate. I want to break something down for you that is probably going to surprise you. A lot of people love real estate, and I love it too. I do own real estate. I think real estate is great as an investment vehicle for diversification purposes. But I'm going to just tell you the truth. I really actually sold a lot of my real estate, and I'm going to explain to you why I don't know if the so-called American dream of owning property is really what it's chalked up to be. I think it might be a little bit overhyped. Now, what I want to do as you come in, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe, is I want to play a video for you. And this video is, there's a young lady, her name was Stephanie Kabidi, and I'm going to share her video. And she did a really good job of explaining her experience as a real estate owner and why she's selling a lot of her properties. And so I'm gonna play this video for you guys so you can take a look and hear from the sister's mouth. She's very smart. She looks like she's really deep in the real estate game, and I respect it. Hold on, let me turn this down a little bit. And I really think this is worth watching. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna share this real quick. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I hear you about the homeowners insurance, Jeremy. That's a real thing, especially if you live out west and y'all know what it is. Okay, so let me play this video. Give me a yes if you can hear the audio. I always want to make sure the audio comes through okay. Let me see if I can find this dang video. Hold on. I got it. It's somewhere around here. Here we go. Here it is. Okay. So here's the video. I'm pulling it up now and I'm going to play it. Let me know. Give me a quick yes if you can hear the audio as I play it. I'm going to look for your yeses in the chat. Here we go.
It's in only 18 months, and now I regret it. Just to show you, here's a 2-unit property I own. Here's another one that's a 6-unit apartment building, and here's another one, and here's another one, and there's even more properties, but I'm done driving around wasting my gas, and I feel you guys understand. I thought owning rental properties would be a great source of income, but boy, was I wrong. Most real estate investors teach about buying rental properties, rehabbing them, renting them out to tenants, and then refinancing them with a bank, just to only cash flow $300 per month. And that $300 per month may sound like a small amount, but when you have a lot of units, that amount adds up. For the 22 units that I own with my business partner, we roughly cash flow on an average of $600 per month, and that's per unit. And on a monthly basis, that comes to $13,200. And on an annual basis, each year, that comes to $158,400. And that's a big cash flow amount just for only owning 22 units. Now that we talked about the money side of things, you're probably thinking to yourself, Stephanie, why on earth would you regret buying all these properties and wanting to sell them if you're making well over 6 figures with them? Well, because I'm here to tell you the dark side of owning rental properties that the other real estate gurus won't tell you. I honestly thought that as we buy more rental properties, that I would make more money. And as we continue to buy more, I just became more broke. So owning 22 rental properties looks great on social media, but in real life, it sucks. And the 6 figures that you see that we make from all these properties isn't really 6 figures, because as you buy more and you scale, more of that money of that cash flow that you make just goes into buying more properties. And not only that, you have to remember you're dealing with properties and things happen. So a roof could go out, an HVAC system could go out, windows could need to be replaced. And those are some pricey items. And that starts to add up. Look, think about it. Let's say you own a single family house and you decide to rent it out and you cash flow $400 per month. That's great. That's above average because typical investors look to cash flow roughly $200 a month. So you're making $400 a month just from this one property. Now, let's say your roof goes out, and to buy a new roof, that costs $5,000. All your cash flow of that $400 per month is completely wiped out just because of that one thing, just because you have to pay for that roof. Look, I'm not here to tell you what to do with your money, whether that's buying rental properties or not. I'm just here to tell you what my journey is and the ups and downs that have come along with it, just so it can help you along the way. Because at the end of the day, we all know that there are pros to rental properties and there are also cons to rental properties. Throughout us buying all these rental properties within an 18-month time frame, I quickly realized that we were becoming equity rich, but cash poor. And having a lot of equity is great, but equity does not put gas in my tank for me to be able to drive to the office and drive to appointments. I don't like living a life having to constantly check if my bank account is in the negatives or not. I just got tired of it, honestly. And with you being equity rich and cash poor and not having enough in your bank account, you have to think of those things. Like, are you going to have enough money for food? Are you going to have enough money to have gas? Are you going to have enough money for just the regular bills in your life? And that's where I just got over it. I was just tired of living a life like that and just came to this realization where I just regret building and scaling this fast.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause right there, and I'm going to start with a financial concept that we've talked about in Money in the Morning. In case you don't know, we do Money in the Morning economic elevation training. We call it the Millionaire Training Camp every morning. Anybody who wants to be invited, just text that word morning to 87948 on your phone, number 87948. I'll put that on the screen. It's totally free. We have thousands and thousands of you that sign up and come in for free. You bring your children, and it helps a lot. And in case you don't know my background, in case you're new, I'm a finance PhD. I taught at Syracuse University for 13 years, also at Indiana University and the Ohio State University. Go Buckeyes. So here's what I want to lay out here. There is one word that this very intelligent young woman shared repeatedly that I think everybody should write down and remember this word, because it often gets forgotten in the space of investing. And that word is liquidity. Liquidity. She didn't even use the word liquidity, but I'm going to tell you what she was saying. What she's talking about is a phenomenon that's really true in academic research in terms of wealth. Remember, as scholars, that's all we do is we look at research and we figure out who has money and who doesn't and why. Well, one of the things that people don't talk about enough, as we talk about all the dreams and everybody gives you the feel-good speeches, about starting a business and buying real estate, is they don't talk about the fact that that most businesses fail not because they're not profitable. They don't fail due to a lack of profitability. They fail due to a lack of liquidity. Liquidity is the availability of cash. The availability of cash. And if you want to look at the dark side of real estate, one thing about real estate is that real estate is a space where sometimes running out of cash can be a real problem. Other areas like fashion. I used to do stuff with Damon Dash from Rock Nation, and he told these great stories about Jay-Z and everything. And one thing he mentioned about when they started Rockefeller, Rockaware, and all that, he said they had no problem with people wanting Rockaware. Everybody wanted to buy Rockaware because everybody wanted to be like them in the 90s and the early 2000s. The problem was that they didn't have the cash flow to run that business. Cash flow is like lifeblood to a business. It's like blood flowing through your veins. It's like liquidity, like water in your body. You have to keep a business highly liquid in certain spaces in order to make things work. Real estate in general, in my opinion, is not a very liquid industry. I don't dislike real estate. I want to make that 100% clear. So anybody who's a big real estate person, do not get offended. I am not saying that you're silly for owning property. Real estate is great in the sense that it holds its value very well. It has made money all through time. But a lot of people are jumping into real estate who don't know a damn thing about it. A lot of people are jumping in because it sounds good on the internet, or they'll go watch an influencer and go put up $30,000, $40,000 for that influencer to show them how to buy real estate and buy property. And I just think that there are better ways to kind of get things done. And so when she's talking about this idea that you have control of all this property, you own all this real estate, and your cash flows down, your bank balance is negative. That's a big deal. That ability to get the money out is really hard. I can tell you this is not just true for real estate, but it's also true for a lot of entrepreneurial ventures. It's very easy to get your money in, but it's really hard to get your money out. So before you jump into somebody's investment or somebody gets you to go and put your life savings into something,
You got to think about liquidity and say, okay, if I need my money out tomorrow, can I get my money out tomorrow? If not, how long does it take for me to get my money out? Can I get my money out in, in a month? Can I get it out in 2 months? What are my guarantees? What's my collateral? What's my protection? And I see Joy mentioned, she said, I dropped $1,300 for furnace repair and dryer replacement. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to actually do is I thought that this lady's video was so well done that I thought I would go ahead and like play it and kind of use this as an instructive opportunity for all of us. And by the way, if you haven't joined our Money in the Morning class, you can just text the word morning to 87948. If you live out of the country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com, and you can join for free. All right, so here is this video, which I just love this video. I love what this young lady did. And I just said, man, I like this so much. I want to play this. So here we go. I'm going to play it again. All right, y'all give me the yes in the chat. Let me know if you, hold on, see, I'm already hitting the wrong buttons. Hold on. Let me hit the right button. Hit the right button, boys. Come on. Okay. All right. Got you. All right. So let me see. Here we go. I think this is the video. So let me see if I can play it.
I want you guys to know that when you are dealing with rental properties, you need another source of income just to help you sustain. Because as I just said, you will be equity rich and cash poor if you do it this way and just build and scale so fast. So that other source of income that we took into consideration was wholesale deals. But unfortunately for us, our wholesale deals were very, very inconsistent. So we weren't making really any money from that. It was just the money from our cash flow. But you got to think about it. For us, there were some things that did need repaired. And when we had no money coming from wholesale deals, then we would use our cash flow money. But when we were low and didn't even have cash flow money to use that, then we would have to come out of our own pocket. And guys, remember I told you being cash poor and not having any money in the bank account? You're probably wondering, like, how are you going to pay for repairs if you have no money from your personal pocket? Well, the bad thing we've done that I don't recommend is we just put it on credit cards. And that's where you get into a hole. And that's why I'm making this video, because I don't want you guys to be in the same position that I'm in. I want you guys to learn the lesson.
Okay, I'm pausing again. I'm pausing again because here's how cash flow works. Okay, you can think of it almost like when you had those fires in LA and everything. You know what happens? What happens when the hydrant runs out of water? What happens when the reservoir runs out of water? Where do you go after that? So what happens with cash flow generally, because cash flow is liquidity. That's like water being put out. You used to put out financial fires, right? You use the financial water, the liquidity to put out your financial fire. And you know what happens when you don't have enough water? Everything burns down. That's literally a perfect analogy for how money works and how wealth works. Okay. So what she's saying here, which is really interesting, is that most of the time, for most investments that you put money into that are not liquid, that are they almost think of them as dry, you know, like forest wood. Dry wood can easily catch on fire. So in order to keep it from catching on fire, you have a fire hose nearby, which means she was saying that another source of income is essential for her as a real estate investor. Now, this may not be true for everyone, but in general, you have to have some source of liquidity, right? So even if you're investing, sometimes you keep that job or you keep that side business or you keep those other ventures going just so you have a place you can grab cash to put out your financial fire. Do you give me a yes if you get that analogy? So the liquidity sitting over here, you got the fire department sitting here. That's your cash flow. That's your liquidity. You're liquid. And you're standing here with the hose. And whenever there's a financial fire, you can hose it down. If you don't have the hose, then everything burns down. Do you get that? Let me know if you're following this analogy, okay? Because I think it's a perfect analogy. So what she's basically saying is that her financial water hose that she was using to bring liquidity to her real estate business, which is dry wood, catching on fire constantly. Anybody who owns real estate knows expenses are insane. Expenses are high. It sucks a lot of liquidity out of your business. You're paying for things. You're paying for repairs. You're paying for taxes. You're paying for insurance. And God forbid, don't even try to go live in California and do this. Your insurance is so high that you may not even be able to get insurance, which is a whole nother set of issues, right? So you're spraying down this business that keeps catching on fire, but then you run out of water. Well, what do you do then? Well, then she had to go to the credit cards. She had to go get deeper in debt in order to provide the liquidity that she needed in order for the business to survive. So building the business is one thing, but keeping the business alive is another. Pay attention. Building the business is one thing, but maintaining the business is a whole nother adventure. So before you celebrate when you start the damn thing, don't celebrate when you start the business. Celebrate when you kept that business going for 10, 20 years, because that means you sat there with the fire hose and you've been putting out fires for a very long time, solving problems, spraying water on the parts that need it. So it's no different from a baby. Like anybody can make a baby, but only special people can give birth to a baby and raise a baby to the age of 18. So don't celebrate because you had sex. Everybody can do that. That's easy. Celebrate when you don't raise that kid up to the age of 30 and they are a productive citizen. That's when I give you your cookies. That's when I give you your award. That's when you put in 250,000 hours of consistent effort to raise that child to adulthood. So business is the same way. A lot of people can start things, but not everybody can finish and maintain. So the liquidity is required for the maintenance. And what she's saying is that when she was maintaining the business with the liquidity that she had available through wholesaling, that ran out. So she had to go to the credit cards, which tended to make things even worse. Let me pull this up again. Let me share this video. I love this video. My God, it's a great teaching tool in terms of just us really talking about what the real deal is. I believe in realistic investing. I think too many dreams get sold online, and because people sound good and they know how to speak, and like they got the Holy Ghost and stuff, and people get caught up in that, and then people end up either getting scammed or losing a lot of money. And I don't want that to happen to you. So here we go. Let me play it again.
Learn the mistakes that I have made so that you don't have to make those same mistakes. So just remember, if you do want to build a rental portfolio, make sure you also have another source of income just coming in, because if you don't, you may end up real broke. Now, I want to talk about self-managing your rental properties, because for us, that is what we did to save money. And to be honest with you guys, I honestly don't mind it. As long as you have your proper systems and processes in place, then it's more so of a piece of cake. And what I recommend you guys do, if you are buying these rental properties, make sure you're fully fixing them up, just so you're not getting calls in the middle of the night of tenants saying, oh, my toilet's broken, where if you just get a brand new toilet, then you're less likely to have that issue. So just repair your properties up from the jump instead of having someone move in right away. And make sure you have your right proper systems and processes in place. Now, I want to get back into the money side of things, because that's the main reason people truly buy rental properties, is to have that, financial freedom. But I want to take a second to dive deeper on mortgages. And with you seeing that $300 per month in cash flow, that's not because your utility bills are so high. It's on.
I want you to pay close attention to what she says here about the real revenue. Like, you got revenue and then you got income. Those are two different things. So here she's going to break this down very well. Here we go.
Honestly, because your mortgage is so high with your principal and interest payments. And I want to give you guys an example. For this 2-unit property that we own, that you guys have seen, the upstairs unit is renting for $1,300 a month, and the downstairs unit is renting for $1,100 a month. Now, for the mortgage on that property, it is roughly $1,300 a month. So that upstairs unit already covers that mortgage, which is amazing. But we still do have utility bill payments on that. So we still cash flow a good amount on that, roughly around the $600 per unit. But still, we have expenses no matter what. But I want you guys to realize that $1,300 from the mortgage payment, that is the principal and interest, which just that part alone consists of $900. And then we have our taxes and insurance, which that's all included within the $1,300 a month. But think about it. That's a big chunk that is coming out of our cash flow. Like, wouldn't it be nice just to have an extra $900 per month in cash flow from just taking away that mortgage? That's what I'm thinking. Like, I would like to have that extra $900 a month in cash flow. And that's where my mind's at. Like, I'm done worrying about scaling with no money, because I realize, like, it can be easily done where you can buy so many rental properties, or just properties in general, whatever you want to do with them, whether that's, fixing them up or keeping them as rental properties. You can do that with no money out of pocket. I mean, that's how we scaled from 0 to 22 units within 18 months. But it's honestly the riskier route if you don't have another source of income, because you slowly get into a hole and you have all these mortgage payments racked up. You have to make sure they're all getting paid, but you also want to make sure that you're getting paid and you're cash flowing as well. So after realizing all this, like I said, I'm done taking that risky route, and I want to take a different approach where I want to focus on limiting those mortgages, having a consistent income, and having a good amount of money in reserves. Because to be honest with you, I'd rather own 30 properties that are 100% paid off than 100 properties that have mortgages on them and only cash flow $300 a door. Because you guys have to remember, it's not about what looks good on social media, and it's not about how much you gross per month. It comes down to truly how much you net per month and how much money is coming into your pocket. And
okay. All right. So I love that video. I love what she did. And again, her name is Stephanie Kabidi, and she's very smart. And Steph, if you see this video, I applaud you for being honest and breaking it down like this. Now, let me kind of do some analysis really quick to kind of help you understand what we just watched and how this works. Let's just do. I'm gonna pull up a quick spreadsheet. Today must be a special day because I'm literally gonna share my screen again, and we're gonna go through an Excel spreadsheet where we can kind of just see the reality of owning real estate. Just what does that actually look like and feel like for a regular person? All right, and I agree with you, Linda. Cash flow is key. So let's talk about cash flow. So let's say that you get a place in Atlanta, and let's say you put $50,000 down, and you of your own money, and you buy a $500,000 property. Okay. So let's assume that they give you the property with just 10% down. So in general, first you got to pay your mortgage. If you have, say, a 5% mortgage, 30-year mortgage on the balance that you borrowed. Give me 1 second. This is my wife. Hold on, everybody. Hey. No, I'm in class.
You teaching a class? Mm-hmm. It wasn't in your schedule to do the pictures?
It was, but I don't.
Okay.
Like they said, I'll see you later. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. All right, so here, let's assume that you spend you get your mortgage. Your mortgage is 2415, and then you have taxes, and let's assume your taxes are 416. I base this on average amounts in Atlanta, and let's assume that you can rent. Your monthly rent is $5,000. Okay, so your tenant's paying you $5,000 a month. Now, just so you know, I think this number is very optimistic. My wife and I own a property in Atlanta that we paid $590,000 for, and the income that we got was $3,500 a month from the tenant. But we didn't charge as much as we could have charged. Maybe I'm thinking we could have got at least $4,500 a month. But the tenant was a single mom with 3 kids. I just didn't want to overcharge her. I wanted to just pay the mortgage and the expenses and leave it at that, because we're going to get the capital gains, right? As the property value goes up, that's our windfall, and that's what it was. So here, let's keep going. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you can still hear me okay. So let's assume your insurance is $150 per month. This is based on averages for Atlanta. Utilities, let's say your utilities are $416 per month. Okay. And then let's assume that your management fee is $500 per month. Now, one thing I did not include, Jeremy, is HOA. Yeah, we do pay HOA 100%. So just right there, though, here's the deal. Just right there, your income is only about $4,100. I'm sorry, $800 left. I think so. Let me add this up. Let me see here. I'm gonna do a sum. Okay, so let's add up all of our expenses. $38.97. So I'm sorry. So if you take $38.97 minus the 5,000, you get what? Let me see here. 5,000 minus this. So $1,100 a month. Now, here's what we didn't include. We didn't include HOA fees. HOA fees can be pretty high. I have to pay those in the property that we have. And also, we don't know how much that's going to be. You know, I'm not going to put a number there. But then you throw in like another variable, headaches. How much is a headache worth to you? How much is it if somebody's stressing you out? How much is that worth? Headaches. I think that's priceless, right? Because one of the things that we did not factor in here is the amount of work required to just deal with tenants. Has anybody, give me a yes in the chat if you've ever dealt with a tenant who did or did not pay their rent on time. Give me a yes if you've ever dealt with trying to find a tenant. Give me a yes if you ever dealt with repairs and things breaking down. Here's the thing. If you were to look at sort of a list of all the things that people complain about when they own properties, first of all, you got tenant issues, especially if you live in a place that is very overly tenant friendly. They assume that landlords are all super rich people. So rich people are evil in those places. So they pretty much every ruling's in favor of the tenant. They can squat on your property and it's hard to get them out. Late payment of rent, non-payment of rent. If they don't pay the rent, you have to still pay the mortgage. Your expenses still come in even if they don't pay the rent. So there's $5,000 or $3,800 a month in expenses, which happens on a normal month. That's assuming nothing breaks down, by the way. That's assuming that I don't have, a broken, busted toilet or a broken, or I don't know, like something doesn't happen with the electrical system or there isn't a leak somewhere. And believe me, that happens all the time. How many of y'all have ever owned real estate? Anybody ever owned real estate and rented it out? Like, just say something in the chat about just how much stress it was and financial stress it was to pay for everything, be responsible for everything, take time out of your day to fix things. Even when you have a property manager, they still got to get on the phone with you and talk through it and say, we're going to fix the such and such. And you got to send us a check for $2,000 to get a new blah, blah, blah. Right. It's crazy. Right. So the headaches are priceless. Some other things that people you have to deal with. You got to screen any new tenants that come in, maintenance and repairs. We talked about that. If the property is getting older, you just might have to maintain it because it's getting older. If the property is vacant, then you still have to pay the mortgage, even if it's vacant. That's thousands and thousands of dollars lost. Now, mind you, you're defending all this with an $1,100 a month income, right? So your $1,100 a month is very fragile. That's the point. If you have one thing go wrong, that in many cases will wipe out every penny that you make, and then
cost you more money, which is where she had to keep going back to the reserves. She had to keep calling the fire department to put out the fire because she didn't have enough liquidity in her business to even sustain the business. The business couldn't sustain the business, so she had to have another business to sustain the first business. That's the reality. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just telling you what it is. Also, don't forget, you in different cities and states, you have different building codes, eviction laws. Sometimes the taxes can be complex. If you talk about managing property, you either pay a management fee, roughly 8 to 12% a month of your rent, or you do it yourself, and that's extremely stressful. Oh, and then we didn't even talk about the liability. We didn't even talk about liability. What if you own the property and somebody forgets to check the carbon monoxide detector, and everyone in the house wakes up dead? Well, then they're suing you. They're taking everything they can get their hands on. And then you got to like do little stuff like get an LLC for every individual property to protect. It's a lot of work. It's stressful. Okay. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying just make sure that you're clear on this if you decide to go into that space. There are different ways to invest in real estate without having to actually buy it. They have real estate investment trusts. I sent you all a list before of different real estate investment trusts that I like that you can invest in that will still give you the benefit of owning property without actually having to own property, so to speak. You let somebody else kind of handle all the headaches of the management of the property, and you just become the investor. I'm a big believer in investing. Maybe I'm biased because my doctorate's in stock market stuff, but I'm just telling you, like, this is the number one wealth builder in America. There is no jobs don't build wealth the way investing builds wealth. And actually, what I'm going to try to do is find this list of real estate investment trusts, and I'll even put it in the chat so you guys can have it. And also another thing too, if you want to know what I think is a better use of that money, I really think selling stock options is a beautiful way to generate that cash flow at a higher level, in a clearer, easier way with fewer headaches. So in a more liquid way as well. And you guys know me, you know how much I love stock options. But anyway, there's that list of REITs. I just put it in the chat. I'll also put it in the description of the video. But anyway, let me show you another calculation here. And we do stock options. We sell stock options in the Prime program. So if you're interested in taking a look, go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. It's on the screen. All right. So here is, let's take a look at stock options. Let's see what we could do. Now, remember, the original capital base that we had was $50,000, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that $50,000 and I'm going to do something else with it. Let me erase the real estate. So actually, I'm going to leave it up there, and I'm going to share the screen again. Okay. All right. Don't mess this up, boys. Here we go. All right. So here is, all right. So let's imagine that we took the 50,000, we did something else with it. Let's assume we go to even Robinhood. Like, you can do this on an app, very easy to do. And we go get some margin, and we can then go, let's say we want to go into business with Mark Zuckerberg. We're going to do the opposite, right? Remember, there was a time where other people, where they got all the benefits and we did all the work. Well, I think with investing, you can let them do all the work and you get the benefits by being an investor. You just have to come up with the capital. So let's say we take this 50,000, or let's say we get it up to enough money where we can buy 200 shares of Meta stock. Okay. And the cost per share right now, you can do this tomorrow, actually, if you want. Not tomorrow, whenever the market opens on Monday. The cost per share is $615. Can y'all see this on the screen? Let me know if you can see this. I want to make sure it's coming through okay. Can y'all see this? All right. So the cost per share is $615. So the cost of 200 shares would be $123,002. Okay. Now, you can get margin. They'll loan you half the money. They'll loan you, like whatever you have 50,000, they'll loan you another 50. If you got 60, they'll loan you another 60. So actually, this will require a capital base of about $61,000. But you can do this, right? You can do this tomorrow. So what I could then do is I can go into Meta right now, and I can sell a call up. Today is January 11th, so I'm going to sell a February 14th call option with a strike price. And you guys, if you don't know what strike prices are, it's basically you're placing kind of a bet on your stock. You're letting people, you're telling them, like, look, if the stock goes above this price, you can have it. So I'm gonna pick a strike price of 640. Okay. So that means that if the stock goes above 640, they get to buy my stock for 640. But I'm not mad, because if the stock goes all the way up, if it goes up $25 a share,
then I make an additional profit of 25 times 600, which I guess is what, $12,000 or something like that, for $14,000 that I get because they're buying my stock at a premium. They're not buying it at the current price. They buy it at the premium price. So I'm okay with that. I'm not mad about that. So that option right now on the market would be worth $24.45 per share. I've got 200 shares, so I can sell 200 of those suckers. And that would give me an income right now in my bank account of $4,889. That's how much money I get. And what I want you to notice is, first off, $4,889 as an ROI on the investment is a hell of a lot higher than $1,100. That's a hell of a lot higher. That's you're 4xing your money. You're making 4 times more than you would make if you went out and bought a whole bunch of real estate with that same amount of money. First of all, let me just ask you all this simple question right now. Give me a yes if I've convinced you that this is at least something worth considering. Give me a yes if you can see why I like this so much better than real estate. Let's start there. Give me a quick yes, because I want to make sure you're following me, because I don't want to go over anybody's head. So I just sold this option. And what I basically did was someone gave me money. They put almost $5,000 in my bank account instantaneously. And all I got to do now is just sit there. I don't have to do anything. Okay. That's the first piece, right? And it's a lot more than this 1,100 I would have made by taking that same 60 grand and going out and buying a bunch of real estate and paying mortgage, taxes, insurance, utilities, management fee. And but then here's the other part that's interesting that you got to really process is quality of life. I didn't have to get out of bed to get this money. I didn't have to make any phone calls. I ain't got to deal with no tenants. I ain't got to worry about a squatter in my property. I ain't got to worry about a broken toilet. I ain't got to worry about nothing. I don't. So not only do I not have any expenses, but I don't have any headaches. I have no mortgage, taxes, insurance, utilities, management fee, HOA fees, no headaches. And I can do this with my family. My family, we get together, we got 60 grand, and everybody's like, let's go buy some real estate. That sounds good and it feels good, and you can show it off and tell everybody. But I'd be like, let's just take the 60,000, get some margin, go buy some meta stock and collect those dividends on the options. That's the options, just so you know, this isn't the same as a dividend. This is better, in my opinion. But here's the other thing too, right? So I sit back and I watch. So what if the stock goes up to 640? Well, then guess what? Christmas really came early, because if the stock goes up to 640, then I'm making an extra $25 per share on my stock. And the stock, let me see, $25 a share. Let me do some calculations here. 200 shares times 25. I'm making an extra $5,000 for my trouble. I said for 12,000. I got the math wrong. I'm so sorry, guys. Forgive me. Maybe I'm sleepy today. So this to me is far superior. Then let's go through the reasons why. Number one, not only is the income much higher, and this isn't even, I don't even own Meta. This isn't even the stock that I work with, because there are other stocks that are far better than this one. I just did this one because it's the simplest way to exhibit the point. Not only is the income much, much higher, and there are no expenses. Also, there are no headaches. There is no work required. I don't have to do anything. And also, the other piece that's really important to consider is liquidity. I can sell this asset in 5 seconds. You cannot sell real estate in 5 seconds. It's very hard to sell real estate in a day, a week, or a month. You got to talk to brokers and deal with banks and make sure the financing comes through. And then remember this 1,100 isn't just a lower number. You got to think about the other, what they call the second derivative. The second derivative relates to risk. People forget about risk. This 1,100 is very, very fragile, very, very fickle. You may not get 1,100 that month. In fact, I dare say that for most landlords, you don't get the whole net income, because in many months something goes wrong. The tenant doesn't pay on time. Something breaks down. Whatever it is, right? So this is not just lower income. It's less sturdy income, right? So it's not just, and with investing, it's really important. People forget about this. It's not just making money. It's how do you make your money? It's not just the size of the cash flow. It is the stability of the cash flow. Stability. It's like two basketball players. One player
is Allen Houston from the New York Knicks. Super consistent, will give you 20 points a game, shows up to get every game, doesn't party too much. He's a good citizen, no problems. The other one is Latrell Sprewell. And if you remember the Knicks, Latrell Sprewell scored about as many points as Allen, but Latrell was wild. He liked to party. He may or may not show up. He was not as consistent. Sometimes his jump shot would be off. So those are two different assets to the organization. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? So when you think about investing, I encourage you to not just think about how much money you can possibly make. I want you to look at risk. Risk is extremely important. That was what I did in my whole doctoral program. I worked under a guy named Renee Stoltz at Ohio State, go Buckeyes, who was one of the leading risk management experts on the planet. And I really would be willing to bet you that most people don't process risk at a level that they probably should in order to understand how to invest in the right way. Okay. So that's the point I wanted to make. I like this young lady's video. I thought that she did a great job of laying out something that I think is important. I encourage you to consider other alternatives. This is not investing advice. This is just me sharing what I know and what I've seen. If you want to join us in the Prime program, we have a good program in the Black Business School that does all this stuff. I'll show you guys what I'm doing and exactly what I'm buying and how I'm doing it. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you're interested. You can also text the word options to the phone number 87948. If you text options to 87948, I'll send you a link that way as well. So thank you all for listening. I hope this conversation was helpful. And thank you to Miss Stephanie Kabidi, who did that great video. She's super smart, and I love the fact that we're starting to see the truth about investing. When I started doing a lot of this stuff back in 2006, 2007, a lot of our people weren't as into investing as we are now and into generational wealth. So I remember just kind of going around to different shows trying to say, like hey, we got to invest. Like, we like money. We got to go make money. But what happened, unfortunately, is that when we started, a lot of people were just doing it wrong. They were taking too many risks, and they didn't understand the difference between investing and gambling. And also, we're not factoring in the important variables like quality of life, risk level, liquidity levels. All these things matter when it comes to picking an investment. So it's not just about making money at this point. It's about how you make your money and doing it in a way that is comfortable and satisfying to the other parts of your life that are more valuable and more important than money. Okay. So anyway, guys, thank you for hanging out with me. It was great to see you. And again, drboyceprime.com if you're interested in jumping in. And I will see you guys soon. Take care. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Love you. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. That's our morning millionaire training camp. This is for anybody who wants to build a future for themselves and their children. So if you don't want to have a future, and if you don't ever want to understand how money works, then you should probably leave. I'm sure there's something good on Netflix for you to watch. So, or it's maybe some sleeping you could do, because some of us be sleeping until noon, right? But we don't do that in here. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was actually in the probably about the 6:45 a.m. club, but I did go to the gym and I did do my workout, and I'm telling you, it makes you feel good. Now, give me 1 second here. I'm going to get it set up, and I want everybody to know I sent you all a text. Let me know if you got the text, because I sent out a text this morning letting everyone know that we were about to meet for class, as we do every day. And I'd heard from some of you who actually reached out to the support team and said you were not getting the notification, which concerned me. And so I want to be careful about that. So give me 1 second here. One of the things I want to talk about today that I think we can learn something from has to do with a new show on Netflix called Squid Game. And what I'm going to do is my goal is to rock your world in terms of sharing with you something that'll make you say, I never thought about it like that. And this is the purpose of Money in the Morning. In case you haven't been here in our millionaire training camp, the goal is to embrace something that we do in the Black Business School that we call conversational learning, which is better than like sitting there and just with a pad and a pen and always taking notes. Sometimes just having discussions and talking about things is how you learn, right? Because economics is culture. And as you guys know, in my book, I wrote a book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And in that book, The 10 Commandments, one of the things that I want to impress upon you is the importance of understanding the connection between where your wealth and your financial situation ends up
and the things that you think about every day, the things that you do every day, the people that you talk to, the lifestyle that you live. In fact, if you go to my Instagram at Dr. Boyce Finance, I put up a video of Mike Epps, who's a comedian. I do not know Mike, but I know someone who knows Mike really well. I've told you guys many occasions. Willie D from the Ghetto Boys is one of my buddies, and Willie is good friend. Willie is buddies with Mike, so I don't, but I don't know. I don't. That's just the connection there. But Mike Epps did a great video where he was explaining how bad culture can really weigh you down. He talked about how did anybody see that video by chance? It went kind of viral. Mike's was making a really honest emotional appeal, and he was basically saying, that when I was struggling and I was on drugs and my life was bad and I was making bad choices and I was in bad situations and barely hanging on by a thread, I got a lot of love. He said my friends would say, "Oh man, I'm praying for you, brother. I love you, man. I got your back, man." But then when he started doing well, he was working out, he was eating healthy, he was living a good life, he was doing well financially. He said that a lot of those people did not support him like they used to. They liked him better when he was in the mud. They actually could empathize with him more when he was in the basement with them and engaging in bad habits like them. And I love the fact that Mike then connected that to our kids. And he basically said a lot of our kids fail because they're trying to fit in with a loser. They struggle because they're trying to fit in with degenerate culture that is heavily promoted, particularly to black males. We've talked about this extensively, how it's sort of interesting to me that there is an appreciation for black men who are broken, busted, torn to pieces, weak, uneducated, not working, lazy. There's a celebration of that. But then, when you show up and you say, "There's nothing wrong with me. I'm okay. I'm actually all right. I read books. I don't know. I'm not gonna pick up the liquor bottle. I'm not gonna go to the club and shoot somebody and get 30 years in prison. I actually do take care of my kids because that's what you're supposed to do. Not because I'm special. I don't take care of my kids because I'm a credit to my race." You ever see that where people are like, "You take care of your kids? Oh my God, that's so wonderful. You take care of your kids." I'm like Chris Rock. Chris Rock said you're supposed to take care of your kids. That's what human beings do. So the fact that they convince you that it's normal to not do that is fundamentally hilarious. And I'm gonna tell you what really burns me up as a black man. And I'm gonna talk about Mike Epps and that little thing in a minute. Then I promise I'll bring it back to my key point. Is I saw where Zendaya, the Disney lady. Anybody know Zendaya? Give me a yes if you know who Zendaya is, if you've seen her. She's beautiful, smart, talented. She's in all the Spider-Man movies. She's got a real black family. She actually had a show where she told them to put black people on the show. Like I much respect to Zendaya. Our kids love her, and so I get to learn about the Disney people because of when you got girls in the house, you gonna know Disney. And so anyway, Zendaya is engaged to Tom Holland, who was this white guy that played Spider-Man. And it's an interesting match. He's like about 2 feet tall and she's like, statuesque. It looks a little weird, but whatever. Love is love, right? But the interesting thing to me was I compared and contrasted that to two other Disney-ish types of young ladies. Well, not Disney-ish. One was Disney, one was not Disney. One was the Disney lady. You know I'm talking about, the one that played the Little Mermaid. And the black girl, you know what I'm talking about. Put her name in the chat. I don't remember I'm bad with names. But anyway, very talented. And she ended up having a baby with a rapper. And the relationship ended after about like 6 months or something. They had a baby and then decided, oh, now that we've had a baby, we should break our family apart. That's the perfect time to destroy your family, is right after the baby's born. That way you can make absolutely sure that the baby is born in a big pile of piss, right? They're born in a big pile of just messiness and ugliness and trauma, and that's because for some people they think that's what it means to be black. And then I saw the tennis player Naomi Osaka, right? Who was, really like the number one tennis player on the planet, and she was dating a rapper too. And I was like, what is it with these girls and these rappers? Like, don't they understand that most of rap culture, not all of it, but not all of it, not all of it. I'm not, because I got some friends that are rappers who are good people, D1, Immortal Technique, guys like that. But some, you know what I'm talking about. Some of the stuff that you hear, if you are a rap fan, a lot of that stuff is not pro family. It's not like, hey, brother, settle down, pick one woman, start a family, live a quality life. Like they don't rap about that. They're like,
I got hoes. I got hoes in different area codes. In area, I got hoes. I got hoes. Y'all remember that? Anybody remember that? That's that. Forgive me if that word is it's breakfast. I'm sorry. But anyway, hip hop is not. It's not. I'm sorry, especially gangster rap. It's just not pro family, right? Lil Wayne literally had a song. I swear to God, in this song, he literally said that I will steal your girlfriend, make her into my hooker, and then I will use her up and make money from selling her body, and then I will chop her dead body up and put it in the trunk of a car and mail it back to you. I swear, go look it up. Look it up. It's like whoa, that's not even sex trafficking. That's Jeffrey Dahmer type stuff, right? But everybody's like, oh, but the song is so good, the beat is slamming, yo, and because they didn't take a psychology class on the subconscious mind and how how words have power and the things that you recite over and over and over again become mantras. What's the quote people use? What is it? Words are spells, basically. And I do believe that. Like you repeat it over and over and over again, that does seep into your culture, and you do see some of that, right? So long story short, here's the deal. Here's where I'm going with this. The problem for me is that because we don't understand the connection between our economics and our families, we think we can destroy our families and build our wealth at the same time. You can't that doesn't it's not happening. You can't destroy your families and build your wealth at the same time. Why am I talking about Naomi Osaka and the Disney Halle Bailey and their rapper boyfriends? Well, because if you're integrating your children into a culture, see integration with white folks, we already know the damage that was done there, but what we don't assess the damage of is the integration with hip hop culture. So you're integrating your family, you're bringing a child into the world, and the daddy's a rapper, where all of his friends are in his ear telling him that relationships are a burden. Children are a pain in the butt. I heard Hallie's boyfriend say that having a relationship is like having a part-time job, man. Like that's not because why would in his mind it's like if you're all addicted to the dopamine of new experiences, then why would you settle down with one woman when you could have 12? Right? That's the thinking of a 22-year-old child, right? And so ultimately, long story short, what you have is you have a scenario where the infrastructure is broken before it even gets built. There's nothing there that says, okay, I'm going to take pride in being the kind of man who is married to my wife for 50 years. My mother, my mother passed on Christmas Eve. We talked about that, and I think about her all the time. Just be ready to hear about my mama all the time. I'm gonna carry my mama right here in my soul for the rest of my life. And when I spoke at her funeral, I looked down at my father and I saw a man who was once a 21-year-old man. I knew my father when he was 21, 22 years old. I remember that. And he was very handsome. He had those green eyes that apparently, for whatever reason, girls like those green eyes. Maybe I'm just a hater because I don't have none of that. I'm just an average guy. But yet, despite the fact that his little green eyed, and he was light skinned, you remember back in the day, people, if you light skinned it and you got the curly hair and the green eye, right, all that stuff. He's still, because of how he was shaped as a man, because of how his father shaped him, looked at my mother and said, I'm gonna marry that woman. He didn't say I'm gonna get all them hoes. He didn't say that. He said I'm gonna marry that woman right there. And he claimed her. He went and he pursued her, and he married her, and he stuck by her side until her last breath. When she took her last breath, he was laying right next to her. She passed at about 4:30 in the morning. He was asleep, and he woke up and she was gone. But every single time I talked to him about my mother, his whole conversation was, "My job is to take care of her, period." And what I don't get, here's what I'm not processing because I'm old fashioned apparently is I just really when I saw Naomi Osaka with this rapper and I saw Chloe Bailey with the other rapper, both of whom have already broken their relation. The relationships have already ended. I was kind of like, I wonder why young ladies aren't interested in men like that anymore. Like I wonder what it is that would make you look at someone who's a complete who's not going to have a great future most likely because he's engaging in some unhealthy habits and not really interested in like family and all that is not really kind of like a role model in his head. What would make you want to align your children with him versus the guy who says, I want to be with you, I want to marry you, I want to cherish you, I'm going to take care of you until we're old and gray and dead. I want you to die if you die first, I want you to die right next to me. If I die first, I want you next to my bedside. I don't know if this is where integration was bad for black people, and I'm not talking about civil rights integration. I'm not talking about Brown versus Board of Education. I'm not talking about we shall overcome. Let's go to school with white folks and get jobs working for white. I'm talking about integration with hip hop culture, which is also white culture for the most part. The reason I call it white culture is because the person who has the gold makes the rules. If you want to know who defines what something's going to be, it's the person who writes the damn check. I say this as a finance PhD. The person who writes the check, the person who pays the bills, decides what the culture is going to be. They decide what the rules are going to be. They decide which songs are going to be on the radio. You don't own no radio stations. You don't own the systems of distribution. You haven't raised $1 billion in capital to start a record label. Not one rapper in the history of the world has ever gone to Chase Bank and gotten $1 billion to start a record label. Never has that occurred. So stop acting like hip hop culture is black culture. That is not black culture. That is white culture, where white people are saying, this is what we need y'all to be. This is what we want y'all to be. We want you to be losers. We want you to be degenerates. We want you to have broken families. We want you to be on drugs. We want you to be drinking all the time. We want you throwing your money away. We want you ignorant. We want you lost. We want you with STDs. We want, and if you step out of that role, then you're not interested anymore. So let's circle back. Why was I on the treadmill, feeling some kind of way when I saw Zendaya, engaged to Tom Holland, and I thought about the other Disney princess who got with the rapper, who's never going to have a family with this man. He's already declared that. That's already that the baby's born, but the family breaks apart as soon as the baby's born. There's no consideration like, well, what about the children? How, whatever, none of that, right? It's like, oh, I can be I can just still, I'm gonna come see my son once every month and he's gonna be fine. And okay, whatever, do your thing. But here's the thing: the reason that got to me is because I think that what's happened is that because we've allowed people to use their wealth and their money to bastardize the image of the black man in such a terrible way that people look up to rappers more than they look up to scholars, it makes Tom Holland look like a wonderful guy. Right? And when Tom Holland, who doesn't have all these crazy cultural influences, says, "Oh my God, I am next to this wonderful, statuesque, extremely talented African queen. I'm going to worship her. Like I'm going to wash her feet every morning because I am honored to be with this woman." They call that simping when you like express your admiration for your woman. Oh, you a simp, you a simp. That's white culture, hip hop through hip hop. To just so when he does that, other people are gonna go, oh, the white guys are so much nicer to their women than the black guys are. Because I saw the rapper with his Disney princess, and he spit on her in public and cussed her out and called her a blanket. In fact, actually, when the Zendaya, not Zendaya, I'm sorry, the other Disney Halle, when she broke up with the guy, he went on Twitter and said something crazy like about her, about I'm not even. Think about sex, but think about something that involves your mouth. That's all I'm gonna say because some of y'all got kids watching, and that's all I'm gonna say. Y'all grown, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, but you can't say that about a Disney princess. Come on, man, don't do that, man. Like she was in a Disney movie, bro. We don't want to. That don't even make sense, So my point is to say that when you talk about culture, and it's not entirely true. It's not everybody, right? There are some rappers that have families and and completely have walked away from the culture. But what I'm saying to you is that there's just this awkward bastardization that takes place where Zendaya, who's hanging out with Tom Holland, looks like she made this superior choice to the other Disney princess who now has a baby daddy, right? Or when the rapper Eve goes over to London. Has anyone ever seen the pictures of Eve with her white family? It's really fascinating. Like they look like something out of like they look like a British aristocrats. It was like her with a big long. It was one of those big long tables like the King Henry VIII would have, and it was nothing but like 25 white people at the table and then her, right? And it looked kind of weird, but she looked real happy. She had this big gigantic house and they're probably on like 1,000 acres of land and it almost gives this impression. Or even when the one lady, what's her name? I forgot her name. Meghan Markle married Prince Harry. I saw a lot of people really fantasizing about that wedding. Like they were really excited about this royal British wedding. And what I really think is fascinating, what made me kind of salty a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, is that I know millions of black men, or not millions, but I know a lot. I know a lot of black men who who love women that much, who honor women at that same level, who some of whom may not be able to give you the royal British wedding, but they will treat you well. They will honor you. They'll be honored to be with you. And I think that it's fundamentally unfair that these guys get overshadowed by the rappers. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. And that actually made me, and I thought about that when I thought about even the Mike Epps video where he talked about how there's something about this promotion of degeneracy that can occur in the community that fundamentally undermines the community, not just in terms of wealth, but in all the things that allow you to even have a chance to build wealth. It's really hard to build wealth when you own crack. It's really hard to build wealth when your mama is running the streets. It's really hard to build wealth when your daddy is in prison. It's really hard to build wealth if your family is in complete chaos and in the middle of trauma. And just divorce alone, just baby daddy, baby mama-ism alone is a major factor in killing your ability to really thrive in this society. You're kind of in survival mode at that point, almost like a basketball team that has completely thrown out their playbook and is completely disheveled, and half the players are injured, and you don't even know what to do next, and you don't even know which basket is your basket, and you don't even know how to dribble. You're not going to win an NBA championship with that kind of a team. Do you understand? You to win a championship is already hard, even if you're organized. It's hard, even if you have great athletes. Right? It's hard even when all the players show up. It's hard even when you have a game plan. It's hard even when you've been practicing. So if you've never done any of these things, you haven't practiced, you have no game plan, you have no skill, everybody's injured, half the team showed up. What in the hell makes you think you can ever win anything? What makes you think that you can compete with anyone who is structured, organized, and prepared? And so a family really is your team. And so really me, again, as the 53-year-old man who shakes his fist at the air, I probably sound like an out of touch old man because half the stuff that y'all young people think is lit and cool and hip, I think is stupid because I see what's going to happen 20 years down the line if you keep doing that dumb stuff. And maybe you'll receive it from an elder and you'll say, "Oh, an elder's talking and he's an educated elder. Maybe he has a point." Or you're going to say, "Ah, man, you just a dumb old man. You just out of touch, dot. You just blah, blah, blah." Okay, cool. I don't care. It's your choice. But I because I'm really saying this for people that want to listen and for people that want to hear a different voice. Because because when I would see just this sort of fascination with like this sort of thing that's being promoted amongst black males, the very unhealthy stuff, liquor and drugs and STDs and ignorance and wasting all your money and and the babies mamas and sleeping with everything that moves. It's really sad to me. And it's sad because not only do people, a lot of young people make these mistakes and they don't know what's going on because nobody ever explained these things to them, but it's kind of like when you try to help, you get sort of attacked a lot. You get kind of like you get made fun of, right? You get called a nerd or whatever. And the really the secret, the reason I related to Mike Epps' video, let's go back to Mike Epps. And this problem, I promise you, this relates to wealth because Mike became rich and famous, and all of a sudden his old friends from the hood, a lot of his friends had an issue with that. When I saw Mike talking about his experience, and the video's on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance, you can go watch it. I said, wow, I had the same experience. When I heard Mike say, when I was struggling, when I was in the mud with you, you really were happy for you. You were my friend. You loved me. But then when I climbed out of the mud and I said, hey, I made it, y'all. I'm doing better. I'm going to the next level. Suddenly, I became public enemy number one in your eyes. And I had to detach from you because you're no longer an ally. You're now an enemy. I related to that because one of the I don't get to talk about this much, but one of the things that one of my secrets to success as a young person was to detach from a lot of the black men in my life. Not all of them. It wasn't like I didn't want to be around you because you were a black male. That's not true. But I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. I didn't, and I had the best, greatest gift and the greatest curse that I had in my life was that I never fully related to white people. And so I would get rejected by a lot of white people, and I didn't fully relate to black people because I was detached enough to look at some stuff and say, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go to the club. People get shot at the club. I saw a video. There was a video. There was not. It wasn't a video. It was a post by a man who was in prison who had an epiphany where he said that 5 minutes ruined his life. And I said, I bet I know what he's going to say. Because and here's what he said. He said something that I've been thinking about this for 30 something years. Because I know a lot of people this has happened to. He said, I was in the club, somebody disrespected me. I pulled out my gun and shot them, and then I got 30 years in prison. And I was like, yeah, I know some guys like that. And I think that just that lack of a critical thinking skill, that lack of ability to disconnect and kind of say, what do I want from my life? Do I value my life? Am I even going to participate in something that might cost me my life? Um, I wish that was more popular, because I think that for young kids especially, when you have music and stuff that's really telling you, like if somebody makes you mad, you should shoot them, or even that you should punch them, or maybe people that make fun of you. If you don't go and get violent with somebody, let's say you're in a restaurant and some toothless redneck calls you the N-word. And I hear a lot of people like, oh, I'm going to jail today. I'm going to jail today. I'm like, I'm not going to jail today because I don't care what this toothless redneck thinks about me. What makes you put those people on such a pedestal that somehow you think that their approval of you even matters? I don't care what you say about me, but maybe it's because I've had some experience. A lot of people say a lot of things about me, right? And it doesn't. The good stuff it kind of matters. The bad stuff kind of matters. But at the end of the day, what matters is what you think about yourself. So, what in the world? Who trained you to even think that you should give away that much of your power to someone who has no power, by the way? A lot of people that hate on you and say things about you or attack you in some way or call you the N-word to get you out of character, they don't have power, so they're seeking power by seeing if they can influence your behavior and get you unfocused, get you off of your game. That's what they're really doing. And I just it just it's not logical. It's not logical behavior. So ultimately, I think, and the reason that I think when you have an economic conversation, you have to talk about behavior and choices is because behavior and choices is everything when it comes to wealth. Like you can't have rich people versus poor people without having different choices amongst different people. So the question is, what are your choices? What choices are you going to make today? Because you're gonna have a range of possibilities. Like E40 says, everybody got choices, right? What are your choices? What choices are you gonna make, and who's gonna influence your choices? And because culture influences the choices that we make, and what kind of culture are you building? And then the culture that you build is going to shape your access to wealth and resources. Now, what I want to do is I want to break into another quick angle on this in a minute. But before I do that, one thing I want to let you guys know is later on this afternoon at noon, the Stock Market Club is going to meet at noon to talk about the stock market. That's my thing. I wrote my dissertation on stocks, so I love the stock market. I love, 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 love the stock market. The number one wealth driver in America. It's the number one place to make money on the planet. So if you want to join us and you want to do a free trial, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. Also, if you there's another thing. I did put together a list of stock. Remember yesterday I was telling you guys that investing in water is going to be a big deal, that literally in the next like 20, 30, 40 years, they're expecting a water shortage. And so what I did was I put together a list of investments you can make in that space if you want to make money from that. I'm going to text that out probably tomorrow. My team's kind of putting that together and getting that ready. So I will text you all the link. If you want to receive that, then make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you that list. Thirdly, you guys may or may not know, but we're actually going to Ghana in July. We're doing a group trip to Ghana, and we have this thing, the B1 Voyages that we created where we can travel together and stuff like that. We're going to Ghana and also to Black Wall Street this year. So if you want to be notified when we go on the group trip and you want to connect with some of the other people that are here in this space, get on the text list for the travel. Just text the word travel to that same phone number, 87948, and we'll send you notifications. So text travel to 87948. I'll send you information. All right. So how many of you have watched the Squid Games? Give me a yes if you have seen. I love the Squid Games. I saw the first one; it was really, really good. And I'm looking forward to watching the second one. The Squid Games has been, I think, the most popular show in the history of Netflix, and it's really powerful because I think that the Korean South, I think it was made in South Korea, right? If that's the case, I know that there's something about South Korean filmmaking that really resonates. Where they're just so creative. The movies are kind of different, and you're like, "Whoa, I didn't think that was going to happen," because we're used to the American stuff. I think South Koreans are brilliant at making movies. They made that other movie. I forgot what it was. It had a one word title. It was called Beef. I think it was called Beef, and it was the craziest movie ever. I think it was called Beef. And then there was another one, um, where the people were living Parasite. Yes, yes. Thank you, James. Parasite was amazing. Beef was amazing. Squid Games was amazing. Like they're good. Death Note. Okay, I'm gonna write that down, Armando. Death Note. Okay, I'm gonna go find that one. Thank you, Armando. I appreciate your contribution. Oh, Queen of Tears, is that another one? Okay, I'm writing these down because the Koreans just have a great ability to zoom in on things like economic inequality in a really unique and creative way that I think is just really powerful, right? So anyway, with Squid Games, I want to kind of talk about that as an economic lesson because if you don't, in case you don't know, this movie's all about money. It's all about money. It's all about economics. It's all about economic inequality. And so here are some financial theories you can connect to the Squid Games when you're watching to kind of understand how economics works, and also to reiterate the importance of making sure that your children are trained on economics, making sure you're buying stock for them when they're babies, making sure that they understand the different ways to make money in the economy. Like that song. Remember that song? I'm on the highway, making money the flyway. You gotta get a better way. And I was like, what's making money the flyway? What is that? Now, maybe he was talking about something different. I actually met the rapper who made that song. I think it was Lil Troy. I met him. I think he passed away, but he was a very nice guy. I met him at a party. Willie D had a thing, and I went down there and I met him. It was really cool. But anyway, it was so in this song, one of my favorite songs, they talk about making money the flyway. Well, in my mind, making money the flyway means making money in a way that's actually going to accelerate your wealth, allow you to not have to trade time and energy and years of your life to make a dollar. And that really requires a type of economic consciousness where you can see the whole court, so to speak, and position yourself properly. Just like in a basketball game, LeBron James, the reason he was a great player was because he had extraordinary court vision. He had great basketball consciousness, and he could see where everybody was and get the ball to the right spots. Well, the same thing is true economically. You have to be able to see the whole court in terms of how the whole economic game is played and say, okay, I don't want to be over here. I'd rather be over here, right? So basically, in America, it's very, very simple. It's kind of a horse and jockey sort of system where you have the ways that people make the most money through things like real estate, stocks, and entrepreneurship. Those are the three biggest ways that people make money. And really, you could say real estate, stocks, and general investing in other areas. The hard ways to make money are definitely through labor, like working for other people. America does not support its workers. I just heard something on this show called Morning Brew Daily that I listened to, where they said that these ski resort workers are on strike and they work for this massive corporation that makes something like, I forgot how many billions of dollars a year that they make, and they literally couldn't get them to give them a $2 raise. Where literally, I think they said it would cost them $900,000 to give them the raise, but the company's net income is like either in the hundreds of millions or the billions of dollars. So literally, they could give them the raise, and it wouldn't even affect their bottom line hardly at all. And I remember thinking, well, the government should be stepping in and forcing them to treat their workers properly and give them worker labor rights. But again, I've explained to you guys in previous conversations that our government has kind of been bought out by the capitalists. So they're not giving and supporting power to, you know, to workers. This is just not the country you live in. So making money by working and all that and picking a career and working into the ground and all that just really isn't the best approach. Not just because you don't typically get enough money to thrive, you only get enough to survive, but it's also uh, costly because you're giving up so much more than just your skill. You're actually giving up years of your life. And so even if you do something like become a surgeon, if you become a surgeon and you go to school for, what do you do? Go 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, a 1 year internship, 6 years of surgery, surgical training, right? So you've gone to school, what's that, like 14 years of your life, and you go to school 14 years of your life, just not to make money. It's not like you do the 14 years and they're like, okay, here's a $5 million check for all the years you put in. Now at that point, you have what is referred to as human capital. That means that now have all this skill in your brain. God forbid that you slip and fall and bust your head and or get killed in a car accident on the day of graduation. That's got to be terrible. But even then, you don't have money. You have the ability to make money. So you can go in now. Now, yeah, you can go and you can do surgeries and make $1 million a year, $500,000 a year, whatever.
But that's even then, you're still working so much that it deteriorates other areas of your life, right? There are a lot of people that are very successful professionally, high paid attorneys, high paid surgeons who have horrible lives, right? Whose mental health is gone, their physical health is gone, their families have fallen apart, or they sacrifice family altogether just for their career. And I personally think that building intellectual capital, building an economic base off of an organic entity, which is you, I think that's a misalignment. I think that is a severe problem. I think that's an addiction a lot of people have. It's what we're taught as kids, and a lot of people aren't really talking about it the way that they should. But I think that that's really, really, really a bad trade. It's a bad, horrible trade, right? Horrible trade, right? So instead, why not do a better trade? Why not trade dollar for dollar, capital for capital? So that means, if I've got a kid and I'm like, hey, I don't want you in none of this. I don't want you to even the best parts of this system as a worker. I don't want you to have that. So I'm going to just buy you some stock and get you a capital base. Start when you're little. I remember if you bought $1,800 worth of stock for your kid in 1997, they'd have a couple, $2, $3 million now and never have to work for anyone ever. So I'm going to buy you little shares of stock. Then by the time you're 20, 25 years old, you're going to have a capital base. And also I'm going to give you some knowledge, not anything fancy. I'm just going to, maybe I'll bring you to Dr. Boyce's class every morning with me, and we'll just sit here and listen to this weirdo talk. And then after, a few of these trainings, you'll understand economics at a higher level so that you then have the ability to take this capital base that we're building and then be able to kind of make things happen. Okay. So ultimately, this is the trade-off that I think works best. And I think Squid Games is interesting because Squid Games does a good job of really highlighting what happens, or the necessity of economic preparation as a protection against financial exploitation and economic vulnerability. Okay, so let me pull this up. I made some notes on this. And by the way, I see some of you are asking about the list of water stocks and investments you can make in terms of water. I'm gonna text that out. So text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I will send it to you. I cannot email it to you. So because I don't have everybody's email right now, I will try to figure out a system. I don't know, or maybe you can go to drboyceelevate.com. If you live out of the country or something, go to drboyceelevate.com. That'll get you on the email list, and then I can also email it out to everyone that's on that list. That way, all of you can get it. All right, so here are a few things that pop up in Squid Games that I want you to look for when you watch the movie. First off, if you notice in Squid Games, the participants are risking their lives in order to make a dollar, right? They are in the midst of a significant economic desperation, which was typically caused by structural inequality. So you have rich people who are the players of the chess game, and then you have poor people that become the pawns. Okay, so ultimately, the wealthy have a different type of consciousness because they're looking at the economic game from the top down. They're just looking at the different players in the game, and you're looking up at them, and they're just moving you around like little chess pieces. And the Squid Games does a good job of connecting to this. There's something called Tom Piketty's Capital in the 21st century. He has a theory on this. He says that unchecked capital accumulation can exacerbate wealth inequality, leading to social instability. So players that have the debt, basically they're trapped, and they reflect how systematic inequality can force the poor into exploitative systems. So systematic inequality is a real thing that does exist, but it's not an excuse. In fact, my argument is that if you have awareness of the inequality and you have time, which I've mentioned to you all that time is the most important element in any wealth equation. Time matters more than money, actually, and this is a mathematical truth. Then you can actually navigate around some of the pathways through which the inequality is created. For example, if I tell you, for example, if we're talking and I say, corporations get you to become a consumer by basically, by basically manipulating your dopamine levels by advertising in a certain way, to make you feel aspirational or whatever. Like for example, like that video, how to sell to the Negro. Then now you're aware. Now you know what's going on, right? Now you know. Now you have a choice. Before, maybe you didn't have a choice. Before, you just didn't know, or you just weren't aware of what was going on. But now you know the game. So then at that point, the question is, how are you going to play that game? How are you going to circumvent those issues? Number two is debt as a tool of exploitation. So one thing that happens in Squid Games is that a lot of players join the game because they have so much debt. And remember, debt is something that is powerful if you use it properly. It can become incarceration, financial incarceration
if you use it improperly. So a lot of people, because of student loan debt, they get locked into the corporate plantation because they went to college, and the same institution that will loan you $200,000 for a student loan would not loan you $25,000 for a business loan. Why is that? Well, because a student loan works to their advantage, a business loan works to yours. A student loan means that all you're doing is you're taking that money and you're turning right around and handing it to them. So it's like you're giving them dollar bills, they're giving you Wendy's coupons, right? So if I buy $1 million worth of Wendy's coupons, that's not like having $1 million in cash, because Wendy's coupons are restricted in their use. I can only use that if I go to the restaurant and pay for their product, which already has a markup attached to it. But if you give me $1 million in cash, that's a whole different reality. So if I had a choice, if somebody said, Dr. Boyce, which would you rather have? $1 million in Wendy's coupons or 100,000 in cash? Oh, give me the 100,000, because then I have the ability to apply those funds in any way that I see fit. I don't have to go buy a bunch of damn cheeseburgers at your restaurant and somehow feel like I spent $1 million. So ultimately, that's so debt is when it's sort of applied in a way that's not beneficial to you, it does become a trap. And so when people have in Squid Games, a lot of the players are in debt and they're trying to get out of the debt. And there's a theory. Karl Marx had a theory of exploitation. He explained that capitalists can extract value from workers through asymmetric power dynamics. Their workers have less power than the employer, which is what's happening in the ski resort out in Vail. They're making hundreds of millions of dollars, and the ski workers are saying, "Hey, we just want to make $23 an hour because we can't live in Vail. Our customers can, y'all can, but we can't." And that fits with what Marx said. I'm not a Marxist, but Marx was right about this. And he says that it says here, in modern economics, financial institutions also play a similar role, where they leverage debt to perpetuate class subjugation. So debt is powerful, but you must be very careful with debt. There is good debt and there's bad debt, and so debt can be a good thing in your life or it can harm you. The illusion of meritocracy. This is what's interesting. So the game of the Squid Game appears to be fair, with everyone having an equal chance to win. However, factors like physical strength, alliances, and manipulation of the rules reveal that outcomes are far from equal. And that's kind of like, in a way, what it's like to be black, right? A lot of people are pushing right now, like McDonald's, for example, just got rid of all their diversity programs, apparently. And which I personally think, I mentioned this on my podcast on Spotify. It's called the Dr. Boyce Daily, Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. You can go listen to the segment if you want. But on Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, what I did say was, I said, so McDonald's is interesting because there are a lot of other corporations where diversity was cool when it was convenient. Now it's inconvenient because they've got the Republicans that are kind of putting pressure on. There's a guy named Robbie Starbucks, and all he does is spend all his time going after companies that have DEI programs. And now, on one hand, DEI kind of got screwed up in the sense that they started equating gay people to black people, which is not the same. I'm sorry. I love my gay friends. Nothing against you, but still, that's not the same. Stop that, right? And then suddenly, you got gay people and white women and everybody else benefiting from the DEI programs. But I do know some black people who are fans of DEI who benefit from DEI. I got my first job at Syracuse University through a DEI program. They had to force them to hire us. They did not want to hire black people at that university. They had, I think, almost 100 faculty in the business school at Syracuse, and not one of them was African American. Not one. They did not. They were like, we don't want no black people up in here. We want y'all playing basketball, picking up the trash, and tackling people on the football field. We do not want you teaching our white kids. That was. But we'll take black students because we're getting their money. But we don't want black professors because they're the ones making money from the university. Yeah, that's what it was. So they had to force them to hire us. They hired three of us, and one of them was gone very quickly. Two out of the three were gone, and the third one, they treated her so badly. I'll never forget this lady. She was half white, actually, so she was like kind of one of them in a way. And she and she really she played the game. She really, I can't play, I don't play games that well. I'm not good at that. I can't pretend. I'm the Negro that'll get you fired. I've always been that guy. You can go back 25 years. When I was 25 years old, I was the same dude. But with her, like, she did everything right. She made friends. She would go to their kids' birthday parties. I didn't know where all the people I work with, I did not know where they lived. I did not know if they had kids. I didn't know if they were married. I didn't care. I was there to work. That's it. I worked on my research, and that was it. That's my flaw. That was who I am. She did all the social stuff. She connected with them, and I was like, oh wow, this whole like being white thing is really working out for you. Maybe, boys, maybe you're too radical. Maybe just slow down. They still treated this poor lady like crap. When she actually got promoted and they gave her tenure, Not one single person. Usually, when you get tenure, and I can just tell you about the rules of academia, when you get tenure, everyone's like happy for you because it's like a kind of a big deal. It's kind of like getting married or something, right? It's like, but tenure, it's like a lifetime job, kind of like welfare for smart people, right? So you can work forever and they can never fire you. My wife has tenure. She's actually a full professor. Very few PhDs become full professors. Very few black female PhDs become full professors. So give that black woman her props. But anyway, so she got promoted, and even though typically everyone congratulates you, not one single person in her department sent her a congratulations letter because they were resentful and mad because they felt that she only got it because she was black. And so and so what really kind of like made me sad for her was I said, "Man, you did all this selling out. You did all this bending over. You were literally doing everything they told you to do. Me, I understand why you'd want to get rid of me. I'm just not pleasant in that way. I don't fit in those spaces. But you, I didn't understand it. And I remember her kind of talking to me, and I said, okay, so I get it now. There's just kind of a disdain that they have for those of us who want to fit into certain spaces. That's it. Like when they talk about black jobs, they're really talking about black jobs. They're not talking about the white jobs. Right? There's certain roles like they're like, okay, if you want to be a rapper who comes and like wants to hold your testicles and call yourself the N-word at the office party, then we're gonna cheer for that. That's amazing. If you want to be the big basketball player who shows up and with your basketball uniform and talk about what it's like to play for the Lakers, we're gonna honor that. We love you, man. You're awesome. But when you show up and you're black and you're like, I don't play basketball because I'm not tall enough. I don't know how to rap, but I can program a computer, or I do have a PhD and I can do cutting edge financial research. It's like, nah, you're not interesting. You're kind of boring. And and I think that this is something that we have to kind of acknowledge and understand. I'm not saying that some of us can't find our way to wiggle through the system. Some of you have, and I congratulate for that. I support you 100%. But I do think that there is kind of a belief about sort of us being in our place, right? These are the places that you can fit. Even when I was on the campus at Syracuse, I remember that there were black people that were kind of kept in in a certain place. Like there was like they would put everybody like in Africana studies. They call that the ghettoization. So everybody all the black professors, they'd be like, "Oh, you'd be great for the Africana studies department." And that just speaks to the idea that in some spaces the first thing they see when you're black is that you're black. They don't see you as a human being first. They see you as a black person first. Right? And so what this means, in my opinion, is I think this necessitates the absolute essential nature of what we're dealing with. It tells us what we must do. It tells us what we have no choice. We have to develop spaces and institutions of our own. We have to. We have to develop spaces, not so much where we're just disconnected from the world or that we just walk around being mad at white people all day. No, I think that we get rid of all that because if you're focused on what you're doing, you're not so worried about what he's doing, right? If you got something of your own, you're not jealous of what somebody else has got. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I think being conscious of what we're conscious of. So like the consciousness of our consciousness is critical in the sense that um every day I wake up, I got to be conscious about what I'm thinking about because there are some things that you can sit around and be mad about all day that are just not going to benefit you. It doesn't benefit me as a black man to sit around and just be angry all day about what white people are doing. I don't think that's gonna fix the issue at all, and they don't really care that much. So really, I'm kind of just hurting myself. I built this little world that only I live in, where I'm just boxing, I'm shadow boxing all day against something that really, to some extent, exists in my imagination. Not that racism is not real, not that discrimination and segregate, not that all those things don't exist. They're real, but that doesn't have to be the only world that I live in. I think that there can be another world where all of our children are raised with basic ideas like get up every day, do the best you can, read books, work together, build wealth, don't give your money away, be smart economically, make a plan, love your wife, love your kids, build your community, take care of your health, stop eating McDonald's, and all these other things, right? So here's the point, right? Let me go back to McDonald's because I didn't finish that part. So the point that I made about McDonald's and their lack of diversity initiatives is I said, well, we could just say like we're mad, like let's just all go boycott McDonald's, which is totally cool. But I said, but really, if you think about it like this, though, let's go deeper. Should you really be eating McDonald's anyway? Like does McDonald's rise to the top of the ladder of like healthy food choices in the first damn place? Do you know what that food does to your colon and your kidneys and your heart? I mean, do you know that you're also listening to a black man whose mama just died a week ago, who ate a lot of McDonald's through the years? Not that McDonald's took my mother's life, but damn, it probably didn't help. So, so, so to me, I don't need McDonald's to cut their diversity programs for me to have a reason to stay away from that damn crack house of a restaurant anyway. I don't need a reason to not give them my money. You shouldn't need a reason to support your own businesses. You shouldn't need a reason to eat healthy food. You should just be doing this because this is what you're supposed to do. Because it just makes more sense anyway. Do you follow me? Like there's people like Juiced Up Reese. Y'all don't know Juiced Up Reese. Look her up. She makes these juices and they're good and they're healthy. And she'll be like, oh, this one has turmeric and vinegar and blah blah blah, and it'll help your heart and your lungs and your like all this, right? And I'm like, I should be. This is what I was supposed to be doing in the beginning. So I'm not really supporting your business because I'm doing something for you. I'm supporting your business because I'm doing something for myself and doing something I should have been doing from the very beginning. So I think that like with our economics, I think that hitting kind of the reset button and instead of building black wealth in response to white oppression, I think we should build black wealth because that's the damn thing God put us on this earth to do in the first place. That's where you were supposed to be already. You were already supposed to be doing what's best for your family. These are the things. So you don't need to be mad at somebody else for you to start loving yourself. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I hope you get that. I hope I help somebody today with that because that's something I think that if we process this properly, I think that we can really do some things, man. I believe our potential is just infinite. I think that our kids are just amazing. I think that if we do our job in this generation by guiding them in the right way and developing spaces for them to really truly be who they're supposed to be, they're gonna just run off here. They're gonna run out here and just kill it. They're just gonna be amazing. So now some of us we're getting older, right? So some of us we got a lot of regrets or whatever, but I don't think we should raise our children to have those regrets, right? And that's my thought for today. I don't have anything else to talk about. I do, but if I do, I'll be talking all day. So how about this? Before we go, one thing: if you want to get that list of investments in the water industry, I'll send that out to you. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, those of you that are doing stock options with us or interested in generating income by selling stock options, which is a great way to make money, we're going to meet. The Prime program is going to meet tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I also texted you all a Q&A that I did. I'm going to do another one today where I answer your questions on video and I send out the video and you can watch it and kind of learn the process. And if you are interested in options and you'd like to participate, you can text the word options to that same phone number, 87948. And you can also go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. And then, oh, and last but not least, I forgot Tiara KJ Williams is in the chat and she's screaming at me because I forgot to mention that also Constance Carter is doing a great like a little boot camp this weekend in the Fly Nubian Money Club, where basically this is where black women teach. This is all black women teachers. You can be in the audience if you're a man, but this is where we listen to our women because our women are smart and they're the greatest on earth in terms of what they can accomplish. And I just really think that that's important. So if you want to participate in that, just text the word Queens to the phone number 87948 and we'll send you a link if you want to join the Fly Nubian Money Investment Club. So just text the word Queens to 87948. And this is for the men too, right? These are just amazing women. Constance Carter, Tiara's awesome in terms of business storytelling. Dr. Lene Javette is part of it as well. She's an expert on black entrepreneurship. Dr. Alicia Watkins, my wife, is a participant as well. So if you would like to take a look at what they're doing over there, just text that word Queens to 87948. And I'm really also just really talking also to the men too. Like let's put these suckers to the side. These guys that just really don't want to have a good interaction with black women. I think that that's very unhealthy. So let's really show our women how much we support them, how much we love them, how much we honor them. And really maybe I'm feeling extra sensitive about that because y'all know how much I honor my mama. And because without these women, we would be nothing. We would not exist. We wouldn't be a fraction of who we are. And so I think that that's just very natural to do anyway. So anyway, take care, guys, and have a good day. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Peace.
I took a big step in dental health. I had to go and get some dental work done, and Alicia's been pushing me to do it. It wasn't something I didn't want to do. It was just something I was going to do eventually, but not right away. But she kept pushing me. So I said, okay. Dental health is really important, you know, for your physical health. So I went ahead and just surrendered to the process, and they had to do this oral surgery. And I told them I wanted to get some implants to really tighten up some stuff, and they did. So they put me under, and it turned into like a little bit of a shit show. My blood pressure spiked during the procedure, or like way over 200 or something like that, and that became kind of an issue, and I didn't even know about it till I woke up. So it's literally like 14 hours of being in a dentist chair. It was only supposed to be 7 hours. It was pretty fucking terrible, but you know, but it was almost like, it wasn't, it's like, as I tell the story, it sounds terrible, but going through it, even as I was going through it, I was like, this is really terrible. But it was just like, okay, you know, I'm just here. Like, I really I wasn't as uncomfortable as I actually feel like I should have been just describing the story. It sounds terrible, you know, but because they gnawing on your teeth and all that for 14 hours, but it wasn't that bad. It was just like, okay, all right, well, let's do what we got to do. I gotta blend my food while I got my dental work going on. It drives me crazy because I want those wings. That's how I got these shiny teeth.
We had a little issue, his blood pressure. As soon as we put him under, his blood pressure shot up, and they said it went up above 200. And I was like, okay. And they said, we're gonna bring him up. It's gonna take him a while, and then we're gonna finish the rest of it while you were awake.
How long was I under?
So they put you under around 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. You did not come to till 1.
Oh, really?
PM, and then they would not let me leave.
What time did they tell you that they had to bring me up?
Probably around 11 or noon.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and so I had to sit there and wait for like an hour or so.
I don't feel any anxiety about that whole, you know, it's like something about dying in your sleep, possibly. Like, I don't want to die. I wouldn't want to die, but it's like it just doesn't. It's like, well, you know. I wasn't
ready for you to go.
I will be.
Hold on, dental surgery that I pushed you into because I was being pushy.
Oh, you were. I told you.
Pushy and I can be sometimes, and so I tell Boyce to just tell me, Alicia, you're being too pushy.
We have just started this property search. We have found a builder that's awesome. So we were looking at homes with our realtor, and we knew exactly what we wanted, but we didn't see the house that matched what we wanted. But we found a house that was pretty close, except the neighborhood that neighborhood it was located in, it seemed pretty, it wasn't a tough neighborhood. So we reached out to the builder and we met with the builder yesterday, and we like what we put together.
We should look for a property that's a little easier to work with.
Now our challenge is just to find property. So our realtor found a couple of pieces of property. We're looking for something that's close to water, something scenic. Boyce is a little over the top. So he wants like all this land and this big old house. And me, I'm trying to think like, okay, how are we gonna clean this and heat it and cool it?
We just started and found out that this property is not, that it sucks. It's not a place we're going to build anything. So we're going to look at some other properties, and John is going to work with Carmen. So Carmen, we told Carmen what we wanted, and Carmen's going to pick some stuff out, run it by John. John, will take a look and then let us know if he thinks it'll work. And I told him that I wanted 2 to 4 acres, and because I want some land, and there we go.
I said, boys, I am not going to talk to this man about 8,000 square foot house. There's no way. What do we need this house for? Who's going to be living in this house? Now, Boyce has a point because he said that eventually he'd like for our parents to come live in this house and stay with us. That I can wholeheartedly agree with. But other than that, why do we need all this? Now, I will say that Boyce needs a nice office. He does need like a green room studio. It's totally soundproof. He does need that for his business.
Put this shit on the door. So you shut this all the way in. And then, well, how about this? We'll take a look. I mentioned 2 to 4 acres, right? And then we'll take a look, and then we'll look at the price and have a conversation and decide. I want a yard. I want a yard. I don't like this place. Felt cramped. It felt like there wasn't supposed to be a house back here.
Okay.
And then check this out. I think you said that the front door would have to be most likely facing the water. And didn't you say that's bad for feng shui?
No, that's actually good. You do want water.
Oh, the water shouldn't be in the back of your
In the
house.
front. Well, yeah, sometimes in the back your chi could run out in the back.
Oh.
But you can put shrubbery to cover it.
To do that, or you think it's something that you should never do? Is it a hard no? Is it like okay, Chelsea says it depends. Calvin says depends. April, it depends. Marcus says heck no. He's probably thinking hell no. Okay, I see Irma says no. Okay, I see some yeses and some nos. And so what I want to do is kind of, I don't know, this was on my brain today, and I thought this would be a nice topic to drill into in order to just gain some perspective on some of this. So maybe when it comes time to make that decision, you'll have a framework that you can lean on that'll help you decide whether or not it works for you, whether or not it's something that you want to do. Believe it or not, there's financial research on almost everything. There's research on all kinds of topics in terms of what, how people respond to money. As you know, money is power. Money is also a source of a lot of emotion. It could be a source of happiness and and feeling good about life, or it could be a source of tremendous distress. And so so what I'm going to do is basically explain when you should loan money to relatives, okay? And not so much tell you that you should or should not do it, but just to say that if you ever thought about doing it, there are ways to do it safely, and ways to do it in a way where you're not going to end up hating your cousin for the next 40 years because they didn't pay you back. My grandfather, I've told you all, how many of y'all know that my cousin was in that group TLC? Give me a yes if I've ever told y'all that story. I don't know. Some of y'all know me well enough to know the TLC story. But anyway, yeah, my cousin's in TLC, which I think is the greatest female group of all time. Her name was T-Boz, aka Tiana Watkins, and like I felt kind of awkward when I realized she was my cousin because I always thought she was the prettiest one in the group, and but you can't be looking at your cousin like that. That's just weird. And so anyway, our the way we're related is our grandfathers are brothers. Her grandfather's name is Sam. My grandfather's name is Matt. And basically, Sam and Matt, the reason I was asking my family, I said, okay, I know we got 10 billion cousins because I mean, they had a lot of kids, generate a lot of generational wealth in terms of children and family. Family is a form of wealth. We've talked about this. We talked about how your family is your multi-million dollar asset, but you have to activate it. It's just like a business or a trust. If you don't put assets in a trust, then a trust has no value. But if you put assets in the trust, you fill up that bucket, then that can become something that is creates generational wealth for the next 100 years. So or business. If you get the business and you work the business and you're skilled at the business, then the business can make you very wealthy. But if you're sloppy with the business or you don't know what you're doing or you don't put the time into it, then it's not going to help you. It becomes a liability rather than an asset. So really, when it comes to family and children, what I encourage you to really, really think hard about is how do we activate this asset? How do we really, take these little badass kids and really turn that into something that's just going to put our family, on fire in a good way. And help us to just really do some amazing things. And I spoke today with a brother that I met when I went to Atlanta. I forget, I don't have his name in front of me, but he was a black man that he happens to be a member of the Nation of Islam, which I told you all, I think that you should study the nation in terms of their philosophies on family structure, on economics, education, things like that, mental health, because there's a lot to learn there. Anyway, he had 3 kids. He homeschooled all of his kids because he didn't want them to be harmed by the school system. And now a lot of his kids, I think at least 2 of his kids work for him, and he has a very successful construction company that's doing really amazing work. And so, really, ultimately, I encourage you to really understand that children are an asset, but like any asset, you have to activate the asset. You got to work the asset in order for the asset to become worth anything. If you acquire an asset and you don't invest in it, it's going to fall apart. So, for example, I was listening to a podcast where they were breaking down whether or not private equity firms are good or bad for business. Is it good or bad when a private equity firm takes over a company? And they point out examples where it was good and examples where it was bad. Like Red Lobster pretty much got destroyed because the private equity firm came in and they sucked the company dry. It's kind of crazy how they do this. They do these things called leverage buyouts. It's crazy, right? So what they'll do is they'll say, we want to go buy Red Lobster. And they'll say, well, we got to borrow $3 billion to buy Red Lobster. So we'll put up, 300 million, and the rest, the 2.7 billion, we're gonna borrow from a bank. But then what you tell the bank is you say, after we borrow this money, Red Lobster is gonna have this debt. Red Lobster is going to go into debt. Not me, not the person who's controlling the asset. The company I'm acquiring is going to take on this debt. So again, these are not specific numbers. The numbers vary from, situation to situation. But basically, Red Lobster is now in debt. Not you, Red Lobster, but you're able to control the company. So they're milking the assets. They're making all these crazy deals where they're just basically sucking the company dry. And then next thing you know, Red Lobster, which was a great business before the private equity firm came along, is suddenly saying, oh, we got to shut our doors. And they're saying it's because we gave endless shrimp. And it wasn't because of the endless or bottomless shrimp or free shrimp, all you can eat shrimp. That wasn't what brought it down. It was basically some moves by the private equity firm that allegedly caused this company to have so many problems. Okay. So ultimately, I think it's like, in a way, you can think about that like with children, where or any asset that you have, if you invest in the asset in a relevant way, where you are pouring something into it consistently, you're not just sort of milking it dry. You can actually create something that's bigger and stronger. Like there's been times where private equity firms took over a company and made it better. Like Burger King, there was one company that took it over, and now Burger King's stronger than ever. And so that can work out very, very well. But if you don't, if you go the opposite direction, where you either don't invest in something or you're just a taker and not a giver, then that thing's going to fall apart. And this is not just true for economic investments. This is also true for relationships. Relationships. Hey, seriously, has anybody ever had a relationship with a taker? If you're a giver or a pleaser or whatever it is, however you might be defined by your therapist, has anybody ever been in a relationship with somebody who takes? How many of y'all have gone through that? It is the absolute worst feeling in the world. It's terrible. It's not fun. You don't like it. And takers tend to know they know who to go after. Believe me, take it from a man who's had money for quite a while. I can spot a gold digger from a 50-mile radius. I can pick up on it. I can pick up on the women that suddenly thought all my jokes were hilariously funny and that I was the most interesting man in the world and all this other stuff. And it's not, I mean, I don't have a problem with it, right? Because the studies show that the women are naturally attracted to resources and stuff. And I get that. But when I get a sense like, okay, that you're literally looking at me like fresh meat and you kind of know, like, okay, because this guy has this money, I can buy this and I can buy this and I can buy this and I can buy this. That's not interesting to me, right? And so when I married my wife, I specifically was happy to marry somebody where money isn't that important to her. And also she had her own money, so it wasn't as big of a deal, right? So ultimately, when you're talking about relationships, it has to be give and take. It has to be reciprocal. Some of you have relatives that take. You have people that you've had relationships with that take. And those sorts of interactions don't tend to work. They're not sustainable because you can't take from something forever without replenishing what you take. You can't, you, I'm gonna stop right there. You can't just keep taking and then not replenish. It's okay to take. See, this is the thing. People think that it's bad to take anything. I had a whole conversation when I spoke at UPS yesterday. I spoke to a young lady, 27 years old. She was a single mom and she was an airplane pilot. So we kind of really had a good conversation about airplanes and flying because I got my pilot's license, but she's a real pilot. I'm just a student pilot. And she was saying that she said, I really want to fly more, but it's expensive. I said, yeah, it is expensive. And she said, but I said, you're around all these airplane pilots. I just met with all the black UPS pilots the other day. They would love to help you. They would take you up. It wouldn't cost you anything. And she said, yeah, but I really don't know. I really don't like asking for help. And I said, no, 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 no. See, don't think like that. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to take things. You deserve support. You're doing great things with your life. I'm really proud of you. People will want to help you. I said, but if you want to make yourself feel better, make it reciprocal. If you feel guilty about taking, just give. Just make a rule. Give twice as much as you take. Right? So if somebody offers you help, it's not charity. It is mutual support. So when they come in and they say, "Hey, I'll help you fly. It won't cost you anything. We can take my airplane and whatever." Then what you do is you say, "Okay, anything you ever need, I got you." Their birthday comes up, you send them a gift. They have a problem, you step up and you help them as much as they help you, and then it becomes a great relationship. Then you have a web and a network of people around you where everything is beneficial for everyone. It's a win-win-win-win-win. Right? And so taking is not the problem. Taking is not the issue. Taking is only a problem if you're not giving as much as you take. It's only a problem when it's not reciprocal, right? And this is the issue that you run into. This is why a lot of athletes go broke, why a lot of celebrities lose money, is because they're giving, but nobody's giving anything back. Nobody, and part of that is built around how you frame yourself. Some people frame themselves as charity cases. If I have a brother who goes off and becomes a rap star and he's making lots of money, maybe I define myself as a person who can do nothing for him except be a part of his entourage and just sort of hang around him and wait for him to pay my bills. Right. And that's not effective. What has to occur is that I got to say, okay, how can I help? Maybe you need security. Maybe you need somebody that can cook for you. Maybe you need somebody that can help handle your business affairs. Like, I want to help. I'm available. What you need, cuz what you need. And you have to have a mindset that says, okay, how can I activate you? LeBron did this. LeBron activated a lot of his friends. He didn't want a big entourage of a bunch of people that he was just throwing money at. He would send them to places to learn skill sets that he needed. I do need a chef. Here, I'll send you to culinary school or whatever. I do need a business person. So I'm gonna make sure you get trained so that you know what to do with my money when I start getting rich. Rich Paul, thank you. That's his name. So long story short, there's nothing wrong with taking. I would think of it almost like when they do environmentalism. If you notice, the environmentalists, I think they have these rules like where like every tree they chop down, the environmentalists worked with the industrialists who want to go chop down these trees. So they have these little rules where it's like for every one tree you chop down, you plant 5 trees or something. So that works out perfectly fine. Okay, so don't think that taking is bad. don't get to the point where you embrace this rugged individualism where you're trying to do it all by yourself, figure it out all by yourself. That's what a lot of folks do. I think a lot of people get caught up in that nonsense of thinking that they're supposed to conquer the world all by themselves. And that's very lonely. It's very, very hard. It typically fails and it doesn't work. But if you find good people that will give to you as much as you're giving to them, then that becomes a beautiful thing. Then you can ask for things and it's okay. So let's talk about loaning money to relatives. So one of the things I want to sort of drill into, and actually before I forget, let me give you all this quiz that I created this thing. You can try it out. Tell me what you think about it. But it's a quiz on whether or not your estate plan is properly put together. And so this quiz will allow you to kind of figure out where you are. Remember, building all this wealth doesn't matter if you throw it all away, but when you die and stuff, because we're all going to die. And what's interesting is that a lot of us are not prepared for death. We just kind of, I don't know, think we're going to live forever or something. But you're black, and that doesn't happen for black people or anyone. Actually, no one lives forever. But black people, we kind of die a lot. So it's kind of important for us to kind of have a plan for that, especially if you love your kids and love your family and stuff like that. So in fact, that same single mom, and I hope I invited her to class, so she may be in here. I hope she doesn't feel embarrassed. I won't say her name, but I was talking to her about her. By the way, the link is in the chat. I did tell her, I said, as a single mom, you got to ask yourself, what happens if I'm not here tomorrow? If I'm not here tomorrow, what happens to my child? What happens to my life? Who knows where my bank accounts are? Who knows where my investment account is? Right. So anyway, so there's the link to the quiz. It's in the chat. So feel free to grab it and you can keep it and take it, or you can take it right now. It's totally up to you. And it'll kind of give you a sense of where you are in terms of planning for your estate. And also don't forget, if you want to be on the text list to get invited to this class, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So here's a few stats on loaning money to relatives. I wrote about it a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And you can find a copy of that at drboycebooks.com. And so anyway, here's some data on loaning money to relatives. And I chose to write about this because I've loaned money to relatives before. I still do. And sometimes it hurts your feelings. It really does. Sometimes it's like, damn it, like who built these people that think they can borrow lots of money from you and just never pay it back? Like who created these childlike individuals? I call it childlike. It's a form of what I refer to as economic immaturity, because you don't understand, you're not grown enough to understand that person who loaned you that money, they need their money. Like, what makes you think that you can take from other people and they're going to be okay? Like who defined you to be the 30-year-old kid in the family? You're in your 20s, you're in your 30s. It's okay to ask for help. But when you ask for help and then you don't do what you say you're going to do, you don't pay back the money that's owed, somebody has to pay that price. In economics, we have a term that says or a phrase that says there's no such thing as a free lunch. And that means somebody's paying for that. So the idea that you think that you can take and not give anything, and that somehow it's going to magically get covered for or taken or sort of fixed by somebody else, pretty much means that you have what I refer to as a form of economic immaturity. Because economic immaturity is where you're thinking like a child. Children do that. Children are like, I'll make a mess, somebody gonna pick it up. Children think like, oh well, I need new toys. Somebody's gonna buy it, not me, not me. I mean, I just a little kid, and you get these like 35-year-old versions of little kids. Like, I just a little kid. I gonna borrow money. I just gotta pay. I can't pay it back. I don't have no money, right? So when you don't solve the problem, you're handing the problem to somebody else. And part of what creates challenges in a lot of our families is that, again, you got these grown ass kids, 45 years old. Hey, yeah, I can't, I'm just struggling, cuz I can't come up with nothing. No, that's not appropriate. Because if everybody thought the way you think, then everything would fall apart. Everything will fall to shit. It really goes deeper than that. Even goes, to the point of somebody making a baby and just being like, oh, well, my baby's mamas, they got it covered. They holding it down. They're holding it down because your weak ass can't hold nothing down. Like, that's what they're doing. They're holding it down so you can go play like a child. And they're the ones who figuring out how to
go pick up the baby from school, how to take care of the baby when they're sick, how to go buy an extra pair of diapers or a set of diapers that the baby needs. I mean, it's crazy to me. And it's not just men, right? It's everybody, right? So it's not just gender specific, but it's a mindset. It's a mindset that says, I am not without accountability. I can add no value to anyone else's life. And if I do have the ability to do something good for the world, I'm going to do it for me. Right? I'm going to do something that's going to give me pleasure or I'm going to go buy me a new pair of Jordans, knowing that I owe my cousin $400 that they really needed when they loaned that money to me. That is a mindset. That is psychological. That is 100% in your brain, because there are other people who think in the completely opposite direction. There are people who say, gosh, I know you really need your money. I borrowed it from you. I'm going to get it to you as soon as I can. Even if I can't pay it right away, I'm going to do everything I can to try to make this right. I'm going to be accountable to you because I understand my role in the ecosystem. I understand my position on the basketball team. If I don't get the rebound, if I throw the ball out of bounds, or if I can't hit the open shot, then the team is going to lose. You understand? Because remember, your family is your team. Your family's your team. And a lot of your teams are losing because your players don't understand their position. They're not playing their position. They're not playing their role. You're passing the ball and they're asleep on the bench. Or you're waiting for them to play defense with you. You're playing defense all by yourself because they at the club getting high or something, right? So ultimately, this all is a mindset, and this is something that is detrimental. It costs the Black community trillions of dollars. There's so many different reasons that this horrific ecosystem does come into existence, because it's one of these things where you can't sort of isolate the blame. You can't say, well, it's because of these men or it's because of these women, because remember, a lot of these men were raised by women. So you can't say it's just the men, and you can't say it's just the women, because a lot of the women are abandoned by the men, right? And so and I believe that men, we have a certain type of power, and we do set a standard. So if we don't set the standard the right way and show up in the best way we possibly can, then guess what? Everything falls apart. This is where I become the old school Southern black man. I'm not politically correct. I don't give a shit about being politically correct. I believe that the man is the tent pole of the tent. I believe that the father, the man, you got this thing in your body called testosterone. You've got these big muscles and all this, and these other things that give you special skill sets nobody else has. And I believe that you set the standard. You are the tent pole of the tent. So if the tent pole falls down, the whole tent collapses on everybody. If the tent pole is flimsy, then the tent cannot withstand the storm. If the tent pole is short and tiny, then the tent's not going to be very high. So one of the things that I talk to our son about all the time is I say, look, man, you're the tent pole. You're the leader. You set the standard. You're 6 foot. He's 6'9", by the way. So he's not my biological son. I am not capable of creating a child that's 6'9". His father's a wonderful man, but I spend a lot of time with him in the house. I'm his bonus dad, and I love that role. I'm honored to play that role. And I just remember talking to him and saying, look, man, you're 6'9". You're very smart. You're a natural leader, and people sort of follow suit based on what standard you set. So in my view, when you see women around you that need help, you're supposed to step up. You have to be reliable. You have to be sturdy. If you're not reliable and sturdy, then it kind of creates chaos for everybody. And it's really disruptive to the Black community, because you have to have so many scenarios where women are like, well, there is no man here, so I'm going to be the man. And then it just creates all this awkwardness, because when a real man shows up, then you got two dudes trying to fighting it out for power, which just becomes chaotic, right? So again, this is my personal observation, and probably some of this is a reflection of my own unique experience. So I'm definitely biased, but I'm assuming some of you can relate to this, because I think some of you see the imbalance that's occurring in our families and in our communities. So let's start with this basic idea that says, if you talk about the financial side, you have to be you have to understand the code of conduct as it pertains to money and as it pertains to borrow money from family. So let me give you some stats on this. Basically, 57%, according to a survey by Bankrate, 57% of people who loan money to friends or relatives said they had negative outcomes, including damaged relationships, resentment, or not being repaid in full or not at all. So that means 57% of people endured what my wife talks about a lot. She has a workbook on this. They endure financial trauma. You endure financial, it's very traumatic when you loan a lot of money to somebody and you have this, this loving, touching, bonding moment where they're like, "Oh, thank you for coming through for me, cuz I appreciate it. Oh, it's all right. I got you. I love you too. And I just make sure you get the money to the landlord because I don't want you and the baby to get evicted." And then next thing you know, the person disappoints you. Like, it sucks. It's horrible. It's so painful. It just pisses you off too. You're pissed off, but you're pissed off because you're hurt. I had a cousin I loaned a lot of money to one time. He ain't the only one. And I remember that I like came through for him. Like it was like this triumphant moment of like, yeah, we're gonna elevate, we're gonna really do this together. We're gonna really, I want to see you do better in your life. And then the Negro disappeared. Like I didn't see him for 4 years. And when I saw him again, part of me was like, I want to knock you out right now, you sorry ass piece of shit. Excuse my French, it's too early to be cussing. That's how I felt. I was like, wait, we had this bonding moment, and you just lied to me. You just completely just fed me a whole fairy tale. I don't know if you own dope or something, because drug addicts are good liars. I was like, what happened? But then there's the other part of me, the part of me that went to therapy. That see, all of Boyce didn't go to therapy. Only half of me showed up with the therapist. The other half of me needs to. I need to go get him and bring him to the sessions with me. And the part of me that went to therapy was like, well, Boyce, forgiveness is a superpower. And you have to give them grace because not everybody can do everything that they plan to do, and you have to forgive, and you got to move on because being mad is not gonna help the situation. It ain't gonna get your money back, and also it's only gonna hurt you to be bitter and angry. So that was the therapy side of me. But the other side of me was like, I want to kick you in your testicles right now because you lied to me. So the anger that we feel it's driven by hurt. Like I felt that way because I was like so disappointed. Like, damn, man, that was a lot of money, man. And they told me not to loan you the money. I was being stupid to trust you, and I did it. And now I'm looking even dumber because I took a chance on somebody who didn't deserve my support. So what does that do? That then affects how you view loaning money in the future. Somebody else comes along, so with maybe a good investment idea, or maybe they really need help and maybe they're really going to come through, but you're all bitter, you're all scarred now. So now you're like, I ain't loaning money to nobody. I ain't never loaning money to relatives again. I hate my family. I hate my relatives. F all of y'all. F all of y'all. Like that's what happens. And you got to think about how toxic and unhealthy it is to go through life. Think about this. The Jewish community, they be loaning money to each other all the time. There's a section of India where they literally own like, I want to say like 60% of the hotels in America, and like 80% of the 7-Elevens in America or something, because they loan money to each other all the time. They do. I forgot what it is. If somebody knows the name of that section, let me know. And I probably got the stats wrong. But they own an insane number of hotels and an insane number of 7-Elevens. Ironically, I have no idea how this happened. And it's because they're loaning money to each other. But you get into like a lot of black families, we're like, I ain't never I'll loan money to a white man who I don't even know before I loan money to my own damn sibling, because these Negroes ain't nothing. And that's just such horrible energy to have to carry around. It's the Patels. Thank you, Mike. So generally speaking, let me go through the stats. Let me lay some of this out. All right. I'm gonna try to get more serious now because I'm in a goofy mood today. All right, so 46% of lenders lost money, according to the same bank rate survey. They said 46% of respondents who loan money to loved ones reported not being repaid. So think about that; it's almost half. That's just terrible. And it's not just black people. This is a survey they took of Americans. Period. 26% feel resentment or hurt. I mentioned that there's a lot of hurt when you trust somebody and you go on a limb for them and they completely let you down. And so the question would become like, well, what made me trust you in the first place? That's when you question yourself. But then the question for them is, what made you think it was okay for you to do that? What in your culture? See, culture is very important when it comes to money, because in the Patels, apparently the culture is if you borrow money, you pay that shit back. If you borrow money, you pay it back. You pay what you owe. Right. But for whatever reason, in our culture, it's like, maybe I'll pay you back, maybe not. And there's not sort of an understanding of the fact that you're not just going to lose the money there, but you're going to lose the relationship. So loaning money to people that are close to you, it's important to find a way to do it because we have to share resources. That's a powernomics principle. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. But the downside is that it's a highly risky endeavor. It's a highly leveraged kind of thing because so many assets that you have are correlated, connected to what you're doing. So what do I mean by that? Well, you're not just when I loan you money and you're my cousin and we have this relationship and then what happens is by me loaning you money, I'm not just risking the money, I'm risking the relationship. Because if I loan you a lot of money and you don't pay me back, then I lose a cousin and I lose the money. And which makes me a double sucker. It makes me sit back and say, man, what was I doing? That was so stupid. I should have told my cousin no. But then that creates the other alternative where you left somebody you love stranded like that. And it creates a special dilemma for those of you that are doing well. When you got extra money and your family knows that you're doing well, you're doing better than everyone else. So your survivor's guilt kicks in and you want to make sure that you're there for other people, and you say things like little things that don't typically mean anything like, hey, let me know if you need anything. Well, that term means nothing if you're broke. If you have nothing to offer anybody, then if you say, hey, let me know if you need anything, then that's easy. It's easy to say it because you ain't got nothing to give nobody. So it's like a greeting. You just say it, just to say it. But what if you got like $1 million in the bank and you say you talk to your broke cousin because you want to keep it real, you want to be, you want to stay down, and you're like, hey, let me know if you need anything. And then 2 hours later, they're like, hey, we got a situation, and I had a cousin. He would always call me and say, hey, cuz, I got a situation. And I'd be like, oh Lord Jesus. Like I don't want no situations on my doorstep. And so so long story short, I even got to the point where um I was afraid to even say, like, let me know if you need anything. And that's crazy. That's like a reflection of very awkward trauma, because there was a big burden that suddenly came with even saying that. I remember I saw an old friend from high school, and he was my buddy in high school, but I hadn't seen him for many years, and I saw him in Walmart, and he wasn't doing so good. To be honest with you, he wasn't really big on education or nothing. So he kind of ended up where you end up when you don't make the right choices. And I remember saying, "Hey, all right, man, well, good to see you. All right, well, let me know if you need anything." Why did I say that? He literally called me 2 hours later. He needed me to. He got in a fight with his wife, and he was trying to move out that day from the house. It was something crazy, something really weird. I was like, I don't want to be in the middle of your drama. I don't even know you like that. But it was like that was an example of where even that little statement, like, let me know if you need anything, that can be kind of weird. So anyway, let me read more of the stats, and then I'm actually going to give you a solution. You guys know I want to be solution oriented and not just talk about the problem. So another thing is that family loans often lead to unspoken expectations. Research from the Pew Charitable Trust in 2019 highlighted that people often struggle with unspoken expectations when they loan money to relatives. The absence of formal contracts or repayment terms tends to exacerbate misunderstanding. So that means that if you don't have something written down, maybe a contract or at least something written on paper, then you can have misunderstandings. Misunderstandings are literally the trigger for a lot of broken relationships. But then also sometimes people loan you money and they expect more than just the money. Right. So all money isn't good money. This is a general principle that you have to be really thoughtful about who you take your money from, because when they give you money, many cases there's something else that they expect. So for example, that's why with the All Black National Convention, we don't take any money from corporations. We don't take any money from the government. We don't take any money from the Democrat or Republican parties, because I know money well enough to know that you're not going to write a big fat check without having some sort of expectation that comes with that check. Like, oh, hey, Dr. Boyce, we want to put this person on a panel, or we'd like for this politician to come speak at your event. No, I don't want to hear all that. And I'm not going to be on stage, thanking Walmart for Black liberation. That's not something I'm interested in doing. So it's like, you know what? I'll pass on that money. We'll get the money some other way.
Same thing is also true when I was Michael Bloomberg gave hundreds of millions of dollars to a lot of HBCUs, and I was very concerned about that. I was happy because it's great, a lot of young black kids get to go to school and become doctors and lawyers and everything else. But also Bloomberg is a strategic person. He moves in a certain way. He's very, very political. So you don't even have to tell me. It doesn't have to be revealed to me that there are going to be certain expectations that come with this money. I know that if the guy who wrote you a $50 million check calls the president of that university, he can pretty much get whatever he wants, right? If he says, I think this person should be your commencement speaker, then that person's going to be the speaker. If he says, I need you to not bring these ideas in or not do XYZ, or I heard Farrakhan was coming to your campus and I'm very concerned because he's anti-Semitic and whatever they want to say about him, right? So these sorts of things are very real, and it's very important to understand that when you get money from someone, I think it's really critical to kind of just figure out like what comes with this. And if you don't have that conversation, then you can have a lot of confusion, a lot of misunderstanding. So lack of repayment is very common. A lot of emotional tension is connected to loaning money to relatives, and also formal agreements can really help to kind of clear the process. Now, let me give you a few rules that you can apply when it comes to loaning money to relatives, so that if you decide to embrace a poweronomic strategy and group economics within your family, you will have a pathway to kind of do it in a way that's not harmful to you or that minimizes the damage. Okay. And actually, before I do that, I want to remind everybody tonight we're doing a stock options training in the Prime program. If you're interested in options and you want to get an invitation, it's not free, but it's worth the investment. Feel free to text the word options to the number 87948, and you can join us in the Prime program. A lot of you are members of Prime, and you can feel free to say something in the chat about your experience, so others will know. But feel free to text the word options to the number 87948. All right, so so here are a few recommendations for how to kind of deal with loaning money to relatives. First of all, you have to have clarity. You have to have clarity. In financial theory, there's a whole set of thousands of research papers written about something that I've talked to you guys about before called moral hazard. Moral hazard. And pretty much one way to define moral hazard is it pretty much says that once somebody has your money, they can pretty much kick you in the butt. Once somebody has the power that you've given to them, they can screw you if they want to. And so an example of moral hazard would be once this actually happened where a lot of banks made loan money to a lot of Central American governments. And once the governments had their money, they pretty much were like, well, screw you. Like, we'll pay you when we feel like paying you. Right. And so they had to negotiate, and they got just pennies on the dollar on all the money they loaned, because these people that had their money were pretty much laying out the terms. And a lot of you have gone through this. Have you ever had somebody where you loan money to and they're really, really polite before they get your money, but what happens after they get your money? What happens? What happens a lot of times after they have your money and you're trying to get your money back? Well, suddenly the attitude has shifted, right? They're not as friendly as they used to be. They used to pick up the phone on the first ring when they were trying to get your money. It was like, sure, anything you need, cuz I'm gonna pay you back on Tuesday, no, actually I'm gonna pay you Monday because I'm gonna get paid. And as soon as I get paid, I'm gonna walk the paycheck to your job. Where you work at? What's the address again? Are you gonna be free at 3 o'clock? Like, it's real, like, serious and intense and accommodating before they get the money. But then after they get the money, what happens? They kind of slack off, because when you're loaning money to relatives, typically the people that are coming to you to borrow money, they're not your sturdiest relatives. They're not the ones who are typically on top of everything, because if they've been on top of everything, they wouldn't have trouble paying the rent this month, right? If they've been on top of everything, they wouldn't be behind in their finances every month. So they're already kind of, or before they ask you to co-sign for the loan because their credit's so bad, well, if they'd been on top of everything, they wouldn't have bad credit needing someone to co-sign for their loan. My father used to cuss about that. My father used to get really pissed off when people would ask him to co-sign for stuff, because he was like, why in the F, I'm not going to cuss, because I'm going to repeat what my dad said to me, but he said, why in the F would you think that I believe you're going to protect my credit when you didn't even protect your own credit score? You didn't even protect your own credit score. So I know you ain't going to give a damn about mine.
So you got to remember that sometimes those people, I'm not talking about people who need help every now and then. A lot of us need help. I've borrowed money before. So I'm not talking about you if you're the person that comes through for other people. That's that let's make that clear. But those people that sort of chronically have one disaster after another in their life haven't yet figured out that the number one variable in their life is the person in the mirror. I really feel sorry for people who have one problem after another, and every single time they somehow believe that it's always someone else's fault. That's kind of a hell to be trapped in, where your life is screwed up and you feel like you ain't got nothing to do with it. I got 4 kids and I ain't had nothing to do with it, but you did. You made the kids. Like, those are yours. You were there when the sex happened, right? Were you conscious and you were there, right? Nobody did anything inappropriate, right? So basically, generally speaking, the moral hazard issue, let's go back to that, pretty much says that once you let go of that money, you're letting go of power, because money is power. So same thing happens even in dating. You have a guy that's super nice to a lady in the beginning, because even the worst men can be very, very nice. Even the worst women can be super nice in the first 3 or 4 weeks, and then when they get whatever they want from you, sometimes the attitude changes. That's what moral hazard is. Well, the solution to moral hazard is something they call optimal contracting. And what optimal contracting means is, it means that you want to set everything up properly before the problems arise. Before you give away the power, you make sure that you put safeguards in place to ensure that they cannot screw you. That's why banks ask for collateral, right? That's why, if you're trying to get married or something and you're afraid of what might go wrong in a divorce, well, that's what prenups are for. My wife and I got a prenup, but it wasn't because I thought she was a crazy gold digger, and it wasn't because she thought I was going to take what she had. It's because she's like, I got what I got, you got what you got. Let's just go ahead and make an agreement now, so that we're not trying to figure it out when we're angry at each other in the event that we did choose to get a divorce, right? It's very hard to go back and make that contract with someone you hate. It's easier to make the deal with somebody that you love, right? So while the love is flowing, you go ahead and say, okay, well, you know what? Can we go ahead and just get something on paper? That way we can preserve our relationship and make sure everything's clear. So one of the rules of loaning money to relatives is you got to set clear terms. You got to be super clear about exactly who's going to do what, and what each party is going to do and by when. That's really important. Two, loaning, that a lot of people believe you should never loan more money than you can afford to lose. I don't care how bad the situation is. I don't care what promises are made or how sure you are you're going to get paid back. Loaning more money than you can afford to lose typically is a losing strategy. If you consider the fact that half of all the people who loan money to relatives don't get their money back, you're taking a huge financial risk by loaning money that you actually need. And that's just not a healthy thing to do in general. So generally, I've seen people where they understand, like, look, the relationship is more important than the money. I want to not hate you as my cousin, so I'm only going to loan you an amount of money that I can afford to give away. In fact, some people do it just in advance. They say, look, don't, it ain't a loan here. Just take this. Cause just, or sometimes what I might do is put a condition on it. I might say, here, I'm not going to loan you the whole 3,000 that you want, but I'll give you $400. And the agreement is that you cannot ask me for money again for 2 years or something, right? Or a year or whatever. And that would be my way of saying, okay, now when you come back to me and I tell you hell no, or I say, hey, don't forget what we agreed on, then we're not going to have a further conversation. I don't want to have and I think that's okay, because here's the thing. I like being generous. I think being generous is more natural to the human spirit. I don't like being an asshole. I don't like being stingy. That's not fun. It's stressful. It's like, and think about this. You can ruin the relationship also by being the person who says no to everybody. There are lots of people out here. There are lots of people that are successful or maybe celebrities who cut off their whole family because they're like, I'm tired of people asking me for stuff and da da da. And that's not a healthy energy either. That's sure, you're protecting you, you're taking care of you, ain't nothing wrong with that. But the world is bigger than just you. You're part of a group. You are part of a team. And I do believe that it's okay to conclude that the star of the team
has an obligation to the team as well. Like Michael Jordan can't just say, well, screw everybody else. It's all about me when he was trying to win championships with the Chicago Bulls because he needed his teammates. Michael Jordan could not win championships by himself. He tried for 7 or 8 years and he realized, dang, I need more. So he needed a Scottie Pippen. He needed somebody getting the rebounds. He needed a Dennis Rodman. He needed those other people in order to fill in that void because he never would have won a championship if he tried to do it all by himself. So ultimately, I would say to you, that finding the balance is probably the healthiest approach as opposed to going to one extreme or the other. The extremes would be where you're loaning money to a bunch of people that are screwing you financially. The other extreme would be where you become such a traumatized miser that you completely cut off everybody and just say no to anybody, even the people that have really been there for you in ways that are far more important than money. Like I'm never going to say no to my parents. I'm never going to say no to my siblings. I don't say no to my children unless it's like a matter of discipline, right? With kids, it's a little different. With kids, you got to kind of make sure they don't get too dependent on things. But balance is the key. And I think every decision can be made independently. And by putting optimal contracting in place and safeguards in place, you can make these investments knowing there's a reasonable amount of risk. I mean, there's no such thing generally. Well, there's rarely such a thing as a risk-free investment. There are technically investments that will be considered risk-free, but for the most part, most investing is gonna have some risk, and some of that risk you cannot eliminate, and so just sort of understanding that this risk is going to occur and these ups and downs can happen is also part of being a healthy human being. It doesn't mean you go through life where nothing bad ever happens to you. It's like, for example, if you never want to ever be in a car crash, then stay home for the rest of your life. Never get in a car. But that's not a healthy life. That's an extremist life, right? So what happens is maybe you get in the car and you drive safely, you put on your seatbelt, and you minimize the risk, but there's still risk out there, right? So in accepting that as a part of life. So also, a lot of experts believe you should discuss the consequences. Like, look, if you don't pay me back, I'm gonna let you know like what's gonna happen. My grandmother, rest her soul, she's right behind me, by the way. That's our Panther. Our Panther's name is Felicia in the Black Business School. My grandmother, her rule was straight up, it was real simple. It was like, if you don't pay back the money I loan you, then I will never loan you money again. And she had people in the family that would come to her to borrow money, and she would say, "You didn't pay me back in 1972, so don't ask me for nothing. Don't ask me for money ever again." And that was her rule. Whatever your rule is, pick a rule, stick to it. Also, a lot of people believe you could consider alternatives to loaning money. Money is not a final solution to every problem. Money may be part of the issue, but sometimes it's deeper than just the money. Maybe there's a way I can help you without necessarily giving you money. Or maybe I use that opportunity. So now that I've got your attention and you want money from me, I'm also going to give you some advice on certain things, or maybe some connections, or share some alternatives that may not involve me giving you a whole bunch of money. So you want to really look at the alternatives, because sometimes when you do get to the point where you have a little more money than the other people around you, it's very hard for a struggling person to hang out with a person who's not struggling and not see that they have resources that they can actually use. And I think it's really as you get more money, I think you have to be careful about sort of how you engage with other people. You just do. If money's not a thing to me and I take my buddy on a trip and we spend $20,000, but he can't raise $1,000 for the rent, that's going to create awkwardness when we get home and he says, "Hey, cuz, can you loan me money to pay the rent?" And he knows I got the money. I can't lie. I can't say, "Well, no, nah, man, I'm broke. I don't have the money." Well, he just saw you spend $20,000 going on the trip, right? But you want to spend money on the trip. You don't want to spend that money paying somebody's rent. So it just creates like a lot of strangeness and awkwardness. And what I've noticed is one thing that's inevitable is as people climb the economic ladder, it's difficult to keep all the same friends and all the same people around you that you had when you were broke. It doesn't mean you have to cut them off or be snooty about it, but it means you have to be thoughtful about sort of what that sort of looks like, right? So anyway, that's my thought on that. And I would encourage you to not just sort of think that your relatives are toxic and you can't support them in any way. I think that I know the powernomics principle is that we support each other. And maybe it's just a matter of having balance and containing it. So if you want to know what my rule is when it comes to helping family and stuff like that, I help a lot of people. Every year, I probably loan and give away more money than most people make in a 2 or 3 year period. Like really, no, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that I have that's allocated to helping other people. Um, I don't regret it, but what I do is I draw boundaries. I draw boundaries because I have to protect me. And I have to be a little selfish because if I am this golden goose that's helping all these people, well, if the goose dies, then nobody gets helped anymore. So really by preserving me and my energy and protecting Boyce, I'm protecting other people at the same time. And my rule is I will never ever just love other people as more than I love me, more than I love myself. It doesn't mean I'm going to put myself above others. I don't do that. But at the same time, I matter too. You matter, right? And I think having those boundaries can really help because when you keep the boundaries, then you can show up appropriately when there are people that want to lean on you for whatever reason. So when relatives call me and stuff like that, if I don't have the energy to deal with whatever problem you're trying to dump on my desk, I'm just not gonna do it. I'm just not, but hey, when I got a little extra energy and a little space and I'm able to handle the capacity, then I'm all in, right? So and I love that. I really like doing that. I think that that's okay. It doesn't make you stupid or weak or a user. And I get advice all the time. Like, boy, you got to stop letting these people use you like that. And I'm like, no, I know so and so is using me, but it's okay. I want them to use me. And actually, me and Dr. Claude Anderson have that relationship too. It's very interesting. That's why we became so close. He's like a dad to me. I love this man, and I love him because he's very sturdy. He's very consistent. So, for example, there would be people that would say, well, Dr. Boyce is just using you, and he's doing this, and he's like, number one, Boyce has actually helped me in a lot of ways, and he said, number two, I want him to use me. He said because I use him, we use each other, we help each other. That's a powernomics principle. This idea that somehow somebody's always getting screwed and exploited and all that to some extent I think comes from us sort of having this victim mentality. It's like if I go to a record label, right? And the record label signs me to a deal. And let's say that we sign the contract and they agree to give me 10% of all the records that I sell. And so we sell $10 million worth of music and I make 1 million, they make 9 million. The simplistic way to look at it is to say, damn, they just used me, they exploited me. I only made 1 million and they made 9 million, and I'm the star. I'm the one that everybody comes to see. But that's not seeing the whole picture. The whole picture is that remember they were investing $1 million in you before anybody knew who you were. So they had to take a risk. And if that $1 million investment had not worked out, I wouldn't have been paying them back. I wouldn't be giving them their money back. Right. And so they had to take a chance. They had to make an investment. They had to, so you could argue that I used them because without that record label that signed me, nobody knows who I am. I'm singing on the street corners because I don't have any distribution. I don't have any marketing. I don't have any promotion. I can't get on Ticketmaster by myself. I can't perform at Madison Square Garden by myself. So really, again, it's not to say that the exploitation can't occur. It does occur. It occurs all the time, right? But it does mean that sometimes a lack of balance or very short-sighted, selfish thinking where I did this all by myself and I'm the only one who matters here can just cause people to say things that just don't make any damn sense. So I would encourage you form a good relationship with the world, a good economic relationship with the world where you matter and they matter and you all matter. Form it with the right people, and that'll take you to the moon. I got some people that I work with on a regular basis where we don't get caught up in the minutia of who got the most out of the deal or you made more money than me. We don't get into that. We're just like, hey, how can I help you? Let me figure out how I can support you. Because I know that you're going to come back and support me when I need it. And because you're part of my ecosystem, you're part of my team, and I need my team to be strong, I'm going to pour into you because I know that even if I don't get it back right now, eventually eventually it's going to circle back. Eventually what goes around is going to come around and you're going to be there for me too. But that only works with the right people because there are people out here that will take and give you nothing back at all. So that's where discernment really comes into play. So generally speaking, I would use my relationship with Dr. Claude Anderson as an example. There are many, many times where I have written very big checks. we just wrote another big check to help to buy more of their books. And so, and you hear me talk about Dr. Anderson all the time. And it's not just as a favor, it's because I believe in the man. I love the man. His legacy. Everybody needs to know Powernomics. Everybody needs to know about this man. Every black student, every HBCU that does not teach Powernomics should be embarrassed and ashamed that you're not celebrating the contributions of this man. You're putting mediocre white people ahead of one of the greatest black men in the history of this country. So I do that partly because that's just what I believe, but also it's a great interaction. It's a great relationship. He's helped me so many times. It's ridiculous. He's given me so much wisdom through the years. He's been there to be a part of what we're doing in the Black Business School. So find those people. Find the people that in your life that are gonna show up for you. Find the people in your life that understand. Like we're all a basketball team, and I don't want to have a team where my teammates are sitting on the sidelines watching me score all the points. Right. I want teammates that are gonna, die for the loose ball, that are gonna play defense, that are gonna box out for a rebound, right? Whatever you can do to help out. But that's a mindset, that's a mentality. Because Michael Jordan had that problem. Michael Jordan had a problem for a while where he was scoring 35 points a game and his teammates were standing around watching. And they had to teach them, like, no, you have value. You can still help out. If Michael's going to take the shot, then you can set a pick, or you can go and you can play defense or get the rebound, or you can do something. So everybody in the family team has a job, and the job is to help the team win. And you instill this mindset in them very young. And if you do that when they're young, then they won't grow up and be the 35-year-old who borrows money from a sibling and just forgets to pay it back and thinks that it's not going to affect anybody. That kind of mindset doesn't even cross their brain. Okay. So that's my 2 cents on this. I hope I didn't overtalk it. I hope I didn't lay it out in a way that sounds awkward or weird, but it's me just sort of laying it out as honestly as I can see it. And I wish you the best. And I encourage you to drill into that multi-million-dollar asset called your family, build on that, pour into that, invest in that. That's the best investment you'll ever make. It's more valuable than any investment you'll ever make on the stock market or anywhere else. All right. So have a good day, everybody. I'm gonna get on out of here. Really quickly, if you want to get a copy of my book or any of our financial flashcards for kids or anything like that, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. That's our Black Wealth Mastery store, drboycebooks.com. Also, make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you some other information via text. To get on the text list, you can text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you an invitation to join us in Money in the Morning. We do this every single morning. And actually, I think today's Thursday. I gotta check, but I think we might have Dr. Cornell West coming in sometime. I gotta check. I think it might be Friday, but I could be wrong. So anyway, we are talking. I'm hoping I can get him in here because I like Dr. West. That's a good guy. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Take care. We're this notoriously wealthy family that just pretty much, they own so much stuff that people just make up rumors and myths about the family. Like they're almost like the financial boogeyman to some extent, where people are just scared of that family. They sort of believe that they control almost everything, which to some extent is probably somewhat true. And I'll kind of give you some insight into that. But I thought it would be a worthy discussion today in terms of really understanding the secrets of just what families like that are doing and what your family can do that can help you to have a level of power that's pretty extraordinary. It does require a certain degree of planning and stuff like that, but well, I'll try to break it down for you so that you can kind of sort of see the vision for your own family. In fact, how many of you feel like your last name is important? Give me a guess if you care about your family legacy. Give me a guess if you understand what I'm talking about when I talk about the afterlife. The afterlife isn't just heaven in a place where the streets are paved with gold and everybody eats blueberry pancakes for breakfast. The afterlife basically is what happens after your life is over. What happens after your life is over. And I spent a lot of time thinking about that when I was in Egypt, as the Egyptians were obsessed with the afterlife. They would just have these elaborate tombs and they would put all this stuff in there. They would try to take stuff with them, like their horses and their gold and everything else, which is crazy. But it was interesting, though, because, when I saw that King Tut only lived like 9 years, but he spent the whole 9 years preparing for the afterlife. And now he's got this 5,000-year-old legacy that came out of 9 years of labor. I thought that was kind of interesting, right? So I decided to talk a little bit about legacy building, and what I want to do um, is kind of give not just sort of a history and an understanding of the Rothschild family, but also some things that we can kind of learn in terms of how they got to be so powerful and so wealthy. If you want to know how wealthy they were, they were so wealthy that and Ferraris. They had the kind of wealth where they could decide which countries will go to war with other countries, or which countries are going to win the war. And this sort of went on for hundreds of years. In fact, I heard Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, or I think that, yeah, that's his name, the presidential candidate, and he was explaining that when we give a bunch of money to another country like Ukraine or Israel, it's not really money being given away. What it is he described it as a type of money laundering, and I was like, huh, money laundering, interesting. And what he said is that, think about it like this: so you give a bunch of money to Ukraine or some other country because they're in a war and you want to help them win that war. But what do you do? With most of the time, money is power. Money is power. Money isn't just about the financial. Money isn't just like, I'm putting something in your bank account. Good luck with your life. Money is something that translates into things that money can't buy. It translates into influence. It translates into conditions that you can use to shape the world into what you want it to look like. This is why things like Powernomics are so important. Why every child on Earth, every child in our community, anyway, needs to read books like Powernomics, because what money lets you do is money lets you influence people. It can influence policy. It can influence governments. Like, think about it. Process it like this. If I go, let's look at it. Let's bring it down to earth real quick before we get back to the Rothschilds. If I go out to a school, and this has actually happened, and I come in and I say, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to write a $50,000 check to your school. What are they gonna say? They're gonna be like, especially if it's a small, struggling school, doesn't have a lot of money, they're gonna say, wow, thank you. This is amazing. We appreciate this so much. But what if I didn't say, uh, I got a cousin that's a teacher and I need you to hire my cousin on your faculty? Okay, sure, absolutely, because we want to maintain this relationship. Okay. And then I say, um, yeah, I'd like my name on a building or something, like, for my family. Like, that would, okay. And then let's say it could go into other things like, well, I really think you all should teach Black economics in the school because, our kids need to learn economics. Okay, well, Dr. Watkins wants that. That's what we want. Right. And now mind you, power doesn't have to be used for malicious purposes. It's not like I've donated to a lot of schools, but never once have I pushed for anything that would be deemed inappropriate. But what happens is that money affects people. Money affects relationships. So let's go back to the example Kennedy gave. So Kennedy basically said, when we give money to Ukraine, we're not really giving money to Ukraine. What's happening is they're giving the money and they're making all these stipulations that come with the money. Money usually comes with a set of rules. That's why in the Black Business School from the very beginning, we said we're not going to take money from corporations. I don't want to be in bed with a bunch of raunchy, goofy ass celebrities. I also am not taking money from the Democrat or Republican parties because they don't write blank checks that allow you to do whatever you want. They're buying influence from you. So basically, when they give money to Ukraine, they'll say, okay, we'll give you the money, but we need you to agree to some conditions. Oh, okay, sure. What do you need? What do you need? We need you to upgrade your weapon systems to a specific global standard in order for you to move forward here. So that means your old stuff is garbage. You need to buy new stuff. Okay, no problem. Oh, and by the way, when you buy your new stuff, we have these defense contractors in the United States, Northrop Grumman and some other companies, that would be more than happy to sell you everything you need, right? You need more missiles? Oh, we got you. You need more bombs? Oh, we got you, right? You need tanks? Oh, we got a company that makes tanks. So you're giving them the money so they can spend it right back with American corporations. Do y'all follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? And this, Kennedy correctly defines this as a type of money laundering. He said, what you're doing is you're taking taxpayer money and you're funneling that money to
corporations that gave money to your campaign. This is why, and I'm sorry, and I know I hurt people's feelings because I don't jump on bandwagons and I'm not into all this Democrat Republican nonsense. I make fun of it. I joke about it. It's like, yeah, oh, Kamala washed greens in the bathtub. Oh, that makes her perfectly fit to be president. Or Trump. Trump. It's funny. The funny thing about Trump is that everybody's known Trump was an asshole for 30 years. Anybody who's ever followed him has known this guy is a blowhard, arrogant guy. Like when I met Kanye West and I was on the phone with Kanye for all those hours, I said, okay, now I understand why you and Trump get along, because both of y'all are crazy. Both of y'all need therapy. Both of you think that you're the most important human beings on the planet. And I don't want to be around either one of you. So I make jokes about it. And I know people get offended because somehow they falsely believe in this nonsense. They believe that this stuff is really going to represent their interest. And what they don't understand is that politicians don't work for you. Politicians don't work for you. Politicians work for the people who gave them the money to get elected. They can buy you. They can buy your vote. All they got to do is tell you that they washed their greens in the bathtub or do the electric slide with you, and they got you. They got you. But the corporations say, I'm gonna write this check. They're saying this to Trump. The Silicon Valley saying, Trump, we're gonna write you billions of dollars in checks. Elon Musk, it says, I'm gonna give you $45 million a month to become president. But when you get in office, I need you to subsidize the EV industry because we're getting our butts kicked by China. BYD's killing us. They're going to put us out of business. We need you to put tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles because they're flooding the market and we can't stay in business. Silicon Valley saying, yo, look, we're going to write this check for you, but we need to make sure you call off the Securities and Exchange Commission so they'll stop investigating us because they're really messing up our game. They're disrupting our swag. We can't go Google. We can't dominate the way we used to dominate because the Biden administration's investigating us for antitrust violations. Do you understand? So it is fundamentally, you could call it corrupt. It's definitely driven heavily by money. And this is a reason why I think it's kind of a joke. It's like we think that they're working for us, and it's like, no, they're not working for you. They're working for the people who gave them the money. If they don't work for the people who gave them the money, they will not get reelected. There was one sister out of Ohio who spoke up about AIPAC, and she was like, we can't just be doing what AIPAC says, and we need to do what's right, and da-da-da-da. You know what they did? They found another Black person in that area to run for office. AIPAC came along and said, we're going to give you X millions of dollars so you can beat this lady and get her out of office. And that's what they did. And when they spent the money, they were basically buying advertising, which ultimately buys influence. You advertise to people, you tell them that you make your greens in the bathtub so they'll vote for you, and whatever it is. I'm not picking on Kamala, but whatever. Politicians say, I don't even think, to me, it's like, that's such a goofy topic anyway. I don't even care about that. But it's funny, right? It's funny. And then when you get in office, they're like, they call you up and they say, hey, we're the people who gave you all this money. We need you to go ahead and do what we agreed that you're going to do. And it fits right in with your policies because this is what you said before the election, because you knew that we gave you money and you knew this is what we wanted. That's why, for example, Trump speaks heavily about putting big tariffs on products coming from other countries because Silicon Valley pretty much made that a condition before they could get his money. So effectively, circling back to the Rothschilds, they had a lot of financial influence that went beyond just writing checks and hiring people. This financial influence allowed them to determine whether England or France was going to win the war. And so let me kind of break down some of this so we can kind of understand the Rothschilds. In fact, actually, before we do that, I know sometimes I get kind of intense, and I don't want us to be too stressed out on a Sunday morning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually play this video that I saw that was like this horribly made movie from the 1950s that basically kind of talked about the Rothschild family. And I thought it was kind of interesting. I think it's a good way to kind of start the discussion so we can pick up some of our lessons out of this. So give me 1 second. This is on my Instagram page. My Instagram is one of my Instagrams is Dr. Boyce Money, Dr. Boyce Money. So feel free to follow me on the gram. I could use your follows. All right. So here we go. Because y'all know my pages get taken down because I talk about stuff that you're not supposed to talk about. All right. So here is the Rothschild video. Check this out.
For money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
I'm going to play it one more time. First off, let me know if you all can hear that. Will y'all give me a yes real quick in the chat to let me know you were able to hear that okay? All right. And I'm going to play it again because y'all don't understand. There was a ton of financial consciousness exercises in that statement, in that short statement that he made. There were about 3 or 4 things that I want to drill into that's really going to shape how you see money. So let me pull this back up again, and I want us to watch this again because it's that interesting to me. So here we go.
Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak with you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work.
Okay, wow. First off, did anybody else sort of understand how powerful that was? Give me a yes if you could feel the power of that state of what you just saw, without me even jumping into it. Let me know. I want to know if you get why I watched this, why I had you watch this twice, why this was a hell of a lot of game dropped in one. And then this was, again, Dr. Claude Anderson's been dropping this kind of game for many, many years, and people don't listen. But what I want to do is I want to go through piece by piece that short video and 4 or 5 financial consciousness lessons that you can extract from just something that simple, right? To learn finance, you don't have to go to a college campus or take a class or wait for white people to put you in school. You can learn these things on your own. You can learn these things from each other. And I think that's better and it's actually safer because I don't think other people should be educating us, because someone who makes money controlling you is never going to teach you how to be liberated. People who make money managing you and keeping you in your place will never, ever benefit from teaching you how to break out of their management system. And this really even goes back to especially when you talk about Black folks and how many people have worked extremely hard to maintain control of Black people. In fact, I got to go find this. I'm going to put this up on my Instagram later today. There's a brother who found a document in 1922, where there was a meeting of the Communist Party representatives, and they literally made a document on how they would control the Black community by basically connecting with the pastors, by creating organizations that would be set to manage Black people, by sort of connecting to us in certain ways. It was so deep that I really want to break that down as well. And what someone said is that, and actually he fast forwarded to things that Malcolm X said about how liberals work to control the Black community, and how some of these very same ideas about sort of going through the pastors and connecting with us in certain ways, that's exactly what the blueprint is, and it works effectively. So I'm not going to talk about that though, because I want to stay on this Rothschild thing, but that made me think as well. So the first thing I want you to notice is in that video, he starts off by saying that for his community, money is the only weapon that he says the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. It is the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. So he's talking about two things at once. He's talking about playing offense and playing defense. He's saying that money is a weapon, but it's used to defend ourselves. Now, if you read books like Powernomics and you listen to me even 3 or 4 times, you'll understand all the different millions of times I've tried to explain to you that money is a tool. Money is power. Money is a weapon that is used to control you. Money. So if you don't have something to defend yourself with, to defend your freedom, to defend your family, then someone's going to come and conquer you. So he says that in his community, money is the only weapon that we can use to defend ourselves. And if you think about it, his community, and I'm not going to keep saying that J word because they're so powerful that they literally will ban you or come get you just for even mentioning their name. So we're not even going to do all that, and also I don't want this to be interpreted as anti-nothing. I'm not into all that stuff. I ain't got time for that. And that's what I told Kanye too when he started ranting on all that stuff. I said, man, I don't want to hear all that. I want to talk about us. I want to talk about what we can do. Ain't nothing you can do to us that we can't do to you. Ain't nothing somebody else can do to harm us that we can't harness ourselves. So stop talking about how powerful other people are and let's start learning from that power so we can have power ourselves. So anyway, long story short, he uses the words weapon and defense. And I did a training with you guys called the economics of self-defense. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. If you go Google it, you could probably find it somewhere. And because literally I said, I get it. Black people want to be free and we don't feel free. The reason we don't feel free is because we got to get up and go work for a white man every day. That's why you lack freedom. And another reason you can't be free is because for whatever reason, we're not shifting the culture enough to implement enough economic discipline, like basic things like a $5 a day investing plan for our children to help them to become free. If we simply invested as much money as we spend on Gucci belts, fast food, and new cars, we would have plenty of wealth to be able to defend ourselves. We would not have to get up and go to work every day for somebody who disrespects us. That's the first thing. He uses the words weapon and defend. This goes back. This is a powernomics principle. Dr. Claude Anderson, he's talked about this for many decades. Number 2, he says, during times of war, when your gold is transported, it will be seized by the enemy. And during times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. Now, if you remember, one of the things I've always explained to you guys, and I'm going to go through it real quick, is I said there's pretty much 4 stages to wealth, 4 stages. One is you got to know where the money's at. You'd be surprised how many people lack even the basic financial consciousness to even know where money is. My thing is like, how do you plan to have money when you don't even know where the money's at? You don't even know that the stock market is the #1 wealth builder in America. You don't even know that entrepreneurship gives you a far greater likelihood of having wealth than working for somebody. You don't even know the value of owning versus renting. You think you can consume and buy things for the rest of your life and that you're going to somehow be wealthy. That doesn't make any sense. Or you're going this, get my bachelor's degree, go $200,000 in debt and work for other people route. That doesn't work. The studies show that doesn't work. So financial consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to be financially strong. So the first step is financial consciousness, learn where the money's at. The second step is you have to have a plan. I tell my girls, I say, look, if you ask a man what his 10-year plan is and he can't give you an answer in 60 seconds, that's not the man for you. Because success doesn't typically happen by accident, especially when you're Black. Because there's already a plan. You don't have a plan for your life, but they got a plan for your life, though. They got a plan for you already. So because you have not thought about your plan or God's plan, you're gonna have to submit to Massa's plan. Because Massa has a plan for you. Massa's plan for me was that my mother would abort me before I was born so that I would never be a problem. That was Massa's plan for me. So my mother, by going to those public schools and arguing with those teachers who wanted to put me on medication and put me in special ed because I didn't follow their rules, she was aborting, or she was, I don't say use the word abort, that's a different kind of abort, right? She was basically superseding Massa's plan and say, no, 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 this is my plan for my child. This is what my child's going to be. And actually, if you ask my mother to this day, she'll say, I was implementing God's plan, because in my mind, when I sat down at that altar and prayed to God about this baby, should I have it? She said, God told me. This is what my mother says. Now, maybe she's making it up. I don't know. But she says, God told her, you got to have this baby because this baby is going to help change the world. She literally will say that. She said, I did not feel that about in my other children. I love my brother and my sister. They're amazing people. But she literally said that to me. And who knows, maybe it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Maybe the fact that she told me that made me say, okay, I got to go do this, right? Which is yet another interesting thing about how the mind works, right? Whatever it is, but that's what my mother told me. So you have to be able to implement your plan and be strong enough and committed enough and fearless enough to make sure that that plan overrides any other plan that's out there, because they got a plan for you. They do. So the first thing is financial consciousness. The second step is to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, then you're not going to be successful typically. The third is you got to work the plan. You got to execute. Wealth is nothing but an accumulation process. All wealth is doing the same thing over and over and over again, and then eventually you've done it a whole lot. You're saving $20 a day or whatever, and then over time you end up having $1 million because you've been investing that money the whole time. Or just like walking down the road, if I take 2 steps every 10 seconds and I do that consistently, I'm going to eventually take 10,000, 20,000 steps, right? That's literally how wealth is accumulated. So you have to work the plan, be consistent, do the same thing every day. Every single day I get up each day and I talk to you every day about economics. Every single day. I've been doing this since probably about 2009. And now I look back and I'm like, holy crap, I've done 22,000 videos and it's gotten over 1 billion views. Oh, it was step by step by step. Because I'm not the most popular person in the world. There's a lot of people that hate my guts. A lot of people don't understand me. A lot of people don't want to hear what I have to say. I'm not a great speaker. I'm okay. I'm not anybody special. But one thing I am special about is that I know who I am and I'm very consistent about it. You can call me whatever you want to call me, but one thing you cannot call me is inconsistent. That's it. Even the people who hate me, sorry, my chair came down. Even the people who hate my guts can never say that I'm not consistent, right? So, and that's all. When I hear them say that, then when I hear them admit to that, I'm like, okay, that's all I need. I don't need you to like me. I need you to know that I'm going to be here. Period. So, what else? The fourth part. And this gets to the Rothschilds thing. So we talked about having consciousness, knowing where the money's at. 2, making a plan to get the money. 3, executing the plan. Number 4, this is what the Rothschilds were referring to. When you pile up resources, you better be able to defend that stuff. If you can't defend what you got, then you will not have it for very long. Once you get money, you become a target. You become a target of every cousin that's got a sob story. You become a target of the government that will tax you into the ground. You become a target. You a man, you're going to become a target of every cute little girl who's trying to come and get a piece of that money. If you are a woman, there are women that I know, wealthy Black women who are hit on by what they call these hobosexuals, these men that are sexy and know how to drop it in bed, and they're really trying to get close to you so they can get access to what you got. Even the men are doing that to the women now, right? And so what he's saying is that during times of war, when you got money, somebody's going to try to take it. Either the enemy's going to seize it, or the thieves are going to try to steal it. So what he's saying is we need a plan so we can protect what we got. We're going to go get it, and after we get it, we're going to defend it. Okay, now let's move on. What's another type of defense? Well, one thing he says in that videos, he says, I want all 5 of you to go to different countries and set up banks in different countries. Now, again, I don't know if these conversations ever happened. Nobody knows, but that is what the Rothschilds did. So they went to different countries and they set up banks in different countries. Well, what is that? What concept of economic self-defense is that? Well, that's called diversification. Diversification is a critically important part of economic self-defense. It is an area in which many of our people fail. Many of our people fail for one reason. We've been raised on this false belief that having a job was the safest way to make your money. That when you have a job, you have job security, so you're more secure than if you are a person who's getting different streams of income, and that's not true because you're never secure if all your income is coming from one place, especially if it's coming from somebody who don't give a damn about you. You know that corporation don't love you. You know that they'll drop you in a second. You know that you could die at your desk. They're going to sweep your dead body up and then replace you within a week. But somehow you feel more secure because you're getting all your income from that one source, and you're pretty much raised and trained to serve these people from birth. Like that's all you're custom designed to do that. It's like the Eddie Murphy movie, Coming to America, when the girl came in and she's drop dead gorgeous, and he says, "So what do you do?" And she says, "I spent my whole life being trained to serve you." So when he decided he didn't want her, she had nowhere to go. She had nothing to do. She was like, "Well, what am I? Where I've lost my sense of purpose." Well, a lot of you were raised that way. You were raised to go to school, get good grades, go to college, and get a good job. And if this society and if this economy does not want you, a lot of you feel like you have nowhere to go. That's why you see so many people when they can't get a job or can't keep a job. Give me a yes if you've seen somebody where because they lost their job and they can't get another one, they get depressed, they start drinking, they sit around and start doing. See, this is where the wino started. I talked to a black man one time. I spoke for the National Black Chamber of Commerce. They had a real cool dude that was running the organization. Well, I was really impressed because I know that they have to be very political. And I said, okay, do you want, if when I speak, do you want me to give you the political Boyce Watkins or the safe Boyce Watkins, or you want me to give you the real Boyce Watkins? He said, I want the real Boyce Watkins. I said, okay, you got it. And he was a good guy. I can't remember, I think his name was Big B or something like that. And anyway, when they were driving me back to the airport, I was talking to his driver, and his driver was an entrepreneur. I think he owned the limo company where he was driving me in this car. And he was 62 years old. And he said, I've never had a job in my life. I said, you've never had a job. Tell me what have you done your whole life? He said, well, he said, I just get money. I know how to make money. And I said, really? I said, where'd that come from? He said, well, when I was a kid, my father used to work in the steel mill, and he had a good job, was making good money. And then the steel mill shut down. You know, they make these big trade agreements with other countries. It was one Clinton made where they and basically saying, uh-oh, somebody said I'm frozen with no sound. Can you guys hear me? Okay, let me know if you can hear me. Oh, this is bad. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Let me see. Am I in here? Can y'all I'm gonna you can hear me. Okay, yeah, I'm in a hotel and this hotel Wi-Fi. Lord Jesus. All right, let me you know what? I'm gonna try to switch Wi-Fi's real quick. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can switch my Wi-Fi. All right, so you guys can hear me. I'm good now. Am I good enough to keep going? Okay, let me know. Interrupt me if I go out again. Okay, so what he said was, he said, my father used to work in the steel. That's what. So let me tell you. So the reason that the manufacturing base in a lot of countries disappeared is because when they let China into the World Trade Organization, China was able to make a product for $1 that would have cost $30 in the United States. So why would you manufacture a product in the US where you got to go pay a worker a living wage and the product's going to cost $30 when you could go make it in China where it's going to cost $1? So that's when you started to see a lot of the major cities that have manufacturing bases just sort of fall apart. Milwaukee, Gary, Indiana, Detroit, places like Akron and Toledo, stuff like that. A lot of the Midwest got hit. So basically, effectively, these sorts of agreements end up harming people. So what happened was, this man told me that when those manufacturing jobs went away, he said that's when the winos started. He said, because you had a lot of black men who had only been trained to work for white men. That's all they knew how to do. So what they did was they would just sit around and drink all day, sit around, drink and play chess all day. When a man loses his sense of purpose, it's hard for him to maintain his manhood. So a man has to maintain some sort of a sense of purpose that goes beyond just showing up to work for this white guy, or anybody. You have to know your value beyond just whether or not you have a job or can get a job. In my view, a better way to look at it would be, okay, I got all this free time now because you don't want to hire me. But now that I've got this free time, I can put this into something else. There's always something for me to do. There's always something I can do in order to make money. So rather than just working for a company, I think that children should be trained to just kind of work for the world. right? Like if I work for a company, that means that if that company doesn't want me anymore, then I'm done. I have no income. I'm in trouble. Oh my God, there's financial anxiety. I'm stressed out. That's why my wife is a therapist and she has to work with people that are going through this. But if your child is trained to just kind of work for the world, then they know like, hey, you know what? If I can't work over here, then I'm going to find a customer somewhere. Instead of finding a job, I'm going to find a customer. Do you understand the difference? If I find a customer, that means, okay, this lady needs her grass cut. That's my customer. This other guy, oh, you need the house painted? You're my customer. Oh, you need me to help come and build something for you? You're my customer. You want to buy this shea butter, whatever it is, you're my customer. So ultimately, I think that it's just as easy to train children to find a customer as it is to train them to find a job. Because when you find a job, all you're doing is trying to find a customer. That's it. Because except your customer is a corporation. That's it. That's literally when you go on a job interview, all you're doing is selling yourself. Well, I went to Brown University and I got a master's degree in mechanical engineering and I'm a diligent worker and I like to set goals and my biggest weakness is that sometimes I work too hard and you're going to all these interviews, you're selling yourself. You're code switching, you're trying to fit in, you're trying to show them how great you'd be with the company. All you're doing is selling. So if you can sell yourself, then you can sell a lot of stuff. If I can sell myself, I could sell ink pens. If I can sell myself, I can sell cars. If I can sell myself, I can sell services. And the difference is, though, you just have a different boss. Really. So I would just encourage you, with kids. I'm sorry. People think I'm radical for saying this, but I don't think this whole like raising your kids to go work for white people thing is really working out for us. When I look at how many people I know that are going through all kinds of daily struggle because of the stress of their job, I say, wow, like you're really crying on your way to your dream job. Like, you used to dream about this job back you really wanted this job. Now you have the job. Now you're crying because the job is so stressful for you. This isn't where you're supposed to be. And maybe no one gave you the courage to realize that you can be in other places than this bad relationship. Maybe we have to heighten your economic self-esteem a little bit to let you know that you are worthy, you are valuable, even if this company don't want you no more. And I just think this is something that has to be taught in the beginning. So because I don't think any of the Rothschilds were sitting around saying, well, how are we going to get a good job? I don't. I think they were thinking, how we're going to find a customer. So let me keep going. Let me finish this video. I'm going to play this video one more time for those of you that just came in. And also some of you are asking for this link. The link for the estate planning class in the Dr. Boyce Academy. In case you just came in, I did finish it's estate planning essentials. So it's for beginners. It's all about legacy building, protecting your legacy, stuff like that. A lot of you have asked me for this, so I put something together. It's $299 for lifetime access, but the first 100 people can actually get it for $99. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this link and I'm going to put it in the chat, and also I'm going to text it out later. If you want to get the text, make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, pull out your phone and text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And what I'm going to do is before I show this Rothschilds video again, I'm going to actually give you the link in the chat for those of you that want to hurry up and sign up now. Give me a second here. Hold on. All right. I am grabbing this. And I think everybody should have some sort of estate plan in place. I mean, you have too many celebrities that die without any sort of plan, and it's just terrible because you're throwing all their money away. You're literally selling your kids into slavery. I mean, that's the craziest thing in the world. And so anyway, there we go. So if you are in the chat, you should see the link right there. If you want to hop over and sign up now, you can. It's totally up to you. All right, so let me go play this video now. And this is a video of some movie. I don't know the name of this movie, but I liked the theme in the sense that they were kind of going through the story of the Rothschilds. A lot of you have heard of the Rothschilds, but you may not know why they were famous and why they were so powerful. But here's the video. I'm going to play it one more time, and then I'm going to go through a couple of other lessons, financial consciousness lessons you could pick up from this. Here we go.
And strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
Okay, so we talked earlier about some basic lessons. First of all, he talked about money as power, as a weapon, and as a tool to defend yourself. Okay, so that is that's important to understand from a powernomic standpoint. Never think money is just money. I don't know the name of the movie, Rosa. I wish I could tell you. I just saw the clip and I thought it was great. I'm always looking for something. But I see something where I'm like, oh, this would be great to cover in class. That's what I grab. But if anybody knows the name of the movie, then feel free to share it with me. I'm sure we can Google it. Number 2, he talks about another aspect of financial consciousness, which is that when you acquire money, you have to be aware of how people see you. He says that during times of war, money will be seized by the enemy. During times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. The lack of financial consciousness reminds me of this woman that I met who told me that one of her friends, they had a little group of 3 really pretty girls, and they would keep track of when athletes or rappers would come to town because they feel like rappers and athletes are stupid. But they have lots of money. So what they would do is they would find out what they like and what they want to talk about and stuff like that. And they would show up and basically give the man whatever he wanted. And then they would put a date rape drug in his drink and set him up and basically extort him. They would put the 15-year-old in the bed and say, if you don't give us X amount of dollars, we're going to call the press. We're going to call your wife. We're going to call your football team or whatever, and you're gonna lose everything. So men would have to pay money, and it was due to their lack of financial awareness, their lack of consciousness that would cause them to be put in this situation. They don't understand that you can't be a multi-million-dollar, multi-billion-dollar, whatever commodity and just sort of be hanging out and doing anything that you want. Literally, this is real stuff. This is I like to use real stories in real life. In fact, I remember my father always telling me that a man who has something to lose should not be in a space with a bunch of people that have nothing to lose. Or a woman too. If you've got a lot to lose, you should not be in a space with people who have nothing to lose. Tupac, I think that's why Tupac's not here anymore, to be honest with you. Tupac always wanted to be the same no matter what, but he didn't understand that the more famous you become and the wealthier you become, the way the world sees you is going to change, and you're going to have to adjust with that. So anyway, with that said, he talks about thieves and enemies stealing your money once you get it. Then he talks about diversification. Okay, there's 5 of you. All 5 of you are going to go start banks in different countries because we're going to be spread out. We're going to be diversified. That's another rule of economic self-defense. The other thing, too, is he understands the power of family. He says we have 5 sons. And he says at the end, he says there's nothing more important than being a Rothschild. He says that no one, he said, you will stand by one another. No one is allowed to fail. You are one family. That is a powernomics principle. That is understanding that many of you, how many of y'all got kids? Any of y'all got kids? Anybody in here? Any parents in the room? If you are a parent or a grandparent, raise your hand. All the parents, because your job is extremely important, and it's the most important job in society. I don't care what anybody else says. One mistake people make in America is we view children as what they call a luxury item. In economics, they call that a luxury item. A luxury item is something that you do that's pretty much a waste of your money anyway. A luxury item is like buying a Coach purse or a Mercedes Benz. You don't need a Mercedes. You don't need a Coach purse. You do it. Why? Well, because you got extra money. You got a little money to burn. You're feeling yourself. So you go ahead and just make it rain a little bit. That's fine. But children are not a luxury item. See, there was a time where children were viewed as an asset. not in a malicious way, not in an exploitative way, but in a way that said the more babies we have, and if we train these children properly, they become a source of power for the family. We're now gang affiliated. Like, anybody remember when you were little and you ever know that kid at your school who had like 12 brothers and sisters and then 14 play cousins? Anybody remember a family like that back in school? No one would ever beat up anybody in that family because you knew that if they were loyal to each other, you were gonna get your ass kicked. Like, you knew they were all gonna show up at your house and kill you. Like you did not mess with the kid who had a bunch of older siblings that were always with them. There was protection there, there was safety there. Well, the grown-up world ain't much different. When you've got people that are with you, that have your back, then you can achieve a whole lot more than if you're trying to operate solo. This is one of the reasons why, since slavery, they have worked so hard to keep us isolated from one another. This is why people like, what was it, Hoover, or the guy that ran the FBI, whatever his name was. This is why they consider Black unity to be the greatest threat to national security in existence. They said, oh my God, if these people all start working together, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. So what I want you to understand is that what this Rothschild father was seeing is that I got 5 sons. Oh, that's a power move. I'm wealthy now. I just ain't got no money. Right? But I'm very wealthy already. I'm a millionaire. I just ain't got no money. And so what he did was he said, you are 5 sons, you will set up 5 banks in 5 countries, and you will be unified. He also said, you will not allow anyone to fail. None of you can succeed while the other one's failing. That's not going to happen. What he's establishing there is a gang. He's establishing what I refer to as an economic gang, and everybody's gang affiliated. Every gang out here has a code of conduct, and gangs aren't just in the streets. It's not just Crips and Bloods and all that. No, gang, the police department ain't nothing but a gang. The Apple computer ain't nothing but a big economic gang. They all got the same little logo. They all follow the same rules. If you don't follow the rules, then they're going to put you out the gang. The North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, is an economic gang. We got together with Mexico and said, hey, homie, look, I got something, you got something. If we work together and set special rules for each other and codes of conduct, we can have more power. The Asian Pacific Union is an economic gang. The European Union is an economic gang. And the problem that you have as an American, particularly as an African American, is that you're constantly inundated with this very rugged individualism. You're constantly inundated with this false idea that you're supposed to do it all by yourself and that you're supposed to be the man. Or you're supposed to be the woman. You're supposed to be the boss. You're supposed to be the HNIC. I run into it all the time. I talked to D1 before he went to InvestFest, and we were talking for a long time. And I said, man, I love rap and I love rappers. I said, but some of these dudes, I cannot talk to them because they are so caught up in trying to be the man, trying to dominate, trying to be King Kong this, and I'm the best, and I'm the baddest, I'm the greatest. And it's a reflection of why the whole Black community fails, because you're always looking for this one guy to be the superhero instead of building institutions. It's ego. Maybe it's ego, insecurity, weirdness, bad culture, but this whole idea that it's like one person has to always be the boss and the leader and everything, it makes it so hard to collaborate, because when I approach other aggressive Black males with collaborative energy, sometimes, not all of them, I mean, a lot of them get it, a lot of guys get it, but some people, it's like they see that like threatening, like it doesn't, like they've never seen that before. Like either I'm dominating you or you're dominating me, but we can win together. Like, what's with the scarcity mindset? I think that's a scarcity mindset, to be honest with you. I think it's scarcity because it makes you think that the only way I can be successful is if I push you out of the picture. And that's not how the world works. When you're working together, there's something called synergy. And synergy is where 2 + 2 is not 4. Synergy is where 2 + 2 is 7. Synergy is where we're not getting together to chop up one pie. We're getting together because we're going to make the pie bigger. And then when it's done, each of us will have a bigger slice than we had before. It's magic. And I really think that you should really tune into that. I think that this is something that is cultural. Right? It's cultural, and it's something that can be taught. It's something that simply says, look, man, Stop thinking. It's a consciousness concept, actually. It's consciousness, right? Think about it. Imagine a football team where you got a bunch of players who are a bunch of individuals who are all concerned with their own stats and whether or not they got the ball versus another team that says, look, I'm not worried about whether I get the ball or not. I'm worried about whether or not the team wins. That second team is going to win far more championships than the first team, and there's going to be a lot more success to go around. And typically what's interesting is that when you start to see people's consciousness decline and people start to operate on that low vibrational level is when the team starts losing. When the team starts losing, it becomes every man for himself and everybody's trying to get their best stats in because they know the team's not going to win. And that's when you start to get people and their egos kind of clashing and fighting with each other. But when the team is winning and if everyone has the right energy, then you can all understand that you're better together than you are individually. Go look at, for example, groups like New Edition. In New Edition, when they were young and immature, Bobby Brown wanted to be out swerving his hips and kind of being the superstar. The other guys got jealous of Bobby. Next thing you know, the group breaks up. Ralph goes solo. Johnny goes solo. Bobby goes solo. The other three are just sitting there. They don't know what to do because none of them sing. But actually, what's interesting is that Michael Bivins, who I actually did meet him, I liked the guy. He seemed like a leader. He seemed like a guy that would pull people together. He forms Belle Biv DeVoe. And Belle Biv DeVoe became more successful than Johnny and Ralph and almost as successful as Bobby, right? And they'd have the least talent, but they had the right energy. They said, well, okay, individually, we suck. We can't sing that well. I'm not gonna say they suck, but y'all know they couldn't really sing as well as Bobby and Ralph and all that. But they became successful because they understood how to work together. They understood synergy. And then now that synergy of New Edition is as great as ever because now they're older guys. They're all over 50. A lot of the egos are gone. And now you see all six of them on stage. Bobby's up there huffing and puffing, looking like he's about to pass out at any moment. But I love watching that because it reminds me of this basic idea that you really can be far more successful when you are willing to submit to something bigger than yourself. People don't like the word submit. You talk about submit, people are like, I ain't submitting to nothing. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to do it. Okay, keep your selfish ass over in the corner and keep on losing by yourself. I'm submitting. Every day I submit to my wife. My wife submits to me. Every day I submit to my family. Every day I submit to my goals. Every day I submit to y'all. I'm not better than you. I just want to be a good teammate, right? I show up every day because I'm like, I want to be a good teammate for you so that you'll be a good teammate for me. So that if I come through for you every day, you're going to come through for me when I need you to come through for me so we can be a great team. I will never, ever meet any of you and pretend like I'm better than you. That's it. I'm just not interested in that. Why do I need all that? If you are mentally healthy, you shouldn't need people to constantly hoist you up like you're so special and you're better than other people. Then you're sitting up there all by yourself. No, I want to be surrounded by great people. I'm a great man. Hell yeah, I'm a great man. I ain't scared of nothing. I know how smart I am. I know how good I am. You can't hold me back. I can't be stopped. But I also want you to have that same energy. I want you to know how great you are because working together, we can be a great team. I am never going to be a great man because I'm better than you. That does not make me better. I want to be great together. What's wrong? I think that is how you win. I really think that's how you win. If we're all great together, then guess what? We become the baddest group of people on the planet. And I believe that intelligent Black people, B1 people, are going to be the most extraordinary group of people on the earth. I believe that within the next 20 to 30 years, it's going to take time, but we will be the most economically advanced group of people on the planet. We're going to be doing things that people can only dream of. Our children are going to understand economics at a level that far exceeds anybody else. Do you know I met a kid who was in the Black Business School years ago? I told you I got to bring him up again. Caden, I saw him at InvestFest. Caden was 14. I had not seen Caden since he was 7, but his father, they always check in with me every few years because Caden started off in the Black Business School and everything. And I'm talking to Caden, and I'm gonna tell the story again. I know some of y'all might have heard this, but Caden, literally, I was like, "Is that you, Caden?" And he was talking. He's a real polite kid, and I said, "You're 14. You're about to start high school. That's a big deal. Are you ready?" And he said, "Oh, well, I already finished high school." And I thought he made a mistake. I was like, wait, no, you didn't. And his father's like, oh yeah, we got high school out of the way. I homeschooled him. We got him through high school. And I said, so where's he going to go to college? And his dad said, well, Caden already makes more money than most college graduates, so he's just going to focus on his business. We went to the White House last week. Like, this is what this kid is doing. And here's what I'm saying to you, is that I think we can mass produce little Cadens the same way you mass produce cars off an assembly line. I believe that we can have 10 million kids like this. Because let me tell you about Caden. Caden, his dad told me, he said, Caden couldn't talk until he was 5. He could not talk till he was 5. There was something going on in terms of a delay or something. I don't know what the issue was, but his dad said, so it's not like he's some, he was born some massive super genius. He's smart now. Don't get me wrong. He's very smart, but he's not any different from a lot of the kids that you have in your own household. It's just his father understood the value of his child. He understood that the gold did not lie at the back of some white man's house. The gold was not in some factory. The gold was not in some corporate office. The gold was buried in his backyard. You understand? His family was the prize. He was the prize. His son was the prize. So he said, instead of investing my energy, think about this. When you invest your energy into something, what you're doing is it's like you're digging. You're digging for oil, or you're drilling for oil, or you're digging for gold, right? So you're going to your job every day, digging for gold. You're going out into the world looking for possibilities. You're like, oh, I wish they would give me an opportunity. But what you don't understand is for a lot of you, just like it was for the Rothschilds, the gold is buried in your backyard. That's where, in my view, that's where you should be digging. So if you're a parent, grandparent, play parent, step parent, mentor, coach, whatever, understand your multi-million-dollar asset is right there around you. But what we do that is so backward, in my opinion, is we will neglect the kids so we can go off and serve massa. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if I'm lying. We will literally, our kids grow up like, I forgot my mama's name because mama's working 14 hours a day. And I understand mama's got to go pay the bills sometimes, but Lord Jesus, we don't even understand. Again, because we look at our children as luxury items. We're like, oh, we have these little badass kids. They cost all this money and whatever. And you do the bare minimum. And then you say, well, you drop them off at some public school so that some white guy can like get into their brain, right? And next thing you know, they're coming home and telling you that you're mispronouncing your pronouns, right? Or whatever. They're teaching in school. Because in Chicago, kids that are coming out of the public schools cannot read and write. And these are brilliant children. These are our children. These kids are smart. Somebody said my sound is breaking up. Let me switch my Wi-Fi real quick. I'm probably gonna have to. Can y'all hear me? Are y'all able to hear me? Because I keep going. Somebody said I'm going in and out. Am I good now? Thank you. Okay. I'm getting annoyed. All right, so let me give the last lesson because then I'm gonna go. My wife and I are gonna go to brunch today, and I don't want to make her wait for too long. The last thing that he mentions in that Rothschild video. So he tells them, you're one family, you stick together. And what he's doing is he's creating a defense system by saying, none of you let the other one fail. This is exactly what I talk about in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. That's exactly what in that book. If you go read that book, you will see that these are the things that I talk about. You have to set up a code of conduct. You take your family, they become an economic gang. Every gang has a code of conduct, and he's giving them the code. He's giving them the game. He's saying, look, this is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to protect each other. All right. So somebody says my sound is going in and out. You know what? I'm going to switch Wi-Fi real quick so I can finish this point up. So give me 1 second. Let me open up my personal hotspot because apparently this hotel Wi-Fi is a piece of junk. So, and then we'll do the last point. Then we're going to get out of here. So give me 1 second. All right. Hold on. Okay. All right. So I'm back now. Give me a yes if you can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through all right, because I'm on my phone Wi-Fi now. Okay. And if I have to turn off my video, I will. Okay, great. All right. Thank you so much, April and Gerald and Kelsey and Renee. I appreciate you. All right. So he sets up a mindset early, right? This is so important. He's telling the children, don't go looking out in the world for what you need. Look toward each other. Instead of turning outward, you turn inward. See, a lot of y'all were raised in households where you were not taught to do that. You were not taught to turn inward to fulfill your economic needs and responsibilities. You were taught to turn outward. Okay, Billy, I got 3 smart kids. You're going to go work for him. You're going to go work for her. You're going to go work for this company. And then next thing you know, all of you are so spread out. You're all applying insane amounts of energy toward things that are not amounting to shit, just so you can get enough money so you can barely pay your bills. That's what you're doing. But what the Rothschild father told them was, he said, turn inward, look at each other, go to your brother, make sure he's good. And this is exactly how the European Union got formed. This is how Apple Computer got formed. This is how any successful economic entity has that same philosophy. You take your energy and you apply it to the people that matter to you. It's the same energy that leads me to get up every day and to talk to you. Harvard University could not hire me to stop doing what I do every day, because I would just tell them there's no place that I'd rather be and no place that I need to be that's more important than me being right here educating Black people about economics. This is the best use of my doctorate, period. So that's another thing that he was given. Because remember, if you don't give the kids the right mindset, they can have all the talent and opportunity in the world and it won't amount to anything. So mindset is everything. Economic culture exceeds economic education. Education means nothing without culture, because the education gives you the skill to do something. It tells you how to do something, but the culture tells you why you should be doing something. It tells you what you should do with your skill. If you teach me how to shoot a gun, but you don't tell me who I should be shooting at, I'm going to kill some people. I might pull that gun out and shoot my mother in the face. So you have to train me like, no, you don't shoot your mama, boys. You got to shoot the enemy. Aim right here. This is who you got to tell them the why. We don't give them the why. We give them the what and the how, but we don't give them the why. Why are you doing this? The why is where the fire's at. When I come in here acting like a crazy man, jumping up and down, it's not the what and the how that's making me do this. It's the why. I'm doing this because I know that in a few years, we're going to kill it. And I'm going to tell you, I was extra fired up when I went to InvestFest, and I said, this is what I was always aiming for. Thousands of Black people getting together only to talk about economics. This is so different from the beginning, when everybody acted like it was crazy and weird and stupid and nobody was interested. Now everybody's interested. Now we got our people right where we want them. Now in the next generation, what we do is we're elevating this. We're building on top of this. See, because the Jewish community did not become the most economically capable group of people in the world in one generation. It took hundreds of generations. It took a long time. So ultimately for us, we're still in the infancy of this movement. We're still at the very beginning. Sure, we're doing a lot, but what's going to be amazing is what your grandkids do. They're going to be looking at us 100 years ago and say, this is where it started, and this is what we're doing now. They're going to be running trillion-dollar corporations. And what our job is to lay out the framework, to lay out the groundwork, to get them started, to move them in the right direction, to make sure that we can clear the obstacles. It's like if you're trying to build a building on a forest, first you got to clear the land. You got to chop down the trees. You got to remove all the stuff that's going to get in the way, and then they're going to build on top of what we created. So the last piece I'm going to throw in here is the last thing. The Rothschild father said that was really interesting. He said, there will be many wars. Now, he did not say which side of the war you're supposed to pick. He didn't say who you're supposed to fight for. He said there will be many wars, and in these wars, both sides are going to need our services. So he wasn't saying go out here and gamble and get into a war and fight people. He said pay attention to the war, and whenever people need a service involving the transport of money, they will come to the Rothschilds. So here's what this made me think about. In the California gold rush, most people who rushed for gold did not get any gold. Most people who went into the gold rush, they jumped in and they did everything they could to be a part of it. But most of those people came back with nothing. But there were people who said, look, I don't want to go dig for gold, but I'll sell lunch to the people who are tired after they spent the whole day digging for gold. Or I can be a tour guide for the people who are trying to figure out where to go to dig for gold. Or I'm going to sell, or Levi blue jeans. They said, we're going to sell these really rough, rugged blue jeans so that when people are digging for gold, they can have some good pants to wear while they're digging for gold. I'm not going to dig with you, but I'll sell you the service that will help you to go and speculate. And that's what the bankers and the Rothschilds were doing. They were like, look, we ain't gonna fight in these wars. We ain't trying to be involved, but we'll finance the war for you and we'll sell weapons to both sides. That's what they, and so to this day, and this creates some animosity for them, unfortunately, is to this day, this is kind of the reputation they have. This is why they became the economic boogeyman, because they were the ones who got to decide as the bankers who was even going to win the war, who was going to have what they needed, who was going to get access to the gold. And so so again, so effectively what it says is that when you're thinking about business, see, it's like almost reminds me of like stock options, right? A lot of people are into buying stock options. They love to speculate. They love to, throw money out and invest it and hope for the best. And I got a text message from a rapper. I'm not going to say his name, but the other day he was a rapper. He sent me a message on Instagram, and he was asking me about stock options. And he said, man, I was curious to know what you think, because he said I lost, $100,000 buying stock options. And he said, so what do you think about that? I said, well, actually, I don't buy stock options. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, well, I don't speculate. I sell stock options. I don't want to buy the option because that means I might either make a bunch of money or I'm going to lose money. But if I sell the option, I'm always going to make money because I'm selling the option to the people who want to speculate. I don't want to be the gambler. I want to be the house. And so basically, when you're thinking about investing and making your money move, you want to sort of understand the terrain well enough to know where you want to position yourself. So this is that was the last point that was really interesting, is that he was basically telling his sons various aspects of economic consciousness. He said there's going to be many wars. Money is a weapon that can be used to defend yourself. He mentioned that when you get money, you're going to have haters and enemies that are going to try to take it from you. He said, which means that you're going to have to stick together and you're going to have to diversify, which is why I want all of you in different countries. I also want all of you to have each other's back. And then at the end of the day, we're not trying to get involved in the petty nonsense and the low vibrational stuff, like wars and all that. What we're going to do is we're just going to give people what they need so they can do whatever they're going to do, because at the end of the day, the Rothschilds are always going to win. And I kind of think there's something to really learn from that. So like literally when I'm watching all this stuff, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm very frustrated because I don't enjoy watching Black people fight each other over Democrat Republican stuff. I don't want to see, one Black person stop being friends with another Black person because they're fighting over politicians that don't give a damn about either one of you. I understand if you're a Democrat, be a Democrat. If you're a Republican, be a Republican. But I don't see where any of this division is going to benefit our community directly. So I would encourage you that after you finish being a Democrat, after you finish being a Republican, become an intelligent Black person. Connect to each other and say, okay, now that we've argued over the basic stuff, let's go ahead and put that to the side so we can focus on the stuff that actually matters. And I think this is a level of consciousness that I hope more people can embrace, because I don't think everybody's going to get it. They know exactly how to trigger us. They know exactly how to get us fighting with each other. And I just really encourage you, and I applaud those of you who are able to kind of see beyond just the very basics. So anyway, that's it, guys. I'm done talking. I hope this conversation was helpful to you. I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to go eat lunch with my wife. She's been waiting patiently. So I will see you all tomorrow morning. If you want to be on the text list to get notified when we do Money in the Morning, this is 7 days a week, every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, I will text out a link where you can join the estate planning essentials class. I put that together. The lifetime access fee is $299. For you guys, for the first 100 people to sign up, it's $99. So I cut the price by $200, and it's lifetime access. It's yours for life, and it'll get you started on legacy building and preparing for the next generation. So I'll text that out to you as well later on today. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll see you all tomorrow. We're this notoriously wealthy family that just pretty much, is they own so much stuff that people just make up rumors and myths about the family. Like they're almost like the financial boogeyman to some extent, where people are just scared of that family. They sort of believe that they control almost everything, which to some extent is probably somewhat true. And I'll kind of give you some insight into that. But I thought it would be a worthy discussion today in terms of really understanding the secrets of just what families like that are doing. and what your family can do that can help you to have a level of power that's pretty extraordinary. It does require a certain degree of planning and stuff like that, but well, I'll try to break it down for you so that you can kind of sort of see the vision for your own family. In fact, how many of you feel like your last name is important? Give me a guess if you care about your family legacy. Give me a guess if you understand what I'm talking about when I talk about the afterlife. The afterlife isn't just heaven in a place where, you know, the streets are paved with gold and everybody eats blueberry pancakes for breakfast. The afterlife basically is what happens after your life is over. What happens after your life is over. And I spent a lot of time thinking about that when I was in Egypt, as the Egyptians were obsessed with the afterlife. You know, they would just have these elaborate tombs and they would put all this stuff in there. They would try to take stuff with them, like their horses and their gold and everything else, which is crazy. But it was interesting though, because you know, when I saw that King Tut only lived like 9 years, but he spent the whole 9 years preparing for the afterlife, and now he's got this 5,000-year-old legacy that came out of 9 years of labor. I thought that was kind of interesting, right? So I decided to talk a little bit about legacy building, and what I want to do. Is kind of give not just sort of a history and an understanding of the Rothschild family, but also some things that we can kind of learn in terms of how they got to be so powerful and so wealthy. If you want to know how wealthy they were, they were so wealthy that and Ferraris. They had the kind of wealth where they could decide which countries will go to war with other countries, or which countries are going to win the war. And this sort of went on for hundreds of years. In fact, I heard Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, or I think that, yeah, that's his name, the presidential candidate, and he was explaining that when we give a bunch of money to another country like Ukraine or Israel, it's, you know, it's not really money being given away. What it is he described it as a type of money laundering, and I was like, huh, money laundering, interesting. And what he said is that, think about it like this: so you give a bunch of money to Ukraine or some other country because they're in a war and you want to help them win that war. But what do you do? Most of the time, money is power. Money is power. Money isn't just about the financial. Money isn't just like, I'm putting something in your bank account. Good luck with your life. Money is something that translates into things that money can't buy. It translates into influence. It translates into conditions that you can use to shape the world into what you want it to look like. This is why things like Powernomics are so important, where every child on earth, every child in our community anyway, needs to read books like Powernomics, because what money lets you do is money lets you influence people. It can influence policy. It can influence governments. Like, think about it. Process it like this. If I go, let's look at it. Let's bring it down to earth real quick before we get back to the Rothschilds. If I go out to a school, and this has actually happened, and I come in and I say, you know, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to write a $50,000 check to your school. What are they gonna say? They're gonna be like, especially if it's a small, struggling school, doesn't have a lot of money, they're gonna say, wow, thank you. This is amazing. We appreciate this so much. But what if I didn't say, uh, I got a cousin that's a teacher and I need you to hire my cousin on your faculty? Okay, sure, absolutely, because we want to maintain this relationship. Okay. And then I say, um, yeah, I'd like my name on a building or something, like, you know, for my family. Like, that would, okay. And then let's say it could go into other things like, well, you know, I really think you all should teach Black economics in the school, because, you know, our kids need to learn economics. Okay, well, Dr. Watkins wants that. That's what we want. Right. And now mind you, power doesn't have to be used for malicious purposes. It's not like I've donated to a lot of schools, but never once have I pushed for anything that would be deemed inappropriate. But what happens is that money affects people. Money affects relationships. So let's go back to the example Kennedy gave. So Kennedy basically said, when we give money to Ukraine, we're not really giving money to Ukraine. What's happening is they're giving the money and they're making all these stipulations that come with the money. Money usually comes with a set of rules. That's why in the Black Business School from the very beginning, we said we're not going to take money from corporations. I don't want to be in bed with a bunch of raunchy, goofy ass celebrities. I also am not taking money from the Democrat or Republican parties because they don't write blank checks that allow you to do whatever you want. They're buying influence from you. So basically, when they give money to Ukraine, they'll say, "Okay, we'll give you the money, but we need you to agree to some conditions." Oh, okay, sure. What do you need? What do you need? We need you to upgrade your weapon systems to a specific global standard in order for you to move forward here. So that means your old stuff is garbage. You need to buy new stuff. Okay, no problem. Oh, and by the way, when you buy your new stuff, we have these defense contractors in the United States, Northrop Grumman and some other companies that would be more than happy to sell you everything you need, right? You need more missiles? Oh, we got you. You need more bombs? Oh, we got you, right? You need tanks? Oh, we got a company that makes tanks. So you're giving them the money so they can spend it right back with American corporations. Do y'all follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? And this Kennedy correctly defines this as a type of money laundering. He said, what you're doing is you're taking taxpayer money and you're funneling that money to corporations that gave money to your campaign. This is why, and I'm sorry, and I know I hurt people's feelings because I don't jump on bandwagons and I'm not into all this Democrat Republican nonsense. I make fun of it. I joke about it. It's like, yeah, oh, Kamala washed greens in the bathtub. Oh, that makes her perfectly fit to be president. Or Trump. It's funny. The funny thing about Trump is that everybody's known Trump was an asshole for 30 years. Anybody who's ever followed him has known this guy is a blowhard, arrogant guy. Like when I met Kanye West and I was on the phone with Kanye for all those hours, I said, okay, now I understand why you and Trump get along, because both of y'all are crazy. Both of y'all need therapy. Both of you think that you're the most important human beings on the planet. And I don't want to be around either one of you. So I make jokes about it. And I know people get offended because somehow they falsely believe in this nonsense. They believe that this stuff is really going to represent their interest. And what they don't understand is that politicians don't work for you. Politicians don't work for you. Politicians work for the people who gave them the money to get elected. They can buy you. They can buy your vote. All they got to do is tell you that they washed their greens in the bathtub or do the electric slide with you, and they got you. They got you. But the corporations say, I'm gonna write this check. They're saying this to Trump, the Silicon Valley saying, Trump, we're gonna write you billions of dollars in checks. Elon Musk says, I'm gonna give you $45 million a month to become president. But when you get in office, I need you to subsidize the EV industry because we're getting our butts kicked by China. BYD's killing us. They're going to put us out of business. We need you to put tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles because they're flooding the market and we can't stay in business. Silicon Valley saying, yo, look, we're going to write this check for you, but we need to make sure you call off the Securities and Exchange Commission so they'll stop investigating us because they're really messing up our game. They're disrupting our swag. We can't go Google. We can't dominate the way we used to dominate because the Biden administration's investigating us for antitrust violations. Do you understand? So it is fundamentally, you could call it corrupt. It's definitely driven heavily by money. And this is a reason why I think it's kind of a joke. It's like we think that they're working for us, and it's like, no, they're not working for you. They're working for the people who gave them the money. If they don't work for the people who gave them the money, they will not get reelected. There was one sister out of Ohio who spoke up about AIPAC, and she was like, we can't just be doing what AIPAC says, and we need to do what's right, and da-da-da-da. You know what they did? They found another Black person in that area to run for office. AIPAC came along and said, we're going to give you X millions of dollars so you can beat this lady and get her out of office. And that's what they did. And when they spent the money, they were basically buying advertising, which ultimately buys influence. You advertise to people, you tell them that you make your greens in the bathtub, so they'll vote for you, and whatever it is. I'm not picking on Kamala, but whatever. You know, politicians say, I don't even think. To me, it's like that's such a goofy topic anyway. I don't even care about that. But it's funny, right? It's funny. And then when you get in office, they're like, they call you up and they say, hey, we're the people who gave you all this money. We need you to go ahead and do what we agreed that you're going to do. And it fits right in with your policies because this is what you said before the election, because you knew that we gave you money and you knew this is what we wanted. That's why, for example, Trump speaks heavily about putting big tariffs on products coming from other countries because Silicon Valley pretty much made that a condition before they could get his money. So effectively, circling back to the Rothschilds, they had a lot of financial influence that went beyond just writing checks and hiring people. This financial influence allowed them to determine whether England or France was going to win the war. And so let me kind of break down some of this so we can kind of understand the Rothschilds. In fact, actually, before we do that, I know sometimes I get kind of intense, and I don't want us to be too stressed out on a Sunday morning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually play this video that I saw that was like this horribly made movie from the 1950s that basically kind of talked about the Rothschild family. And I thought it was kind of interesting. I think it's a good way to kind of start the discussion so we can pick up some of our lessons out of this. So give me 1 second. This is on my Instagram page. My Instagram is one of my Instagrams is Dr. Boyce Money, Dr. Boyce Money. So feel free to follow me on the gram. I could use your follows. All right. So here we go. Because y'all know my pages get taken down because I talk about stuff that you're not supposed to talk about. All right. So here is the Rothschild video. Check this out.
For money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
I'm going to play it one more time. First off, let me know if you all can hear that. Will y'all give me a yes real quick in the chat to let me know you were able to hear that okay? All right. And I'm going to play it again because this, y'all don't understand. There was a ton of financial consciousness exercises in that statement, in that short statement that he made. There were about 3 or 4 things that I want to drill into that's really going to shape how you see money. So let me pull this back up again, and I want us to watch this again because it's that interesting to me. So here we go.
Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together.
Okay, wow. First off, did anybody else sort of understand how powerful that was? Give me a yes if you could feel the power of that state of what you just saw, without me even jumping into it. Let me know. I want to know if you get why I watched this, why I had you watch this twice, why this was a hell of a lot of game dropped in one. And this again, Dr. Claude Anderson's been dropping this kind of game for many, many years, and people don't listen. But what I want to do is I want to go through piece by piece that short video in 4 or 5 financial consciousness lessons that you can extract from just something that simple, right? To learn finance, you don't have to go to a college campus or take a class or wait for white people to put you in school. You can learn these things on your own. You can learn these things from each other. And I think, in fact, I think that's better and it's actually safer because I don't think other people should be educating us because someone who makes money controlling you is never going to teach you how to be liberated. People who make money managing you and keeping you in your place will never ever benefit from teaching you how to break out of their management system. And this really even goes back to what, especially when you talk about Black folks and how many people have worked extremely hard to maintain control of Black people. In fact, I got to go find this. I'm going to put this up on my Instagram later today. There's a brother who found something, a document in 1922, where there was a meeting of the Communist Party representatives, and they literally made a document on how they would control the Black community by basically connecting with the pastors, by creating organizations that would be set to manage Black people, by sort of connecting to us in certain ways. It was so deep that I really want to break that down as well. And what someone said is that, and actually he fast forwarded to things that Malcolm X said about how liberals work to control the Black community and how some of these very same ideas about sort of going through the pastors and connecting with us in certain ways, that's exactly what the blueprint is, and it works effectively. So I'm not going to talk about that though, because I want to stay on this Rothschild thing, but that made me think as well. So the first thing I want you to notice is in that video, he starts off by saying that for his community, money is the only weapon that he says the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. It is the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. So he's talking about two things at once. He's talking about playing offense and playing defense. He's saying that money is a weapon, but it's used to defend ourselves. Now, if you read books like Powernomics and you listen to me even 3 or 4 times, you'll understand all the different millions of times I've tried to explain to you that money is a tool. Money is power. Money is a weapon that is used to control you. Money. So if you don't have something to defend yourself with, to defend your freedom, to defend your family, then someone's going to come and conquer you. So he says that in his community, money is the only weapon that we can use to defend ourselves. And if you think about it, his community, and I'm not going to keep saying that J word because they're so powerful that they literally will ban you or come get you just for even mentioning their name. So we're not even going to do all that and also I don't want this to be interpreted as anti-nothing. I'm not into all that stuff. I ain't got time for that. And that's what I told Kanye too when he started ranting on all that stuff. I said, man, I don't want to hear all that. I want to talk about us. I want to talk about what we can do. Ain't nothing you can do to us that we can't do to you. Ain't nothing somebody else can do to harm us that we can't harness ourselves. So stop talking about how powerful other people are and let's start learning from that power so we can have power ourselves. So anyway, long story short, he uses the words weapon and defense. And I did a training with you guys called the economics of self-defense. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. If you go Google it, you could probably find it somewhere. And because literally I said, I get it. Black people want to be free and we don't feel free. The reason we don't feel free is because we got to get up and go work for a white man every day. That's why you lack freedom. And another reason you can't be free is because for whatever reason, we're not shifting the culture enough to implement enough economic discipline, like basic things like a $5 a day investing plan for our children to help them to become free. If we simply invested as much money as we spend on Gucci belts, fast food, and new cars, we would have plenty of wealth to be able to defend ourselves. We would not have to get up and go to work every day for somebody who disrespects us. That's the first thing. He uses the words weapon and defend. This goes back. This is a powernomics principle. Dr. Claude Anderson, he's talked about this for many decades. Number 2, he says, during times of war, when your gold is transported, it will be seized by the enemy. And during times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. Now, if you remember, one of the things I've always explained to you guys, and I'm going to go through it real quick, is I said there's pretty much 4 stages to wealth, 4 stages. One is you got to know where the money's at. You'd be surprised how many people lack even the basic financial consciousness to even know where money is. My thing is like, how do you plan to have money when you don't even know where the money's at? You don't even know that the stock market is the #1 wealth builder in America. You don't even know that entrepreneurship gives you a far greater likelihood of having wealth than working for somebody. You don't even know the value of owning versus renting. You think you can consume and buy things for the rest of your life and that you're going to somehow be wealthy. That doesn't make any sense. Or you're going this get my bachelor's degree, go $200,000 in debt and work for other people route. That doesn't work. The studies show that doesn't work. So financial consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to be financially strong. So the first step is financial consciousness, learn where the money's at. The second step is you have to have a plan. I tell my girls, I say, look, if you ask a man what his 10-year plan is and he can't give you an answer in 60 seconds, that's not the man for you. Because success doesn't typically happen by accident, especially when you're black. Because there's already a plan. You don't have a plan for your life, but they got a plan for your life, though. They got a plan for you already. So because you have not thought about your plan or God's plan, you're gonna have to submit to Massa's plan. Because Massa has a plan for you. Massa's plan for me was that my mother would abort me before I was born so that I would never be a problem. That was Massa's plan for me. So my mother, by going to those public schools and arguing with those teachers who wanted to put me on medication and put me in special ed because I didn't follow their rules, she was aborting, or she was, I don't say use the word abort, that's a different kind of abort, right? She was basically superseding Massa's plan and saying, no, this is my plan for my child. This is what my child's going to be. And actually, if you ask my mother to this day, she'll say, I was implementing God's plan, because in my mind, when I sat down at that altar and prayed to God about this baby, should I have it? She said, God told me, this is what my mother says. Now, maybe she's making it up. I don't know. But she says, God told her, you got to have this baby because this baby is going to help change the world. She literally will say that. She said, I did not feel that about in my other children. I love my brother and my sister. They're amazing people. But she literally said that to me. And who knows, maybe it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Maybe the fact that she told me that made me say, okay, I got to go do this, right? Which is yet another interesting thing about how the mind works, right? Whatever it is, but that's what my mother told me. So you have to be able to implement your plan and be strong enough and committed enough and fearless enough to make sure that that plan overrides any other plan that's out there, because they got a plan for you. They do. So the first thing is financial consciousness. The second step is to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, then you're not going to be successful typically. The third is you got to work the plan. You got to execute. Wealth is nothing but an accumulation process. All wealth is doing the same thing over and over and over again, and then eventually you've done it a whole lot. You're saving $20 a day or whatever, and then over time you end up having $1 million because you've been investing that money the whole time. Or just like walking down the road, if I take 2 steps every 10 seconds and I do that consistently, I'm going to eventually take 10,000, 20,000 steps, right? That's literally how wealth is accumulated. So you have to work the plan, be consistent, do the same thing every day. Every single day I get up each day, and I talk to you every day about economics. Every single day. I've been doing this since probably about 2009. And now I look back and I'm like, holy crap, I've done 22,000 videos and it's gotten over 1 billion views. Oh, it was step by step by step. Because I'm not the most popular person in the world. There's a lot of people that hate my guts. A lot of people don't understand me. A lot of people don't want to hear what I have to say. I'm not a great speaker. I'm okay. I'm not anybody special. But one thing I am special about is that I know who I am and I'm very consistent about it. You can call me whatever you want to call me, but one thing you cannot call me is inconsistent. That's it. Even the people who hate me, sorry, my chair came down. Even the people who hate my guts can never say that I'm not consistent, right? So, and that's all. When I hear them say that, then when I hear them admit to that, I'm like, okay, that's all I need. I don't need you to like me. I need you to know that I'm going to be here. Period. So, what else? The fourth part. And this gets to the Rothschilds thing. So we talked about having consciousness, knowing where the money's at. 2, making a plan to get the money. 3, executing the plan. Number 4, this is what the Rothschilds were referring to. When you pile up resources, you better be able to defend that stuff. If you can't defend what you got, then you will not have it for very long. Once you get money, you become a target. You become a target of every cousin that's got a sob story. You become a target of the government that will tax you into the ground. You become a target. You a man, you're going to become a target of every cute little girl who's trying to come and get a piece of that money. If you are a woman, there are women that I know, wealthy Black women who are hit on by what they call these hobosexuals, these men that are sexy and know how to drop it in bed, and they're really trying to get close to you so they can get access to what you got. Even the men are doing that to the women now, right? And so what he's saying is that during times of war, when you got money, somebody's going to try to take it. Either the enemy is going to seize it, or the thieves are going to try to steal it. So what he's saying is we need a plan so we can protect what we got. We're going to go get it, and after we get it, we're going to defend it. Okay, now let's move on. What's another type of defense? Well, one thing he says in that videos, he says, I want all 5 of you to go to different countries and set up banks in different countries. Now, again, I don't know if these conversations ever happened. Nobody knows, but that is what the Rothschilds did. So they went to different countries and they set up banks in different countries. Well, what is that? What concept of economic self-defense is that? Well, that's called diversification. Diversification is a critically important part of economic self-defense. It is an area in which many of our people fail. Many of our people fail for one reason. We've been raised on this false belief that having a job was the safest way to make your money. That when you have a job, you have job security, so you're more secure than if you are a person who's getting different streams of income, and that's not true because you're never secure if all your income is coming from one place, especially if it's coming from somebody who don't give a damn about you. You know that corporation don't love you. You know that they'll drop you in a second. You know that you could die at your desk. They're going to sweep your dead body up and then replace you within a week. But somehow you feel more secure because you're getting all your income from that one source, and you're pretty much raised and trained to serve these people from birth. Like that's all, you're custom designed to do that. It's like the Eddie Murphy movie Coming to America, when the girl came in and she's drop dead gorgeous and he says, so what do you do? And she says, I spent my whole life being trained to serve you. So when he decided he didn't want her, she had nowhere to go. She had nothing to do. She was like, well, I've lost my sense of purpose. Well, a lot of you were raised that way. You were raised to go to school, get good grades, go to college, and get a good job. And if this society and if this economy does not want you, a lot of you feel like you have nowhere to go. That's why you see so many people when they can't get a job or can't keep a job. Give me a yes if you've seen somebody where because they lost their job and they can't get another one, they get depressed, they start drinking, they sit around and start doing. See, this is where the wino started. I talked to a black man one time. I spoke for the National Black Chamber of Commerce. They had a real cool dude that was running the organization. Well, I was really impressed because I know that they have to be very political. And I said, okay, when I speak, do you want me to give you the political Boyce Watkins or the safe Boyce Watkins, or you want me to give you the real Boyce Watkins? He said, I want the real Boyce Watkins. I said, okay, you got it. And he was a good guy. I can't remember, I think his name was Big B or something like that. And anyway, when they were driving me back to the airport, I was talking to his driver, and his driver was an entrepreneur. I think he owned the limo company where he was driving me in this car. And he was 62 years old. And he said, I've never had a job in my life. I said, you've never had a job. Tell me what have you done your whole life? He said, well, he said, I just get money. I know how to make money. And I said, really? I said, where'd that come from? He said, well, when I was a kid, my father used to work in the steel mill, and he had a good job, was making good money. And then the steel mill shut down. You know, they make these big trade agreements with other countries. It was one Clinton made where and basically saying, uh-oh, somebody said I'm frozen with no sound. Can you guys hear me? Okay, let me know if you can hear me. Oh, this is bad. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Let me see. Am I in here? Can y'all I'm gonna you can hear me. Okay, yeah, I'm in a hotel and this hotel Wi-Fi. Lord Jesus. All right, let me you know what? I'm gonna try to switch Wi-Fi's real quick. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can switch my Wi-Fi. All right, so you guys can hear me. I'm good now. Am I good enough to keep going? Okay, let me know. Interrupt me if I go out again. Okay, so what he said was, he said, my father used to work in the steel. That's what. So let me tell you. So the reason that the manufacturing base in a lot of countries disappeared is because when they let China into the World Trade Organization, China was able to make a product for $1 that would have cost $30 in the United States. So why would you manufacture a product in the US when you got to go pay a worker a living wage and the product's going to cost $30 when you could go make it in China where it's going to cost $1? So that's when you started to see a lot of the major cities that have manufacturing bases just sort of fall apart. Milwaukee, Gary, Indiana, Detroit, places like Akron and Toledo, stuff like that. A lot of the Midwest got hit. So basically, effectively, these sorts of agreements end up harming people. So what happened was this man told me that when those manufacturing jobs went away, he said that's when the winos started. He said because you had a lot of black men who had only been trained to work for white men. That's all they knew how to do. So what they did was they would just sit around and drink all day, sit around, drink, and play chess all day. When a man loses his sense of purpose, it's hard for him to maintain his manhood. So a man has to maintain some sort of a sense of purpose that goes beyond just showing up to work for this white guy, or anybody. You have to know your value beyond just whether or not you have a job or can get a job. In my view, a better way to look at it would be, okay, I got all this free time now because you don't want to hire me. But now that I've got this free time, I can put this into something else. There's always something for me to do. There's always something I can do in order to make money. So rather than just working for a company, I think that children should be trained to just kind of work for the world, right? Like if I work for a company, that means that if that company doesn't want me anymore, then I'm done. I have no income. I'm in trouble. Oh my God, there's financial anxiety. I'm stressed out. That's why my wife is a therapist and she has to work with people that are going through this. But if your child is trained to just kind of work for the world, then they know like, hey, you know what? If I can't work over here, then I'm going to find a customer somewhere. Instead of finding a job, I'm going to find a customer. Do you understand the difference? If I find a customer, that means, okay, this lady needs her grass cut. That's my customer. This other guy, you need the house painted? You're my customer. Oh, you need me to help come and build something for you? You're my customer. You want to buy this shea butter, whatever it is, you're my customer. So ultimately, I think that it's just as easy to train children to find a customer as it is to train them to find a job. Because when you find a job, all you're doing is trying to find a customer. That's it. Because your customer is a corporation. That's it. That's literally when you go on a job interview, all you're doing is selling yourself. Well, I went to Brown University and I got a master's degree in mechanical engineering and I'm a diligent worker and I'd like to set goals and my biggest weakness is that sometimes I work too hard and you're going to all these interviews, you're selling yourself. You're code switching, you're trying to fit in, you're trying to show them how great you'd be with the all you're doing is selling. So if you can sell yourself, then you can sell a lot of stuff. If I can sell myself, I could sell ink pens. If I can sell myself, I can sell cars. If I can sell myself, I can sell services. And the difference is, though, you just have a different boss. Really. So I would just encourage you, with kids. I'm sorry. People think I'm radical for saying this, but I don't think this whole like raising your kids to go work for white people thing is really working out for us. When I look at how many people I know that are going through all kinds of daily struggle because of the stress of their job, I say, wow, like you're really crying on your way to your dream job. Like, you used to dream about this job back you really wanted this job. Now you have the job. Now you're crying because the job is so stressful for you. This isn't where you're supposed to be. And maybe no one gave you the courage to realize that you can be in other places than this bad relationship. Maybe we have to heighten your economic self-esteem a little bit to let you know that you are worthy, you are valuable, even if this company don't want you no more. And I just think this is something that has to be taught in the beginning. So because I don't think any of the Rothschilds were sitting around saying, well, how are we going to get a good job? I don't. I think they were thinking, how we're going to find a customer. So let me keep going. Let me finish this video. I'm going to play this video one more time for those of you that just came in. And also some of you are asking for this link, the link for the estate planning class in the Dr. Boyce Academy. In case you just came in, I did finish it's estate planning essentials. So it's for beginners. It's all about legacy building, protecting your legacy, stuff like that. A lot of you have asked me for this, so I put something together. It's $299 for lifetime access. But the first 100 people can actually get it for 99 bucks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this link and I'm going to put it in the chat. And also, I'm going to text it out later. If you want to get the text, make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, pull out your phone and text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to Before I show this Rothschilds video again, I'm going to actually give you the link in the chat for those of you that want to hurry up and sign up now. Give me a second here. Hold on. All right. I am grabbing this. And I think everybody should have some sort of estate plan in place. I mean, you have too many celebrities that die without any sort of plan, and it's just terrible because you're throwing all that money away. You're literally selling your kids into slavery. I mean, that's the craziest thing in the world. And so anyway, let me there we go. So if you are in the chat, you should see the link right there. If you want to hop over and sign up now, you can. It's totally up to you. All right, so let me go play this video now. And this is a video of some movie. I don't know the name of this movie, but I liked the theme in the sense that they were kind of going through the story of the Rothschilds. A lot of you have heard of the Rothschilds, but you may not know why they were famous and why they were so powerful. But here's the video. I'm gonna play it one more time, and then I'm gonna go through a couple of other lessons, financial consciousness lessons you could pick up from this. Here we go.
Strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, he must speak with you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
Okay, so we talked earlier about some basic lessons. First of all, he talked about money as power, as a weapon, and as a tool to defend yourself. Okay, so that is that's important to understand from a powernomic standpoint. Never think money is just money. I don't know the name of the movie, Rosa. I wish I could tell you. I just saw the clip and I thought it was great. I'm always looking for something. But I see something where I'm like, oh, this would be great to cover in class. That's what I grab. But if anybody knows the name of the movie, then feel free to share it with me. I'm sure we can Google it. Number 2, he talks about another aspect of financial consciousness, which is that when you acquire money, you have to be aware of how people see you. He says that during times of war, money will be seized by the enemy. During times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. The lack of financial consciousness reminds me of this woman that I met who told me that one of her friends, they had a little group of 3 really pretty girls, and they would keep track of when athletes or rappers would come to town because they feel like rappers and athletes are stupid. But they have lots of money. So what they would do is they would find out what they like and what they want to talk about and stuff like that. And they would show up and basically give the man whatever he wanted. And then they would put a date rape drug in his drink and set him up and basically extort him. They would put the 15-year-old in the bed and say, if you don't give us X amount of dollars, we're going to call the press. We're going to call your wife. We're going to call your football team or whatever, and you're gonna lose everything. So men would have to pay money, and it was due to their lack of financial awareness, their lack of consciousness that would cause them to be put in this situation. They don't understand that you can't be a multi-million-dollar, multi-billion-dollar, whatever commodity and just sort of be hanging out and doing anything that you want. Literally, this is real stuff. I like to use real stories in real life. In fact, I remember my father always telling me that a man who has something to lose should not be in a space with a bunch of people that have nothing to lose. Or a woman too. If you've got a lot to lose, you should not be in a space with people who have nothing to lose. Tupac, I think that's why Tupac's not here anymore, to be honest with you. Tupac always wanted to be the same no matter what, but he didn't understand that the more famous you become and the wealthier you become, the way the world sees you is going to change, and you're going to have to adjust with that. So anyway, with that said, He talks about thieves and enemies stealing your money once you get it. Then he talks about diversification. Okay, there's 5 of you. All 5 of you are going to go start banks in different countries because we're going to be spread out. We're going to be diversified. That's another rule of economic self-defense. The other thing, too, is he understands the power of family. He says, we have 5 sons. And he says at the end, he says there's nothing more important than being a Rothschild. He says that no one, he said, you will stand by one another. No one is allowed to fail. You are one family. That is a powernomics principle. That is understanding that many of you, how many of y'all got kids? Any of y'all got kids? Anybody in here? Any parents in the room? If you are a parent or a grandparent, raise your hand. All the parents, because your job is extremely important, and it's the most important job in society. I don't care what anybody else says. One mistake people make in America is we view children as what they call a luxury item. In economics, they call that a luxury item. A luxury item is something that you do that's pretty much a waste of your money anyway. A luxury item is like buying a Coach purse or a Mercedes Benz. You don't need a Mercedes. You don't need a Coach purse. You do it. Why? Well, because you got extra money. You got a little money to burn. You're feeling yourself. So you go ahead and just make it rain a little bit. That's fine. But children are not a luxury item. See, there was a time where children were viewed as an asset. Not in a malicious way, not in an exploitative way, but in a way that said the more babies we have, and if we train these children properly, they become a source of power for the family. We're now gang affiliated. Like, anybody remember when you were little and you ever know that kid at your school who had like 12 brothers and sisters and then 14 play cousins? And anybody remember the family like that back in school? No one would ever beat up anybody in that family because you knew that if they were loyal to each other, you were going to get your ass kicked. Like, you knew they were all going to show up at your house and kill you. Like you did not mess with the kid who had a bunch of older siblings that were always with them. There was protection there. There was safety there. Well, the grown-up world ain't much different. When you've got people that are with you, that have your back, then you can achieve a whole lot more than if you're trying to operate solo. This is one of the reasons why, since slavery, they have worked so hard to keep us isolated from one another. This is why people like, what was it, Hoover, or the guy that ran the FBI, whatever his name was. This is why they consider Black unity to be the greatest threat to national security in existence. They said, oh my God, if these people all start working together, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. So what I want you to understand is that what this Rothschild father was seeing is that I got 5 sons. Oh, that's a power move. I'm wealthy now. I just ain't got no money. Right? But I'm very wealthy already. I'm a millionaire. I just ain't got no money. And so what he did was he said, you are 5 sons. You will set up 5 banks in 5 countries, and you will be unified. He also said, you will not allow anyone to fail. None of you can succeed while the other one's failing. That's not going to happen. What he's establishing there is a gang. He's establishing what I refer to as an economic gang, and everybody's gang affiliated. Every gang out here has a code of conduct, and gangs aren't just in the streets. It's not just Crips and Bloods and all that. No, the police department ain't nothing but a gang. The Apple computer ain't nothing but a big economic gang. They all got the same little logo. They all follow the same rules. If you don't follow the rules, then they're going to put you out the gang. The North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, is an economic gang. We got together with Mexico and said, hey, homie, look, I got something, you got something. If we work together and set special rules for each other and codes of conduct, we can have more power. The Asian Pacific Union is an economic gang. The European Union is an economic gang. And the problem that you have as an American, particularly as an African American, is that you're constantly inundated with this very rugged individualism. You're constantly inundated with this false idea that you're supposed to do it all by yourself and that you're supposed to be the man. Or you're supposed to be the woman. You're supposed to be the boss. You're supposed to be the HNIC. I run into it all the time. I talked to D1 before he went to InvestFest, and we were talking for a long time. And I said, man, I love rap and I love rappers. I said, but some of these dudes, I cannot talk to them because they are so caught up in trying to be the man, trying to dominate, trying to be King Kong this, and I'm the best, and I'm the baddest, I'm the greatest. And it's a reflection of why the whole Black community fails, because you're always looking for this one guy to be the superhero instead of building institutions. It's ego. Maybe it's ego, insecurity, weirdness, bad culture. But this whole idea that it's like one person has to always be the boss and the leader and everything, it makes it so hard to collaborate because when I approach other aggressive black males with collaborative energy, sometimes not all of them. I mean, a lot of them get it. A lot of guys get it, but some people, it's like they see that like some like threatening, like it doesn't like they've never seen that before. You know, like either I'm dominating you or you're dominating me, but we can win together. Like, why does it? What's with the scarcity mindset? I think that's a scarcity mindset. To be honest with you, I think it's scarcity because it makes you think that the only way I can be successful is if I push you out of the picture, and that's not how the world works. When you're working together, there's something called synergy, and synergy is where 2 + 2 is not 4. Synergy is where 2 + 2 is 7. Synergy is where we're not getting together to chop up one pie. We're getting together because we're going to make the pie bigger, and then when it's done, each of us will have a bigger slice than we had before. It's magic, and I really think that you should really tune into that. I think that this is something that is cultural. Right? It's cultural. It is something that can be taught. It's something that simply says, look, man, stop thinking. It's a consciousness concept, actually. It's consciousness, right? Think about it. Imagine a football team where you got a bunch of players who are a bunch of individuals who are all concerned with their own stats and whether or not they got the ball versus another team that says, look, I'm not worried about whether I get the ball or not. I'm worried about whether or not the team wins. That second team is going to win far more championships than the first team, and there's going to be a lot more success to go around. And typically what's interesting is that when you start to see people's consciousness decline and people start to operate on that low vibrational level is when the team starts losing. When the team starts losing, it becomes every man for himself and everybody's trying to get their best stats in because they know the team's not going to win. And that's when you start to get people and their egos kind of clashing and fighting with each other. But when the team is winning and if everyone has the right energy, then you can all understand that you're better together than you are individually. Go look at, for example, groups like New Edition. In New Edition, when they were young and immature, Bobby Brown wanted to be out swerving his hips and kind of being the superstar. The other guys got jealous of Bobby. Next thing you know, the group breaks up. Ralph goes solo. Johnny goes solo. Bobby goes solo. The other three are just sitting there. They don't know what to do because none of them sing. But actually, what's interesting is that Michael Bivins, who I actually did meet him, I liked the guy. He seemed like a leader. He seemed like a guy that would pull people together. He forms Belle Biv DeVoe. Belle Biv DeVoe became more successful than Johnny and Ralph and almost as successful as Bobby, right? And they had the least talent, but they had the right energy. They said, well, okay, individually, we suck. We can't sing that well. I'm not gonna say they suck, but y'all know they couldn't really sing as well as Bobby and Ralph and all that. But they became successful because they understood how to work together. They understood synergy. And then now that synergy of New Edition is as great as ever because now they're older guys. They're all over 50. A lot of the egos are gone. And now you see all 6 of them on stage. Bobby's up there huffing and puffing, looking like he's about to pass out at any moment. But I love watching that because it reminds me of this basic idea that you really can be far more successful when you are willing to submit to something bigger than yourself. People don't like the word submit. You talk about submit, people are like, I ain't submitting to nothing. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to do it. Well, okay, keep your selfish ass over in the corner and keep on losing by yourself. I'm submitting. Every day I submit to my wife. My wife submits to me. Every day I submit to my family. Every day I submit to my goals. Every day I submit to y'all. I'm not better than you. I just want to be a good teammate. Right? I show up every day because I'm like, I want to be a good teammate for you so that you'll be a good teammate for me. So that if I come through for you every day, you're going to come through for me when I need you to come through for me so we can be a great team. I will never, ever meet any of you and pretend like I'm better than you. That's it. I'm just not interested in that. Why do I need all that? If you are mentally healthy, you shouldn't need people to constantly hoist you up like you're so special and you're better than other people. Then you're sitting up there all by yourself. No, I want to be surrounded by great people. I'm a great man. Hell yeah, I'm a great man. I ain't scared of nothing. I know how smart I am. I know how good I am. You can't hold me back. I can't be stopped. But I also want you to have that same energy. I want you to know how great you are because working together, we can be a great team. I am never going to be a great man because I'm better than you. That does not make me better. I want to be great together. What's wrong? I think that is how you win. I really think that's how you win. If we're all great together, then guess what? We become the baddest group of people on the planet. And I believe that intelligent Black people, B1 people, are going to be the most extraordinary group of people on the earth. I believe that within the next 20 to 30 years, it's going to take time, but we will be the most economically advanced group of people on the planet. We're going to be doing things that people can only dream of. Our children are going to understand economics at a level that far exceeds anybody else. Do you know I met a kid who was in the Black Business School years ago? I told you I got to bring him up again. Caden, I saw him at InvestFest. Caden was 14. I had not seen Caden since he was 7, but his father, they always check in with me every few years because Caden started off in the Black Business School and everything. And I'm talking to Caden, and I'm gonna tell the story again. I know some of y'all might have heard this, but Caden, literally, I was like, "Is that you, Caden?" And he was talking. He's a real polite kid, and I said, "You're 14. You're about to start high school. That's a big deal. Are you ready?" And he said, "Oh, I already finished high school." And I thought he made a mistake. I was like, wait, no, you didn't. And his father's like, oh yeah, we got high school out of the way. I homeschooled him. We got him through high school. And I said, so where's he going to go to college? And his dad said, well, Caden already makes more money than most college graduates, so he's just going to focus on his business. We went to the White House last week. Like, this is what this kid is doing. And here's what I'm saying to you is that I think we can mass produce little Cadens the same way you mass produce cars off an assembly line. I believe that we can have 10 million kids like this. Because let me tell you about Caden. Caden, his dad told me, he said Caden couldn't talk until he was 5. He could not talk till he was 5. There was something going on in terms of a delay or something. I don't know what the issue was, but his dad said, so it's not like he's he was born some massive super genius. He's smart now. Don't get me wrong. He's very smart, but he's not any different from a lot of the kids that you have in your own household. It's just his father understood the value of his child. He understood that the gold did not lie at the back of some white man's house. The gold was not in some factory. The gold was not in some corporate office. The gold was buried in his backyard. You understand? His family was the prize. He was the prize. His son was the prize. So he said, instead of investing my energy, think about this. When you invest your energy into something, what you're doing is it's like you're digging. You're digging for oil, or you're drilling for oil, or you're digging for gold, right? So you're going to your job every day, digging for gold. You're going out into the world looking for possibilities. You're like, oh, I wish they would give me an opportunity. But what you don't understand is that for a lot of you, just like it was for the Rothschilds, the gold is buried in your backyard. That's where, in my view, that's where you should be digging. So if you're a parent, grandparent, play parent, step parent, mentor, coach, whatever, understand your multi-million-dollar asset is right there around you. But what we do that is so backward, in my opinion, is we will neglect the kids so we can go off and serve massa. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if I'm lying. We will literally, our kids grow up like, I forgot my mama's name because mama's working 14 hours a day. And I understand mama's got to go pay the bills sometimes, but Lord Jesus, we don't even understand. Again, because we look at our children as luxury items. We're like, oh, we have these little badass kids. They cost all this money and whatever. And you do the bare minimum. And then you say, well, you drop them off at some public school so that some white guy can like get into their brain, right? And next thing you know, they're coming home and telling you that you're mispronouncing your pronouns, right? Or whatever. They're teaching in school. Because in Chicago, kids that are coming out of the public schools cannot read and write. And these are brilliant children. These are our children. These kids are smart. Somebody said my sound is breaking up. Let me switch my Wi-Fi real quick. I'm probably gonna have to. Can y'all hear me? Are y'all able to hear me? Because I keep going. Somebody said I'm going in and out. Am I good now? Thank you. Okay. I'm getting annoyed. All right, so let me give the last lesson because then I'm gonna go. My wife and I are gonna go to brunch today, and I don't want to make her wait for too long. The last thing that he mentions in that Rothschild video. So he tells them, you're one family, you stick together. And what he's doing is he's creating a defense system by saying, none of you let the other one fail. This is exactly what I talk about in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. That's exactly what in that book. If you go read that book, you will see that these are the things that I talk about. You have to set up a code of conduct. You take your family, they become an economic gang. Every gang has a code of conduct, and he's giving them the code. He's giving them the game. He's saying, look, this is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to protect each other. All right. So somebody says my sound is going in and out. You know what? I'm gonna switch Wi-Fi real quick so I can finish this point up. So give me 1 second. Let me open up my personal hotspot because apparently this hotel Wi-Fi is a piece of junk. So and then we'll do the last point. Then we're gonna get out of here. So give me 1 second. All right. Hold on. Okay. All right. So I'm back now. Give me a yes if you can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through all right, because I'm on my phone Wi-Fi now. Okay. And if I have to turn off my video, I will. Okay, great. All right. Thank you so much, April and Gerald and Kelsey and Renee. I appreciate you. All right. So he sets up a mindset early, right? This is so important. He's telling the children, don't go looking out in the world for what you need. Look toward each other. Instead of turning outward, you turn inward. See, a lot of y'all were raised in households where you were not taught to do that. You were not taught to turn inward to fulfill your economic needs and responsibilities. You were taught to turn outward. Okay, Billy, I got 3 smart kids. You're going to go work for him. You're going to go work for her. You're going to go work for this company. And then next thing you know, all of you are so spread out. You're all applying insane amounts of energy toward things that are not amounting to shit, just so you can get enough money so you can barely pay your bills. That's what you're doing. But what the Rothschild father told them was, he said, turn inward, look at each other, go to your brother, make sure he's good. And this is exactly how the European Union got formed. This is how Apple Computer got formed. This is how any successful economic entity has that same philosophy. You take your energy and you apply it to the people that matter to you. It's the same energy that leads me to get up every day and to talk to you. Harvard University could not hire me to stop doing what I do every day, because I would just tell them there's no place that I'd rather be and no place that I need to be that's more important than me being right here educating Black people about economics. This is the best use of my doctorate, period. So that's another thing that he was given. Because remember, if you don't give the kids the right mindset, they can have all the talent and opportunity in the world and it won't amount to anything. So mindset is everything. Economic culture exceeds economic education. Education means nothing without culture, because the education gives you the skill to do something. It tells you how to do something, but the culture tells you why you should be doing something. It tells you what you should do with your skill. If you teach me how to shoot a gun, but you don't tell me who I should be shooting at, I'm going to kill some people. I might pull that gun out and shoot my mother in the face. So you have to train me like, no, you don't shoot your mama, boys. You got to shoot the enemy. Aim right here. This is who you got to tell them the why. We don't give them the why. We give them the what and the how, but we don't give them the why. Why are you doing this? The why is where the fire's at. When I come in here acting like a crazy man, jumping up and down, it's not the what and the how that's making me do this. It's the why. I'm doing this because I know that in a few years, we're going to kill it. And I'm going to tell you, I was extra fired up when I went to InvestFest, and I said, this is what I was always aiming for. Thousands of Black people getting together only to talk about economics. This is so different from the beginning, when everybody acted like it was crazy and weird and stupid and nobody was interested. Now everybody's interested. Now we got our people right where we want them. Now in the next generation, what we do is we're elevating this. We're building on top of this. See, because the Jewish community did not become the most economically capable group of people in the world in one generation. It took hundreds of generations. It took a long time. So ultimately for us, we're still in the infancy of this movement. We're still at the very beginning. Sure, we're doing a lot, but what's going to be amazing is what your grandkids do. They're going to be looking at us 100 years ago and say, this is where it started, and this is what we're doing now. They're going to be running trillion-dollar corporations. And what our job is to lay out the framework, to lay out the groundwork, to get them started, to move them in the right direction, to make sure that we can clear the obstacles. It's like if you're trying to build a building on a forest, first you got to clear the land. You got to chop down the trees. You got to remove all the stuff that's going to get in the way, and then they're going to build on top of what we created. So the last piece I'm going to throw in here is the last thing. The Rothschild father said that was really interesting. He said, there will be many wars. Now, he did not say which side of the war you're supposed to pick. He didn't say who you're supposed to fight for. He said there will be many wars. And in these wars, both sides are going to need our services. So he wasn't saying go out here and gamble and get into a war and fight people. He said pay attention to the war. And whenever people need a service involving the transport of money, they will come to the Rothschilds. So here's what this made me think about. In the California gold rush, most people who rushed for gold did not get any gold. Most people who went into the gold rush, they jumped in and they did everything they could to be a part of it. But most of those people came back with nothing. But there were people who said, look, I don't want to go dig for gold, but I'll sell lunch to the people who are tired after they spent the whole day digging for gold. Or I can be a tour guide for the people who are trying to figure out where to go to dig for gold. Or I'm going to sell, or Levi blue jeans. They said, we're going to sell these really rough, rugged blue jeans so that when people are digging for gold, they can have some good pants to wear while they're digging for gold. I'm not going to dig with you, but I'll sell you the service that will help you to go and speculate. And that's what the bankers and the Rothschilds were doing. They were like, look, we ain't going to fight in these wars. We ain't trying to be involved, but we'll finance the war for you and we'll sell weapons to both sides. That's what and so to this day, and this creates some animosity for them, unfortunately, is to this day, this is kind of the reputation they have. This is why they became the economic boogeyman, because they were the ones who got to decide as the bankers who was even going to win the war, who was going to have what they needed, who was going to get access to the gold. And so effectively what it says is that when you're thinking about business, see, it's almost reminds me of like stock options, right? A lot of people are into buying stock options. They love to speculate. They love to, throw money out and invest it and hope for the best. And I got a text message from a rapper. I'm not going to say his name, but the other day he was a rapper. He sent me a message on Instagram and he was asking me about stock options. And he said, man, I was curious to know what you think, because he said, I lost, $100,000 buying stock options. And he said, so what do you think about that? I said, well, actually, I don't buy stock options. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, well, I don't speculate. I sell stock options. I don't want to buy the option because that means I might either make a bunch of money or I'm going to lose money. But if I sell the option, I'm always going to make money because I'm selling the option to the people who want to speculate. I don't want to be the gambler. I want to be the house. And so basically, when you're thinking about investing and making your money move, you want to sort of understand the terrain well enough to know where you want to position yourself. So this is that was the last point that was really interesting, is that he was basically telling his sons various aspects of economic consciousness. He said there's going to be many wars. Money is a weapon that can be used to defend yourself. He mentioned that when you get money, you're going to have haters and enemies that are going to try to take it from you. He said, which means that you're going to have to stick together and you're going to have to diversify, which is why I want all of you in different countries. I also want all of you to have each other's back. And then at the end of the day, we're not trying to get involved in the petty nonsense and the low vibrational stuff, like wars and all that. What we're going to do is we're just going to give people what they need so they can do whatever they're going to do, because at the end of the day, the Rothschilds are always going to win. And I kind of think there's something to really learn from that. So like literally when I'm watching all this stuff, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm very frustrated because I don't enjoy watching Black people fight each other over Democrat Republican stuff. I don't want to see, one Black person stop being friends with another Black person because they're fighting over politicians that don't give a damn about either one of you. I understand if you're a Democrat, be a Democrat. If you're a Republican, be a Republican. But I don't see where any of this division is going to benefit our community directly. So I would encourage you that after you finish being a Democrat, after you finish being a Republican, become an intelligent Black person. Connect to each other and say, okay, now that we've argued over the basic stuff, let's go ahead and put that to the side so we can focus on the stuff that actually matters. And I think this is a level of consciousness that I hope more people can embrace, because I don't think everybody's going to get it. They know exactly how to trigger us. They know exactly how to get us fighting with each other. And I just really encourage you and I applaud applaud those of you who are able to kind of see beyond just the very basics. So anyway, that's it, guys. I'm done talking. I hope this conversation was helpful to you. And I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to go eat lunch with my wife. She's been waiting patiently. So I will see you all tomorrow morning. If you want to be on the text list to get notified when we do Money in the Morning, this is 7 days a week, every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, I will text out a link where you can join the estate planning essentials class. I put that together. The lifetime access fee is $299. For you guys, for the first 100 people to sign up, it's $99. So I cut the price by $200, and it's lifetime access. It's yours for life, and it'll get you started on legacy building and preparing for the next generation. So I'll text that out to you as well later on today. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll see you all tomorrow. It's about in his book, which is Black Exceptionalism, which is something that I hope we all agree on. I hope we have some sort of concept of what that might mean or some appreciation for this idea. And he literally gave a whole blueprint about Black exceptionalism and what makes us exceptional, why we are not to be messed with, why we are unique, why there's nobody else on earth like us. And I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. I think this is I was reading through it today and I said, man, everybody's going to love this. They're going to be so excited about this. And couple quick housekeeping notes. Don't forget the All Black National Convention. Speaking of Black excellence, that's going to be October 25th to the 27th in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. And we're almost out of tickets, just so you know. We usually sell out every year. That's because we're not trying to have 50,000 people there. We actually like a good 600-700. That's the most we can really be comfortable with. And so if you want to get a pass, you may want to get it in advance. There won't be anything at the door. So it's not like you'll be able to walk up and buy a pass at the door. And so for those of you that do Money in the Morning, when we do our financial consciousness training, which is our free class we do every single day, you can actually get your pass at a discount this week. I think Thursday or Friday and Saturday, the team is going to send out links to discount passes. They only have 50 that they can sell for general admission, 50 for VIP, and I think 10 for President Circle. And the President Circle is a little more intimate. That's where you get a chance to sit and talk with me and stuff like that in a smaller group setting. So it's up to you to decide if you'd like to participate in that. So anyway, all right. So I hope we're all doing well. And I'm going to say hi to you. I'm in the chat in a minute. I'm just trying to get everything together. And I want to see who is here. Let me see who's here today. I see Royal Calhoun and James Keller. Calvin McWilliams says they not like us. They sure not. Justin Pender, good to see you, my friend. Fannie Wilson from Columbia, South Carolina. Cassandra Winborn. Hello, hello, hello. Also, Amani's in the chat. Amani is on our team. And so if you have any questions about anything going on in the Black Business School, you want to talk about the Black Investors Championship, as you guys know, that's happening right now, the Black Investors Cup. And I'm going to announce the leaderboard at the end of the week. Or anything else, anything that you want to do in terms of educating your kids on economics, feel free to talk to Amani. She is part of our support team, and they really value you. They're very good at what they do, and they've all been here for several years. Pretty much supporting the cause and helping us to become extra Black and extra smart. Because being financially intelligent, that's acting Black, in my opinion. That's called acting Black. All right, so let's get started here. Let's go ahead and begin this discussion. Okay, so here's what Dr. Anderson wrote about. We're reading Dr. Claude Anderson's book. It's called The Black History Reader. I've been switching sections a little bit because I want us to read stuff that I think is appropriate for the tone and the conversations that we're already having. A lot of us are having conversations about the politics of America and reparations, things like that. So I'm going to read some of this to you. And so let me pull this up. All right, so what Dr. Anderson talks about, and I believe he's going to dig into the reparations conversation a little bit, is he talks about Black exceptionalism and just what that looks like, why you're exceptional, why you should not let other people lump you in to everybody else's stuff. And this is on page 186 of the book, The Black History Reader. The book can be found at powernomics.com. That's powernomics.com. And also, just so you guys know, another little note I want to mention is Later on, I'm going to do some conversations about Nvidia stock, and I explained actually a short video explaining why I did not buy Nvidia. I'm not buying any more of it. I own it because I bought it cheap. I think it could be overpriced, and I think it's very, very risky. Everybody's been talking about Nvidia, so it was on my mind because my son came in and asked me about it. And I explained to him why the stock price went down, even though they exceeded the earnings expectation. That's a whole stock market conversation. So just kind of be ready for that. Make sure you're on the text list, and I can send that to you. If you're interested in stocks, just text the word stock to the number 87948. Text stock to 87948. Yeah, Darlene, did it crash? I don't know if you call that a crash. At the very least, it's a correction. So there is some stuff to unpack there. And then second of all, I wanted to also, Tyler Perry said something interesting, and I wanted to kind of address that. I'll probably address that tomorrow morning, the economics of Tyler Perry in Money in the Morning. So if you want to join our morning class, also text the word morning to the number 87948. So there's different lists based on what you're interested in. So text the word morning to 87948 if you'd like to join our economic elevation class, which is 7 days a week, every morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Bring your whole family. That's all I ask. You don't have to pay money, just pay attention, because I want you to be tight on your economics. And then the NVIDIA stuff, I'll send you a link on that stuff as well. All right, so here is page 186 in the book, The Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson, and he talks about Black exceptionalism, and he asks this interesting question. This is question 65. He says, is Black exceptionalism the unused key to Black self-empowerment? Have you not tapped into your exceptionalism when it comes to getting what you want? I think that there is this myth that there's something wrong with us, that we are perhaps disabled, or that we should be lumped in with all the misfits of society. Anybody who's not a white male, I vehemently disagree with that. I don't think there's anything. I don't think we're broken. I think that we just, or maybe some of us have been broken by society, but I think that we are exceptional in a lot of ways because of what we've gone through and how that built us into who we are. So here's what Dr. Anderson says. He says, Blackness has had special importance and impact in America and the world. For centuries, the American public and politicians in particular have proclaimed that America's democratic values, freedoms, and immigration policies make it an exceptional nation among societies, and is therefore due special recognition, respect, and an elevated status over all other nations. Exceptional means something that is different, unique, rare, unusual, and remarkable. In the case of a group, it means that the members have been treated in an uncommon manner from all others. So he's saying that you are, pay attention now, he said unique, rare, unusual, and remarkable, and that you've been treated differently from everyone else. So give me a yes or no if you agree that no one else in this country has been treated the way Black people have. Give me a yes if you agree with me that we have had a unique experience in America, that we've been sort of dealt with in a way that no one else has been dealt with, that that Black Americans are being treated differently from immigrants or LGBT people or anyone else. Give me a yes if you agree with that basic idea that we are treated differently from everyone else. Let's start there. Okay, so this is what his Black exceptionalism concept is built upon. So here's what else Dr. Anderson says. He says, what group of people in America, in nearly every respect, have been viewed and treated in a more egregious manner than Black Americans? Black Americans are an exceptional people in this nation in many ways. It is time for Black Americans to demand compensation, recognition, appreciation, and respect for what their exceptionality created in America. Because of Black exceptionality, it is an affront and disrespectful for this nation and the Black overclass, the Black overclass, the Black overclass. Those are all those people that are telling you who to vote for and what to do with your money and what to do with your life. The Black overclass, y'all know who they are. You can pick whoever you want. The Black overclass, it is disrespectful for them and the rest of the nation to continue relegating Black Americans to broad and ambiguous groupings such as, pay attention to these keywords. These are keywords Dr. Anderson's using. Minorities, poor people, people of color, diversity, disadvantaged, and multicultural. So he's saying that the use of these terms dilutes and waters down your exceptionality. It waters you down. You're taking Whitney Houston and you're making her become part of a music group where she's a backup singer. Whitney Houston should not be anybody's backup singer. Whitney Houston should be a lead singer. Okay, and this is kind of what he's saying, is that you are unique. When people try to say, oh, well, you're not a white male, so we're going to lump you in with gay trans people. We're going to lump you in with every immigrant. We're going to lump you in with white women and let them get to the front of the line and put you at the back.
there's a problem with that, and it shows itself in a lot of statistical outcomes in terms of who gets the most opportunities, who gets to eat first. You eat last because you let everybody else sit at your table. That's what he's basically saying. So he says here, inclusion into those categories not only denies blacks recognition for their achievements, it gives the misleading impression that all categories of class minorities, immigrants, native Indians, gays, transsexuals, and women were that they were all enslaved, denied free land and wealth, lynched, castrated, denied to benefit from their own labor, denied human rights and love, and were maltreated as Black Americans. That's what they're saying when they just lump you in and say, "Oh, well, you're Black, go in the back with all the other misfits." They're pretty much saying that they went through the same thing you went through, and we know that this is not true. He says they were not. None of those groups have been treated like Black people. Blacks are very special people. This is page 187. 187 on an undercover cop. Remember that? I just had to say that because 187 hip hop. I like rap. I've always been into hip. That's why it bothers me so much when people think that they say you hate rap, you hate rappers, you don't know what you're talking about. Whenever I critique hip hop, I always have some fool that comes in the chat and says that, and I'm like, you big dummy, I know rap better than you. That's why I critique it, because I want it to get better. Y'all, they took rap and made it stanky. Rap was supposed to be beautiful. Rap was supposed to be wonderful. Rap was supposed to elevate us, and they turned it into something that just started to stink, like rotten eggs and nasty, like nasty curdled milk, and then just had you out here looking crazy. That's what I'm mad about. I love rap. Let me keep going. Black exceptionalism is the missing factor needed to ignite a movement to change the bottom rung status of blacks. A fundamental premise of my powernomics concepts. Hold on. Why am I coughing? I need water. Hold on. Whenever I start coughing, somebody in the chat says, "Okay, doc, just take your time. Get some water, doc." So I'm going to take my time. All right. So it says here, a fundamental premise of my powernomics concepts urges blacks to build group self-sufficiency and competitiveness upon its advantages and exceptionalities. Powernomics principles are the best hope that Black Americans have to survive and prosper in America. However, the window of opportunity is very small and closing quickly. In my book, Powernomics, the National Plan to Empower Black America, I correctly project that when compared to other population classes, blacks would be a permanent underclass. He predicted this by 2013. So on page 187 of the book, The Black History Reader, Dr. Claude Anderson, when he wrote this book, said that by 2013, Black people would become a permanent underclass. Now, I'm trying to remember. I keep forgetting. Is 2013 the future or the past? I can't remember. Have we already passed 2013? Because when you get older, you like remember when the year 2000 was way off in the future because Prince would sing about it, like we're gonna party like it's 1999, and you couldn't even imagine it. I can't remember. It was 11 years. Thank you, Kendall. Thank you. I forgot. Sometimes I forget. So 2013 is a long time ago. So according to what Dr. Anderson says, there is a segment of the Black community, not all Black people, because I know Kendall Green, I know his wife, and they're not an underclass. They've been investing. Their children are not part of an underclass because they did a good job. They raised their kids and they raised them well. But the majority of our people, according to Dr. Anderson, might be stuck. I don't know. All I do know is that the labor market has changed. AI is here. A lot of people don't even know about AI, and so this is going to be interesting. Underclass status is measured by a group standing on social discomfort indicators such as measures of health, employment, poverty, income, wealth, education, criminalization, and business ownership. So pay attention. So this is how Dr. Anderson measures whether you're an underclass. You can write this down if you want to. This is good. So that when you figure out like, okay, how are Black people doing? You can look at health, physical and mental health. Okay, since integration, are we doing better or worse in terms of physical and mental health? What do y'all think? Better or worse? Better or worse? And then let's move to employment. Are we doing better or worse than we were in the past? What do you think? I think employment is almost even though. I think we have a lot of Black jobs. I think that most people that want work can find work. White people will always be happy to have Black people working for them. I think that there's space for that. However, here's what's interesting. I was listening to an economist speak today on a financial show, And he said something very interesting. He said that for the first time, he said for the longest time, politicians would never admit something that most economists know, that excessive amounts of immigration, and Dr. Anderson's talked about this, that excessive amounts of immigration undermines wage growth. That your wages, part of the reason that American wages have not gone up, and what they'll do is they'll tell you inflation's getting better. Well, part of the reason it's getting better is because wages aren't going up. Well, why aren't they going up? Well, because you're adding 10, 20, 30 million people to the workforce. So you got more people competing for jobs. So inflation going down, or better yet, it doesn't actually go. So inflation doesn't go away. You don't actually have deflation. You have disinflation. Inflation's always there, but it's slowing down. So it's like a car moving down the road. It doesn't stop. It's just not going as fast as it was before. Do you understand? There's a difference there. That's different from the car stopping and turning around. The inflation car does not turn around. It goes in one direction, but sometimes it goes faster than others. So basically, when they tell you, hey, hooray, everybody, inflation is under control. Well, a big indicator of that is how much employers are having to pay you to do your black job. So what they're partly saying is, yeah, your wages aren't going up because we don't have to pay you as much because now we've got a bunch of new people in the workforce that are going to compete for your job. Now, you can do with that as you want. There's different arguments, right? It does help national productivity. It does help GDP. But just because GDP goes up, that doesn't mean that wealth is going up for everybody. So if you are in that working class, which a lot of us are, I don't think that this economy works in your favor. This is not a poor man's economy. This is not a working man or working woman's economy. This is a rich person's economy. And that's why I want you to invest, because I need you to do what rich people do. If you're a stockholder, yes, you're gonna do very well. You're gonna keep making money. They're never gonna stop helping rich people make money. But if you are, say, somebody who doesn't invest and you get up and you work hard and you go to work every day so you can pay off that 100,000 in student loans, you'll be stuck on that hamster wheel. And it's the running on the hamster wheel that generates the electricity that builds the wealth of rich people. That's capitalism, folks. So I hope that you will understand that, because if you don't, it can be very costly. So let me keep going here. Let's see, poverty. Okay, so he mentions poverty. I think in terms of poverty, maybe we're doing better. Okay, income. Are we doing better or worse? Like we were ranked dead last in income after integration. I think we're still dead last now. So income, we're worse or the same, right? We're not doing better. Okay. Wealth. How about wealth? Is our wealth just skyrocketing and shooting through the roof, or is it going down? Education. How do you feel about education? Do you feel like our kids are just getting a pristine education in all these nice public schools in all these big cities, or do you feel like that's kind of an issue? I'd say it's an issue, and it's connected to culture, right? I think that when you're talking about broken families and then musical culture that celebrates criminality and broken families, you get a big problem. I think I read Poor LeBron. He started that school, and they said not one of the children was able to pass the state math exam in that school. And I don't think that's all LeBron's fault, though. I think he was probably doing his best, and he did actually get the school built, which we know that sometimes can take a while for some of us. But anyway, he built this school, and I think I'm sure it's a great school, but none of the kids could pass the state math exam, which you can't just put all that on the teachers. You can't put all that on the school. You also have to look at what's happening in our homes. And I think that what happens in our homes that's what we can control. And that should be a paramount concern for all of us. What else? Criminalization. Incarceration, things like that. That's another factor, and business ownership. So these are the things that Dr. Anderson says we can look at to determine our quality of life. So maybe as you go vote, whoever you vote for, you can make this list: health, employment, poverty, income, wealth, education, criminalization, and business ownership, and sort of look at these as indicators of which candidate you feel is going to benefit you the most. Personally, I don't think either one of the major candidates will do it, but it's up to you to make that decision. These data show that Blacks are fixed at the bottom of every negative indicator and bear a disproportionate share of social pathologies. Underclass status is evident when, in public discourse or policy, Blacks are ignored, no longer mentioned or acknowledged by name as a group. Black Americans must use their exceptionalism to change direction. They have devoted nearly 500 years to running away from Blackness as a negative, but they must now turn to their exceptionality, view it as a positive, and proclaim it based upon the exceptional treatment and history they've experienced in American society. To use group exceptionalism as a positive force, it is necessary to know what makes them exceptional and distinguished from other groups in society. The following is a partial list of the ways blacks are exceptional in the U.S. You ready? This is a list. Dr. Anderson has a list. There's a lot of stuff on this list. Black people were, black people in the U.S. were the first people on earth and ancestors of all mankind. 2, the first people in North America, the Folsom people and the Moors. 3, the only people enslaved by the U.S. Constitution, the U.S. Supreme Court, and state Jim Crow laws. 4, the only people classified as property, 3/5 of a human being and a quote unquote peculiar species. 5, the only people made a permanent minority in underclass by the 1790 nationalization laws. 6, the only people excluded from billions of acres of free land granted to white immigrants. 7, the only people not paid for their labor, therefore they could not acquire assets to pass to their descendants. 8, the only people who gave free labor that, along with free Indian land, became the definition of the American dream sought by immigrants. So we were the American dream. We didn't get the American dream. We became a commodity for the American dream. Interesting. 9, the only people for whom it was illegal to attend school or learn how to read and write. Number 10, we were the only descendants of slaves and were in America before 99% of all other people arrived. 11, the most patriotic people and fought in every major war since the nation's founding. 12, creators of music, dance, and slang copied and confiscated by every nation. 13, pawns over which the North and South fought in the 1860s American Civil War of brother against brother. 14, only people who created, and this is interesting, right? Let me go back here. 13, with the pawns, Civil War, pawns, slaves were pawns. We were enslaved people. We weren't slaves. We were enslaved people. We were pawns. And it's interesting because that idea of us being pawns to help other people win a bigger battle, a war, or even an election, that ideology still exists today. To this day, we're still pawns. To this day, the Republicans and Democrats use us as pawns just like the North and the South did. So it's not like they all show up and they trigger your trauma and they get you all getting the Holy Ghost on behalf of whatever they're trying to do. And they figure out how to use you and what you have to achieve a bigger objective that has very little to do with you. So do you see what do you get the connection here? It's interesting because the Civil War is kind of the same thing. Well, nobody really fighting trying to free no slaves. Well, nobody like, yeah, I really care about black people like that. The people in the North, Dr. Anderson, thank God for him. He was one of the few people who helped us understand that even the people in the North did not want black people up there because they were competing for jobs. Black people were getting killed for trying to take somebody's job. They made laws blocking skilled black people from getting certain jobs. You couldn't go up there and be a carpenter or a mason, bricklayer, whatever. You couldn't do all that stuff, or plumber. They blocked all that out. They blocked you out of the unions and blocked your grandfather and grandmother out of certain trades. So this idea that the North and the liberals loved us is a false idea. It is simply not true, 100% not true. So Dr. Anderson is helping us to understand that. So you've always been pawns, though, for a bigger game. So let's keep going. And actually, that leads to another thought. As before I read this, one of the reasons that we do financial consciousness training every day is because consciousness allows you to have self-awareness. When you are conscious and self-aware, you no longer are easily commodified by someone's bigger agenda because you can see the agenda. Consciousness is leveling up. It's a deeper perspective. It's where you see the world in higher dimensions. And that's what we do every morning. And I said, if we're more financially conscious, then what happens is that you start to understand your economic power. When you're financially conscious, you understand the position you have in the system. Like, imagine if somebody trained you to be a cog in a wheel and there's a big machine, right? And you're a little tiny bolt in one of the machines. Well, if you're not conscious, then you're just going to do what the bolt does. You're just going to sit there and just play your position. But when you become conscious, you elevate and you see the whole machine. And you say, oh, there I am. I'm the bolt in the machine. I don't want that damn job. Get me the hell up out of here. Do you understand? So really, consciousness is critical for us to really know what's going on. Consciousness maybe starts with knowledge and information. I can provide a lot of that on the economic stuff, but then it also is almost just meditative, and it's meditative in terms of really seeing the bigger picture. Consciousness is also connected to self-esteem and self-awareness, which is why Dr. Anderson's layout of the clear definition of Black exceptionality is really important, because then you will know how valuable you are. You will know how important your children are. You will know how valuable your community is. And when something's more valuable to you, you're going to invest in that. I'm an investor. I've been an investor a long time. I will never invest in a company or a business that is not valuable or that does not have potential. So when you value something, you invest in it. When you value something, you take care of it. When you value something, you protect it. When you don't value it, you give it away. That's why we got all these poor little girls giving their bodies away, twerking on Instagram because they don't value their girls that value their bodies don't do that. Or men run around planting seeds in every girl that that looks good that walks by. Nick Cannon and Cam Newton, that whole conversation, like, I'm gonna just go sleep for her and her and her and her. I think a man that values himself and values his seed doesn't really think that way. He says, no, I'm the king, and as the king, I'm only going to choose the proper queen that will carry my seed. I'm not having some stripper having my baby just because she's cute. I need to make sure I vet the people that are allowed to even be part of this very important, very significant, very royal bloodline. Do you understand? So really, that self-awareness, that knowledge, that ability to see the big picture, all these things relate to consciousness, and this is why we must be conscious. So when I say woke, like when I had that, y'all saw me at InvestFest, I had the shirt on that said financially woke. For me, woke is like wide awake, like you're seeing it all. And when you're really woke about the world and you really are committed to that, you start to just see things. And unfortunately, what happens sometimes is because I try to stay as woke as I can, and I see stuff and I say, I see that and I see that and I see that. Sometimes people don't understand it. And I get it. I understand that. So let's all wake up. Let's pay attention. We are exceptional, and we should demand that. You got to stand on that. You can't be letting people knock you off your perch. You got to stand on your exceptionality. So let me keep going. So he says also, we were the only people that were pawns in the Civil War. I mentioned that. Number 14, we were the only people who the only people who created the need for a second U.S. Constitution, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments and civil rights laws. 15, we were the only people we were only Southern labor class whose images were displayed on Confederate currency. Didn't know that. 16, only people in America who were denied the humanity of loving, nurturing, building, and protecting their own families. You weren't even allowed to nurture and love your children. And so when you see it that way, it helps us understand why we're not nurturing our children the way we should right now. For hundreds of years, we weren't allowed to do that. So it says here, reflection upon the exceptionalities listed above should lead readers to question how different the U.S. would look today if, 1, Blacks had been a paid labor force that cleared the land, built the roads, bridges, canals, government offices, and universities. What would have happened if you had got paid? Number 2, if Blacks had been members of the founding fathers, what would the nation look like if that had happened? Participating in the writing of the nation's constitution, allowed to vote, hold public office, and express a group self-interest. What would the country look like if we had done that? What would America look like today if Blacks had ownership of some of the thousands of acres of free land upon which to build mega farms and ranches and extract the minerals, oil, gas, lumber, and other resources, and the opportunity to accumulate wealth from the generous land giveaways? I want you to think about whatever city you're from. Put the city that you're from in the chat. Everybody tell me what city you're from. I'm gonna read literally from the chat. Tell me, what city do y'all live in? Type the name of your city. Rep your city right quick, because I'm gonna use this as an example. Let's see here. What we got? Let me hold on. I'm opening up the chat. It's taking a minute. Sorry. Okay, I see Chi-Town. I see Dr. Vibe. It looked like I saw Toronto for you. Was that right? Kansas City, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Brooklyn for Douglas. Okay, so Douglas. Let's start with Douglas and Brooklyn. Douglas, I love Brooklyn. The Black people in Brooklyn are amazing. I got to do another event there, because when I went there, you guys really came out in droves, and I appreciate that so much. So imagine if you went through Brooklyn and think about all the skyscrapers you see in Brooklyn. Just thousands of skyscraper buildings. Each of these buildings worth hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe billions for some of them worth billions of dollars. Imagine if black people owned like 13% of those buildings. Imagine if like one in every 10 or one in every 8, 9, or 10 buildings you saw that was like 80 stories high, you could say, oh, yeah, that's owned by a black family, or another black family owns that building, or a conglomerate with investors from, the black community bought that building. Like that's the kind of world we would live in if we weren't locked out of economic opportunities. But I dare you, you go to a big city like Chicago or New York, and there's thousands of skyscrapers. You're going to have a hard time finding one that's owned by black people. One out of 10,000, 5,000, whatever the number is. And I think that's atrocious. That's appalling. That pisses me off. That makes me angry. And again, that's another thing that consciousness does. Consciousness doesn't, it takes you from just seeing the world as it is to seeing the world as it could have been. And then also consciousness allows you to see the world as it could be if you make certain decisions. So you literally can time travel, mind travel to different dimensions. You can travel through space and time and see things in various ways. So I don't really see what's happening around me very much. I'm seeing 20 years in the future. I'm seeing the what ifs all the way across the board. So the big what if is that if you didn't have hundreds of years of slavery, Jim Crow, and oppression, if you didn't have hundreds of years of wealth extracted and stolen from the black community, if you did not have hundreds of years of consistent, horrific abuse and disregard and disdain for black people, the world would look very, very different. And I think that we should fight for that world. When, Dr. King had that dream of, unfortunately they weakened his dream. They watered it down to that whole thing about little white girls and little black boys holding hands. I ain't never wanted to hold hands with a white girl. No disrespect. If you're white, I don't hate you. I just like black women the most. I want to hold hands with my wife. And my dream is much bigger than that. And my dream is not holding hands with a white woman. My dream is us owning what we really should own. My dream was when I went to the Black Business Conference this weekend and saw thousands of Black business owners, hundreds of CEOs. They had dozens of African delegations forming deliberate connections to do tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of business with Black-owned businesses. My dream was InvestFest, where I went over there and saw thousands of young people sitting there listening to information about everything from trading stocks to buying real estate to starting a business. That's the dream I have. That's what I want to see. Because if we double and triple down on that and really commit to that, taking back our stuff, we got to take back our stuff. If we commit to taking back our stuff, I think that we will have a future that is incredibly bright. And not only should we do it, we have to do it. You have to do it, because if you don't do it, then your kids are going to end up in slavery just like you. Our grandkids will be in slavery, just like I don't want anybody going through what I went through. It was really hard to get by. It was really hard to figure out how to get a couple of nickels to rub together. It was really hard to be in a workplace where it was so toxic that it affected my mental health. Why do you think I never worked for anybody? I never went to corporate America. I got my dream job. You talk about black jobs. I got a real good black job when I was in college. Let me tell you what happened. I got a job, an internship with GE Aircraft Engines, because I told you I was the top black student on campus. I had the highest grade point average, so I got everything I applied for. So I applied for this internship because it paid the most money. I needed money, and they put me in the super nice apartment in Boston, and I worked for the General Electric Aircraft Engines division in Lynn, Massachusetts. That was a great summer. I had a lot of fun, but I absolutely hated that fucking job. Excuse my French. I'm not going to cuss anymore, but I hated that job with a passion. It was terrible. It was boring. I didn't relate to anybody. My boss was a racist. Her name was Mary Perna. I'll never forget this terrible lady. And it was just a bad experience all the way around. I remember walking away saying, man, is this it? Is this what I've been fighting for? It's gotta be better than this. And so once I understood wealth, and then I started to explore how certain other people live when they built a legacy, when they do the investing, when they have the discipline, when they prepare for the future, I said, oh, That's the American dream over there. You see, you was pointing me over to this stupid corporate job and white women or whatever the hell you think I was that was supposed to be my dream, or BET. Like that's supposed to be the American dream, like becoming a famous rapper or something so you can get shot in the face in front of your kids. No, that's not a dream. None of that's a dream. The American dream, in my view, is financial security. The American dream is peace. The American dream is freedom. The American dream is for me to be able to provide for my family and to be a proud man, to knowing that my wife can depend on me, and to know that I can simply just be a happy human being. That, you know, the American dream for me is being physically and mentally healthy. The American dream for me is being able to be proud and black and hang out with other black people without being scared. You know, being a bug-eyed slave, like, y'all, they gonna find out the black folks is talking. I can't hang out with the black people. I kid you not, when I told y'all when I went to Syracuse University, there was a black woman that got hired who told me that she deliberately avoided spending too much time with the other black people because she didn't want to get in trouble. I'm like, we're not in the third grade. This is not kindergarten, lady. Like, what are you talking? Like, what do you mean get in trouble? We're in our 30s at the time. Who's gonna get us? You know, but that was what she told me. And I was like, this is the Twilight Zone. This is crazy to me. They got us scared to be honest. They got us scared to be real about who we are. Ain't nothing wrong with you loving yourself. Ain't nothing wrong with you loving other black folks. Ain't nothing wrong with you being pro-black. Nothing's wrong with that. There's something wrong with them. Anybody who defines you as being bad, dangerous, or disruptive because you're pro-black family, pro-black community, you want to fix the problems and you're committed to that. There's nothing wrong with you. There's something that is wrong with them. They're the crazy ones. They're the ones who become so attached to a dysfunctional, jacked up reality that when you give them a dose of honesty and truth, they don't know what to do with that. Well, Dr. Boyce is dangerous. What did Dr. Boyce ain't no dangerous, man. I ain't out here hurting nobody. If you see me, I'll give you a hug. I'll shake your hand. If you're hungry, I'll feed you. What the hell makes me dangerous? What am I doing that's dangerous? I get it. I'm chopping up your bullshit false reality with some honesty, and I'm a pretty smart guy, so I know the difference between real shit and bullshit, and you don't like it. That's your problem. That's what makes me dangerous. But I'm not a dangerous man. A lot of y'all met me. You know I ain't dangerous. I think I'm a nice guy. I'll smile at you a lot. I smile a lot. I'm friendly. So why do we have this weird world where, you know, like, oh, well, I can't say that I'm on Instagram, and you know, why? That's insanity. So I don't think we have to submit and commit to a ridiculous reality. I don't think we have to submit to that. I think that you can dream a little bit, and I encourage you to dream hard. You know, dream strong, dream as a free man, free woman. Have those dreams of freedom, whatever that looks like for you. Have that dream and commit to it, and don't be scared. Don't let anybody knock you off of that. Let me keep going. Let me keep reading. All right. All right, so we're on page 189 of Dr. Claude Anderson's book. I hope that you will support him. Every black child should be reading his books. His website is powernomics.com, by the way. And this book is called The Black History Reader. And you won't find this in any public school anywhere because he's another one of those dangerous Negroes. Dangerous guy. All right. So here's what Dr. Anderson says. He says, reflection upon the exceptionalities listed should lead readers to question how different the U.S. would look. And we talked about what would the world look like if we had been paid? What would the world look like if we had been among the founding fathers? What would the world look like if we had ownership of the thousands of acres of free land that was given to other people where they built oil and gas and lumber empires, etc.? What would the world look like if we'd been allowed to economically benefit from our inventions, our music, our dances, our culture, and our communities? What if hip hop belonged to us? What would that look like? It would be amazing, right? Because hip hop is this $1 trillion industry that's owned by a bunch of people who can't even rap. That doesn't make any sense. Number 5, what would the world look like if blacks had received the land, money, and tribal membership mandated in the 1866 Indian treaties? What about that? Y'all know about that? You don't know about that. Cody Ransom came in. Cody Ransom is in Greenwood, the Greenwood section of Tulsa, Oklahoma. He knows all about that. He knows about all that land and property that was given to Native Americans and that black people were supposed to get a big chunk of that. He knows that we were supposed to get a lot of the special benefits that were given to other groups, and that not only did the colonizers block black folks out of that, but even some of the Native American tribes, some of these tribes that you're taught that are your allies or whatever, they blocked black folks out. right? So you don't really have any friends, and they create narratives that make you think you have friends. Well, my thing is like, if you're my friend, why aren't you sharing your wealth? If you're really my friend, then you're gonna give me my piece of the pie. If you lock me out and have me out here starving, you ain't really my friend. So anyway, let me keep going. Number 6, what if black people, what would the world look like if black ownership rights had been preserved to land in Florida according to the Adams-Onis Treaty? That's another one. We haven't read about that yet, but we are going to get to that. That's another treaty where apparently we are supposed to have a big chunk of the land in Florida too. What if blacks had received the $50 million stolen by whites from the Freedmen's Bank? So there was a Freedmen's Bank where they put money in there that was supposed to be for y'all. Somebody took all that money and nobody knows where it went. The exceptionality of Black Americans is their best, but so far unused pathway to socioeconomic competitiveness, independence, and self-sufficiency. So since we just got finished talking about that treaty, let me read to you what this treaty was. The treaty that involved Florida. Oof, there's a lot here. Oof. Okay, all right, let's keep going. All right, the Adams-Onis Treaty of 1819 was a treaty between the U.S. and Spain that sold the Spanish territory of Florida to the United States. The treaty also settled the fights that the two countries had long waged over slavery and the rights awarded to black people who settled in Florida. Some black settlers had always been free, and others had escaped from slavery. For 300 years, Spain had claimed the Florida territory that stretched from the Atlantic Ocean along the Gulf Coast to mid-Texas. During that period, the Spanish government and the Catholic Church proclaimed Florida to be a haven for free blacks and runaways who escaped southern plantations to become Spanish citizens. Spain's offer of citizenship included physical protection and free land for blacks accepting Catholicism. After a number of costly military conflicts, Spain fell on hard times and by 1819 agreed to sell Florida to the U.S. for a mere 5 cents an acre or approximately $15 million. The sale was formalized in the Adams-Onis Treaty signed by Secretary of State John Quincy Adams and ratified by the Senate in 1821. The terms of the sale should have protected blacks who were made U.S. citizens by the treaty. So they were Spanish citizens. They were made U.S. citizens. How many of y'all knew this? How many of y'all, let's pause. Yes or no? How many of y'all learned any of this in school? Anybody learn about this stuff in school? Did they tell you this specific stuff? I'm looking for one yes. I see nope. Monica says nope. Jama, April, hell no from Jean Trey. I'm looking for one. I need just like I'm looking for one. I don't see one yes. One yes. Now do you kind of understand why I can't get fired up about fighting for like public schools? I can't do that because they lie to us and they don't tell us anything. Like, I think we should be educating our own kids. I want our kids to be like Caden. I told you all I saw about Caden. I saw Caden at Invest Fest and he was 14 and he just finished high school at 14 and he's already a millionaire because his parents really did what most parents should do, which is embraced him and really loved him and taught him in a nurturing space so he could be his best. I'm in that camp. But again, I'm not criticizing anybody's choices. I just think that these schools are just not that great, and that's what I believe. I think you're a commodity. Your kid makes somebody else money, and that's why they want them there. All right, so let me keep going. But no disrespect to all the teachers I know you're doing your best. But we know what the system does. It doesn't give you the ability to really do what I think you need to do. If I could raise a couple $100 million, I swear I would totally like start a bunch of schools across the country and hire a bunch of black teachers who love black children and pay you as well as I could to allow you to be the intervener in the lives of these children, because what these children need isn't just education. What they really need is love. They need love. Love is the glue that elevates education. It's not even just about learning the math and the science and the facts. It's about learning it from somebody who really cares about you and wants the best for you. And I believe that when you are around people that want the best for you, you bring out the best in yourself. And I only know this because I was a black boy in public schools who acted a fool, who never made good grades, who was very disruptive. But when I was around people that genuinely loved me, particularly black women, so thank you for being there for us. When I was around people that really loved me, a man who was really mentoring me properly, a woman who really nurtured and cared about me, I became a whole different person. I became the best kid ever. And I think that's true for so many of our children. I think that they feel like they're in little penitentiaries when they're going to these public schools. And so if I had my way, I would get as many of our kids out of there as I possibly could. Again, no disrespect to anybody else's approach. I know some of us can make it work, and I'm not in any way criticizing that or criticizing you as a parent. I just, in my view, that's the gold standard. So when I become a billionaire, just know one of the first things I'm going to do is start a public school. So if you have $1 billion and you want to donate to the cause, hit Amani up and tell her you want to make a donation or something. All right. So anyway, let's keep going. All right, so the sale was formalized in the Adams-Onis Treaty signed by Secretary of State John Quincy Adams. Okay, he says the terms of the sale should have protected blacks who were made U.S. citizens by the treaty, which conferred upon them ownership of the Florida land they had worked. So they were supposed to get ownership of their land. Alas, that did not happen. What a surprise. The Adams-Onis Treaty is just another instance in which whites one-sidedly benefited from circumstances and assets created by black people. The Adams-Onis Treaty expanded this nation's landmass and provided the opportunity for whites to steal land and benefits that had rightfully belonged to blacks. Whites not only stole land ownership and freedom from blacks, but also severely punished them. Treaties are the highest laws of the land and have the strength of international law when they are made between sovereign nations. The treaty stipulations required the U.S. to honor the protections and rights that the Spanish crown had granted the slaves, free blacks, and native Indians. It required the U.S. to treat people with African blood living free in Spanish Florida the same way it treated whites. The language of Article 6 of the Adams-Onis Treaty specifically bound the U.S. to these conditions, stating, quote, the inhabitants of the territories which this Catholic Majesty cedes to the U.S. shall be admitted to the enjoyment of all privileges and immunities of citizens of the U.S. That means basically everybody who lives here gets the same rights. That's kind of what he's saying. Like, that's pretty much what it says. It is clear that the terms of the treaty guaranteed all black settlers freedom, U.S. citizenship, and rights to their Florida land. So 3 things: freedom, citizenship in the U.S., and rights to their land. Rights to their land, rights to their land. Which one do you think they took first? The rights to the land, then they took the freedom. The U.S. citizenship, you kind of got that because you were 3/5 of a person, but that's it, in a commodity. It also gave them the right to migrate to any territory owned by Spain. Did y'all know that? I didn't know that. Interesting. So they had the right to migrate to any Spanish territory. Years before the Adams-Onis Treaty, the U.S. was under great pressure from white slaveholders who wanted their runaway slaves returned. So they want, here we go, this is where they get into the greed. So they wanted their slaves back. I'm sure this is going to be part of the narrative. They also wanted the Florida land that the runaway slaves, free blacks, and native Indians owned there. So they wanted the people and they wanted their land. So there we go. Remember we were saying like the land and the freedom were the 2 things that we're going to take? That's what they're doing right now. It was estimated that black settlers owned, pay attention, that black people owned approximately 40% of the land across northern Florida. That's a lot of land. 40%. That's ours. That's ours. Where's my cut? That's ours. 40% of the land in northern Florida. Slave owners petitioned General Andrew Jackson to use his military forces to help them seize the land and the slaves. So the slave owners went to Jackson. They said, those Negroes, we want their land and we want their bodies. We want their black bodies and we want that land. And so they got Jackson to use the military to go to Florida and take it back. General Jackson, a slave owner himself, was sympathetic and obliged the slaveholders. He made several illegal military incursions into the Florida territory to capture runaways, take their land, and to destroy the black maroon towns and Seminole Indian villages that were protecting black settlers. Jackson had no military, executive, or congressional authority to invade Spanish Florida and to kill its black and Indian citizens. His actions nearly threw the U.S. into war with Spain over these incidents. The only reason Jackson's military invasions did not trigger a war at the time was that Spain was so financially weak that it preferred to sell Florida to the U.S. rather than get into another fight. Are y'all as freaked out about this as I am? I'm reading this with you. I did not know these things. This is fascinating. This is one thing that's interesting too. is Spain's ability to defend itself was driven by economic problems. I think that's a profound point that I want to make to you, and I want you to understand that even in your life as an individual, your ability to defend yourself and to defend your own freedom comes down to whether or not you are financially prepared. So therefore, the fact that you live in a society that teaches you to be economically reactive instead of economically proactive pretty much opens the door for you and your children to end up in slavery. When you don't have financial security, in general, you don't have security, period. So many of us are trained from birth to live in a consistent state of financial insecurity, which opens the door for others to come in and invade territory that should belong to you. No, what does that invasion look like? No, they're not showing up and they're not killing you. They're killing you slowly, but not killing you directly. But what does that mean? Well, that means they're going to take your time. So they're going to take your freedom. You can't do what you want during the day because you're going to have to go to work. They're going to come in. They're going to get your children. Your children can't work in the family business. They're going to have to go work for, this white man over here and that white man over there, right? And then on top of that, you're just going to be in this constant state of economic anxiety. So what I want you to understand is um that this is bigger than money. Money is bigger than money. Money is not that important to me, honestly. Just today, I get people on my Instagram all the time. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, by the way, and I have another one, Dr. Boyce Money. Follow me on Instagram if you want to. And one guy, I put up a financial video today, and the guy said, "This is nice, Boyce. I'm glad you're on brand," whatever that means, right? And I said, "I'm always on brand. Every single thing I say is on brand. It's because I'm not a finance professor who happens to be a black man. I'm a black man who happens to be a finance professor. My only interest in economics, my deep interest in economics is only driven by one thing, that economics is deeply connected to the other things that matter in our lives in terms of freedom and overall well-being. Money is a pathway to these things. That's why I care about money. I'm not trying to sit here and be rich so I can talk about how I have more money than another person. That's silly. That's for children. I believe money is important. I believe wealth is important because wealth will protect you when they come and try to invade you. And colonizers will always come and try to invade you in a capitalist society if you don't have your money right. So what you do for your kids, if you love them, is you make an economic plan. You prepare them financially. You start investing while they're young, so they have assets when they're older. So therefore, they don't end up like this, like Spain. Spain couldn't do anything. They were economically weak. So they had to give in. They had to give away people and territory and everything else. Just like it. So imagine if these citizens were kind of like their children. An entity or an individual that is not financially secure cannot defend and protect its people. So the part of the reason you cannot defend and protect your community is because we have not fully embraced the discipline required to be financially intelligent and financially prepared. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you see the connection here? If Spain had a different approach to its finances, they could have fought the war, defended their people, told them to fuck off. They whatever. Excuse my French. I know I cussed a lot today. I hope please forgive me for that, but I got to be honest. They could have said, "Screw you. These are our people. We're going to fight you till the end because we've got the resources to do that." But because they had no resources, they had to bow to the crown. They had to bow to the aggressor. So in many of your homes, in many of your families, because you don't have resources, you have to bow to the aggressor. Black men can't be men the way we want to be because we didn't grow up in spaces where they taught us to be economically strong and prepared. You have to go out groveling and begging and hoping that massa will give you an opportunity. And I'm not making fun of anybody in this position. I was there too. But I believe every black man on earth should know how to start a business from the time he's a child. I think that should be a requirement for all of our boys. Same thing. I think the girls too. The girls have their own reasons to be economically independent. So this is what I'm seeing here. This is what I'm seeing. That not being prepared makes you vulnerable. And then that's when people come in and they take your stuff and they take the people around you. So you are the head of a household. You've got some stuff. You've got some people that you're protecting. You can't protect them because the money's not right. Why ain't the money right? Why don't we have a plan? Why aren't we doing more? Why aren't we understanding economic preservation as a critical element of personal and collective freedom? Freedom, influence, power, whatever you want to call it. Money is power. Money is power, and economic warfare is a very real thing. It's declared on you every single day, and it's going to be declared on your children. So make sure that they're ready. Let me keep reading here. All right, so it says, as stated earlier, after the treaty was signed in 1821, Florida became an American territory and the inhabitants became U.S. citizens. However, that did not stop General Jackson from breaking the law. He committed numerous additional reprehensible acts to aid the white slaveholders. He repeatedly used the U.S. military to capture blacks in Florida and delivered them to the slaveholders. In doing so, Jackson violated the U.S. Constitution that declared it illegal to bring slaves into the country after 1808. These intentional illegal actions on the part of Jackson and the complicity of the U.S. government, because it let those illegal acts occur, raise numerous questions. The answers to those questions create legal pathways to remedies for reparations for today's Black Americans. In the following section, I am intentionally framing detailed legal arguments that should be used to compel the U.S. government to provide reparations to Black Americans as a group. And I mentioned with reparations, the government is not the only entity that owes us money. Every corporation on the planet that in the U.S. that has money needs to be contributing to this pot, because we see those $1 trillion. We see Nvidia with that $2-3 trillion valuation. Apple, all these companies, you can drop a couple $100 billion into the pot too. So let's keep reading. Violations of the Adams-Onis Treaty provide a strong statutory basis for reparations that blacks should pursue. The following legal issues arise out of Articles 4, 5, 6, and 9 of the Adams-Onis Treaty. These articles articulate the citizenship and land rights granted by Spain to all black settlers and the rights that transferred with them upon the sale of Florida. To pursue reparations based on this treaty, blacks must develop a comprehensive legal strategy. The first step blacks must take is to demand that the U.S. government provide a historical investigation into each legal issue I have identified and make a formal claim. The most appropriate investigators should be the U.S. Department of the Interior and Congress. Second, the realities of history, given the realities of history, blacks must organize their legal scholars and elected officials to monitor government progress and identify descendants of black Spanish settlers. Third, blacks must make restitution from the Adams-Onis Treaty a political issue and organize the masses. These facts below are some legal issues that blacks today must demand answers to as they pursue reparations based on the Adams-Onis Treaty. 1. General Andrew Jackson and the United States accepted ownership of Florida as a new state, but ignored the numerous provisions of the treaty that Spain had made for free blacks, runaways, and black Seminole Indians. 2. What compensation is due to the descendants of the free blacks in Spanish Florida that General Andrew Jackson killed or shanghaied and delivered into slavery more than a generation after 1808, the date after which the Constitution, as ratified, prohibited bringing slaves into the country? 3. Why didn't black Spanish citizenship and land ownership convert into citizenship and ownership in the United States as required by the treaty? So why weren't the citizenship and land ownership converted over? 4. When Indians and black settlers were removed from Florida by the U.S. government, why weren't millions of acres of Florida land owned by black settlers and black Seminoles held for them in accordance with the Adams-Onis Treaty? What happened to the ownership of that land? That can be traced. You can trace who owns property, right? Am I right? Yes. So on page 193 of the Black History Reader, Part 5, Dr. Anderson says, do the descendants of black landowners still have entitlement to that Florida land? They owned the land based on Spanish decree and natural or divine law, but did not have paper documents such as deeds. 6. If the terms of the treaty are invalid, then the state of Florida still belongs to Spain. Nearly 2 centuries after the U.S. Congress signed the Adams-Onis Treaty, it is necessary to track ownership of the many Florida lands that have been owned by black Spanish settlers whose land rights should have followed them after the U.S. purchase. If the treaty is valid, then the obligations to black settlers must be honored. 7. What happened to the sovereignty rights of free black settlers who had lived throughout Florida for centuries and were forced into slavery? Think about this. You've been free for centuries and they force you. I mean, that's terrible. That's horrible. And who had lived in Florida throughout Florida for centuries and were forced into slavery or were later marched along the Trail of Tears with native Indians to the Oklahoma Territory. What happened to their land? Were the owners compensated? Were their descendants compensated? Or is that a bill still waiting to be marked, paid in full by the U.S. government? That's what Dr. Anderson's asking about. That is a lot. That is very deep. And that is where we're going to stop for today. Whew. I don't know about y'all, but I'm kind of tired. I need a cigarette, and I don't even smoke. If I was an alcoholic, I'd be getting a drink right now. Shoot. If I was a drug addict, I'd be hitting the pipe twice. But fortunately, I'm none of these things. So instead, I think I'm gonna go kiss my wife and eat some of her delicious dinner. So with that said, we're gonna meet next week for book club. If you want to get an invitation, you want to be on the list, text the word greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948. Couple reminders of things happening in the Black Business School. Number one, this week, Constance Carter, who owned the largest Black real estate firm in California, is doing a session. I believe that session is Thursday night. We have B1 Real Estate, and it's her mastermind, so that's going to happen this week. Also tomorrow, or sorry, scratch that. Sorry, that's going to be tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow night, Thursday, duh. And she's going to come in. So if you are on the text list, I'll send you a text about that. Also Friday, Dr. Lene Javette, who is our Dean of Entrepreneurship, is going to do a special session called Concept to Cash Flow, where you take your ideas, turn them into a business. Dr. Javette studied Black entrepreneurs in her doctoral work. She's on the faculty. She's going to be doing that Friday. That's free. Now, the real estate event, that's part of Dr. Boyce Real Estate. The real estate event with Constance, you get a free trial in that. Just make sure you're on the list. In fact, if you want to join us tomorrow morning for financial consciousness training, those who haven't signed up, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948, and I'll send you invitations to all that stuff. So text morning to 87948. Number three, we have an estate planning training that I put together in the Dr. Boyce Academy. Lifetime access will be $299 if legacy building is something that you're interested in, you want to learn estate planning. I am going to reduce the price by 48% for 48 hours for a couple days on Thursday and Friday. You'll get a text to decide if you'd like to participate in that. And then last but not least, the All Black National Convention is October 25th through the 27th. We're going to convene in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago at the Westin Hotel, and spend a couple days just being super Black and getting to know each other and connecting and having our family reunion, learning and having fun and connecting. And that's pretty much what the convention is. So if you'd like to learn more about the convention, you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right. And the book that we read tonight is called The Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. You can get a copy at powernomics.com. He has a whole bundle pack of all of his books you can get for $99. Best $99 investment you'll ever make. So feel free to go to powernomics.com. So God bless you guys. I hope you have a great night. I'll see you all tomorrow morning for Economic Elevation. Was in the 5 a.m. club this morning. Clap for me. I made it to the 5 a.m. club. You guys know it's not even a 50-50 for me. Most days I'm in the 6:30 or the 7 a.m. club, but I did get up at 5:04 a.m. 5:04. I thought about 5:04 because isn't that the area code of New Orleans? And my friend D1, he's a great rapper out of New Orleans, and he has this song that says, "Y'all ain't ready for that 5:04." So apparently the 5:04 is a source of pride, and shout out to everybody from the 5:04 because I got up at 5:04 this morning. So one of the things I thought I would do is I thought I'd pull up a book I wrote when I was on the faculty of Syracuse University called Financial Lovemaking. And this book, Financial Lovemaking, which if you want a copy, it's at drboycebooks.com. In this book, I talk about that. I talk about being a shopaholic and signs that you might actually be one, because a lot of people don't know that you can have addictions to money and to shopping the same way you can be addicted to crack, the same way you could be addicted to sex, the same way you could be addicted to gambling, the same way you could be addicted to alcohol, the same way you could be addicted to anything, you can be addicted to money. Money affects your brain the same way as a drug. Shout out to Professor Andrew Lowe at MIT, whose research dug into this issue in terms of what region of the brain it specifically affects. So it affects the same region of your brain as cocaine. So addictions are very real. Addictions are everywhere. And so shopping addiction is a very real thing. And also gambling addiction. That's another type of addiction in terms of financial psychology that you want to be really careful about. You want to warn your sons in particular, because now they've legalized sports gambling, and which I think is just terrible. I wish they hadn't done that, because now they're really encouraging young guys to dig into gambling. And I say young guys because they don't really aim for young women as much, because young women are not as susceptible to sports betting. But the young guys, I think like between the ages of 22 and 36, oh, you're toast. Because the thing is, when you're young, I guess the testosterone, we think we're invincible. We think nothing bad can happen until it happens. Until you're making 60,000 a year and you got $400,000 in debt, and you're trying to figure out how to fix it. And that's a hard thing to fix. It's much easier to prevent a financial problem than it is to fix one. So write that down in your head. I mean, it's much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix it. So just remember that, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So anyway, so what I thought I would do is dig into some of these signs. Like how do you know if you're a shopaholic? In fact, give me a yes if you feel like you've ever seen anybody who was a shopaholic or a spendaholic. Give me a yes if maybe it was you, maybe it was you. Give me a yes if you've ever seen anything where you say, gosh, that almost seems like an addiction. That doesn't seem healthy. Something's wrong with that. Give me a yes if you've ever seen anybody in that category. Um, and so yeah, I think it's pretty common, right? It's kind of a big deal. In fact, in America, we have a big problem with spending. They love consumer spending. They love watching consumers spend because consumer spending actually drives the economy. That's how rich people stay rich. That's how the economy keeps roaring. Is they pretty much just have Americans addicted to consuming things from an early age. So anyway, so let me pull this up. All right, so let me see here. All right, so one other thing, let me see. I'm trying to think what else is going on. I know also Cody Ransom is teaching a Black Wall Street class. If you want to join that class on the true history of Black Wall Street, you can go to b1wallstreet.com, the number one wallstreet.com. Feel free to take a look at that. I'm a believer that we shouldn't have slavery or anything like slavery or taught to us by slave masters. I don't think slave masters are the best people to teach slavery to people who used to be enslaved. And so so it's not just true for slavery. It's true for anything related to Black history. I think Black history and really anything about that comes down to like how to be Black, what Black people are supposed to do. I just don't think that it's healthy for us to have other people teaching us that. I think we should be teaching that to ourselves. So we actually have our own educational institution. We've been doing this for many years, and we teach kids about wealth. We have the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program where our kids, we have 9-year-olds who know wealth better than most adults. It's not very hard to do because if you focus on some basic ideas at an early age, you'd be amazed at what a difference that makes in the life of the child. And also, I want you to remember that the idea of being financially sound is not just about having money. It's about giving you protection in the areas that money cannot buy. It's all the stuff that doesn't have to do with money. Money is kind of a protector that can either inhibit your ability to enjoy your life or it can accelerate your ability to enjoy your life. Let me know if you get what I'm saying here. Money doesn't really buy happiness, but it's very, very hard to find happiness without money. Let me say that again. Money doesn't buy happiness. There's no store you can go to and buy happiness unless it's like a crack house. Maybe you can buy temporary happiness in a crack house. But for the most part, you can't buy happiness, at least long-term happiness with money. But what money can do is it can take away your ability to pursue happiness if you don't have what you need. Do you understand? So this is what it's all about. It's about when I really consistently talk to you about us building that capital base for the children, you're really keeping the children out of slavery. You're really protecting them from slavery because when the kids get to be 25 and they don't have any money, the only option they have is they have to go and get a job. And chances are when they get a job, they have to work for someone who doesn't look like them. And then they get mistreated and abused and disrespected. And then they come home and they're crying every day and they're really sad and their lives suck. Well, why do most people's lives suck? Well, a lot of it has to do with the job that they do. It's the people they work with. That's the biggest stressor. And I think what happens is that they get us distracted. They'll tell us about some person every time there's an election. They'll pick one person who got shot by a cop, and then they'll tell everybody if you go out your door, a cop's going to shoot you. And I don't know a lot of people. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know a lot of people who've been shot by cops. I don't. I really don't. I know it happens for sure. I knew cops growing up. My dad was a cop. My dad had to shoot somebody. He shot a white guy actually. He had to kill him. And he was protecting people, and they sent him thank you notes and everything because this guy was a real menace in his neighborhood. But I don't know many people who got shot by cops. But what I do know, here's what I do know. I know a lot of brothers who've been shot by other Black men. I do know that. That's just my experience. I also know a lot of Black people who hate their jobs. I know a lot of Black folks every day. In fact, raise your hand if you've ever been on a job where you were disrespected. Let me know. Give me a yes if you've ever been in a situation that was just painful and stressful and irritating and made you mad and made you want to jump across your desk and beat the hell out of your boss and made you not want to come to work no more, or made you just downright sad. I know that a lot. I've seen that a lot, right? So in my view, if you're talking about really solving a problems,
solving problems. Um, my thought is like, why not solve problems by starting where the biggest problem exists? To me, that's very logical. It's very logical to say, if I'm going to solve a problem, I'm going to focus on what your biggest issue is, and I'm going to help you solve that. I'm going to help you fix that, right? So I would just tell you that I don't think being shot by a cop is the biggest problem that most Black people have. I'm not saying it's not important. I've talked to you. I've worked on criminal justice initiatives. I told you about what Russell Simmons and I did, where we pushed the Obama administration to change their incarceration policies. I believe in that 100%. I've talked to you extensively about things like the Biden crime bill and how many people went to prison and nobody, a lot of those people are still locked up, how it disrupted and destroyed the Black family and therefore taking away trillions of dollars in wealth from the Black community because it's almost impossible to build wealth without family. Every study shows this. I'm in complete alignment with you, right? So I'm not going to sit around and pretend like a police shooting is a good thing or that these are not issues. But what I am saying is that I think that if you're talking about fixing your life, that's it. Ayanna Van Zant style. If you're talking about quality of life, that's it. That's what I'm thinking. I'm looking at your life and I'm saying each day, what are you doing every day, and how do you feel about that? And if you don't like that part of your life, then I say fix it. So when I think about quality of life, I think the best way to give your child a better quality of life is to put them in a position where they don't have to go beg for a job from their oppressor. I think that would be a type of liberation and freedom that would make them very proud. It would make them very strong. It would make them very it would give them access to a lot of happiness and freedom and all these other things that we talk about that sometimes we don't know anything about. I mean, you can't, sometimes we fight for freedom in a cage. Like we fight for freedom by demanding a nicer cage. Give me a better Black job. I need you to give me more Black jobs. I don't want to, I don't even want to, I don't want a Black job. I mean, maybe like if I was in the NBA or something, that I might take that Black job, but I don't want a Black job. I want a Black owned business. Because when you have a Black owned business, you get to decide what jobs are going to be the Black jobs, which jobs are going to be the white jobs, who's going to get the most opportunity. You don't become a person seeking an opportunity. You transition into a person who creates an opportunity. Do you understand? Like we shouldn't be teaching our kids to go get a job. We should be teaching our kids how to create a job. That's what financial consciousness is all about. Consciousness is leveling up. It's where you say, okay, I'm not going to operate on this level because I'm not winning on this level. Let me go to a higher level. And if you're not winning on that level, you go to the next level. And each time you notch up a level, you have a little more power. You have a little more perspective. You're higher in the sky. When you're in an airplane, you can see the landscape a lot better than you can if you're in a car. You understand? So you got to level up. We must level up our thinking. That's extremely important. And in fact, actually, I promise I'm gonna get to the shopaholic topic. I know that was what I started with, but y'all know me. I just stream of consciousness. Just bear with me. Um, but I was even thinking about today, like with my wife, we went to breakfast today, and I decided to take her to breakfast because I don't know, I want to spend time with my wife and everything. And I was just telling her, I told her how much I admired her, and I told her how much I really just admire like just how pretty she is. I said, you were the prettiest thing I ever saw. And I was telling her that my theory, I said, when I got married to you, I would have some people ask me, like women would say, well, what was it about her that made her different? Like, why were you willing to settle down and marry her? Because I wasn't in a rush to get married. I didn't feel like I had to get married. That wasn't something I feel like you should do whatever you want to do in life. I really believe that. But I wanted to marry her. And they were like, so what was the difference? And I said, I think it was that number one, I thought she was amazing, most beautiful thing ever. And also the other thing too is like I don't understand when guys get intimidated when women are doing well and they're really smart and they are successful. That accelerates you. That should help you. You should see that as an asset, not as a liability. She's not your competitor. She's your spouse. She's your partner, right? So that was one part of it. But then I said, one of the biggest things that made me really love you is the fact that you really love me. I admired you partly because you admired me. And I said I don't think a lot of people think about that enough. They don't think about this. They don't understand how self-esteem plays a very big part in the universe giving you what you deserve. Self-esteem is really important. And so let me give you an example to make it more concrete because I'm trying to get this thought out of my brain and into my voice so you can hear it and see it and hear where I'm coming from. But anyway, so I said, like I've seen men who will say, I want to date the most beautiful woman I can find. But they don't even consider like, well, does that woman also consider you to be a catch? Like you've decided she's the prize, but does she see you as the prize? Because if she doesn't see you as the prize,
then maybe that should affect whether you see her as the prize. Because what happens, I've noticed, is that people tend to fight for the things that they value. Like people tend to sacrifice to keep the things that they really want to have, right? Like for example, I told my wife, I said, like this, the waiter came back and he saw the half a pancake sitting on the table and he was going to pick it up, and I said, no, give me some time. I want that pancake, right? I said, now if I didn't want that pancake, I would have just gave it up. I would have said, here you go. So what happens sometimes is you'll see sometimes like in relationships where because she's a relationship therapist, and I remember sometimes she might say, yeah, she say, yeah, sometimes I have a client where the husband doesn't even want to come to therapy and he'll just be out in the streets doing whatever, and the wife will be in there like wanting to talk it out and figure it out, and he doesn't even care. And I said, it's because he don't really want her like that. Like I said, a man that really wants you is going to sacrifice for you. That's what I just really believe. Or a woman that really wants you is going to sacrifice for you. And it's not just true for men and women and male-female relationships. It's really true for everything. Even if you think about like a job, there's a difference between, tell me if you're following this. If you work for a company that values you, what are they going to do? They're going to pay you well. They're going to be flexible with your schedule. They're going to give you days off when you need them. They're going to give you promotional opportunities. They're going to find out how you're doing. The boss was going to know the names of your kids, right? Do you see what I mean? Like that to me is a great experience. But think about this. So there's different types of ways you go search for a job. Some people search for a job and they say, I want the job that pays me the most money. That's it. Or I want the job that's the most prestigious. And they don't even factor in, well, how are they going to treat you? What are they going to do for your quality of life? If I get a job that's super prestigious and pays me lots of money and they treat me like crap, they stress me out, I'm not sleeping, my blood pressure's up, I'm drinking myself to sleep every night because I'm under so much stress. Well, that ain't the right job for me. That's not the right place for me to be. I'm not supposed to be here. And what tends to happen is when we get more mature and you get past that self-esteem issue that you had when you were young, where somehow you felt the need to be in this space because maybe it validated you, right? You're young and you're like, I want to go work for the White House so I can tell my friends I work with the president, or I want to go get this job so I can tell my friends how much money I made. Then eventually you get to the point where you're like, I don't need that anymore. I don't need a fancy title. I don't need necessarily a ton of money. I just want to be happy. I want to be in a place that values me. So your job criteria, your search criteria changes as you start to accept and respect the idea that you're a whole human being who should be making a decision based on multiple variables and not just one. Do you understand? So I told my wife, so we were talking about relationships at that time, but I think this applies to everything. Because remember, your problem with racism as Black people, I would believe, is that you're in an abusive marriage with white America. That's what you are. You're in an abusive relationship where your partner tells you they love you, but they might punch you in the face every now and then and pee on you or something, R. Kelly style. But you stand there and you accept it because you somehow feel that nobody else is going to want you, and that's what happens. This is what they live. This is how the politicians, they get the votes. This is how they get us to give them all our money and all that, because it's a self-esteem thing, right? And I told my wife, I said, you know what? I said, part of the reason I love you so much is because of how much you love me. And part of the reason that I wanted to be with you so much is because I could tell you wanted to be with me, and you wanted a man like me, which that right there told me, oh, this woman got good taste. Right? She got good taste. Now this was genetic. Her father was a professor like me. So she has this thing. We tend to marry our parents. There's books, there's whole psychology theories about that. This is where the whole broken families problem really emerges, right? When you look at the fact that 76% of all Black children don't have a father in the home, and a lot of young children don't have a good relationship with their father, this really shows itself in dating choices and why certain guys might end up as the fathers of your kids and all that. It all requires therapy. It's a deep conversation, but still, though, I told that's what I explained to her. I said, I think that we underestimate the importance of self-esteem and self-respect when forming relationships, whether they are economic relationships, whether they are romantic relationships, professional relationships, any kind of relationship. I believe that you should never in your life spend time or energy on anyone or anything that does not want to give similar energy back to you. I don't believe that we should be giving all of our money away to people who would never, ever do the same thing for us. I don't believe that the people that teach our children are qualified to do so. I don't believe that. I believe we're qualified to do that. I don't believe that a healthy relationship is ever one where you want them up at level 9 and they only want you at level 1. And what happens in those relationships is you get abused. Literally, they're crapping on you. They're calling you names. They're disrespecting you because they know you're not going to go anywhere. And you're sitting there doing Jennifer Hudson songs. No, 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 no way. I'm living without you. I'm staying. I'm staying. I don't want to be free. That's the black people all instead of the black national anthem, that needs to be our new anthem because some of us are out here literally singing Jennifer Hudson songs, talking about you gotta love me. Right? So first off, if a woman ever sang a song like that to me, I would run for the hills. That is a scary song. That means that she's either gonna have you or she gonna kill you. But then second of all, what in the world would make you ever think that it makes sense to behave that way in front of anyone? Where is your damn self-esteem? Where is your self-love? Where's your self-respect? And that's what we do. We are trained. I think we're trained to be beggars. We're trained to sit there. No, no way. You gonna love me. Like you go, no, 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 no way. I'm living without you. Right. And we take pride in this. I'm not begging nobody for nothing. I think I don't, and it's not an arrogant ego thing. It's a self-love thing. I think that if we practice simply loving ourselves as much as we love white people, we would just move like light years ahead as a community. I really do. I think that we really are in love with their validation. We're in love with their acceptance. We're in love with whatever it is that we think that they can give us. And we don't really love ourselves as much. And so so this all spun from the conversation I had with my wife. And I said, a good part of the reason that I love you so much that I would fight for you and that I did fight for you is because I had a sense that you would fight for me, that you loved me, that you wanted me. If you did not want me, then I would not want you because I know that if I go out here and I hold my head up high and I become the best man I can be, that there would be some woman who would be worthy of that love. And I don't know I hope that doesn't sound arrogant because it's not meant to be. To me, it's about simple, basic self-respect. I see people in relationships all the time with people who truly don't care about you. But maybe you picked him because you wanted to be married to a surgeon, or maybe you picked her because you wanted to be with the prettiest girl in the room instead of the woman who wanted you the most. I think that those factors need to be considered in every type of relationship. That's a self-esteem thing. That's just a parting thought. And maybe it's on my mind because I was going to read a little bit from my book, Financial Lovemaking. I hope that's okay. I wrote this book a long time ago. So if I say something stupid in here, just know that I was literally 18 years younger than I am right now. But I'm going to read some of this because there is a section on shopaholics or spendaholics. Actually, I call them spendaholics in the book, and I'm going to read this. And by the way, I just want to remind everybody, in case you just came in, today is the first day of the Black Investors Championship. If you'd like to enter the Black Investors Championship and win the Black Investors Cup, which also comes with lifetime access to the Black Business School for the winner, you can go to blackinvestorscup.com. Or if you get on the text list, I will text you a link that will let you join with the entry fee cut by 40%. I think the entry fee is $69 for lifetime access to all the material because we'll give you training materials on how to invest and things like that to go with it. But we will take 40% off and the price drops to $39. So that link will go out later on today. If you want to receive that via text, just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, I want to remind you, the All Black National Convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. It's a very nice suburb, very cool area. I went to visit the Hotel the Westin's, very, very fancy. We have about 60 experts from our community coming in all different kinds of areas with the sole objective of solving problems for our community. Everything from health, physical health, mental health. We have mental health experts. We have relationship experts. We have political scientists. We have economists. We have real estate experts. We have people from groups as diverse as the Nation of Islam. We don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, gay, straight, male, female, young, old, rich or poor, educated, uneducated, as long as you're Black first. So if that's who you are and you want to repair our community and build institutions in our community and build the next generation, then that's the convention for you. It's going to be a lot of fun too. We always have the
B1 Ball. The B1 Ball is a lot of fun. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, so let me read this. This is from page 57 in my book, Financial Lovemaking. And I wrote this in 2006 when I was at Syracuse University because I was really fascinated with how love and money are connected. I didn't understand. I never fully processed how me making more money suddenly made me more handsome. I just didn't understand that because I was the same guy when I was a broke graduate student, but when I was making six figures, I noticed a change in terms of how women responded. Like your jokes suddenly are like the funniest jokes ever, and you become like the most interesting man in the world. And it made me study it. It made me just say, wow, this is so crazy. Like you want to sleep with me and you just met me 20 minutes ago. Oh, holy crap, this is nuts. And so anyway, rather than like digging into it in that direction, I decided to study it because that's what I do. I think about things, and I was really fascinated by what I found. I found that my belief, for example, is that it is just fundamentally true that generally speaking, women are more attracted to men who can provide security and various forms of security, right? It might be men who are taller on average are more attractive, men who are stronger on average are more attractive, men who are more intelligent, men who are funnier actually, because comedy or the ability to be funny is a type of intelligence. What else? Men who are more powerful, men who are wealthier, things like that, right? It's not always true, right? Sometimes it's not the case, but on average, that tends to be true. So anyway, here's what I wrote about shopaholics, and I was talking about your financial body, and I asked, do you spend like you have no common sense? And I spelled sense CENTS. Let's see what Boyce said. Remember he said this 18 years ago. When I teach personal finance, I love to use a particular term with my students. The term is spendaholic. I use this term because I see overspending to be similar to any other kind of hyperindulgence. Overeating, using drugs, or drinking alcohol. All of these things can be done in moderation, but there are some who do them incessantly. Americans have a horrible problem when it comes to overspending, mainly because our culture is driven by consumption, credit cards, and many other things that can put us into financial jeopardy. And I remember when I wrote this book, I was doing that summer research visit with the Center for European Economic Research, and that was when the German guy pointed out to me that Americans make less, that we make more money than Germans, but they save 5 times more than we do, and also we spend like crazy. They haven't paid more in taxes. They make less money and pay more in taxes, but they save a lot more than we do because it's a different culture. So it says here, a spendaholic is similar to an alcoholic. Answer this questionnaire to determine if you might be a spendaholic. These questions are not meant to embarrass or chastise you. They are simply meant to encourage you to study your own spending habits to see if they can be improved. So give me a yes or no if any of these apply to you. So answer in the chat. Let's have some fun. 1, if you have money in your pocket, do you spend till every penny is gone? They call that oversatiation. Does anybody do that? I used to do that a lot. That was my big problem. Money would burn a hole in my pocket, I ain't gonna lie. It still does actually. And I'll tell you how I dealt with that. 2, do you like to shop or spend when you feel bored or emotionally down? That's what they call emotional spending. 3, do you find yourself broke before every paycheck and not sure where all your money went? In parentheses, I call that money binging. 4, do you ever go shopping and eventually spend money without having anything in mind that you want to purchase? That's compulsive spending, where you just go shopping and you don't know what you want. You just know you want to eventually buy something. I do that. I'll walk in and I'll just be thinking, like my wife would be like, what are you looking for? I'd be like, I don't know. I'm just looking for something to jump out at me. 5, if you lost your job today, would you be able to survive on your savings for more than 2 months? If you were to significantly reduce your spending today, would this be any different? Careless spending. Okay, if you were to significantly reduce your spending today, would this be any different? Oh, so if you were to cut your spending, would you be able to survive longer than 2 months? Okay. 6, do you use credit cards for things other than big ticket items? If so, do you take longer than 1 month to repay the balance? And here I have petty spending. That's the definition of petty spending. Do you use credit cards for just a lot of stuff or just for big ticket items? 7, if you run out of cash at the mall, what do? A, go right to the ATM. B, find another source of payment. Or C, stop shopping and go home. And in parentheses, I have negative self-enablement. I have not used that term since I wrote this book, but that's pretty good. I like this. See, I don't know. Well, you could write a book like in 2006 and read the same book in 2024. And I kid you not, it's like somebody else wrote the book. So I'm literally reading this, trying to figure out what Boyce said, just like you are, because I haven't read this book for years.
8, do you find that you frequently feel worse after you spent a lot of money and have nothing left as if you've done something wrong? Do you have spender's guilt? One sign of being a spendaholic or a shopaholic is that you feel guilty when you're done. Just like anything else, like if you're an alcoholic or drug addict or a sex addict or something, you do stuff and then later on you're like, damn, I shouldn't have done that. 9, if you could go back in time for 1 year, would you change the amount of money that you spent? Would you do that if you could go back? I would. I'm raising my hand. I'm definitely in that category. To this day, I'm in that category. I ain't gonna lie. It doesn't go away because you never stop being you. Just like they say for drug addicts, like you're never like completely recovered. It's day by day, step by step, and just finding ways to take who you are and channel it in a way that's going to be healthier for you. Right. And that's just what it is. Number 10, are you quick to buy things for other people, such as meals, clothing, etc.? And here I call that life of the party spending. Are you the person who always picks up the check, always buys stuff for other people, like, kind of to big ball a little bit or whatever? I know a lot of us that maybe you went to school and you make more money than other people. You might feel the need to become extra generous. I still do that. I feel embarrassed to go places and ask other people to pay the tab. It's just not. It feels very awkward for me. And to some extent, I'm blessed, so it's okay. But I had to kind of work on that because sometimes you don't want to pay the tab. Sometimes you don't need to keep paying the tab. And yeah, Muna, that's that MC Hammer effect. Because MC Hammer, that's how he lost all of his money. Is he lost a lot of his money for the same reason a lot of athletes and entertainers lose their money, is that he was so generous. He took care of everybody. And they asked him, they said, "So what'd you do with all that money?" He said, well, I had 100 employees. So and he's playing with his beard and he's like, "What do you think I did? You think I fed them hamburgers?" Or he said, like, "Do you think I paid them with hamburgers?" Or something like that, right? And the thing is that I don't knock the generosity at all. I think that Hammer, um, I think the generosity is fine. But like if I was to go back in time and I was an advisor to Hammer, what I would say to him is that you have to develop an infrastructure that feeds itself. Like you can't do a charity based model of paying people. Like because if you do, you're going to be trying to dance until you're 70 years old because you got to do a whole lot of dancing to pay 100 people, for the rest of their lives. Because once people start to get money from you, they're dependent on that MC Hammer paycheck. They're dependent on that MC Hammer lifestyle. And when you take that away from them, that's going to be financially traumatic for them. And traumatized people tend to have a trauma response. So that person who was your homeboy, your best friend, you put $1 million in his pocket over a 1 or 2 year period, suddenly you take all that away from him. Sure, his better self might say, "Well, it's okay, man. You did a lot for me and I appreciate it." A lot of people don't do that. Most people are like, "You SOB, you son of a blankety blanket," especially if you're not suffering too. Now, if you're broke and he's broke, then that might be okay. But if he's broke and you're not, like you're still torn and you're still making money because you just decided to kind of cut some cords, oh, you're going to become public enemy number one. Jamarlin Martin, who started Bossip, he and I had a really good time. We went fishing on a fishing trip, and I like this guy a lot. And I got a chance to talk to him in maybe about 2018 about just all the years where he was building Bossip. And I mean and if you know Bossip, do y'all know Bossip? Is Bossip still a big blog? I don't know if it's even out there. I haven't seen it. I haven't gone to the site or not. But it was back kind of like in the golden era of blogs where this blog was getting millions of views. Kim Kardashian got her start on Bossip. Like she used to call them every day. He was telling me about how Kim would call and ask them to cover to cover whatever scandal she was involved with, because that's all she cared about. She didn't care about whether it was good publicity or bad publicity. She just wanted the publicity. And you see, she converted that into $1 billion empire. But anyway, one of the things I remember him talking about was that when the company was on its way up and he was very, very generous to a lot of people, that was all fine. But then when they had to do cutbacks, it became really tough for him because a lot of those very same people he'd helped the most were the ones who were angriest at him. And it wasn't that they hated him. It was that more so that when people lose something that they're dependent on, it's a trauma. It's a trauma for them. It's a financial trauma. My wife did a whole workbook on financial trauma. If you want to go take a look, it's at drboycebooks.com. And when people are traumatized, sometimes they're not going to sit back and be calm and cool and collected. They're going to freak out. Right. So long story short, I think with MC Hammer, that's the risk you have, is that you're being very generous and you're doling out money. And what you're doing is you're doling out dope. You're giving everybody some dope because the dope is soothing, they're soothing their lives and making things better and giving them a feeling of euphoria, like, oh my God, thank you, I love you, I appreciate you so much. So now you got 100 people that are dependent on you financially. So you got 100 dope addicts, basically, except the dope is just the money, right? And it's not because they're bad people. It's just that they need that money that you're sending them every week. And it's not an amount that's going to make them just, super happy. It's just enough for them to feel normal. So when you take that away, it's just like taking money away or taking drugs away from an addict who need to get, a shot of heroin every morning or a bottle of liquor every morning or whatever. And so that reaction is literally a withdrawal. So you take away a dope fiend's dope, he's going to get mad at you. He's going to kick you in your ass. He's not thinking properly because he's feeling off balance in that moment. And I really think that that's what MC Hammer was running into. So what I would say to Hammer is, number one, I would just, first of all, I tell him, look, let's not hire anybody for a while. Let's just kind of think about this thing and figure out how we can develop something that's more stable. But then when you hire people, maybe hire them temporarily so that you can manage expectations, so they don't think that you're supposed to take care of them for the rest of their life. And then the third thing I would say is, let's develop some infrastructure. Let's make some investments with this. We got the cash flowing right now. Let's take this money, this cash flow is coming from one source of capital. And the capital is what they call human capital. And it's coming from the fact that there is a really popular man named MC Hammer who gets on stage and dances around the world, and people pay millions of dollars to see him dance. That's not sustainable. That's not a sustainable source of capital. You're going to get old. You're going to be 50 years old. You won't be 50 years old if you're trying to dance like that. You can't even dance like that. It's hard to dance like that at 28 years old. So, I mean, you ever see Hammer dance? Hammer, 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 Hammer. I mean, that man moves. That energy was insane. And so what the goal would be is, okay, we're going to really, really milk this era. We're going to milk the next 5, 6, 7, 10 years or whatever, as long as you're big. But the whole time we're going to be siphoning this cash into a more sustainable form of capital. We're going to start buying into other types of businesses. Maybe they're movie theaters. Maybe it's just buying shares of stock, right? Or whatever, right? Okay, here, this company called Apple. The stock is $5 a share. We think this company is going to have a bright future. And then years later, Apple's trading at $200 a share. So you're sitting on millions of dollars in capital that isn't going to get tired, that doesn't have to dance, that isn't going to get old. It's just going to sit there and keep paying people forever. And that's how you develop something that's more sustainable. That's how you develop a recursive ecosystem, right? A feedback loop where, so now you've got these people on your team. They're trained. Everybody's trained to do their job. They're all being paid well to do their job. And because they're doing their job well, that's bringing more money into the business, right? So you can afford to pay them because you're getting something back. It's not a charity model. Charity is important, but charity will drain you. You can't do charity forever. You can't have a one-way source of wealth for all of eternity, because eventually the original source will dry up and then everybody suffers, right? So long story short, I would have probably tried to convince Hammer to take some of that money and make some other investments in some appreciating assets, starting with the very basics, stock market investing, real estate investing, and some limited amounts of entrepreneurship. Nothing crazy. We ain't buying your cousin's bowling alley and your Aunt Lucy's liquor store. We're not doing all of that. Maybe what we're going to do is develop businesses around the things that we know. Well, what do you know? Well, you know entertainment. Okay, we're going to start the MC Hammer Dance Studio, and we're going to hire a bunch of really great dancers from your team who are going to be teachers in the dance studio, and the whole community is going to come and pay a fee to learn how to dance, just like MC Hammer, whatever it is, right? Just like Alvin Ailey has his dance troupe, and they've probably made hundreds of millions of dollars all around the world. And I don't even know, y'all got to tell me, is Alvin Ailey still alive? I don't even know if he's even still here. I know his name is big. Is Alvin Ailey still out doing stuff? Does anybody know? I don't know. I don't know. No disrespect. I don't want to kill the man if he's still here. But that name is capital. You understand? The name Alvin Ailey is a source of capital that is feeding hundreds, if not thousands, of people. How cool is that? And it's not just Alvin Ailey's name. I mean, there's a lot of other names. Steve Jobs, what he did with Apple, that's now a $3 trillion company, and Steve Jobs ain't even here. You can keep going to Henry Ford. Ford Motor Company has fed millions of people. And he's been gone for a very long time. Walt Disney, the name Disney just this summer, 50 years after Walt Disney died, this summer, Walt Disney Corporation had the two biggest movies of the freaking summer. Or this week, actually, this past week. They Wolverine and whatever that is from Marvel Studios was the #2 movie, and #1 was Alien, the movie Alien from another studio, the 20th Century Fox that they own. And they have the biggest haul of movie revenue of any major studio on the planet. And this is 50 years after Walt Disney died. Why is that? Well, that's because Walt Disney did something that's really important. He did something that the ancient Egyptians did at a very high level, is that he spent his life planning for that afterlife. When I was in Egypt, I was fascinated by how obsessed the old Egyptian kings and the Nubian kings and all the kings and pharaohs and queens were obsessed with death. And they really planned for death. King Tut, for example, as we saw King Tut's mummy, King Tut only ruled for like 9 years. He wasn't even a ruler that long, but he spent that whole 9 years preparing for the afterlife. So here we are 5,000 years later looking at this kid's mummy. He was a kid, and it's kind of crazy, right? Well, the same thing I think is true when you talk about economic afterlife, right? Just sort of preparing legacy, preparing infrastructure. Just saying to yourself, okay, if I'm MC Hammer and I can't dance no more, how am I still going to feed these 100 people? Because they're still going to need to eat, even when my knees have arthritis in them. Well, that's where financial literacy and financial intelligence are not just nice value adds. They're not just nice little add-ons. They can literally become a matter of life and death. It can literally become a matter of, process this. Think about how many people couldn't eat anymore because MC Hammer wasn't selling records like he used to. A lot of people suffered financially because of that, right? So Alvin Ailey died in 1989. Thank you for sharing that. About 10 of y'all shared the year of his death. So thank y'all for giving me the information. Y'all intelligent Black people are the best. So yes, he died in 1989. I was actually a senior in high school that year. That's how long ago that was. And so even though this man died, what's 89 is 35 years ago, I guess. He's still, they're still making millions of dollars from his name because there was an infrastructure put in place. See, infrastructure and a process and a system will always outlive an individual. A system can work harder than an individual. A system is typically smarter than an individual. So when I talk to you all and we go into our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program for children, and I explain to you what kind of children you need to build, I've given you a simple blueprint that if every family applies this, then you're talking about $1 trillion legacy that's being built over time. It goes back to sturdy. Remember we talked about sturdy children, STERDY. Sturdy, the S in sturdy stands for systems. You want children that can think in terms of systems. The T stands for technology, E stands for entrepreneurship, R stands for relationships, and D stands for delegation. The Y stands for the youth. If we have sturdy children, then you can build empires. You're not going to have rappers who have 5 good years and then everybody goes broke. You'll have rappers that can parlay 5 good years into 500 good years, or at least into 50 good years, because they understand the importance of developing infrastructure. Black leadership comes and goes because there's no infrastructure. Martin Luther King gets shot, the whole movement's done. Malcolm X gets shot, movement's done. Umar Johnson doesn't survive past tomorrow. We don't have King Kong consciousness. All that stuff is gone. He's just another dead Black man. But if you have systems and infrastructure, like for example, the Anti-Defamation League can't die. Nobody can kill it. They wouldn't know who to assassinate if they ever decided to do that, because it's a system. It's an institution. They've got infrastructure. Do you understand? So what you want to do if you're building that legacy is I encourage you to think in terms of infrastructure. If you do that, then you've got a chance to live forever. You can do what the ancient Egyptians did and have people literally benefiting from your labor for the next 100, 200 years. And the beauty of it too, that's amazing, is that you literally are liberating people that are not even born yet. If you just think about, if you were able to, if we were all disciplined enough, for example, to just buy some shares of stock and never sell them and hold that in the family for the next 50 years, that will be enough to buy an apartment building for your great grandchild. That's enough for somebody to never have to work for anybody. My wife bought her first house from World War II savings bonds that her great grandfather bought in 1942. Do you understand? That's what, so there is no U in sturdy. Sturdy spelled Sterdy, Sterdy, and it's from our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program. We have a whole financial literacy program for children, which literally the guarantee is that when your child goes through the program, if they take the self-study exams and they get their certificate, they will have a financial literacy level that exceeds the average college educated adult. That is our guarantee. And if you don't feel that way, then let us know. We'll give you your money back. But if you want to go take a look, you can go to blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. So sturdy is an acronym, Sterdy, and that's what I talk about all the time, because if you develop that kind of thinking, economically speaking, then that's a type of consciousness that takes you to the next level, where it's not just, I'm going to try to be a successful Negro by getting me a fancy job and living in a nice neighborhood. Who cares about that? I don't, and I'm sorry, no disrespect, but no, the world don't really care a whole lot about your master's degree. The whole world don't care a whole lot about the fact that the Mr. Charlie gave you a good job. Nobody cares if you got an Oscar or a Grammy. Nobody really cares about that. And it's not because it doesn't matter. I get it. I got the degrees and I got the fancy jobs and I've had all that. But if something happens to you, if you're dead, if you stop breathing tomorrow, then everything you've accomplished is gone. All that labor, all that energy you put into making yourself into whatever you are, because you live in America where rugged individualism is celebrated, and we're told to celebrate ourselves and invest in ourselves. The biggest investment is the investment I made in me. I remember when I used to hang out with Dame Dash. He used to talk about that all the time. I'm gonna invest in me. I'm gonna invest in me and do this for me. Me. And I said, man, you sound like an opera singer. Me. Like, why is everything me? How come it can't be we and us? I don't want to invest everything in me. I need in order for me to invest in me, I need to properly invest in you. Because me and you becomes we, and we is 100 times bigger than me. Sure, I worked hard. I did all that. I got the degrees and I went to school and I know a whole lot of stuff. But if I walk outside that door and get hit by a milk truck, then everything I've worked for is gone. The only part of me that will survive is the part of me that I converted into we. So I know that the we will outlast the me any day of the week. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know that if something happens to me, I'm not worried about something happening to me, because we got we. I know that I've been able to, over 15, 20 years, talk to about 10, 20 million people who are going to take something that they learned from me and that it's going to survive. It's a win. It's a win for us. So what happens to me doesn't matter. I don't, when I figured that out and began that process of really pouring into other people as much as I could, and doing the same strategy that I would kind of, would have loved to help MC Hammer sort of do. That was when I no longer had a fear of death. I wasn't afraid of death anymore. I'm not afraid to die because the we has become so big that the me is not that important. Sure, I'm still part of the process. Sure, absolutely. But if I was gone tomorrow, there's certain ideas and principles and philosophies that I know that you all have embraced that you're never going to unlearn. Now your kids know it. Your grandkids know it. You've been talking to people about it for 10, 15 years. So me doesn't matter anymore. Now me has become we, and they can't kill that. They can't kill the we. They can only kill the me. So so I don't sit around saying, oh, what if they come and assassinate me like they did Booker T. Washington, or take me down like Marcus Garvey's. That stuff doesn't bother me. I have a job to do. And I would say the same thing is true for any of you, all of you. A lot of you are super talented. You've got so many great things you've worked on. You have so much knowledge you have so much skill, so much possibility and potential. Try to make sure you turn that me into a we. And don't fall for the me philosophy that exists in America, because the me is why so many people are struggling, why so many people are losing, why our country
is not becoming the country that it needs to be. If you want to know why China is becoming so strong, it's because China understands this. China says, me don't matter. It's the we. We are what matters, not you. You're an individual. So doing everything by yourself is not really gonna get you what you're looking for, because I hate to break it to you, but at some point you're going to die. We're all going to die. And so the best thing we can do while we're here is enjoy the present, really pour into it with reckless abandon, fearlessness. I believe deeply in that. I believe in relentless fearlessness in terms of pursuing whatever purpose you believe God gave you, and then making sure that you're passing that baton so that everything that you have, everything you work for, everything you become becomes something that's bigger than just you. That's consciousness. That's financial consciousness. That's it. I'm done. Um, So yeah, so I finished reading that part from my book, Financial Lovemaking. If anybody wants to go get a copy, you can go to drboycebooks.com. And it's the subtitle of Financial Lovemaking is merging assets with your partner in ways that feel good. So I actually say I want to apologize in advance for any weird or freaky stuff I said in the book. I think I talked about financial threesomes and stuff like that, just trying to be funny. But that was me at 35 years old, so I'm a different man now. So anyway, I hope you guys have a great day. And also a reminder, the Black Investors Championships have started. They start today. So if you'd like to still participate, just get on the text list. I'll send you a link where you can join. And then after today is shut off, we can't take any more entrants. And you can start buying stock right now. The markets are open right now. So go ahead and jump in, start buying your stock. The URL is blackinvestorscup.com. That's blackinvestorscup.com. But if you get on the text list, I'll send you a link where you can join. And it cuts down the price of the fee and everything for you. So feel free to get on the text list. Text morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you the link this afternoon. And that's pretty much it. So have a good day. It's Sunday. I'm sorry, it's not Saturday. It's Sunday. Oh my God, man, I've got the days off. I'm still actually overcoming that cold I got from Egypt, from the trip to Egypt. So I came back from Egypt with some souvenirs and a little bit of a cold spell, but I'm better now. I'm pretty much back, and I'm about 92.4%, not 92.3. I'm about 92.4%. And also tomorrow is a really big day, Andre from Dallas. It's a big day because tomorrow is the start of the Black Investors Championships. You guys may know about the Black Investors Championships, where we compete for the Black Investors Cup. And the Black Investors Cup is a competition that we created in the Black Business School that is looking for the best Black investor on earth. And hundreds of you have entered the competition. We cannot take any more contestants. We unfortunately we have run out of spots for this competition, which starts tomorrow morning. But if you are in the Black Investors Cup, you can log in at blackinvestorscup.com, and you can then hop in and go ahead and start picking your stocks tomorrow. And after 6 weeks, we're going to go look and see who made the most money. And the winner will get the big Black Investors Cup mailed to your house. You'll also get free lifetime access to any course you would like in the Black Business School. That means you could take our stock market class, you could take our stock options training, you could look into our real estate training, you can do whatever you want to do in the Black Business School. And then also I'll bring you on the platform to allow you to be a part of the platform, to tell everybody what you did and why you were so smart and what you and your family accomplished when it came to investing. So anyway, James Keller, how are you? I see you. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me okay. Let me know if you can hear me, and I'll send out a quick text message to let everybody know that Money in the Morning is starting now. And what I thought I would do today is kind of talk to you guys about just investing in general. So one of the reasons we're doing the Black Investors Championship is because I want to encourage you to invest, but to also show you a couple things, show you a thing or two, the things that will make a difference in your long-term generational wealth. See, as I've mentioned to you all many, many times before, investing literally is it's shown as the number one wealth driver on Earth. Stock market investing is the number one wealth creator on the entire planet. So if you're not investing in the stock market and you don't have any wealth, well, it's easy to explain what's going on. And what's going on is that you're not participating in the places where the money is. The best way to have money is to go where the money's at. Give me a yes if you understand. Give me a yes if this logic makes sense. If you want to have the money and you want to get the money, you can't be where the money's not and expect to have the money. Do you understand? Like you can't. That doesn't make any any sense. Why would you go, if you want to get something, why would you go to the places where that thing is not located? If you're looking for a good man, why would you go to the places where bad men are located and expect to find a good man? If you're looking for gold, why would you go to all the places that don't have gold and dig for gold? And why would you dig for gold in the trash can? Why would you dig for gold in, I don't know, in the middle of the ocean? You don't do that, right? You dig for gold, you find out where the gold is located, and then you dig for gold where the gold is located, right? Very simple idea. And what one of the things that's interesting and just utterly insanely fascinating to me is how many people claim that they want money, but they don't go where the money's at. They do things that don't connect to the money. And maybe it's because we're just following behind what somebody else told us to do. We're following generational patterns, generational curses. I talk about that extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy of that book at drboycebooks.com. It's also on Amazon. And I'm going to tell you, when you sort of ask that question, why don't most Black people invest? The only thing that can come to mind is culture. That's the only solution, right? Because if I ask most people, if I say, do you think investing will help you have more money? Then most people say, yeah. Do you think investing is a good idea? Most people say, yeah, that's where money is. And so the only thing that can explain that disparity and that discrepancy is just culture. Just I don't do it because nobody around me did it. Nobody encouraged me to do it. Maybe you could think of it a little bit like eating healthy food. A lot of us don't eat healthy food. Maybe also because the unhealthy food tastes good, and instant gratification is one of the devils that distracts us from that higher purpose of delayed gratification and long-term reward building. Right. So I would encourage you when you think about investing, especially for those of you that are entering the Black Investors Cup, which starts tomorrow, is to go ahead and really think of this as an entry ramp into the world of wealth. If you jump on that ramp, I guarantee you, and if you remain consistent and you make this a part of your culture, you're going to do better than not just most other Black people. You're going to do better than most white people. See, what you don't understand is that there's nothing magical about white people. White people don't have fairy dust sprinkling out of their butts that makes them smarter or better than you. They don't have anything like that. In fact, if you go through and you look at history, I just went to Egypt, so I got some extra information on this. You were taught in school that the Greeks and the Greeks and the Romans created culture and all that. And that just isn't true. The Egyptians, taught culture to the Greeks and the Romans. They just leave that part out. How many of y'all knew that? That literally all the culture that the Greeks and the Romans claimed to give to the world, they got that from the Egyptians. The Egyptians were doing it thousands of years before then. 6,000 years ago, the Egyptians knew the exact circumference of the earth. They knew that the world was round. And then the Europeans had the Dark Ages, 400-500 years of just straight up ghetto behavior. They were just ghetto, nasty. They had the Black Plague and everybody was dying. Like literally 1/3 of the entire town would die. Can you imagine that? 1/3 or 1/2 of the entire city dying. So they were kind of ghetto, and then the Moors came along and were like, okay, you need to do some more civilized things. Like you got to wash your ass. They taught them how to wash. They didn't, that's one of the reasons why the diseases got passed. Just look this up. This is true. The diseases got passed because they didn't even take baths. They'd be like, oh, I took a bath, 5 years ago. Like just nasty stuff, right? And it's so funny because my wife talks about how she went to college. See, this is where people start getting mad at me. This is where people say, "Oh, you're a racist." But this is true. My wife talks about when she was in college and how the Black girls were explaining to the non-Black girls. We'll just say it like that, so we don't talk, so white people don't know we're talking about them. And they would explain to them like how to bathe and how to clean. They said that they went through the dorm. And they were like, "This is nasty. These girls, they're so nasty. They don't wash. They don't clean their rooms. Look at this is, So this is funny how this is still like part of the culture. That whole idea of like washing your ass, and that's just one beginning part of it in terms of just the things that we gave the world. See, people act like they're educating us and that they're elevating us when really I think that we elevate them when we're at our best. This is only when we're at our best. When we start imitating whatever ghetto behavior they gave us, whatever they taught us about the falsehoods of being Black, then that's when we start behaving as a lesser version of ourselves. And when we do that, that's when we start having problems. That's when we start doing things that are just borderline embarrassing, ratchet, weird, nasty. I saw something the other day, actually, where Lizzo, thank God, Lizzo's really doing a great job now of promoting healthy behavior. She's starting to work out and put videos of herself working out
online, which I think is great, instead of promoting the other stuff, the obesity and the morbid obesity that's killing people. And I got in some trouble because I called it for what it was. I said, she's a beautiful girl. She's very talented. Why is she telling everybody that you want to grow up and become, an overweight slut? Excuse my friend. I hate saying it like that. I know that's the only way it has to come out. Like literally they promote this very hoish behavior. You know what I mean? And this stuff that's really a minstrel show. That's what it is. And I said, why can't she just sing? Adele's a big girl too, but Adele would just get up there and sing and everybody claps and they pay her money and that's great. But Lizzo's got to come in with the shenanigans. She's got to come in and promote the morbid obesity that's killing millions of people. And then also everything's got to be super hypersexual in a way that's not reflective of who I think Black women can be and should be. Doesn't mean we're not all sexual. Everybody is, but there's kind of a lack of appropriateness to it that almost is very embarrassing, right? And I brought this up, and let me tell you, when I say that the white media went ballistic on me, they went crazy. They didn't. Nobody interviewed me to say, okay, here's a professor saying this. What's he really trying to say? They don't want to hear that, right? They have an agenda, and the agenda is, oh, this black man, this oppressive black man who's part of the patriarchy is trying to oppress a black woman. I said, no, I'm trying to save her. I'm trying to support her. I'm supporting her by saying, you're talented. Why can't you just sing? Why do you have to embarrass black women everywhere by behaving in a way that's just not consistent with the women that I know, the women I admire, the women I look up to? They're really talented female performers who don't get any attention because they tell you got to twerk, you got to get half naked, you got to act like a buffoon. And so anyway, what's interesting about Lizzo is two things. One, eventually, if you saw, she eventually got hit with a lawsuit where basically all that nonsense, all that buffoonery was happening behind closed doors, and next thing you know, she gets hit with this. I don't know if it's sexual harassment or whatever. Like they were literally telling employees, like you have to get on stage and shoot a banana out of your coochie cooch, just crazy stuff like that. And so eventually, and what they don't understand, what nobody taught them, what I think if I were her father, I would have explained this to her, is that when you're in a lawsuit and you're dealing with HR issues, it's hard to explain to HR why you had to have women on stage shooting bananas out of their vaginas. Like that doesn't fit well in the age of political correctness and appropriateness, right? You can't say, well, this is part of our business model that we have to behave in this way to get fans. It doesn't work. So she was being sued for that. And then the second thing was I saw that she started to promote the healthier behavior, healthier lifestyle, which I think is great. And it's kind of interesting because now she gets that backlash from people who say, no, 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 we liked you when you were a big, when you were promoting the idea of being obese and sexually irresponsible. Like we don't like you anymore because you're not behaving like the clown that we wanted you to be. And I think that's what's interesting in terms of America. This is kind of a wealth thing. This is a wealth issue because this is how we're trained to go get money. Is America always loves a black man or a black woman when they behave like a clown. If you watched even the Olympics, you saw black men particularly being hired to be funny and goofy and ignorant, and they like that. And then when you stop and you say, no, I'm not always goofy, I'm not always ignorant, they say, well, we're going to fire you because we only want black people around. They're going to be goofy, ignorant, and make us laugh. You're here for our entertainment. You're not here to do anything serious. You're not here to build rocket ships. You're not here because we admire your intellect. You're here because we want you to entertain us. We want you to be clowns. So typically, and this is a false model of economic success. This is why investing is so important, so that you don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, so to speak. Is that typically black men in particular tend to get the most money if they are doing one of three things: if they are dribbling basket, if they're playing a sport, rapping, or if they're telling jokes. If you're funny, if you can rap and entertain them, calling yourself the N word and rapping about killing other black people, or if you if you make them laugh, play a sport, or can bust a rap, then you're gonna make lots of money. And then what happens is that because people form false associations with money, because you live in a capitalist society that falsely trained you that all money is good money, that making money is all that matters, that the more money you make, the better you are, the more successful you are. They measure success solely on your economic outcome, which is a very dangerous idea. We start to celebrate people who made their money in ways that are just embarrassingly uncivilized. And this is in contrast to who I believe that we are, because remember, we taught the Europeans how to be civilized. We taught them how to we taught them how to how to be human, how to be distinguished, how to be decent. Now someone's asking me to talk about the Democratic National Convention and Kamala Harris and everything. I don't want to talk about that today. I don't feel like that's, and really I just tell you who to vote for, whoever you want to vote for. I'm not one to tell you what to vote for or who or anything in the next election. I really encourage you to simply do what's going to work for you and your family. And I think that message is actually radical enough. I get enough pushback from people. I told you about the time I got the weird phone call from DL Hughley, who basically just said some pretty horrible things in terms of just me thinking like, wow, you must really be concerned. You must really be feeling guilty about what you're doing because you're really mad at me right now. And I'm not even going to repeat what was said because you wouldn't believe it if I told you. And I just remember thinking to myself, gosh, this politics thing it really messes us up as Black people. I really think that we get so distracted by the politics. And what's fascinating to me is that there's not much evidence to say that if you care about things like Black wealth, if you care about things like Black wealth, there's not much evidence anywhere that you can find to say that our wealth levels tend to improve based on who we vote for. There's just not any evidence of that. So one of the things that I believe as a mathematician is that when you're looking for a solution to a problem, you you go where the solution is. You don't look for if you're looking for a salad, like a healthy salad, you don't search for a healthy salad in a sewage dump. You just don't. You don't do that. Or you don't go look for if you're looking for a good wife, you don't look for a good wife at the bottom of the ocean. You don't. It doesn't make any sense. So my point in politics is that we're kind of barking up the wrong tree. We're looking for it's like you're looking for Cleveland in the middle of Santa Barbara. You're literally going places. You're looking for love in all the wrong places. You're looking for solutions in all the wrong spaces. And then people sit around and they're all confused about why there are no solutions, why nothing's been solved. Well, it's because you're wasting your time. Again, I'm not here to tell you. I told you guys I never tell anybody who to vote for. That's not my job. I just don't I'm just I literally honestly ask like show me evidence, and the formula is so simple. Because maybe it's because I'm 53, maybe it's because I'm a professor, maybe it's because I spent my whole life looking for patterns. That's all you do when you analyze data. When I was on the faculty of Syracuse, all I did was I would just look for patterns in the data, right? That's all you would do. So when the pattern is, oh, this is the same approach to getting elected that they used in the last election. Oh, it's fear. Fear is the operative word. Fear is very powerful. Fear is more powerful than love. Fear can be more powerful than desire. Fear can be more powerful than almost any positive emotion I can give you because fear puts you on that low vibrational frequency where all you're trying to do is avoid the potential pain that will come if you don't do as you're told. So the goal of every election, in my opinion, is to get you on the fear frequency. They don't want you showing up saying, okay, give me a reason to vote for you and I'll vote for you if you do this and if you do that. I have all these demands. They don't want that. They want you literally on this like, oh my God, I better do what you say or bad things are going to happen. It's like I pull out a gun and say, shut up and do what I tell you or we're all going to die, right? And then you just follow instructions. And some people operate on the fear frequency. I think Black people operate on that the most because we've gone through so much trauma, we've gone through so much stuff. And actually there's evidence of things like epigenetics that actually Cody Ransom is actually gonna do. If you don't know Cody Ransom, he came into class the other day. He's gonna do a true Black Wall Street training in the Black Business School. If you want to take a look, go to b1wallstreet.com. That's b the number one wallstreet.com. He's extraordinarily good at this stuff, and he talks about epigenetics and the transfer of trauma through your DNA. And there's actually a lot of science behind that. Leading scientific journals are now questioning. They used to say, okay, your DNA defines everything else about you, but actually they're finding that the DNA can be affected by your environment. That literally you can change, you have the ability to change your own DNA based on your experiences. And who's had stranger experiences than us? We've had really difficult experiences in this country. So that survival mode that they put you into, it works because your DNA has so much trauma in it already
that you're just pretty much going to do what you're told. You're going to, so what I want you to pay attention to is I want you to listen when people are telling you who to vote for, because they're always a lot of people are in the business of herding black people like we're like sheep or animals or something. I don't respond much to that. I'm not your sheep. I'm a lion. I'm a leader. I'm not trying to lead anybody, but I can definitely lead myself. I don't thank you very much for telling me what to do, but what you're doing doesn't work. Your strategy is a failure. I look at you and you're not succeeding. So why am I going to follow a loser? I'm not doing that. But the other thing is that there's big business in leading black people in the same direction. So if you listen to the language is typically very unintellectual. It's not very thoughtful because they don't think that you're a thinking people. They don't think that you're intellectual people. They think, okay, I'm going to keep it real basic, keep it real stupid, and basically say this is what you need to do because if you don't do it, these bad things are going to happen. And I want you to just kind of listen to the rhetoric and listen to the language, and I want you to just kind of pay attention to that because if I respect you and I want to be fair to you, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, look, here are all the options, here are all the things you could do, here are all the different candidates, here's what they believe. Pick the one that works for you, right? If I care about you and I respect you, that's what I'm going to do. But if I don't care about you and I don't respect you and I have a hidden agenda, I'm going to say, here's the option, follow this path. If you don't, then I'm going to ostracize you or I'm going to make you afraid of the consequences of not doing what you're told. So that's just kind of a type of slavery. And that's pretty much what you get, whether you're talking about the people, and it happens on both sides. I mean, the people that tell you to go vote for Trump, I think the same thing happens. So anyway, I don't want to even get into that too much. Let's talk about investing just a little bit. Now, the Black Investors Cup starts tomorrow. I wish I could invite you guys to join, but we're all filled up for this cycle. So there's no more space. If you go to blackinvestorscup.com, you'll see the information, but you can't sign up now. I gave you guys in Money in the Morning first dibs, first access. So hundreds of you signed up. Now we're kind of full. So we'll let you guys know when we do another competition. This starts tomorrow. The cup is really big. I have to hold it like this, and I'll mail it to your house when you win. And also, you get lifetime access to the Black Business School. So here are some thoughts in terms of investing strategies, in terms of how you approach investing. First thing is with investing always involves a risk. You cannot, it's very difficult to invest and make money without facing risk on some level. And there's two major types of risk. There's what they call systematic risk, and there's what they call idiosyncratic risk. Idiosyncratic risk is risk that relates to the particular company. Systematic risk is risk that involves bigger stuff like the whole economy or whatever. Like, so last week you had systematic risk that pulled down the stocks of most major companies. And that's because the jobs report came out and the jobs report wasn't so favorable. So the whole market kind of took a dip. You saw that last week where you had this big panic. Oh my God, stocks are, crashing because of whatever. Well, the recovery happened. I just went and I bought a bunch of stock and now I've made money because when everyone's running away from the market, that's when you want to be running toward the market. At least that's the conventional wisdom. So if you want to think about systematic versus idiosyncratic risk, you can think of it like boats on an ocean. So imagine that you're looking at the ocean and every single boat represents a company. So all these boats are on the ocean. Now, so they all have one thing in common. The one thing in common that they have is that they're all on the same water. Do you understand? So if a big tsunami comes through, it's going to hit all the boats. The rising tide will affect all boats, right? And so you've heard you heard Obama say that, right? But there's reasons why some people, if you don't have a boat, then the rising tide means you already drowned. So that's the problem with being black is that you don't really have a boat. So anyway, so the rising tide, the changing tide will affect all boats. But here's the thing. Every boat has its own idiosyncratic or specific factors. So every boat has a different size. You have some boats that are really big. You have some boats that are tiny. Every boat has a different captain. Some captains are really experienced and very good at steering the boat in turbulent water. Some captains don't know what the hell they're doing. Every boat has a different age. Some boats are brand new and shiny and strong, and some boats are a little old and tired. Some boats are headed east, some are headed west, some are headed north, some are headed south. The direction that the boats are going will affect how the tide affects them. Do you follow me? Do you get the analogy here? That's idiosyncratic risk. Idiosyncratic risk is the individual stuff that affects an individual company that doesn't have to do with other companies. Okay. So part of the reason that you diversify, you spread your money out is because you want to get rid of as much of that idiosyncratic risk as possible. This is why a smart investor does not go and put all their money in one stock or in a couple of stocks. That's not smart investing because you got too much idiosyncratic risk. You diversify so that you can get rid of the idiosyncratic risk, but then the systematic risk is very, very difficult to get rid of when it comes to stocks. The other thing too is that during the Black Investors Cup, and it maybe you're not going to do it this time, but maybe next time, I would encourage you to dig in and to start researching the companies that you're looking at, right? So use this as an opportunity to kind of get an idea of what you're getting into. Here's the thing, the research does not help you predict the movement of the stock price. So make that clear. Like the research does not tell you what stocks are going to go up and which ones are going to go down. So don't believe any of that stuff. I know people on the internet are going to disagree with me, but then after they disagree, I want you to ask them, do you have a doctorate in finance? And they'll probably say no. And that means that maybe at the very least, you might want to hear what I have to say. I'm not telling you not to listen to them. I'm just telling you that there is a difference, right? I teach experts. I've taught people who have PhDs now. So there's a different level of analysis. There's a different level of depth. You're talking about, spending 6-7 years studying stock market investing 10 hours a day. Like that was my life, right? And then another 13 years of doing nothing but research on stock market investing. I was a workaholic. I would work 12, 13 hours a day consistently when I was at Syracuse. So basically this notion that somehow you can look at a stock's reports and predict what a stock is going to do is pretty much wrong for the most part. There are some things that you can predict over time. So for example, the $5 a day investing plan, which you can find at blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com, which is totally free. The $5 a day investing plan does typically work. It's worked all throughout history. This is something that has worked consistently like clockwork. It's a diversified portfolio where you're consistently buying a certain amount of stock over a long period of time. And then voila, after 10 years or less, really, you have more money, more wealth than most people. After 30 years, you're booming. At 30 years, you're talking about generational wealth. You're talking about passing down a multi-million-dollar empire. You're literally shifting the culture of your whole entire family. See, what I want you to understand is that culture impacts wealth, but wealth impacts culture. It is what they call a recursive relationship. So a lot of times wealth does not grow because we have bad culture. I write about that in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, that if you look at Black culture and what is presented to us as Black culture, it's just not wealth related. It doesn't create strong families. It doesn't create businesses. It doesn't create strong economics. But then what happens is that if you break away from that culture and you start to embrace a culture of building, a culture of wealth, a culture of unity, a culture of family, a culture of wealth preservation, then what happens is that the wealth starts to grow. And then what you find is that it becomes a full circle process. Now, instead of the culture impacting the wealth comes back and impacts the culture. So it's like wealth and culture are two people and they're giving each other a big hug. They're in this great relationship with each other where the wealth says, I love you. And the culture says, no, I love you too. And the wealth said, no, I love you more. And the culture said, I love you too. And it becomes a feedback loop. Do you follow what I'm saying? It becomes a feedback loop. And the feedback loop is this. Here's what's going to happen. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. Write that down. Somebody type that in the chat so everybody can get it, because sometimes people miss the URLs. And I say it 2 or 3 times, but after the third time, I'm not going to say it anymore. So just type in the chat so everybody can see it. So you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. Here's what happens. You do something basic like the $5 a day investing plan. You're just chugging along, buying stock. You don't know a lot about investing. You're just buying because you're shifting to a wealth builder's culture. You let go of the BET culture. You let go of the sexy red culture. You let go of this goofball culture that they're feeding you, and you have a culture of wealth building and wealth preservation. So then what happens is after 20 or 30 years, now you're sitting on some money. Now you're sitting on $200,000, $300,000, $500,000. You've got wealth. You've got money now. So what happens then now is you have to change things. You can't be a wealthy family and live a ghetto culture. No disrespect to anybody who's born in the ghetto. I was born in the project, so I'm as ghetto as they come, but I don't want to be ghetto for life. So don't think I'm making fun of anybody who either lives in the ghetto or was born in the ghetto. I'm just saying I don't want you to stay in the ghetto. So I hope that's okay. I hope I can say that without being accused of being elitist. I'm not being elitist. I'm just saying I don't want to embrace I'm not trying to make love to the negative parts of your life or the trauma. Sometimes we hug the trauma. We like the the trauma. We keep it close because we feel like that's a part of being Black. There's nothing about being Black that's connected to the pain that you're going through. Being Black should mean that you're happy, prosperous, successful, and connected. So anyway, with that being said, once you have this wealth, once you've got this money, and you're doing better than everybody else, you're doing better than most Black people you know, you're doing better than most white people you know, well, then at that point, it changes things. You can't really, you're not, it, how can I, a person who's got $1 million in assets doesn't have to send their child off to go work a job that's going to pay them $1,000 a week to just pay their bills. They don't have to do that anymore. Because you're making, you can make that amount of money from your investments. So you don't have to sell your time, your precious time on this earth just to make enough money to get by. A family that has assets, like you got some real estate, you got some stocks, you have some cash, you're doing fine. Money's not a thing. That family makes decisions with a different set of criteria than a family that has to think about money before they think about anything else. What's happened is that the building of wealth naturally elevates you to a different frequency. Not that you're better than anybody else. That's not true. We know a lot of terrible people who are very wealthy, but it changes your criteria for decision making. Do you understand? If you look at the extreme, when I remember hearing 50 Cent and Will Smith talk about how money affects their thinking. And Will was like, yeah, he said, when you get to the point where you can buy whatever you want, then you start changing what you think is important. Because when you're struggling, when you're on that struggle frequency, that's where they want to keep you. They want to keep you on the struggle frequency because what you don't understand is that keeping you on the struggle frequency is a type of slavery. They keep you caged like an animal because they want you to stay on the frequency of an animal. And that struggle frequency is that every decision I make, it's not a multivariate decision. It's not something where there are other factors that are driving the decision making. The number one variable is money. Which one is going to make the most money? Or I want to do this and do that. Well, I can't because I don't have enough money. Or what am I going to do? Am I going to do this or do that? Well, I got to do that because that's going to pay me the most money. Do you understand? So money just kind of becomes this abusive partner in this relationship where every time you're trying to decide what your next move is going to be, every time you're seeking happiness in your life, the money barges in and says, oh, hell no, get out, back up. I'm making the decision right now. That's what money does. That's what can happen. That's the power of money. See, there's not just power in having money. There's power that comes with the lack of money, and that power can be very oppressive. Do you think, I mean, think about this. Do you think that your colonizers could have so much power around the world over millions of people if they didn't have so much money to exert that power? The power is driven by the money. The money becomes just the Debo of your life. If you remember Debo from Friday, he would show up every time, you say, I got $5. And Debo said, no, I got $5. Right. So basically, the Debo in your life is money. When you are broke, when you are struggling, when you are on the brink of financial collapse, every decision you make is driven by money. And that is a terrible life to live because what that's done is it's taken away your ability to be a thoughtful, critical thinking human being where you can look at all the different variables that shape your happiness. And instead, everything's got to come down to the money. Well, who am I going to date? Do I date the man who's nice to me, the man who sings to me, the man who truly loves me, or do I pick the man who has the most money? A lot of women will pick the man who has the most money. And that's what's really interesting. They'll look at men, and the man who has the most money is in their mind the best man. And that tells me that you're operating on a certain frequency that I think is beneath what God intended for you to be. I don't think the universe and God intended for you to be a one-dimensional thinker, but that's what happens. When you get on the struggle frequency, you become one-dimensional. Everything's about the money. Which job are you going to take? The job that you love or the job that pays the most money? Or I got to go for the money. Where are you going to live? You're going to live in the place where you got the best social life and you're meeting wonderful people and your kids are happy? No, I got to go live in the place that pays me the most money. And so what happens then is that people that have the money are able to control you like Pinocchio on a string. All they got to do, they say, oh, I want you to do something different with your life. So I'm not going to force you to do it.
I'm just going to offer you more money. I'm going to financially incentivize you to go right when when everything in your soul was telling you to go left. So when you have money, here's the point. Here's what's going to happen when you build that generational wealth for your kids. What's going to happen is that you're going to give them something in mathematics. We refer to this as degrees of freedom. You're going to give them, or another way to say it, in a term that I've used before, is you're going to give them options. People who have options operate differently from people who have no options. Chris Rock said that. Remember that? How many of you remember when Chris Rock says that money just gives you options? Money makes you say, "Oh, I can actually do A, B, C, D, E, F, or G." Whereas when I grew up poor in the hood, I knew I only had option A. You understand? So when you have money and you have options, it does change your culture because you're making decisions based on different criteria. You're not just saying, okay, I'm going to do it this way because I can save $20. You say, no, I'm going to do it that way because it makes me more comfortable or it makes me happier. Or I'm going to take a flight and yeah, I could save $200 by flying coach, but my back hurts and my legs are long, so I think I'm going to go ahead and get the first class ticket. Or I could save $100 if I wait till Wednesday to fly, but really I want to get to my mama's house a day early, so I'm gonna go ahead and pay the extra $100 and fly on Tuesday instead of Wednesday. Do you understand? So when you get that financial security, you'll find that it does shape your culture. Even when you have conversations with your kids about what they want to do when they grow up, you're not just going to be stuck on which profession pays the most money. That's the thing. When I have conversations with our kids about what they want to do when they grow up, I just make it really simple. I say, well, I kind of want you to be happy. That's it. I just want you to be happy because I don't care if you have a $70,000 a year job or a $60,000 a year job. If that $70,000 job is stressing you out to the point where you are depressed, sad, drinking yourself to sleep at night, and damn near suicidal, I don't want you to take that job. I don't care if it was a $200,000 a year job. Nothing is worth your happiness. Nothing is worth you trading your well-being. So, but I can say that because because years before they were born, I was already planting seeds to have that financial security. I didn't know what my life was going to look like as a dad. I didn't know that I was going to marry a woman that had 3 kids and all this other stuff that I did. I mean, I'm glad I did it. But I didn't know what my life was going to look like. But one thing I did know as a young black man is that money was going to be important. I also knew when I was 25, I said, I don't know who my kids are going to be. I don't know what my life is going to look like 20 or 30 years from now, but I do know that it's going to be easier for me to make optimal decisions if I have money than it will be if I don't have money. It'll be easier for me to make the right move if I'm financially free versus if I'm financially incarcerated. So effectively, I started to invest long term, not just to have money, but really to just sort of be in a position where I could be the kind of leader and father that my children would need instead of a guy who says, hey, you know what? The 20 years before you were born, I completely wasted all that time and didn't do anything constructive with my life. So now you're going to struggle because I'm just sitting here trying to play catch up. I didn't want that to happen to me. And that was not any type of genius that helped me to see that. It was just me disconnecting from this sort of instant gratification culture and thinking about delayed gratification. There are cultures around the world that already embrace these ideas. When I see Aisha Verzi's in here, she's Nigerian like me. I'm 33% Nigerian. I don't know if y'all know. I'm very proud of that because the Nigerian culture was actually labeled as one of the most financially and educationally successful cultures for a few reasons. One, they really value family. Two, they really value education. And three, they have a tremendous amount of pride in who they are in terms of maintaining, I'm Igbo or whatever, right? I like they're proud of who they are. So they have a standard. Do you understand? There's a standard there. And the problem that you have as African Americans that you really got to fix is that they don't give you any standard. They don't. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me, do you agree with me? Think about this. They don't give you any standard that comes with being black and African American in terms of traditions that you have to uphold, structures that you have to maintain, institutions that you've got to protect. Like they don't give you any of that. It's like, well, you just a lowly Negro and you ain't nothing until white people decide they want to invite you in and give you a fancy job. And then we start walking around all proud, like, well, I'm doing better than you because the white man gave me a $80,000 a year job and he only gave you a $40,000 a year job. And it's kind of beneath us. It's kind of pathetic, honestly. It's kind of embarrassing. Right. So my question is, what's the standard? Do we have a standard? And if we don't have a standard, how do we get those standards?
Well, a lot of that formation of that standard formation comes from culture, which comes also from education. I think that not educating our kids is the multi-trillion-dollar mistake that we make every generation that we don't actually realize. It's going to take about 2 or 3 generations for us to realize how much we're giving away when we're letting colonizers educate our children, and because they spend all that time teaching them basically that you're really nothing, and that the only chance you have to be anything in this world is if somehow integration accepts you. And then later on, that's when you have the Civil War. You have the conflict between those who've been colonized psychologically to believe that we can't do anything without white folks. We can't move forward. We can't move an inch. We can't breathe. We can't talk. I can't think without a white man giving me his blessing or somehow providing a pathway for me, versus those who say, no, no, actually, we can do what we want to do. Why are we sitting around bowing and praying to these other people when they're no better than us? They're no different from us in terms of what we can accomplish. And so then that's when you have the Civil War. That's why you have these issues with these elections, which again, I don't tell people who to vote for, but what I do have a big problem with is when people tell me that the only way I can actually survive as a black man is if I do what this politician tells me to do. And that's when I just get off the boat and I say, screw you, to hell with you. You're not going to tell me that this other person decides if my family's going to be good, or if my family's going to be healthy, or if I'm going to be successful, if I'm going to succeed. No, that's not where we're at. That's not where we need to go, in my opinion. So what you're going to find, circling back full circle to the point I was making earlier, what you're going to find is that once you start building wealth, it's going to really shift your culture, because it's going to shift the variables that matter when you're making critical decisions in your life. It's going to affect what kind of relationships you form. It's going to affect when and how many children you have. If you have children and money's not an issue, that's going to be a different decision than someone who has kids and says, gosh, I have to abort this baby because I can't afford it. I'm not, nothing against that. I'm not judging your choices in that area, but I am saying that it is kind of unfortunate that when you get on that struggle frequency, you have to make these really heavy decisions based on money, just solely based on money. And that kind of makes me sad. I don't want you to live that kind of life. I want you to live a life where you're free to explore all the dimensions of who you are, all the dimensions that are going to make you healthy, whole, and powerful, without money kind of always deboing into the conversation and saying, no, no, I am the sole determinant of whether or not you can date that guy. I'm the determinant of whether or not you can live in that city. I'm the determinant of whether or not you could take a day off next week. No, the money should not be the number one variable in your decision making. So sometimes when we talk about money, when we do our financial consciousness every morning, people get confused. They think that because I am a financial expert, technically that's what I am, I guess. They think that I believe that money is everything, that money is the most important thing in the world. And one of the biggest things I learned about money is not just the power of money, but that the real power of money. Pay attention now. The real power of having money is to get to the point where money has no power. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? I want to say that slowly so everybody gets it. The real power of money, the real power that comes from understanding money, is when you can get to the point where money has no power. And that is what you call financial freedom. Financial freedom. What is financial freedom? Financial freedom is not where money drives all your decisions. Financial freedom is not where you're sacrificing everything that matters to you so you can get more money. That's not financial freedom. That's financial slavery. That's financial slavery. So there are lots of financial slaves that make $100 million a year. No, financial freedom is where you can make decisions that are free from the influence of money. Why? Well, because you have enough money that money isn't important anymore. I go to the movies, like when I got financial, you know what made me excited about becoming financially free is it was the little stuff. I thought it would be the big stuff. I thought it'd be like I could buy a certain car, I can get me a big house, whatever. No, it was the little stuff. You know what it was? This is so stupid. This is gonna sound crazy. When I used to go to the movies as a little kid, anybody, when you grow, think about it. Remember back in the 80s and the 90s, you go to the movies and the popcorn would be like $5 or $6. And then they'd be like, well, you can get a drink, and the drink is another $5 or $6. And you could go to the movies, and you, after you bought your ticket, you couldn't really get what you wanted at the concession stand because you'd end up spending like $60 or $70. And don't take a girl with you to the movies, then it's gonna be $100. Or if you got kids, then it's impossible. You can't, you gotta be real thoughtful. You gotta be like, well, which popcorn can I take 2 ounces out of the popcorn, or I gotta pick between the popcorn and the Twizzlers. It was a terrible experience, honestly. It was very limiting. I didn't like it. You know what really made me happy
was when I could go to the movies, and this is true to this day. I love the fact that I can take my girl to the movies and I can bring the kids, and I can say, okay, let's just get whatever we want. You can get the nachos, you can get a cheeseburger, you can get the popcorn, and I don't care that the popcorn is $5 because I can afford the $5 popcorn. I'm telling you, I think happiness in life is about the little things. It ain't the big stuff. Get away from the big stuff. The big stuff is nice. Go get the big stuff, but after you get past the big stuff, I want you to have financial consciousness to really meditate on the little stuff. The little stuff was I can go to the movies now and I can take my wife and take the kids. I don't have to leave anybody at home because I'm thinking, well, if I take the kids, it's going to cost me twice as much than if I just take my wife, or I got to go by myself. Right? These are the decisions I had to make when I was 25, and I was broke. A lot of girls didn't like me because I was broke when I was 25. And then maybe I didn't have any game or something. I didn't sit around and learn how to like go chase women. I was like chasing my academics and stuff. So maybe I was a little behind the curve. I didn't sit around with dudes trying to constantly scheme on how I can get more women. I just wanted one good woman that could, be by my side. So anyway, I remember going on dates, and I went on a date one time and I felt like this woman just wiped me dry. It was the worst feeling in the world. I remember that we went out to a restaurant and she got all this extra stuff that you normally wouldn't order if you were by yourself. Like, because she knew that I was gonna pay for stuff. And I remember her getting like two, she didn't get one drink, she got two, because the drinks are real expensive. She got the shrimp and the lobster. And I remember getting done and I paid $100 and something on this date. And I remember thinking, I can't never date this girl again. There was no even consideration about whether or not I enjoyed the date, whether I enjoyed her as a person, or I thought what kind of woman she might be. I couldn't think about that because I was like, I can't afford to go out with this girl no more. And she told her friends, she was like, yeah, I went out with Boyce and it was so great, and I want to go out with him again. And I was sitting there thinking, I'm never gonna take you out again because I cannot afford to go out with you anymore. I can't afford that. Now here's the thing. 20 years down the line, when I had enough money, it wouldn't have mattered. It'd be like, yeah, wow, we did spend some money, but oh well, I don't care. I would start thinking about what kind of person she was and if we'd be compatible and all this other stuff. But at 25, I was on the struggle frequency. The struggle frequency was like, I can't go out with you again because I can't afford to spend $120 every time we go out on a date. And who knows, maybe in her mind she was thinking like, "Ooh, he was so generous, I'm gonna go give him some." But I didn't even know about that. I've never even understood this idea that you would trade your body and go, pick up some STDs just because somebody bought you a nice meal. I never understood that. Or people who think, well, because I took you to Red Lobster, you owe me the access to your womb because I took you out to we had a nice trip to Olive Garden, so now I get to be your baby daddy. I never understood that at all. I think that logic is just crazy because, I think that your body is precious. I think that your reproductive organs matter. I think that who the father or the mother of your children is going to be is a $1 billion decision. And the fact that you're making $1 billion decisions over a $100 trip to Red Lobster or whatever, or $80 trip, because Red Lobster ain't that expensive, that's crazy to me. That's the culture. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about the culture, getting you on that struggle frequency where you're thinking, oh, well, because he took me to Burger King, I got to give him some. I don't understand that. And I think that is beneath you. And I really think that this is something we have to reassess. So one of the benefits of having economic security is I think it can elevate you off that struggle frequency where you can really start thinking about things a little bit more. And I can just tell you, when I think about that crazy date with that lady when I was 25 years old, maybe she would have been a great partner for me. I mean, I love my wife and stuff, but I met a lot of really awesome, intelligent, beautiful Black women, in my life. I'm not a kid, right? I've gone on dates and stuff, and who knows? Maybe it would have been a great relationship if I'd had enough financial security to not have the money come in and devo my decision making. So even if I had sat there and said, well, she seemed like a nice lady, maybe we could be compatible, the money would come in and say, no, you can't date her because you can't afford it. Look at your bank account. You can't afford that woman, right? And I don't think human beings should be thought about in that context anyway. So I would just say to you that once you get the wealth, it's going to automatically shift the culture. And if you shift the culture, you will shift the wealth. So always remember that wealth and culture go hand in hand, and you want to be very conscious, cultural consciousness.
which is the term I want to coin right now, is really important. I think you want to sit around and think like, okay, what is the culture around here? Is this a culture that is conducive to the building of the things that matter, building of wealth, building of family, building of education, building of long-term benefits, institutional building, right? Things like that. And in fact, when you look at wealthy families, like you look at Warren Buffett's family and stuff like that, they don't really sit around trying to figure out how to fill out a job application. Their kids probably couldn't fill out a job application if their life depended on it. They're thinking about the preservation and the transfer of generational wealth. They're thinking about tax strategies. They're thinking about investment opportunities. They're thinking about all kinds of other things, but they ain't sitting around thinking about how, whether or not they can make more money working at Wendy's or at the post office. That's just not a conversation they have to have. No disrespect to anybody who's had to have those conversations. I have, we all have. But I think that our goal, our standard should be, let's elevate out of that. When you elevate out of that, you have so much freedom, so many more degrees of freedom in your life, just like going from a car to an airplane. When I took off and I got my pilot's license and I started flying in that airplane, I had so much more freedom than I had when I was stuck on the ground, driving in traffic, sitting behind the car that was in front of me. And so to some extent, you have this high traffic culture that we're stuck in. And it's miserable and it's polluted and it's screwed up. It doesn't bring out the best in us. So you just got to elevate. And that's what consciousness is. Consciousness is economic elevation. It is psychological elevation. It is spiritual elevation. And once you elevate, I guarantee you so many things will be better and you'll feel so much freer in the process. Okay. So anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. So tomorrow starts the Black Investors Cup once a week or so. I'll go through the leaderboard and I'll announce who the leaders are, and we'll kind of talk about that, and we'll kind of drop some conversations about investing and strategies and all that. Those of you who didn't get to sign up this time, you will get an opportunity the next time we do another Black Investors Cup. It's going to be 6 weeks. It starts tomorrow, so I'll keep you guys posted. BlackInvestorsCup.com is where you can sort of take a look and learn more. Second of all, if you want to be invited to the private Zoom for our Money in the Morning financial consciousness training. We do this every single day, 7 days a week. Feel free to text the word morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, Cody Ransom's class on the true history of Black Wall Street is starting in the next couple of days. And if you'd like to take a look at that class and see if you'd like to join, feel free to go to b1wallstreet.com. That's B, the number one, b1wallstreet.com. And at b1wallstreet.com, you can see what the class is about and what they're doing. One membership, you can bring anybody in your family, so you don't have to buy multiple memberships for people in the same household. So it's sort of buy one, get one free. So feel free to go to b1wallstreet.com. All right, I'm out of here. Have a great day, everybody.